You are but a humble crew member of the Whitebeard pirates. Even the most formidable figures, such as Blackbeard and Marco, yearn for you to become the next successor, as you have awakened the alluring powers of the Devil Fruit in the wake of Blackbeard's treachery. Bestowed directly upon Whitebeard was the phoenix form of Marco, bestowing upon Whitebeard the might of two formidable abilities. Thus, Blackbeard toiled incessantly in his pursuit of Ace, anticipating the fall of Whitebeard at the zenith of combat. The bearded figure materializes above. A phoenix forged in the crucible of war, eternally resurrected in its renewal. The Tremor-Tremor Fruit cast Malinvando into the abyss. At this moment, Sachi has succumbed to the embrace of death, while Tichi has deftly absconded with the dark fruit. Huzi, engulfed in sorrow, tenderly sweeps his right hand across Sachi's forehead, and at long last, those eyes, which had steadfastly resisted closure for so long, finally surrender to the tranquility of eternal slumber. Lao Duo will undoubtedly pursue vengeance on your behalf. Whitebeard, ascending with a formidable fervor, thundered, "My sons, proclaim a bounty. Let the world chase after that Tiki. Indeed, it is imperative to eliminate Teach. The wretched scoundrel has, astonishingly, inflicted harm upon his own kin. Father, this entire matter is solely my fault. I took the initiative to pursue T, and I assure you that I will capture him alive and bring him before you, so that he may stand in the presence of Sachi." Ace's face was contorted with rage, tears streaming down his cheeks as he implored and glared at himself, hoping that he would acquiesce. Yet, he remained silent. With a deep-seated shake of your head, you realize that this departure has heralded the commencement of an impending conflict. Meanwhile, the familiar chime resonating in your mind fills your heart with unrestrained joy. The activation of the super-advanced technology system has commenced, and the novice gift package has been unveiled. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the demon fruit, along with the enchanting technology, boasting an initial success rate of 100%. It appears that you possess quite a remarkable skill, having decisively made an impact on the system. You take a deep breath, repeatedly confirming your understanding, your expression slightly pale, for the enchantment of the Devil Fruit is not without its cost. It requires substantial financial backing, with each enchantment demanding a staggering sum of 1 billion berries. Fortunately, the initial success rate stands at a remarkable percentage, granting him ample room for maneuver. With this in mind, he has devised a comprehensive plan for his future. "Oljan, allow me to go," Ace bellowed once more, his face ablaze with fury, nearly overwhelming. "Tiki's despicable actions left me, as the captain, with no choice but to bear the responsibility. There is no one here more suited than I." Upon witnessing Ace's expression of anguish and self-reproach, Whitebeard realized that he could not impede him. Even if he were to refuse him now, Ace would inevitably seek opportunities to stealthily slip away in pursuit of Teach. Rather than this, it would be more prudent to agree to let him go, especially since he possesses confidence in Ace's abilities. "Since you are so determined to go, then let it be." "No, you cannot go," a sudden voice interrupted the two, capturing the attention of the entire gathering. Ace, momentarily taken aback, turned his head stiffly towards you. "Are you trying to stop me? Could it be that you are also connected to Teach?" As he spoke the latter part, Ace's tone grew increasingly intense, and his gaze became profoundly perilous. The other henchmen, upon witnessing this, exchanged glances that radiated peril, their weapons instinctively tightening in their grips. Even the bearded figure took notice of you, towering at a height of 6 meters, casting a formidable gaze from above. The overwhelming aura of intimidation enveloped you, causing you to involuntarily swallow. I hastily interjected, urging not to misunderstand. I have no connection with Teach whatsoever. Moreover, it was Sachi who saved me, and Teach is indeed my adversary. Ace gazed into your eyes, realizing that you were not lying. His demeanor softened slightly as he inquired, "Then why did you impede me?" "I do not intend to hinder you. I merely feel that pursuing T at this moment seems somewhat inappropriate." Ace furrowed his brow, his mind consumed with thoughts of revenge, leaving no room for anything else. Meanwhile, upon hearing your words, Huzi's eyes flickered with intrigue, although he maintained his icy demeanor. "Why not negotiate? What do you know?" As others observed the old man speak, their curiosity piqued, they too attempted to listen. Ace, exercising his patience, awaited his response. "Ahem, as you clear your throat, you find yourself under the intense gaze of many, which feels somewhat disconcerting. Yet, there is no time to dwell on the discomfort. To remain among the ranks of the self-styled pirate of the beard, one must unequivocally demonstrate one's worth. Have you not pondered deeply? The audacity with which Teach brazenly takes lives, particularly in the full awareness of the repercussions of betrayal, speaks volumes of his character. upon hearing your retort. Marco furrowed his brows. Could it be that he had another backing, the four emperors? You shake your head, stating that you might not believe it, but Teach himself is not particularly skilled, especially in physical combat, to the extent that he could even injure Shanks. Boast, if you must. This fellow hasn't fully awakened yet, has he? Disregarding the jeers of others, Zhuzi furrowed his brow as if recalling something. You mentioned that the scar above the red-haired one's eye was inflicted by Teach. You are somewhat different, yet upon reflection, it becomes clear that both Whitebeard and Redhaired are connected by certain secrets that, among them, cease to remain secrets. Indeed, that is correct. Whitebeard fell silent, his gaze gradually becoming more solemn. Others, upon witnessing the solemn expression of Old Man Zhang, could not help but gasp in astonishment, their hearts filled with an overwhelming sense of shock. Was Tiki's martial prowess truly that formidable? Marco furrowed his brows and, feeling a sense of helplessness, patted Ace on the shoulder. Teach's thoughts were shrouded in secrecy, concealed too deeply, and his martial prowess could rival that of the four emperors. It was best to refrain from pursuing him for the time being. In Ace's eyes glinted a fierce determination, his teeth clenched tightly in anger, producing a sharp clicking sound. No matter how formidable your martial skills may be, I am a user of the natural flame fruit, a true wielder of extraordinary powers, fully capable of compensating for any deficiencies in my physical combat abilities. He remained unwilling to accept his fate, reminiscing about the carefree moments spent drinking joyfully with Sachi, and a wave of heartache washed over him once more. He felt compelled to seek vengeance for Sachi. Your unreserved sarcasm reveals that had it not been for Ace's hubris, he would not have fallen into Blackbeard's clutches. The summit war was further ridiculed by Akainu, whose mockery led to an absurdly reckless confrontation with the Admiral, ultimately resulting in his demise. At that moment, you were truly infuriated, and quite so. Little did you anticipate that you would find yourself in a scene like this upon traversing into the realm of the sea and pirates. Thus, he did not hesitate to voice his mockery. Thus, he spoke with unreserved mockery. What? You dare to call me a fool? Ace shouted in exasperation. Sachi saved you, and yet you do nothing but mock. With a disdainful snort, you ponder the nature of the fruit that was pilfered by Blackbeard. It is the dark fruit, but what of it? My flame fruit is more than sufficient to defeat him, Ace retorted defiantly, brimming with self-assurance regarding his own strength. Do you understand the dark fruit? You cannot help but retort, leaving Ace momentarily speechless. Unclear. Let me inform you that anyone touched by the power of the dark fruit, regardless of their own fruit abilities, will temporarily lose their powers and revert to an ordinary human. With your eyes slightly narrowed, you gaze at Ace. You ponder whether, in the absence of your abilities, your physical prowess could inflict harm upon Teach upon hearing your words. Aston was momentarily stunned, his eyes brimming with disbelief. It was inconceivable that the dark fruit could render him powerless, transforming his abilities. He had initially thought the dark fruit was merely a type of natural fruit, yet he was taken aback by its profoundly enigmatic powers. If one were truly to encounter Teach and find oneself rendered powerless, then he would undoubtedly be unable to contend with Teach and might indeed be captured. Contemplating the dire consequences of such an eventuality sends a shiver of dread through the heart. Forgive me, it is I who acted with such recklessness. The enigmatic nature of the dark fruit caused Marco to furrow his brow in contemplation. Moreover, due to Teach's unique constitution, he has the ability to wield the powers of two devil fruits simultaneously, thanks to the dark fruit. At that time, it will become the unparalleled fruit of power over this vast sea, leaving everyone else utterly astonished. A wielder of the powers of three fruits, how formidable that must be, it is truly beyond imagination. Fortunately, you informed them otherwise. Once Ace is captured by T, it would spell trouble. I never anticipated that the dark fruit could be so enigmatic, capable of wielding three devil fruits. That fellow Teach truly is a master of cunning. Indeed, it is thanks to Ron that we were alerted. Had he not informed us, the consequences could have been dire. What shall we do now? Perhaps we could unite in our efforts to pursue and eliminate Teach. A group of individuals engaged in fervent discussion, expressing a collective desire to pursue T. It is impossible for him alone to restrain everyone with just one hand. One cannot help but admire these pirates. Their cunning is truly remarkable. What do you suggest we do? We shall heed your counsel. Everyone turned their gaze towards the bearded figure, awaiting his command, while the Whitebeard man furrowed his brow. Whitebeard knitted his brow. The dark fruit is indeed as formidable as that individual. Even in those days, the moment was not opportune for a clash between Garp and Roger. Now, with the dark fruit in the possession of Teach, this ocean is fated to remain turbulent. However, the act of slaughtering his kin aboard the ship is utterly unforgivable. At this moment, his gaze fell upon you, realizing that this young man comprehended far more than what appeared on the surface. Moreover, preventing Ace from being harmed was tantamount to saving his life, revealing a heart not devoid of kindness. With this thought in mind, he turned to you and inquired about your thoughts. Interjection. It strikes you as rather peculiar that Huzi would genuinely seek his counsel. He currently lacks even crew members, relying solely on the fact that Sachi is his savior, which grants him a modicum of influence, albeit limited. Now, surprisingly, Whitebeard has inquired about his thoughts, indicating that he is gradually gaining some significance in the other's estimation. My perspective is quite straightforward. You smile gently, surveying the assembly as you commence to articulate your thoughts with deliberate slowness. There exist myriad avenues through which one may pursue retribution, yet among them, the most crude and ignoble approach is the direct annihilation of one's adversary. The pirate crew was utterly bewildered, completely at a loss as to what was happening. To eliminate one's adversary is the most contemptible form of vengeance. They have consistently exhibited this behavior. Before anyone had the opportunity to reply, you proceeded, the most intricate manifestation of retribution is deceptively straightforward. It lies in ensuring that your opponent continues to exist, yet in such a way that their life becomes a torment more agonizing than death itself. Your tone was eerie, akin to a chilling breeze that had emerged from the abyss. He must suffer through each day in fear, incapable of finding respite in slumber, eternally plagued by the dread of imminent annihilation. He must traverse each day with the highest degree of vigilance, precariously balanced on the edge of a mental collapse, apprehensive that even a fleeting bird might herald his downfall. This is undoubtedly the most fitting manner to pursue retribution. All eyes were fixed upon you in sheer astonishment, a fleeting glimmer of terror illuminating their gaze as memories of that harrowing scene resurfaced. Their legs quaked involuntarily. Who could have imagined that this seemingly fragile form, reminiscent of a fair youth, could harbor such unyielding ferocity? What ultimately leads to the downfall of the opponent, a prompt and decisive resolution of disputes, is nothing more than a trivial matter. To ensure that the opposing party exists in an unending realm of fear, terror, and despair constitutes the most refined manifestation of retribution. Indeed, they are mere impostors. You are the genuine buccaneer. Even the beard was astonished by your comments. It is rather astonishing that this young man could exhibit such callousness. A derisive snort sliced through the atmosphere, an utterance most inopportune. Ace, feeling a twinge of indignation, replied, "It is a simple matter to proclaim such things. Teach is not the sort of delicate pirate easily intimidated. Moreover, what could we possibly hold that would invoke trepidation within him? Considering he has the audacity to set foot on my father's vessel, a Yonko, do you genuinely think he would harbor any fear? Furthermore, as time progresses, when Teach assumes the mantle of the three fruits wielder, he grows progressively unmanageable, particularly with the augmented power bestowed by his father's physique." The unspoken words of Ace resonated with clarity among all present. It was unmistakable what he sought to express. Each day descends further into decline, and with every fleeting moment, one can only persist through the infusion of intravenous fluids. My body is undoubtedly betraying me. That scoundrel Teach audaciously dares to behave in such a manner, exhibiting not the slightest fear of me. Whitebeard interjected, a note of melancholy lacing his voice. Old man. A profound silence enveloped the gathering. For it is solely his enduring legacy that evokes trepidation within this dominion, causing individuals to tread cautiously and refrain from transgressing their limits. If the Whitebeard were to indeed meet his demise, falling from the exalted ranks of the four emperors, what then would remain for Teach to fear? Marco advanced and softly placed his hand upon your shoulder. We all recognize your noble intentions and have truly embraced them. Nevertheless, my father's health does not allow for this issue to remain unresolved. Teach must meet his demise. He must face the consequences of his actions. As he spoke, he pivoted to confront the elderly gentleman adorned with a white beard, entirely resolved to offer himself for the duty of extinguishing him. Upon observing the scene, he discerned that his moment had come. He swiftly extended his hand to impede Marco, placing it resolutely across his chest, and then elevated his gaze towards the captain. Thereafter, his eyes traversed the environment. The captain would not meet his demise. Instead, he would endure and flourish. Your words resonate profoundly in the ears of all those gathered. The audience initially taken aback. then gazing at you in bewilderment, as though beholding a fool. My dear brother, have you fallen prey to madness? Is your mind in disarray? I hold no disdain for my father, it is simply that we are all profoundly cognizant of his condition, which cannot possibly align with your portrayal. It is nothing less than a whimsical illusion. Should you genuinely succeed in rejuvenating my father's health, I shall acquiesce to any request you may have of me. What Jiaozi articulated rings true. Each day, observing the myriad tubes attached to the elderly, both grand and diminutive, engenders within me an ineffable sense of unease. Little ghost, I express my gratitude for your benevolent spirit. Yet I possess a profound awareness of my own corporeal form. With each passing day, I find myself diminished, and I shall not regain what has been lost. You gently shake your head, clear your throat twice, and regard the assembled crowd with profound gravity. Cough, cough. To be candid, I am unequivocally a scientist. My area of inquiry encompasses the mysterious devil fruit. At present, a remarkable advancement has occurred, enabling the transfer of one individual's capabilities to another. While it bears resemblances to the shadow fruit, it is significantly more sophisticated, entirely free from the tormenting dual anguish that accompanies it. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Marco advanced, his gaze unwavering as it locked onto your eyes. He extended his hand, gently placing it against your forehead. No fever, he pondered. How could you utter such absurdities? You delicately withdrew Marco's hand, asserting with sincerity, I am not joking. And my research carries significant consequences. To provide context, an enchanted devil fruit is valued at 1 billion berries. Upon observing your sincere countenance, Marco comprehended that you were not engaging in jest. Should your words bear truth, then it is conceivable that Father may indeed possess a genuine opportunity for redemption. Nature is undeniably authentic. Marco cast an eager glance, his eyes alight with excitement. If this were indeed the reality, then Father could effortlessly harness my extraordinary abilities, the remarkable restoration of the animal series and the miraculous self-healing capabilities of the phoenix form. This could potentially mend Father's long-standing concealed injuries and significantly revitalize his essence. It might even grant him the opportunity to reclaim his former grandeur. As Marco spoke with mounting fervor, he appeared to envision the splendid spectacle of Father ascending to his zenith once more. The other pirates were equally enraptured. Should Father indeed reclaim his former identity, it would undoubtedly astonish all. Particularly those households filled with anticipation will undoubtedly be left thoroughly astonished. Nevertheless, it is apparent that certain individuals remain skeptical, perceiving you as a purveyor of falsehoods. In reply, you simply shrug and convey that should they opt not to believe, there is little you can do. At long last, all gazes were fixed upon the bearded gentleman, eagerly anticipating the elder's verdict. I place my faith in Ron. A few tender words uttered by the venerable man with a white beard kindle a warmth within your heart. Since Huzi is genuinely unable to comprehend, what benefit can arise from misleading him? Furthermore, owing to Sachi's life-preserving kindness, he has conferred upon you an augmented level of trust. At this moment, the fencer Bista took his leave, his expression shrouded in melancholy. The resources aboard our vessel are rather limited even when aggregated, Andermar's contributions barely suffice for you to undertake 2 experiments. Since the grimace of the beard, only 2 billion berries remain. Indeed, my esteemed father, as you are cognizant, we customarily abstain from soliciting protection fees except in extraordinary circumstances. It is important to note that the enchanting of a devil fruit does not ensure absolute success. A possibility of failure remains. Concerning the probability of failure you referenced, others are not taken aback. On the contrary, the complete absence of any possibility of failure is what genuinely astounds. After all, mastering the abilities of the first category of devil fruit is an extraordinary achievement in itself. Rest assured, Ron. You need only concentrate on your experiments. There is no necessity for you to preoccupy yourself with financial concerns, Vista assured him. Indeed, we are prepared to go to great lengths, even to the point of sacrificing all, in our quest to secure the necessary funds for our father's recovery. Marco's eyes shimmered with eager anticipation. Ace swiftly gathered all the funds he possessed and fervently placed them into your hands, Brother Ron, I beseech you. Sensing the distinctiveness of this ocean, a smile adorned your lips. A gentle warmth enveloped your heart. There exists no deceit in this realm. All harbor the desire for one another's well-being. Interacting with genuine intent. This epitomizes the pirate existence he yearns to embrace. I shall exert my utmost endeavor. Furthermore, I hold steadfast faith that the captain's fate shall not be lacking in fortune. You have neglected to address the issue of attaining a flawless success for the very first time. Such reticence is likely to incite further questions. It may be more prudent to keep this matter private. Allow it to be known solely to him as he charts his own path. Additionally, there exists another reason. The revelation of the technique necessitates the fulfillment of enchantments on 10 separate occasions. While I may not be familiar with the particular methodology, I have faith that what Brother Tonzi has presented will be of commendable quality. In the days that lie ahead, upon the heaving and tempestuous ocean, pairs of seagulls soar gracefully, dancing and cavorting. The air is suffused with a vibrant joy. Upon the deck, you repose languidly upon the surface. Adjacent to you, a petite table is embellished with exquisite wines, fruits, and a delightful assortment of delicacies. Since the moment they discovered your extraordinary gift to mend their father's afflictions, a group of pirates has become enamored with you, bordering on obsequiousness, treating you with an exquisite tenderness as if you were a cherished treasure, cradled in their hands to avert any harm, akin to a delectable delicacy, held in their mouths to prevent it from dissolving. Irrespective of the magnitude of the demand, every endeavor shall be undertaken to satisfy it. Even if your aspirations reach for the stars above, they shall employ every conceivable method to achieve them. In light of this, you find yourself feeling rather powerless, having conveyed on multiple occasions that such behavior is unnecessary. Nevertheless, they persist in their indifference to your advice. As you abstain from making any demands, they strive to act in accordance with their own methodology. Consequently, you opt for silence, permitting them to proceed as they desire. Ron's urgent cries reverberated through the atmosphere. Jaws, overflowing with exhilaration, gestured forward and declared, "Behold, Gaia Island. We have at last reached our destination." With remarkable alacrity, you advanced towards the ship's railing, seizing the telescope from Jaws' grasp. Indeed, you gazed upon the recognizable outlines of the circular island's indentation. Viewed from above, Gaia Island's landscape bore a striking resemblance to a grand round biscuit, with a portion elegantly nibbled away from its circumference. Undoubtedly, that was Gaia Island, and a delicate smile adorned your lips. At long last, the moment has come. Our resources have finally converged. Marco descended from the gunwale, his eyes fixed on the distant Ja Island, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. However, a slight deficiency persists in our quest for the 3 enchanted fruits. Once we set foot on the island, we should be able to amass an adequate supply. He then turned to you, still somewhat incredulous, yet unwavering in his resolve. Ron, do we genuinely aspire to establish our presence upon this island? Indeed, you acquiesce with a nod. The experimental foundation must uphold its stability, for one cannot evade the undulations of the expansive ocean. Should complications emerge, they would inevitably result in considerable difficulties. Ace also approached and nodded in assent. Let us heed Ron's counsel. It is perpetually prudent to exercise caution in all affairs. By clarifying the circumstances surrounding Titch, you have inadvertently preserved Ace's life. This has cultivated a profound sense of trust in you from Ace, especially influenced by Sachi. You behold the enchanting island of Gaia. A faint smile dances upon your lips, almost imperceptible. As per the original tale, Blackbeard is destined to traverse this realm. And thereafter, he shall meet Luffy. I find myself in a state of uncertainty regarding whether his arrival on Gaia Island will transform the original narrative. Should events transpire in alignment with the source material, it would undeniably be a source of delight. I ponder the expression Teach will don upon encountering the resplendent Whitebeard and his newly acquired dual abilities. It is sure to be profoundly captivating. We shall linger here for an extended duration, firmly anchored, in anticipation of the moment when we possess the unequivocal strength to triumph over the boundless ocean. Your promises echo with resolute conviction. Others have also succumbed to your fervor, chanting in harmony to dominate this domain. Ja Island possesses a distinctive geographical position, encircled by pristine waters. The island is not merely embellished with stunning vistas but is also rich in plentiful resources. The climate in this region is utterly enchanting, reminiscent of an everlasting spring. It functions as a perfect replenishment hub for countless bygone pirate ships and merchant vessels. As a result, the harbor of Gaia Island is incessantly teeming with a diverse assortment of vessels, from swift speedboats to massive pirate fleets, encompassing every imaginable sight. In light of the persistent presence of pirates, the island has progressively established a collection of amenities meticulously crafted to accommodate these seafaring adventurers. In addition to vital supplies, fresh water, and repair services, a plethora of entertainment venues has flourished, including taverns, casinos, and even improvised small theaters. These establishments have transformed into charming havens for pirates, granting them the opportunity to relax and indulge in the joys of existence. As time unfolds, a growing multitude of merchants are discerning profitable prospects and converging upon Gaia Island to establish their establishments or provide services, which has even precipitated the emergence of diverse ethnic slave trades. Nonetheless, when a location transforms into a nexus of individuals possessing a myriad of personalities, particularly those inclined to settle disputes through aggression, the onset of strife becomes unavoidable in a realm that reveres strength. Particularly in a realm that venerates power, disputes concerning resources or individual grievances are frequently settled through outright confrontation. This frequently culminates in intense confrontations erupting on Gaia Island, at times endangering the safety and well-being of the island's ordinary inhabitants. Nevertheless, for those who long for liberation and excitement, the island of Gaia endures as a beloved haven in their souls, perpetually attracting throngs of pirates and adventurers alike. The previously haughty pirates now stood before their formidable adversary, as meek as a diminutive kitten. For before them towered the notorious Whitebeard pirates, one of the 4 emperors of the sea. What transpires? Why do the 4 emperors seek out us novices rather than daring to explore the new world? Silence. Whisper gently. The pirate crews of the 4 emperors are ruthless assassins. With nary a blink. Take heed, lest you forfeit your life. Who is that young man? I have not encountered him before. Yet he appears to be engaging in conversation effortlessly with that bearded gentleman. His status is unequivocally exceptional. He holds a position that transcends even that of March. Preposterous. Such a stance may indeed be regarded as a deputyship. Everything transpired precisely as you had imagined, effortlessly subjugating the island of Jaya. After all, the renown of the 4 emperors precedes them who would dare to contest their supremacy? Upon your arrival at Gaia Island, you selected a vast estate as your experimental headquarters. This estate is nestled at the rear of the island, enveloped by mountains on 3 sides and overlooking the serene waters. The geographical position is undeniably remarkably advantageous. The fortifications have been further reinforced by George and his subordinates. The imminent potential threats have been meticulously countered by Marco and the vigilant Ace on numerous occasions. Countless formidable creatures have been vanquished, reduced to mere prey in their wake. Even the mosquitoes were not spared by their actions, leaving not a single one untouched. After all, you are now an ordinary individual who must prioritize your safety, ensuring that no misfortune befalls you. Subsequently, you initiated the experiment. After all, one must invariably comply with the necessary protocols. Which researcher has not partaken in practical pursuits? A week later. Within the opulent hall. The esteemed presence of the great bearded bird, Jin Dao, occupies his throne. His limbs and torso festooned with a multitude of intravenous tubes. His breath is barely perceptible. His eyes lackluster. His state is perilous. Yet, he still longs for a sip. The sound of bubbling echoes. Is there any word regarding Tichy? Vista shook his head in dismay. Father possessed no information regarding that rogue whatsoever. Could it be that Ron had erred in his recollection? Marco knitted his brow subtly, raising his eyes toward the vicinity of your laboratory. A week has elapsed since that moment.
No news has emerged from Ron's experiment, and an unsettling feeling lingers in the air. Could it have failed? Ace shares the same apprehension. Each time I attempt to visit, Ron bars my entry. Is it truly a failure? That would amount to 3 billion berries. Upon hearing this, Jaws stood abruptly, his silence betraying his evident fury. I had long suspected Ron's incompetence, when suddenly, a deafening roar interrupted our conversation, as if the heavens themselves had unleashed a thunderclap. In an instant, 3 radiant beams of golden light pierced through the heavy clouds, striking upward like the first rays of dawn. The brilliance was dazzling, imbued with an indescribable mystique and power, suggesting that something extraordinary was about to manifest. The very air around us seemed to tremble, igniting a wave of uncontrollable excitement and anticipation within each heart. Everyone's gaze fixated on the 3 golden lights, breath held in awe, fearful of missing even a fleeting moment of this miraculous revelation. Whitebeard stood up in a frenzy, his eyes locked onto the golden rays, even holding his breath for several seconds. Could this truly indicate Ron's success? Marco, equally exhilarative, turned to face the source of the light, convinced that only a successful experiment could produce such a phenomenon. I knew Ron wouldn't fail, Ace exclaimed, his face alight with joy as he dashed outside without a second thought. Let us go see. Whitebeard tore off the foredrip from his arm, the metallic tube slicing through the air with a crisp sound. His movements were swift and decisive, as if all his ailments had been cast aside in that instant. With astonishing speed, he surged forward, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly, a testament to his enduring strength and resolve. Witnessing this, Marco felt a jolt of anxiety course through him, his eyelids twitching. Without hesitation, he followed closely behind, acutely aware that amidst the excitement, his priority was ensuring Whitebeard's safety, preventing any mishap at such a critical juncture. Before long, the room was emptied, leaving Jaws standing dazed and bewildered, having anticipated Ron's failure, only to discover that he had indeed succeeded. It was as if Ron had deliberately chosen this moment, when I was ready to declare his failure, to prove me wrong. How infuriating! With a huff, Jaws hurriedly set off after the others, realizing that if Ron could truly heal their father, his earlier promise would surely come to fruition. Meanwhile, Ron gazed gleefully at the 3 devil fruits before him, internally lamenting their exorbitant cost. 1 billion berries each, and with no assurance of success. The financial burden was even greater, far beyond the means of an ordinary pirate crew. To acquire the new technologies bestowed by the system, one must first complete the current tasks assigned by it, specifically the successful enchantment of 10 devil fruits. Though it may appear straightforward, the endeavor is, in reality, quite arduous, particularly due to the substantial costs involved. Fortunately, he managed to remain with the Whitebeard pirates. Otherwise, even possessing the system would have been futile. As Ron was lost in his thoughts, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps approached from outside the door. The sound grew increasingly distinct, imbued with an unmistakable urgency and excitement. Upon recognizing the familiar cadence, a knowing smile crept onto Ron's lips. He understood that the person he had long awaited was finally arriving. Indeed, the next moment, a resounding crash shattered the tranquility of the room. The tightly shut door was forcefully thrust open, producing a deep and resonant sound. In the next instant, Ace and Marco cautiously assisted Whitebeard as he entered the room. Although his figure bore signs of fatigue, his eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. When his gaze fell upon the 3 pristine white devil fruits arranged upon the table, he was momentarily frozen in place. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, and an indescribable atmosphere enveloped the air. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure, his eyes filled with excitement and disbelief. Ron stepped forward to introduce, Captain, these are the enchanted devil fruits, though we are still 1 step away from completion. He then turned to Marco. Captain Marco, we require you to drop 3 drops of blood onto the 3 devil fruits for the final step. Not a problem, Marco replied eagerly, stepping forward to prick his finger, carefully and tremblingly allowing his blood to drip onto the fruits. The instant the blood made contact, the pure white devil fruit seemed to awaken some mysterious power. It began to absorb the surrounding blood with an intensity akin to a long dry sponge encountering water. Soon after, the fruit emitted a dazzling blue light, so brilliant that it was almost blinding. As time passed, the blue radiance intensified, as if on the verge of transcending a threshold and igniting into flames. During this transformation, the surface of the devil fruit underwent astonishing changes. The once smooth and flawless skin suddenly became adorned with a series of intricate and bizarre patterns. These designs spread rapidly, visibly enveloping the entire fruit. Each line emanated a faint blue glow, exuding a sense of both beauty and danger. As everyone held their breath, unable to believe their eyes, merely a few seconds later, the 3 devil fruits completed their transformation. They radiated a soft yet undeniable blue luminescence, resting quietly on the testing platform like the brightest stars in the night sky. This spectacle left all present in a state of astonishment, their hearts filled with shock and confusion. Ron had spoken the truth. 3 mythical Zoan-type phoenixes. Chapter 6. Whitebeard's mythical Zoan phoenix form. The crowd, in disbelief, rubbed their eyes, attentively scrutinizing the 3 identical devil fruits before them, astonished to discover that they were indeed real. Each fruit was an animal type, the phoenix fruit, in its mythical form. Marco's eyes widened in astonishment. He took 2 trembling steps forward, scarcely able to trust his own vision. He extended his hand, cautiously brushing the surface of one of the devil fruits to confirm its authenticity. The smooth, cold texture solidified his conviction that this was not a mere illusion. His voice quivered as he muttered this. This is exactly like the one I consumed. Truly unbelievable. Others gathered around, each bearing expressions of surprise and bewilderment. Ron is incredible. He truly accomplished this. Someone slapped me. Am I dreaming? What the hell? Why'd you kick me there? That hurts. An aura of incredulity enveloped the atmosphere, as everyone was awestruck by this miraculous revelation. Marco inhaled deeply, attempting to quell the excitement within him. It was undoubtedly real. Ron stepped forward, presenting one of the devil fruits to Whitebeard, saying, "Captain, give it a try." Whitebeard chuckled, unfazed, accepting the fruit from Ron's hand and gazing at him intently. "It won't explode, will it?" No," Ron replied, scratching his head awkwardly, taken aback that Whitebeard harbored such concerns at this moment. Just as he began to elaborate, he was interrupted. "Gulalala. Ron, thank you. If this succeeds, you shall be my son." Laughter erupted from the others. Their gazes towards Ron softened, signifying their approval of their comrade. Whitebeard wasted no time. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he swallowed the fruit whole. He slowly closed his eyes, seemingly striving to capture every subtle sensation. The onlookers held their breaths becoming cautious, as if afraid to disturb Whitebeard. Tension mounted with each passing moment, palms unwittingly slick with cold sweat. Every pair of eyes fixated on Whitebeard, brimming with anticipation and unease. An indescribable tension filled the air, intermingled with a glimmer of hope. In their hearts, they silently prayed, "It must succeed, Father." Ron felt no anxiety, for at the moment he grasped the devil fruit, he had invoked first time 100 success in his heart, ensuring that Whitebeard could not fail. Indeed, shortly thereafter, brilliant white flames began to engulf Whitebeard. These flames did not exude intense heat. Rather, they radiated an invigorating vitality. As time progressed, it became visibly apparent that his wounds were rapidly healing. First, the bleeding ceased, then the skin began to scab over, as newly formed tissue gradually replaced the damaged areas. The entire process resembled the reversal of time, as every wound mended completely. Subsequently, his breathing steadied, no longer as labored and frantic as before. The entire being appeared to have rejuvenated by 20 years. Not only was there a remarkable transformation in appearance, but also a refreshing revitalization of spirit. The once weary gaze, burdened by the struggles of battle, now sparkled with an indescribable sense of strength. In this moment, the surrounding air seemed to be infused with this essence of rebirth, becoming exceptionally fresh and vibrant. Father has succeeded. He has truly attained dual abilities. How splendid. That foolish Titch, who schemed tirelessly to acquire such powers, could not have anticipated that Father would acquire them so effortlessly. Gratitude to Brother Ron. Step back quickly. The flames enveloping Father have intensified. Observing this, the crowd hastily retreated, swiftly clearing the area, for they witnessed the flames on Whitebeard growing ever more fierce, expanding in scope. The flames blazed like a roaring inferno, exuding a searing heat that deterred anyone from approaching. Subsequently, these flames rapidly constricted, forming a peculiar cocoon that enveloped Whitebeard entirely. This cocoon, composed of fire, appeared remarkably unique, completely encasing him. The onlookers felt Whitebeard's life force surging with vigor, as if a ferocious beast were contained within. They could not help but marvel at the sheer magnitude of this power. Father was capable of mastering such ferocious flames and transforming them into his own strength. The phoenix cocoon. Marco gazed at the cocoon before him with excitement, nearly lost for words. In this form, it could maximize bodily recovery, healing long-standing hidden injuries and ailments. Not long after, with a sharp crack that resonated like fragile glass, succumbing to immense pressure, the colossal cocoon of white flames suddenly shattered, disintegrating into countless tiny sparks that slowly drifted through the air, vanishing as if they had never existed. As the last spark faded from view, all present beheld Whitebeard standing firmly in place, his broad and dignified cloak gently swaying in the breeze, his robust form devoid of any scars or blemishes. This scene left all witnesses utterly astonished. This was the power of the immortal bird form. Not only could it heal all the user's ailments, but its formidable restorative capabilities and vitality could even restore Whitebeard to his peak condition. Such a powerful and mysterious force was simply unbelievable. With a long exhale, Whitebeard slowly opened his eyes. They shone with clarity and wisdom, seemingly capable of perceiving the essence of all things, brimming with vitality and life. Gently stretching his body, he discovered an unparalleled sense of ease, devoid of any trace of fatigue. Those long aching places had vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. He felt as if he had been reborn, every cell in his body rejoicing, filled with boundless strength. The heart pulsates vigorously, each beat seemingly proclaiming his rebirth to the world. The muscles are taut and powerful, each fiber brimming with boundless energy. Life indeed is exquisite. In this moment, he truly feels the beauty and strength of existence. He realizes he is no longer the weary, ailing old man of yore. He has been reborn, possessing the courage and strength to pursue his dreams anew. He turns, gazing at Ron with satisfaction, and gently extends his right hand, saying, "Young Ron, would you be my son?" Chapter 7. The caution of Sengoku at the naval headquarters in Marineford. A sailor bursts into Sengoku's office in a flurry. "Report," he exclaims, breathless. "What is the matter that has you so flustered?" Sengoku queries, setting aside his paperwork and gently patting the goat's head, sending it off to play. The sailor gulps nervously, slapping an important document onto Sengoku's desk with urgency. "Sir, there is significant activity from the Whitebeard pirates." "The Whitebeard pirates?" Sengoku furrows his brow slightly. What commotion could they possibly make, given that Whitebeard is half buried in the ground? As he speaks, he slowly reaches for the seemingly ordinary yet critically important document on his desk, flipping to the first page. As his gaze sweeps across the densely packed text, his brow tightens, as if each sentence presents an enigma to be unraveled. The further he reads, the more intense his confusion grows, swelling like a snowball rather than diminishing. By the final pages, he can no longer contain his bewilderment. Upon meticulously reading the entire document, he lifts his gaze, disbelief etched across his face. He then turns his questioning eyes towards the sailor standing nearby, filled with inquiry. What are they truly intending at Sabaody Archipelago? And why are they acquiring such vast resources? Do they plan to establish a factory to cleanse their reputation? His tone carries both astonishment and irony, clearly struggling to comprehend the situation. The sailor shakes his head, indicating uncertainty. "Very well, continue to observe. Should the Whitebeard pirates make any moves, report to me immediately." "Yes, sir." The sailor hastily departs the room, the entire exchange taking less than a minute. During this brief interlude, Carp strolls in, munching on sunbae and laughing heartily, seemingly oblivious to Sengoku's furrowed brow and displeased demeanor. He plops down onto the sofa, leisurely savoring this rare afternoon respite. A subtle fragrance of tea wafts through the air, yet this tranquility is somewhat disrupted by Carp's arrival. Carp appears to be in high spirits, a relaxed smile gracing his lips as he occasionally emits satisfied sounds. He is entirely immersed in his own little world, as if the troubles of the outside realm do not concern him in the slightest. "Carp!" Sengoku's furious roar jolts Carp from his perch on the sofa. Sengoku angrily tosses a stack of newspapers at Carp, exclaiming, "Look at the mess your grandson has created," threatening to upheave Alabasta. Kapu took the newspaper and, instead of expressing anger, burst into hearty laughter at the commendable deeds of Luffy depicted within its pages. "Well done, Luffy. he exclaimed. However, Sengoku, filled with irritation, felt an overwhelming urge to stuff goat feed into the mouth of this stubborn old man. Your grandson is nothing but a source of trouble. Even Whitebeard, in his old age, is stirring up chaos. Truly, you lot are driving me mad. Whitebeard, Kapu inquired, looking quizzically at Sengoku as he grabbed a handful of senbei, munching while questioning, what about Whitebeard? With one foot in the grave, what can he possibly do? Sengoku pushed a stack of documents aside. That fellow has lost his mind. He has occupied a small island in the paradise. Nanny? Kapu paused, taken aback. Whitebeard has ventured into the Grand Line. When did this happen? He picked up the documents, and as he read further, he found it increasingly amusing. Ha ha! Is Whitebeard selecting a burial site for himself? Sengoku, however, perceived the matter as far more serious, analyzing. Whitebeard is not the type to act on a whim. His actions must be the result of careful deliberation. There must be a reason behind this. Kapu concurred. We should send someone to investigate. If Whitebeard harbors any secrets, we ought to be forewarned and prepared. Just as Sengoku was about to issue orders, there came a swift pounding of footsteps from outside. Report! Report! It was the same Marine as before, but this time he barged in without knocking. Marshal, urgent intelligence has just come in. Speak, Sengoku commanded. Marshal, just now, 3 beams of golden light erupted from the island of Gaia, which has just been seized by Whitebeard. There must be some treasure revealed. Moreover, the intelligence indicates that the location of the golden light is precisely the exclusive estate of one of Whitebeard's captains. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's composure faltered. He exchanged a glance with Kapu, each reflecting the shock and bewilderment in the other's eyes. Golden light? It must be something extraordinary, or perhaps Whitebeard is conducting some sort of experiment. Indeed, Kapu agreed. Otherwise, I cannot fathom what could compel Whitebeard to leave the New World and occupy a small island in the paradise. This matter requires immediate investigation. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Sengoku turned to the Marine and instructed, go fetch Admiral Akiji. Yes, sir. Before long, Akiji sauntered into the office, exuding an air of laziness. Ah, Sengoku, it seems to be my vacation time. An exceptional circumstance has arisen. Your leave is hereby suspended. Sengoku then recounted the recent events. Upon hearing this, Akiji frowned. If the situation is as the Marshal describes, something significant must have transpired there, warranting a thorough investigation. That is precisely why I summoned you. As Akiji waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave, his voice echoed from the doorway. Understood. I will attend to it. Remember to double my vacation upon completion. This is your disciple, Kapu, even bargaining with the Marshal. Sengoku laughed heartily. Indeed, Sengoku, one must offer some incentives when delegating tasks. In a certain region of the Grand Line, aboard a solitary canoe, the disheveled and weathered Teach, with a beard that spoke of his rugged life, fervently rowed, his bright eyes brimming with ambition as they fixed intently on the horizon. Old man Whitebeard, you can search the world for me, but you could never dream that I have already arrived on the other side of the red Earth continent. Teach surveyed his surroundings with satisfaction. Although he had only gathered a handful of crew members, the atmosphere of freedom invigorated him profoundly. Once I, Blackbeard, establish my own pirate crew, I shall seek you out, old man, for I must reclaim what is rightfully mine, the devil fruit of the 4 emperors. I hope you won't be too shocked when that time comes. I can hardly wait to see the expression on your face. Ha ha ha. With renewed vigor, he rowed even harder, his primary objective being to form his own pirate crew to fend off the pursuit of the Whitebeard pirates. Chapter 8. Unexpected Gains. On Gaia Island. At the experimental base within the estate, Ron found himself somewhat overwhelmed by Whitebeard's enthusiastic invitation. The Elder's penchant for collecting companions had not waned. Yet Ron preferred to address him with a title befitting his stature. Captain, I can join the Whitebeard pirates, but I am more comfortable calling you Captain. What a delightful little rascal. It's merely a title. Call me what you wish. Whitebeard boomed with laughter, relishing the vitality of his rejuvenated body. Such a feeling was indeed rare and invigorating. Others gathered around, offering their congratulations to Whitebeard. At some point, Ace had approached Ron, an apologetic expression etched on his face. Brother Ron, I apologize for my previous demeanor. Huh? What's this about? I've completely forgotten, Ron chuckled. Thank you, Brother Ron. If you hadn't intervened in time, I surely would have stirred up far greater trouble. Ace replied earnestly, the hatred he felt evident upon his face. As for Teach, as you suggested, killing him outright would be too merciful. He should be made to live in fear every day. Witnessing Ace's transformation brought Ron a sense of relief. With Ace no longer serving as a catalyst, perhaps the war at Marineford would not erupt again. Ron was uncertain, yet he thought that even if it did, it would matter little. Whitebeard had acquired the mythical Zoan-type ability of the Phoenix, making it exceedingly difficult for him to perish now. His vitality was more robust than ever, rivaling even his peak years. After all, during his prime, Whitebeard had not possessed the enhancements of Zoan fruit. Thus, the current incarnation of Whitebeard could be equated to, or even surpass, his former glory. Such a formidable emperor would be a force to reckon with in any conflict, enough to challenge even the likes of Sengoku and his allies. Ron observed as Whitebeard seized the Songyun cutlass, wielding the mighty blade with grace. Each strike glimmered with a cold light, reminiscent of winter's crystalline beauty, carving silvery trails through the air. Each movement was imbued with strength and determination, exhibiting not only unparalleled power, but also an indescribable majesty, akin to a tiger awakened from slumber, roaming freely through the jungle, roaring and declaring its territory as inviolable. With each strike, the surrounding air seemed to be torn apart by this formidable energy, emitting faint crackling sounds that evoked the imagination. If such power were to continue accumulating, perhaps it could indeed cleave an island in twain, splitting the sea asunder. In the world of pirates, prowess and abilities, martial arts, and hockey holds equal significance. A true warrior is well-versed in all aspects, while he possesses none. Thus he must either rely on the strong or be relied upon to survive. Currently, his physique is subpar, he lacks martial skills, and is untrained in swordsmanship. The only thing he can consume is the Devil Fruit, yet he has no desire to partake. Firstly, there is no necessity for it, as the Whitebeard pirates provide ample protection, making it unwise to introduce weaknesses. Secondly, he is awaiting the emergence of a more potent fruit. In the unpredictable realm of piracy, who can say if a stronger fruit will manifest? Everything remains uncertain. Moreover, he would never be so arrogant as to believe that a single fruit would render him invincible. The path to greatness is a gradual journey, one that must be traversed step by step. As he pondered, a melodious electronic voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host, on completing your first enchantment. Reward: automatic cultivation. Current task progress: enchant 10 times, 110. Upon completion of the task, new techniques will be unlocked. Automatic cultivation? What a delightful surprise. Ron gazed in astonishment at the reward bestowed by the system, unable to contain his excitement as he instinctively acknowledged it. Upon reading the details, he grasped its simplicity. As long as he remained alive, even without training, his strength would gradually increase, mirroring that of those who diligently cultivate. In the pirate world, the training of martial arts or physical prowess is collectively referred to as cultivation. This is perfectly suited for me. Ron felt an overwhelming joy within. Such a method of gaining strength without exertion was tailor-made for him. Without this, he could not fathom how long it would take to grow stronger. Father, let us not play around anymore. Marco, suppressing his excitement, rushed forward. Father, your body has just recovered. You still need a comprehensive examination. Whitebeard, aware of Marco's temperament, knew that today's checkup was unavoidable. He halted, allowing Marco to proceed. Hurry up. I'm brimming with energy. I must say, the abilities granted by the Phoenix Fruit are truly remarkable. Understood. Father, extend your hand. Marco chuckled as he produced a stethoscope, swiftly and meticulously conducting the examination on Whitebeard. Is everything all right, Father? Marco, please be thorough. Jozu could not help but urge. Rest assured, Marco is the ship's doctor. Such trivial matters hardly require reminding. Indeed, you are correct. I was too anxious. Jozu sheepishly scratched his head, then lowered his gaze, feeling somewhat embarrassed in front of Ron. After a brief moment, Marco withdrew the stethoscope and announced with a smile, Father S' health has significantly improved. All previous ailments have been resolved, and he is currently in excellent health. Once the results were declared, everyone erupted in jubilant cheers. Wonderful! Father has finally overcome his afflictions. Ha ha ha! Father, your destiny shines bright. You are truly fine now, brother. That statement is incorrect. It should be Father. Good fortune is bestowed upon those who are virtuous. It was Ron who healed Father. With a sheepish grin, the individual sincerely apologized to Ron, eliciting hearty laughter from the onlookers. The crowd gazed at Ron, their eyes brimming with gratitude and admiration, chanting his name repeatedly. Ron, Ron, Ron. Even Whitebeard, long devoid of joy, found himself overwhelmed with emotion, his eyes misty with gratitude for the young lad Ron. Yet, amidst their merriment, a pressing question lingered. Who would consume the 2 enchanted devil fruits? Jaws, shaking his head, declared, I shall pass. A rough-and-tumble fellow like me, with skin as tough as leather and the capabilities of a paramecia user, is resilient like diamond and rarely suffers injuries. Even if I did, healing would not be necessary. Laughter erupted as Ron found amusement in Jaws' unexpected humor. Bista also declined, stating, Father, you know my swordsmanship thrives on boldness. If I were to consume that fruit out of fear of injury, it would do nothing to enhance my skills and might even hinder my progress. Whitebeard then turned his gaze towards Ace. Ace, you should consume these 2 fruits. Do not attempt to refuse. Ace hesitated. Me? Whitebeard's earnest gaze met his. The powers of the mythical Zoan, the Phoenix, are extraordinary. As long as he is not reduced to ashes in an instant, he can regenerate. This was Whitebeard's heartfelt conviction. Hence his desire for Ace to partake in the fruit for the assurance of his life. Chapter 9. Ron? First mate. Seeing Father S' resolute demeanor, Ace ceased his objections. In front of everyone, he lifted the devil fruit from the examination table and took a decisive bite. The familiar repugnant taste assaulted his senses. Don't spit it out. This devil fruit costs 1 billion berries. Someone cautioned, unable to suppress their excitement. After all, it was a mythical Zoan rarer than even the Logia type, with powers that were extraordinarily formidable. Just look at how it healed Father S' long-standing injuries. With such abilities, survival would be almost guaranteed. The other captains of the divisions looked on enviously, though most remained silent, acutely aware of their own standings. Compared to Ace, they paled in comparison. The devil fruits rightfully belonged to those of higher rank, yet this did not preclude future opportunities, for Ron was always present. As long as Ron was around, they would eventually have their chance. It was merely a matter of time. Thus, while everyone was filled with envy, there was no malice, only hopeful anticipation directed at Ace. How is it, Ace? Marco inquired anxiously, noticing Ace's lack of reaction after consuming the devil fruit. Had it failed? A sigh escaped Ace, revealing the outcome. He looked at the crowd with disappointment. I'm sorry, everyone. It was a failure. Vista stepped forward to offer comfort, expressing his apologies. Ron had previously mentioned that enchanted devil fruits were not true devil fruits. Success and failure carried a certain probability, and this was not Ace's fault. Ron also approached and patted Ace's shoulder. His own curiosity piqued regarding the success rate of the enchantment. Ace, failure is a normal part of the process. Not everyone possesses the luck of our father. Give another try. Indeed, it's merely a trifling expense. A drop of blood, Marco remarked nonchalantly. Now that Father has returned to his peak, we'll reclaim everything we've lost. Ace nodded and picked up the final enchanted devil fruit. Then I shall attempt it once more. With that, he cautiously placed the devil fruit into his mouth, and the familiar nauseating taste flooded his senses, the intense stimulation nearly causing him to retch. Each consumption of a devil fruit was a torment, yet this time he did not merely sample a bite, as he usually did. Instead, he gritted his teeth and swallowed the entire fruit whole. This scene left those around him utterly astonished, and they could not help but raise their thumbs in admiration, exclaiming, "Ace, how fierce!" Sweat beaded on Ace's forehead, his face pale as parchment, yet his gaze remained resolutely unwavering. He understood that only through such a means could he harness the power of the devil fruit. Moreover, the enchanted Devil Fruit differed from the conventional ones. Perhaps consuming it entirely would increase the likelihood of success. Despite the immense pain and risk associated with this power for the eager Ace, it was all worth the potential reward. Observing Ace's determined expression, those around him could not help but feel a surge of respect. They recognized that not everyone possessed the courage to confront such a repulsive taste. As Ace swallowed the Devil Fruit whole, every person present held their breath, their eyes fixed intently upon him, filled with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. They understood that this moment was crucial for Ace. If he could successfully master the fruit's power, he would gain unprecedented abilities. However, if he were to fail, it would be a grievous loss. 2 billion berries were at stake. Thus, everyone's hearts raced, silently praying for a miracle to unfold. Simultaneously, Ace himself could sense a monumental transformation occurring within him. A strange, yet potent power seemed to awaken, initially flowing gently through his limbs and then surging forth like a volcanic eruption. As seconds ticked by, Ace's expression gradually shifted from tension to astonishment as he realized he had sustained no harm. Rather, he had acquired a new ability. He succeeded. Suddenly, a blazing crimson flame erupted around his body. Though these flames appeared spectacular, they did not emit a scorching heat. Instead, they exuded an inexplicable vitality and vigor. The blood-red flames blazed fiercely, as if intent on painting the entire sky in shades of crimson. The flames harbor infinite power and mystery, each flicker seemingly recounting ancient legends. As time progresses, this fierce blaze gradually coalesces and transforms, ultimately taking the form of a vividly lifelike crimson immortal phoenix hovering above Ace's head. This immortal phoenix is adorned with scorching and resplendent fiery feathers, each plume shimmering with a vibrancy akin to life itself. Its eyes, reminiscent of 2 radiant rubies, emanate a gaze that is both profound and commanding. When it gently flaps its wings, the air becomes imbued with an invisible wave of energy, instilling a sense of awe and reverence in all who witness it. Suddenly, a melodious yet authoritative cry resonates through the heavens, piercing the souls of everyone present, causing their hearts to tremble with a mixture of astonishment and envy. They are once again witnesses to the birth of a miracle, the emergence of a second dual fruit user. Even more astonishingly, under the influence of this mysterious force, the once wilted and lifeless weeds begin to revive, slowly taking root and sprouting, growing at a visibly rapid pace. "Ha ha, father! Brother Ron, I have succeeded," Ace exclaimed joyfully, reveling in the power of the immortal phoenix fruit as he endeavored to harness it. Gulalala! Another dual user has been born into the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard exclaimed with delight, declaring it a fortuitous day worthy of historical remembrance. He expressed profound gratitude to Ron, acknowledging that without him, the Whitebeard pirates might have faced extinction on the day of Sachi's demise. Ron's arrival had altered everything. "All right, Ace, now rein in your powers," Whitebeard chided playfully, then turned solemnly to the gathered crowd. "Sons, listen closely. I have an announcement to make." As Whitebeard prepared to speak, the lively crowd fell silent, attentively awaiting his words. They were well acquainted with their father and recognized that such a demeanor signaled a momentous announcement, prompting them to focus intently. From this moment forth, Ron shall be the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Should anyone have objections, feel free to voice them. Boom! His proclamation reverberated like thunder in the ears of the crowd. "Ron, vice captain? Is this for real? If so, that's incredibly cool." Chapter 10. Whitebeard, little ones. Do you desire my powers? Any objections? Only a fool would object. The elevation of Ron to vice captain is truly splendid. Henceforth, there is every reason to acquire the enchanted Devil Fruit and become a dual fruit user. This is wonderful, Vice Captain Ron. When shall you grant us the chance to acquire enchantment? I too wish to become a Devil Fruit user. Yes, indeed. Ron was taken aback when Whitebeard appointed him as the vice captain. It was truly unexpected. He had initially intended to remain with the Whitebeard pirates to continue his experiments and fulfill his system tasks. never anticipating such an elevation in rank. Feeling the warmth of the crew's enthusiasm, Ron was touched, yet he hesitated to answer their eager inquiries directly, as the implications were far too complex. He turned to Whitebeard, and the meaning in his eyes was clear. With a hearty laugh, Whitebeard addressed the group. "You rascals, all you think about is becoming dual fruit users." As his words echoed, the excited chatter fell silent. "I know each of you aspires to become dual fruit users, and that is entirely natural. However, with so many of you, there must be an order. The captain comes first, followed by the outstanding crew members, and then the rest. Moreover, do not rush. Every one of you will have the opportunity to become a dual fruit user, or even a triple fruit user. But take care to allow Vice Captain Ron some rest. If you exhaust him, I will not forgive you." Whitebeard established these rules to prevent chaos among his sons. He then turned to Ron, his tone softening. "Ron, my boy, do you have anything to add? Please, speak your mind." After a moment of contemplation, Ron nodded, feeling compelled to express a few essential points. "I fully understand your eagerness to grow stronger, but there are a few things I must clarify." The crew leaned in, their attention sharpened, fully aware that this discussion pertained to their future strength. Ron continued, "Firstly, enchanting a devil fruit is not free. Each one costs 1,000,000,000 berries. Secondly, the success rate of each enchantment is not guaranteed, so be prepared for the possibility of failure. Thirdly, it is advisable to prepare 3 devil fruits for enchanting at once, as I have observed that the chances of success increase significantly when consuming 3 consecutively." After articulating these points, Ron nodded at Whitebeard, signaling he had nothing further to add. Did everyone understand? "If there are no objections, we shall proceed as Ron has suggested." Whitebeard reaffirmed his support for Ron. The crew nodded in agreement. Although the cost of enchanting a devil fruit was substantial, it was not an unattainable goal for those who had long lived on the edge of dangerous pirates. With so many other pirate crews at sea, a few successful raids would suffice. If that proved inadequate, they would simply raid more. The prospect of becoming dual fruit users, or even triple fruit users, ignited their excitement, and they clamored for a celebratory feast. Whitebeard, delighted by their exuberance, readily acquiesced. "My sons, let us hold a grand feast today to celebrate Vice Captain Ron and the Whitebeard Pirates. This era belongs to the Whitebeard Pirates, and it is also Ron's era." Cheers erupted. "Whoa! Ron! 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 Ron!" Soon, bonfires blazed on the small island, wisps of smoke curling into the air and drifting gently with the wind. The warm glow of the fire illuminated the surroundings, casting a radiant light upon the beaming faces of the gathered crowd. The celebratory banquet had officially commenced. Ron stood at the center of attention, basking in the admiration and praise of his companions. Each individual radiated joy, expressing their support and affection for Ron not only through words, but also by various means to endear themselves to the most illustrious figure of the evening. As time passed, the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant. The enchanting melodies began to fill the air, compelling all to sway in rhythm. Amidst the singing and dancing, laughter echoed, enveloping the entire island in a cocoon of merriment. To Ron's astonishment, several elegantly dressed and beautifully adorned ladies gracefully entered the heart of the gathering. They twirled and leaped with lightness, adding a splash of color to the grand affair. It is no wonder that ancient people reveled in music and performance. Such spectacles are undeniably captivating. Ron savored his fine wine as a couple of knowledgeable ladies approached, eager to pour him another glass. The following day, Ron awoke from his cozy slumber, feeling an invigorating surge of energy coursing through him. Is this the advantage of auto-cultivation? To achieve the results of a full day's training from others without any effort. As he gently clenched his fist, he could distinctly sense the contraction and release of his muscles, delivering a powerful punch. The force and speed with which he struck were undeniably superior to his past self. He was rapidly becoming stronger at an alarming rate. Ron found the pace of his enhancement somewhat excessive, yet upon reflection, he understood. This transformation was fundamentally rooted in his earthly physique. After all, his current strength was being measured against that of individuals from the pirate world, and the disparity between the two was substantial. Hence, rapid initial progress was entirely reasonable. The sensation of being robust and healthy was exhilarating. Ron gazed excitedly at his hands. "Ah, Lord Ron, you are awake quite early." One of the ladies who had accompanied him the previous night smiled. "Shall we assist you with your morning routine?" It was at this moment that he regained his senses, noticing the charming sisters who had shared in the revelry of the previous night. With a smile, he replied, "Today is a day of rest. I shall return to my slumber." Meanwhile, in stark contrast to Ron's joyful existence, Whitebeard was gathering momentum. Surrounded by a host of captains engaged in fervent discussions about future endeavors. "Listen closely, my young ones. If you desire my powers, you must act swiftly to amass wealth." Whitebeard heartily drank from his large tankard, downing several barrels in one go. What a delight! Since falling ill, he had not experienced such unrestrained enjoyment in drinking. Were it not for Ron, he might have forgotten when he last indulged so freely. Father-S abilities? The room fell silent as the captains exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting the shock in the other's eyes. What did this mean? Father intends to bestow his powers upon us as well. A collective gasp filled the hall, and Whitebeard nearly choked with disbelief. He looked at them with a mixture of amusement and reproach, saying, "You little rascals, had it not been for Ron, I would still be oblivious to teach S ultimate aim of coveting my powers. For years, he has meticulously planned, and if he were to witness the desired abilities among us, the members of the Whitebeard pirates, what expression would adorn his face? Gwahaha! Young Ron is truly formidable indeed." Chapter 11. The Roiling Sea. What are the Whitebeard pirates up to? It is truly regrettable. We should never have let those pirates escape when we first arrived on this island. Indeed, even minor acts of plunder by those pirates amount to billions of berries. Ouch! The pain is excruciating. They haven't ventured far. Shall we pursue those scoundrels now? Or perhaps we should rather target the other four emperors. We could swiftly recover our losses. Marco promptly expressed his dissent. Now is not the opportune moment to confront the other four emperors. Firstly, though Father has recuperated from his severe injuries, he is yet to regain his peak condition and currently lacks the requisite strength to contend with foes of equal or even greater might. Secondly, if Ron's or Father's abilities become too widely known, it would pose a grave risk to the entire crew. Should such information leak, it would not only attract undue attention from the Navy, but could also incite covetousness and aggression from other factions. Thus, until we possess absolute certainty, maintaining a low profile and accumulating strength is the wisest course of action. The captains of the divisions understood this and temporarily relinquished their aspirations to attack the other four emperors. Yet they were deeply pained and perplexed as to why they had once shown mercy by allowing those petty thieves to escape. After all, that was billions of berries, each one a precious devil fruit, especially now, as Father intends to bestow his power upon them. Their hearts ache even more. The Tremor-Tremor Fruit boasts unparalleled offensive capabilities. It is rumored that in Father-S youthful prime, he possessed the ability to shatter entire seas. That is the most terrifying aspect. Now, they too can attain such power. How could they not be exhilarated? We must amass wealth. Let's commence. A grand operation to gather riches began with the Whitebeard pirates, each member brimming with enthusiasm, united by a singular goal, to acquire wealth. 5 days later, in a certain location within the Grand Line and the New World, an unprecedented small-scale commotion erupted. During this period, the Whitebeard pirates executed a series of significant maneuvers. They not only swiftly and decisively eliminated several large pirate crews, but also successfully seized tens of billions of berries. Whitebeard, the pirate renowned as the world's strongest man, with every move he makes, stirs the nerves of the entire pirate world. Suddenly, he initiated an unprecedented large-scale operation, and this news detonated like a bomb across the seas, igniting shock and speculation among countless individuals. Yet, no one knows the true motives hidden behind this grand endeavor. Is it a desperate struggle against impending death? Does he seek to instill fear in the surrounding powers before his demise? Or perhaps there are more intricate and profound intentions at play? In a moment, various conjectures and rumors began to circulate. Some claimed that the Whitebeard pirates were in search of the fabled treasure, while others suggested their intent to challenge the authority of the Navy headquarters. There were even speculations that this was Whitebeard's final desperate attempt to protect his family and friends. Regardless of the truth, the monumental actions instigated by Whitebeard have undoubtedly sent ripples throughout the world. People keenly focused on the movements of the Whitebeard pirates, striving to uncover clues and unravel the mystery. However, just as all eyes were fixated on the Whitebeard pirates, they seemingly vanished into the depths of the ocean as if they had never existed, rendering the already enigmatic situation even more inscrutable. In Wano country, on Onigashima, Kaido sat majestically upon his grand and imposing throne, his stature as unwavering as a colossal mountain. Clutching an ancient gourd, he poured its contents into his mouth with reckless abandon, each gulp fueling a glimmer of fierce defiance in his eyes. Every sip seemed to ignite the burning ambitions within him. Meanwhile, a subordinate stood respectfully beside him, cautiously relaying the latest intelligence. What is that old man Whitebeard up to? Half buried in the ground, yet still stirring trouble. Kaido's tone dripped with disdain and scorn, mocking Whitebeard's futile struggles. In his old age, does he still hope to drag others down with him? Oof. A cold laugh escaped him, revealing his profound contempt for Whitebeard and unwavering confidence in his own might. No need to concern ourselves. Let us continue drinking. On Cake Island within Tado Land, Big Mom sat comfortably above, her gaze fixated on the colossal cake before her, filled with an insatiable desire. This was her most adored delicacy, an obsession that bordered on madness. Mama, the Whitebeard pirates are stirring up trouble again, spoke Perispero, her eldest son, whose words carried weight among his siblings. That old man Whitebeard? Without hesitation, she seized a piece of the grand cake and devoured it, as if it were the last morsel on earth. Her enormous mouth opened wide, resembling a bottomless pit, and the cake disappeared within moments. After a few chews, she eagerly swallowed it, a look of satisfaction gracing her features. Share their recent developments, she commanded in an unquestionable tone, her voice tinged with impatience. Her gaze, sharp as a blade, seemed capable of penetrating any secret, and her fingers rhythmically tapped the table, urging a prompt response. An invisible pressure enveloped those around her, the air thick with tension. They exchanged wary glances, lowering their heads in fear of meeting her piercing eyes. Perispero, too, spoke cautiously, slowing his pace as he began to relay the recent happenings, fearful of misstepping with his words. The Whitebeard pirates have attacked their previously lost territories and seized all the treasures of those pirates. They appear to be in desperate need of money. Moreover, whether in the New World or along the Grand Line, any pirate crew that had previously dared to assault their territories has faced a thorough purge, their riches plundered entirely. Even the garments of these pirates were not spared. The search was relentless, excavating to great depths, seizing every valuable item in sight. As he spoke, Perispero felt a profound shock. When did the Whitebeard pirates become so avaricious? Ha ha ha! The entire palace trembled with laughter. What an amusing old man. No need to concern ourselves with him. Keep a vigilant watch over Fishman Island. Once Whitebeard meets his demise, we shall seize the island immediately. Yes, mother. Perispero acknowledged with unwavering resolve. Fishman Island is of utmost importance and must not be relinquished. Although the motives of the Whitebeard pirates remained unclear, should they dare to approach, they would certainly learn the might of their adversaries. Chapter 12. 300 billion berries. On Gaia Island, Ron was summoned by the exuberant Ace. Feeling somewhat disgruntled as he was interrupted mid-game of poker, a rather disheartening disturbance. As he entered the hall, the sight before him elicited a slight surprise. Most of the division captains had gathered, each sporting a grin that stretched from ear to ear, their faces radiating uncontainable joy. The atmosphere was charged with excitement, indicating that a momentous occasion was either impending or had just transpired. What delightful news has unfolded? Everyone appears so jubilant. Marco teased, cryptically clapping his hands. With his gesture, an air of anticipation seemed to permeate the room. Shortly thereafter, several robust laborers strode in, each bearing a massive crate upon their shoulders. These boxes appeared heavy, evidently laden with substantial contents. Following instructions, the workers meticulously arranged these large boxes on the ground, aligning them in neat rows, until they counted an astonishing total of over 100. Ron was taken aback and immediately surmised the nature of the crates. Marco, could it be that these are... You are correct, our esteemed first mate Ron. Once all the boxes were positioned, Marco gestured once more, signaling for the proceedings to commence. With a command, the boxes were opened almost simultaneously. The lids slowly lifted to reveal their dazzling contents. Instantly, the space was suffused with the brilliance of pearls, gold, diamonds, gemstones, and an array of precious stones, gleaming under the light and captivating the eye. A tumult of emotions surged within Ron as he stood there, awestruck by the spectacle before him. This was the first time in his life he had beheld such an astonishing accumulation of treasures, each item exuding an irresistible allure. Golden vessels, weapons adorned with precious gems, and various artistic creations. If these were to be placed on Earth in a previous life, their worth would be beyond any numerical valuation. Oh my goodness, Ron murmured in astonishment. These treasures combined must be worth at least several 100 billion berries. His voice was imbued with shock and disbelief. For anyone, the sight of such immense wealth would be nothing short of overwhelming, especially for someone like Ron, who was experiencing this spectacle for the first time. The first mate is absolutely correct. These treasures are approximately valued at 300 billion berries. Bestow exclaimed, brimming with excitement and dreams in his eyes. We plan to enchant the abilities of all the division captains at once. All the division captains? Ron furrowed his brow slightly. Even if these treasures are worth 300 billion berries, and each enchanted devil fruit costs 10 billion, we can only create 30. The others listened intently, not wanting to miss a single word. Enchanting carries a risk of failure. If we assume a success rate of 1 in 3, that leaves us with only 10 successful enchantments. Ron sighed, realizing that 300 billion berries were mere pocket change in the face of such a money-burning system. First mate, let us not be so pessimistic, Bestow encouraged, eager to try. What if we only need 20 enchanted devil fruits for success? Jozu stood up, his gaze resolute. Our father succeeded on his first attempt. I believe our luck isn't so poor. Yes, thank you for your hard work, first mate. Please proceed with the crafting. I have faith in our fortune. Everyone looked at Ron with hopeful eyes, and he was glad to see their enthusiasm. After all, he only needed 8 successful enchantments to complete his task, which would unlock the next new technology. All right, it will take at least half a month, or at most a month, but I will work tirelessly to make it happen. Await my good news, Ron declared, pledging his commitment to the excited crowd. Additionally, if anyone wishes to enchant other abilities, you can collect the blood of the respective parties during this time. 1 fruit requires only a drop. With that, he turned and left without hesitation, eager to discover what new technology the system would bestow upon him. The days on Gaia Island remained tranquil. With the news that the Yonko pirate crew was stationed here, no one dared to intrude, ensuring an air of peace. The division captains often gathered, chatting idly and dreaming of the day they would become users of 3, 4, or even 5 devil fruits. Just then, a pirate rushed in, flustered. Not good. Admiral Green Bull is here. Marco was the first to rise, frowning. What? Green Bull has arrived? How many are with him? Not many, just 1. This time, Marco was taken aback. Only 1? Alone? Father, Green Bull has come alone. It seems he is not sent by the Navy, perhaps just passing through. Whitebeard set down his large drinking bowl, his gaze sharp. What does Green Bull want here? Does he not realize this is the private territory of the Whitebeard pirates? Ace also furrowed his brow, but then his eyes lit up. Father, Green Bull's arrival might be fortuitous. What do you mean? Did you wish for Whitebeard to instantly comprehend Ace's intentions? Simultaneously, the others also reacted, their eyes suddenly gleaming with a vibrant green light. Ace exclaimed eagerly, Father, allow me to confront the Admiral. It has been far too long since I last engaged with one. No, Jozu wished to join as well. Jozu immediately rose, expressing his desire to participate, for who does not know that in order for Ron to be enchanted, the blood of a powerful individual is required, and Qingji, being of the Logia type, possesses a natural fruit. Who wouldn't covet that? Haha, my floral sword has long been yearning for action. The floral sword bestow rested both hands upon his twin blades, casting a glance over the crowd. He simply must partake in this battle. Girarur, you little brats. Whitebeard continued to lift his large bowl, feeling that with his sons present, there was no need for him to intervene. He simply resumed drinking. Do as you wish, but do not disturb my drinking. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, the group of division commanders could no longer contain themselves, as if their feet were bound with rockets. They swiftly dashed through the doors, their target. Qingji, observing this delightful assembly of comrades. Marco chuckled and shook his head. Father, I shall remain here and drink with you. You are not going? Whitebeard downed his drink and turned to Marco. Though Qingji's abilities are formidable, I have no desire for them. Chapter 13, Ace and Qingji. Though Qingji's abilities are formidable, I have no desire for them, Marco replied, subsequently refilling Whitebeard's cup and continuing, if a Logia type must be chosen. I would prefer Akainu's magma fruit. Oh, why is that? Whitebeard's interest was piqued. Logia types are diverse. The magma fruit delivers solid attacks, maximizing the potential of each strike. It is slightly superior compared to Qingji's freezing fruit. Then why not choose Kizaru's fruit? Whitebeard inquired, gazing at Marco, as the fruit boasts incredible speed, striking in the blink of an eye. Father, Kizaru's abilities are of no use to us. Marco raised his hand, a blue flame igniting fiercely. Father, the regenerative flames of the phoenix do not fall victim to Kizaru's powers. Therefore, acquiring them would be futile. Girarur, are you jesting with father? A penalty drink for you. All right. I accept the penalty. I shall drink. By the harbor, Qingji gazed perplexed at the throng before him, each pair of eyes glowing with a vivid brilliance. His expression mirrored that of a crowd captivated by an extraordinary beauty. He merely came to inquire about a matter. Was it necessary for the entire pirate crew to come forth in such a grand welcome? My, how lively it is. Qingji lazily stretched, resigning to the situation. Captains of the Whitebeard pirates, what transpired here yesterday? What were those 3 beams of golden light? Ace furrowed his brow, realizing that this was the reason for their visit. He had assumed they were merely passing by. Qingji, as an admiral, have you perhaps lost your wits? Do you think we would divulge that information to you? Haha, this admiral does not appear to be very clever at all. Who says that intelligence equates to being an admiral? Brother, your line of thought is quite perilous. A cacophony of disjointed taunts filled the air, rendering Qingji utterly bored as he absent-mindedly scratched his ear. A veritable sea of detritus clamored around, prompting him to suggest a moment of calm. Without hesitation, Qingji launched his offensive. His body began to undergo a remarkable transformation, gradually morphing from a corporeal form into a rigid, frigid mass of ice. This metamorphosis was not only swift but also awe-inspiring, as if an irresistible force had seized control of the very space surrounding him. As Qingji's movements accelerated, his speed reached unprecedented heights. Wherever he passed, be it vibrant flora or freely soaring fauna, the chill emanating from him extinguished all signs of life, freezing them in place as exquisite ice sculptures. These naturalistic creations glimmered dazzlingly under the sun, yet they concealed a haunting beauty intertwined with an air of brutality. Stand clear. Ace and the others quickly retreated, narrowly evading Qingji's icy onslaught, though many common pirates were not so fortunate, succumbing to the chilling grasp and becoming frozen statues. Qingji slowly raised his hand, summoning the moisture in the air with an enigmatic force, which swiftly coalesced into 5 sharp, translucent icicles. Under his command, these icicles shot forth like arrows, aimed directly at those enemies caught unaware. With a series of swift, slicing sounds, several foes were struck with precision, their bodies immediately cloaked in a delicate frost that spread rapidly. Soon after, a surge of potent freezing energy erupted from Qingji's palm, enveloping the unfortunate victims within a colossal, crystalline ice sphere. This orb not only boasted a magnificent exterior, but also harbored an interior temperature so low it rendered those trapped within utterly immobile. Forced to witness the creeping numbness ascending from their feet, until their bodies became completely rigid. Throughout this process, aside from the occasional faint sounds of struggle, an eerie silence prevailed, broken only by the unwavering confidence reflected in Qingji's calm and resolute gaze regarding the battle's outcome. "Mirror flame," Ace bellowed, his voice laced with fury as torrents of flames erupted from his right arm, akin to a volcanic eruption. The searing heat and blinding light carved resplendent arcs through the air. These flames rapidly coalesced, forming a massive and sturdy wall of fire before his companions, effectively halting Qingji's bone-chilling assault while radiating warmth, providing a modicum of comfort and courage to his allies behind. That despicable fiend, launching a sneak attack. Ace's other hand unleashed a warm flame, melting the ice encasing his crew members, a pang of regret stirring within him. If only he had acted sooner. Meanwhile, Qingji maintained his characteristic composure and indifference in the face of this sudden upheaval, as though he had anticipated such a response all along. Yet, his expression remained unchanged. The captain of the 2nd Division, Port-Gas Ace, was indeed intriguing. Qingji, with a slight concentration, unleashed his understanding of the ice element to its utmost potential. With a gentle wave of his hand, a series of crystalline orbs, shimmering and emanating an icy chill, surged from all directions, aiming directly at the barrier composed solely of roaring flames. "Oof. Is this the extent of the Admiral's attack?" Ace scoffed, and with a sudden thrust of his right hand, the wall of fire roared forward, seemingly intent on engulfing Qingji in a sea of flames. "Oh," Qingji observed quietly, as the ice orbs made contact with the blazing inferno. They encountered unprecedented resistance. Initially, they were scorched, their surfaces melting under the intense heat, and soon their entire structure began to weaken. Ultimately, after a few seconds of struggle, they disintegrated into pools of clear, transparent water, devoid of any offensive capability, trickling helplessly to the ground with a faint sound. In that moment, everyone could feel the shocking impact of the fierce collision between two contrasting forces. In a frozen time capsule, Qingji gathered cold air in his right arm and released an ice bird. This avian figure was not only remarkably lifelike, but also possessed formidable striking power. Wherever it soared, the air instantly froze and the ground rapidly glazed over with a thick layer of frost. Under the shroud of frigid air, everything around seemed to be suspended in time, even the minuscule particles in the air becoming vividly discernible. While the onlookers were rendered speechless by this sudden transformation, none noticed that Qingji had silently vanished. At that moment, Ace erupted in a conflagration of flames, attempting to use the searing heat to counter the encroaching chill. However, despite their ferocity, these flames appeared trivial in the face of the boundless cold. Suddenly, a considerable amount of icy air began to coalesce behind Ace, forming a colossal ice sculpture. The pervasive cold had, unbeknownst to him, frozen Ace's legs, rendering him immobile. To engage in battle with another is to embrace the awareness of death. Chapter 14. The Great Flame Ring, Bloodbath of the Flame Emperor. Fire Phoenix. Then, a familiar figure slowly emerged from the ice sculpture, none other than the previously vanished Qingji. He held, unbeknownst to him, a glistening ice dagger, shimmering with a chilling light. In this frigid moment of penance, Qingji coldly stated, his tone imbued with resolute ruthlessness. Before his words could fade, he swung the ice dagger with fierce intent, plunging it into Ace's unguarded body. The strike came with such suddenness and swiftness that Ace had no time to react. As the dagger penetrated deeper, Qingji's gaze grew increasingly indifferent, his expression tinged with disappointment. The captain of the 2nd Division was rather weak, unable to withstand such an assault. Turning his back on the fallen Ace, Qingji fixed his piercing gaze on the others present, exhaling frosty breath. "Is there anyone who wishes to enlighten me about the matter of those 3 golden lights?" An eerie silence enveloped the scene. No one dared to speak, all eyes fixated on Qingji with a strange look, as if regarding a fool. What's happened to the Admiral? Is he truly this confident? "Hey, Qingji, have you celebrated too soon? Ha ha, it seems the General isn't as fearsome as we thought. Not even a single hair was harmed on our 2nd captain." Upon hearing these taunts, A sense of foreboding washed over Qingji. Could it be that the previous strike had not vanquished Ace? Just as he contemplated turning around for confirmation, Ace's voice resonated behind him. Ah, how terrifying, Qingji. This ice blade truly pierces to the bone. At that moment, Qingji glanced at Ace's condition and observed that the area where the ice blade had pierced was now ablaze with a crimson fire. Moreover, the body that had been impaled was rapidly healing. However, this fire was not akin to the powers of the Mera no Mi. It bore a resemblance to a healing flame. Qingji furrowed his brow, his mind momentarily overwhelmed. What was happening? A flame with healing properties, reminiscent of Marco's phoenix form. Intriguing. Moments later, Ace touched the spot where the ice blade had penetrated, now fully restored. His skin was as smooth and pristine as that of a newborn. Ha! The phoenix form is truly wondrous. Such severe wounds can be healed. Ace exclaimed with delight. Others gathered around, eagerly observing Ace with astonished expressions. Ace, you've truly recovered. Ha! First mate Ron is extraordinary. Not a single scar remains. It's indeed Marco's phoenix form. Qingji's furrowed brow remained tense, and as he listened to their conversation, his heart sank further. This situation was dire. What was the nature of Ace's phoenix form? Qingji, you've celebrated too soon. Ace stepped forth from the crowd's admiration, fists clenched. His fervor for battle ignited as he realized his survivability. What is the secret of your body? How do you possess the healing ability of a phoenix? Qingji could not suppress his curiosity. Ace responded, What? As a marine admiral, haven you seen everything? A dual fruit user. You're unaware. What? Dual fruit? Qingji's mind momentarily blanked. Dual fruit users are an exceedingly rare occurrence in marine history. Indeed, let me test the legendary abilities of this admiral. As soon as he finished speaking, a determined and battle-hungry gleam flickered in Ace's eyes. With fists clenched, he unleashed the full extent of his Mera no Mi powers. Like bubbling magma, they surged forth, transforming into roaring flames that took shape in his hands. These flames were not mere fire. They embodied immense strength and will. The Great Flame Ring. Great Flame Ring. Flame Emperor's Bloodbath Fire Phoenix. With a fierce roar, Ace released these spiral, colossal flames which spun and intertwined in the air, ultimately converging into a radiant fireball, more dazzling than the sun itself. This massive sphere, composed of countless tiny yet intensely hot flames, emitted a blinding light, as if it could illuminate the entire sky. As everyone believed they had witnessed the entirety of Ace's assault, a scene more astonishing unfolded above that blindingly radiant fireball. Suddenly, an immortal phoenix, enveloped in a crimson glow, emerged. This legendary beast unfurled its vast wings, each flap igniting surges of sanguine flames, seemingly intent on incinerating the very clouds of the sky, casting the world in a hue of deep red. The phoenix's gaze brimmed with indomitable spirit and the essence of rebirth. Standing atop the roaring fireball, as if traversing an endless sea of flames, reborn through fire. Qingji, this is my ultimate move. Unleash your true power. Fire Phoenix, Crane Fury. The blood-red phoenix dove with ferocious speed, appearing to transcend the bounds of space, its claws seizing a colossal fireball. This orb shone brighter than the sun, its brilliance blinding and its temperature high enough to melt steel. Flames danced within the phoenix's grip, producing a deafening roar as if the very air were being torn asunder by its might. With a piercing cry, the crimson phoenix hurled the fireball towards Qingji, the orb streaking across the sky, trailing a brilliant comet-like tail as moisture in the air violently evaporated, forming a dense mist. The ground blazed crimson, rocks began to melt, and everything seemed surreal, akin to a dream. Qingji stood frozen, his eyes narrowing in alarm. He sensed the immense threat posed by the fireball. He understood that if struck by this orb, even he would struggle to withstand such a force. A sense of unprecedented peril surged within him, and as he pressed his lips together, an icy chill enveloped him, causing the surrounding moisture to freeze rapidly. Ice Age, Qingji roared, unleashing the frigid essence that resided within him. Like a tempest in the heart of winter, sweeping through the vicinity. This chilling aura was so potent it seemed capable of freezing time itself, solidifying the air around him. From Qingji's core, an invisible force rapidly radiated outward, covering everything in a thick layer of frost. Trees, rocks, and even the smallest particles in the air fell victim to this sudden cold wave, instantly losing their color and warmth. With a mere thought, the frigid air began to coalesce, forming an awe-inspiring pillar of ice that rose from the ground, reaching towards the heavens. Its surface gleamed like a mirror, concealing a destructive power within. When the icy column met the approaching colossal fireball, a violent reaction ensued. A collision between ice and fire, the two most fundamental and opposing forces of nature, resulting in an unprecedented release of energy. Chapter 15. No one steal this. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous sound, the entire space seemed to tremble at that moment. Upon contact, these two radically different substances commenced a process of mutual negation. On one hand, the intense heat rapidly melted portions of the ice into water. On the other, the fierce cold gradually diminished the flames until they were extinguished. In this tumultuous encounter, a dense veil of white steam ascended, enveloping the battlefield in an ethereal haze. Though the two sides appeared evenly matched, each fleeting moment was a relentless drain on their vitality. Ace's prowess was astonishing, forcing the formidable Akiji to such extremes. Indeed, the dual fruit user was undeniably formidable. One could hardly wait to witness the might of Father's Tremor-Tremor Fruit. Yet, Akiji's abilities were commendable as well. Imagine if he could harness the powers of the ice and blaze fruits. Might he not unlock the potential of steam fruit? But why complicate matters? Lord Ron could simply enchant you. Haha, forgive my folly. Jozu and the other captains chuckled, yet their feet remained steadfast, drawing ever closer to the fray. As they approached, the swordsman Bista and Jozu exchanged knowing glances, a mischievous grin spreading across their faces, and suddenly they surged forth. Rose petal dance. Radiant charge. Jozu's arm glimmered in the sunlight, a dazzling display akin to countless brilliant diamonds, his muscles taut and brimming with explosive energy. Each swing conjured a tempest. Bista soared into the air, his figure illuminated by the sun, radiating brilliance. His twin swords danced in harmony, resembling two agile silver serpents weaving through the sky, as crimson rose petals cascaded from the tips of his blades. These were no ordinary petals. Each one harbored formidable sword energy, capable of effortlessly severing steel. They fluttered through the air, creating a sea of red blossoms, interlacing like an immense net that ensnared the entire battlefield. Damn it! Akiji's brow furrowed tightly, his face etched with disbelief and fury. He could hardly fathom that at such a critical juncture, Jozu and Bista would launch a sudden ambush. Pirates, it seemed, were indeed pirates, resorting to any means to achieve their ends. Though his heart brimmed with indignation at such treachery, the immediate concern was how to confront this dire predicament. He endeavored to summon his inner strength for a counterattack or defense, yet it felt as if time had slipped away. Jozu's diamond-hard right arm struck Akiji's chest with astonishing speed and power, inflicting not only excruciating pain, but also propelling him several steps back. Just as he struggled to regain his footing, Bista swiftly followed suit, his razor-sharp sword carving a long gash across Akiji's unprotected back. Following this, Ace joined the fray, his fist imbued with the ferocious might of flames, crashing into Akiji's chest with relentless force. The already grievously injured Akiji found himself further beleaguered. With this series of fierce and precise strikes, he could no longer withstand the onslaught, and blood erupted from his mouth. Crimson remnants trickled from the corner of his lips as his weakened body succumbed to the ground. Just as Akiji braced for the inevitable final blow, a surprising turn of events unfolded. The pirates did not charge towards him as he had anticipated. Instead, they rushed towards the blood he had expelled, zealously gathering it. They meticulously filled bottles with the precious liquid, treating it as though it were an extraordinary treasure. Ha, it's mine. All mine. The power of the ice fruit. Leave some for Ace and Jaws, and let no one else snatch it. Qingji observed the scene before him, filled with confusion and disbelief. He could not fathom why these pirates were so captivated by his blood, risking their lives to seize it. Did his blood conceal some unknown secret or value? For the moment, he set these thoughts aside, although he had not deciphered the message of the 3 golden lights. He had acquired something more useful. The Whitebeard pirates had a dual fruit user. What an unforgettable experience. 2nd Division Captain Ace, I shall remember you. Qingji rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, lazily regarding the gathering. I have matters to attend to today. We shall fight another time. Moonwalk. As soon as he spoke, he took a sudden step forward, his foot seemingly piercing through the invisible air, leaving a faint afterimage in the void. He then began to step repeatedly upon the air, each step propelling his speed to new heights. The atmosphere appeared to tear apart in the wake of his velocity, creating a series of howling winds. The onlookers watched as Qingji's figure became increasingly blurred, like a flash of lightning streaking across the sky, vanishing from their sight in the blink of an eye. All that remained was the fading sound of wind and a shared gaze of gratitude and reluctance. Ace, I believe we should consider keeping Qingji with us. Jaws, brimming with eagerness, clearly desired an increase in their bounty. Vista appeared particularly exhilarated as he cautiously retrieved an exquisite glass vial from his pocket. His movements were deliberate, fearful of wasting even a single drop. As he meticulously collected the blood from his weapon, each drop seeming incredibly significant. Jaws, it was quite a feat to ambush Qingji and inflict serious injury on him. Vista remarked, shaking his head as he gently placed the filled vial into his inner pocket, patting it to ensure its safety. However, if we wish to permanently retain a Marine Admiral, he paused, his gaze deepening as if contemplating a profound question. I fear we may indeed need to pay a hefty price. His voice was laden with resignation and gravity. For them, while they had achieved a momentary victory, confronting such a formidable adversary would not lead to ultimate triumph without significant sacrifice, perhaps even the lives of several comrades as a bargaining chip. Is he truly that powerful? Ja's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, do not underestimate any admiral, came the solemn reply. Ace nodded in agreement, remarking, a vice admiral indeed lives up to his title. He coughed slightly, his complexion paling as he staggered momentarily before regaining his composure, chuckling as he mused, the regenerative capabilities of the Phoenix form are truly extraordinary. After expending such significant stamina in that previous attack, I've recovered remarkably in just a short while. The power of a dual Devil Fruit user is quite astonishing. Let us head back and have the Vice Captain procure one for me as well. I desire my father's Tremor-Tremor Fruit. Chapter 16, Kizaru. I am currently on leave. At the Marine headquarters, the return of Akiji went unnoticed, overshadowed by the tumultuous commotion caused by a Vice Admiral's mission and subsequent injuries. In the Marshal's office, Sengoku, Garp, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and the injured Akiji gathered in the conference room, each wearing a grave expression, seated in silence as if brewing a storm. The atmosphere was thick with tension and unease, so palpable that one could almost hear the sound of their breaths. After a long pause, Sengoku rose from his chair, the first to disrupt the silence, his voice deep and resonant. Akiji, are you certain you did not misjudge? Akiji lifted his gaze lazily to meet Sengoku's, responding, I assure you, I am certain. Upon hearing Akiji's confirmation, Sengoku felt a headache coming on as he scratched his head. He understood the implications of Akiji's words. If he was not mistaken, the entire Marine headquarters would face a monumental threat, one that could jeopardize not only their safety, but also the very order of the seas. This situation is quite troubling, Garp. Shouldn't you express some thoughts? Garp, stuffing his mouth with senbei, bit down fiercely before swallowing, retorting, what can I say? That rascal Ace has always been quite opinionated, and I was not there when he set sail. Subsequently, he acquired the Flame Fruit and joined the Whitebeard pirates. The events that followed are known to you all, and as for the hybrid beast form, I am just as in the dark as you are. Garp chuckled heartily, his demeanor betraying an enjoyment of the unfolding drama, though internally he felt pride that Ace could now hold his own against a vice admiral. Akiji, observing the gleeful expression of his former mentor, shook his head, acknowledging that Ace had indeed surprised him. Humph. Garp, you are to blame for the current predicament. Sengoku glared at Garp, barely restraining his urge to land a few punches. A dual Devil Fruit user. I never anticipated that the Whitebeard pirates would harbor such a rarity. Vice Admiral Tsuru's expression tightened, realizing the gravity of the situation. She began her analysis, stating first, the atypical behavior of the Whitebeard pirates in choosing a small island as their base for several months is concerning. Then, there were the 3 mysterious beams of golden light, which suggests they may have already been aware of something significant there. Lastly, the emergence of Ace as a dual fruit user cannot be coincidental. It would be foolish to think otherwise. Sengoku nodded in agreement, looking out the window with a calm demeanor. Ace's transformation is undoubtedly linked to the golden light that appeared earlier. Is there a possibility that scientific research has granted Ace the ability to wield 2 devil fruits? Sengoku's conjecture instantly reminded Akiji of something, interrupting their conversation to add, wait, during our battle, they were extremely eager for my blood. They were willing to injure themselves just to obtain it, constantly exclaiming their desire to become dual or even triple devil fruit users. This revelation startled Sengoku, who abruptly sat up, slamming the table in confirmation. It must be so. I am now quite certain that the Whitebeard pirates possess a method to enable individuals to become dual or even triple devil fruit users. Vice Admiral Tsuru furrowed her brow, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Immediate action was imperative. Otherwise, the entire sea would face tremendous upheaval. It seemed that a scientist or a similar talent had emerged on their side, a phenomenon previously unseen within the Whitebeard pirates. Carp also grew serious, acknowledging the dire circumstances. Wait, Tsuru's expression suddenly turned grave as a troubling thought lingered in her mind. Could it be possible that Whitebeard himself has become a dual or even triple devil fruit user? What? Is that a possibility? In an instant, the atmosphere in the office grew tense, silence enveloping the room as they contemplated the implications. Whitebeard, already a member of the 4 Emperors, gaining another devil fruit ability would indeed lead to chaos. However, the prospect seemed slim. After all, utilizing the powers of a devil fruit demands considerable stamina, and wielding the abilities of 2 would require an immense reserve of energy. Given Whitebeard's current physical state, he would be unable to harness the strength of dual powers. Let us not forget Ace's phoenix form. He is not only a Zoan type, but a mythical Zoan. His regenerative and healing capabilities are among the finest. Tsuru analyzed, realizing that the reality could be far more severe than they had anticipated. Akiji, feeling a headache coming on, rubbed his temples. If that is the case, this sea will become quite the spectacle. Sengoku adjusted his glasses. Marco's phoenix form possesses exceptional healing abilities and recovery speed. Judging by Ace's condition, Whitebeard must have acquired this capability, and it is likely that he has made a significant recovery, potentially returning to his peak. Sengoku, do not be so pessimistic. All of this is mere speculation. Perhaps Whitebeard is disinclined to stir up trouble and remains in his previous frail state. One can never be sure. Carp chuckled, attempting to reassure with words he himself found hard to believe. The true state of affairs necessitated sending someone to investigate further. As he spoke, he turned to pick up the transponder snail on the table and dialed. Shortly after, the sound of dragging footsteps and someone's quiet complaints could be heard from outside. Then, the door creaked open, revealing a disgruntled figure. No, Mr. Sengoku, I am currently on legitimate leave. Interrupting my vacation like this requires compensation. The yellow monkey grumbled as he took a seat, only to realize the room was filled with people. Mr. Carp, Vice Admiral Tsuru, Akiji? He also realized that perhaps a special situation had indeed arisen. What could have happened? Why is everyone gathered here? He then noticed the blood at the corner of Akainu's mouth, his eyes narrowing. Akainu, have you been injured? Well, Borsellino, there is indeed a situation. Sengoku interrupted the yellow monkey's speculation and recounted the circumstances, placing particular emphasis on the severity of the matter while downplaying the issue of his salary subsidy, stating that it existed, but the timing of its disbursement could be discussed later. The yellow monkey was not in a hurry. After all, he still had a few years left until retirement. It is truly alarming. These newcomers on the seas have all become users of Devil Fruits. He then contemplatively glanced at Sengoku, as if to say the commander intended for him to investigate and ascertain the true nature of this matter. Sengoku cast a sidelong glance at him, as if to imply that this was a question with an obvious answer. He inadvertently glanced at Akainu, who was also looking back at him. "Ah, I'm gravely injured. Why are you looking at me?" "Cough, cough, cough. All right, I shall go." The yellow monkey wore a long face, clearly displeased. Despite being on leave, he had been summoned without cause. Not only was he working overtime, but he also had no idea when he would receive overtime pay. Truly unfortunate. Chapter 17. This blood belongs to Akainu. It is all the fault of those damned pirates. This time, we must reclaim our dues from them. Moreover, these individuals are indeed peculiar, having developed what even Vegapunk could not fully comprehend. And they managed to implement it successfully, with evident results. Akainu was even injured. On Gaia Island, a group of division commanders returned to their base, their expressions filled with excitement. Grinning broadly, Whitebeard was in the courtyard, wielding his great sword with unmatched skill, each movement fluid and powerful, as if each swing bore the sound of thunder. Under the sun, his towering figure appeared particularly formidable. The great sword in his hands danced like a nimble dragon, sometimes spiraling and soaring, other times cleaving straight down. Each move infused with strength and grace. With the final strike, Whitebeard stood firm, having completed a full set of sword techniques, his expression remaining as calm as ever. His breathing steady, showing no signs of the intense exercise having affected him. On the contrary, excitement sparkled in his eyes, clearly satisfied with his performance. As he gazed at the sword in his hand, a profound sense of fulfillment surged within him. This blade was not merely a weapon, but a companion and ally. The surroundings fell into silence, only occasionally interrupted by the distant chirping of birds. Whitebeard stood there, quietly savoring the power coursing through him, as if the entire world had come to a standstill at that moment. After a while, he tightened his grip on the great sword again, seemingly preparing for another round. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Ace and the others who had just returned, rushing forward in concern. "Old man, although your body has recovered, you must also remember to rest." Joseph chuckled as he joined them, saying, "Old man, we all know your sword remains sharp, but you really should heed Ace's advice and take care to rest. Gulalala, little devils, when will it be your turn to teach me a lesson?" Kanjiunki was forcefully thrust into the ground by Whitebeard, creating a significant crater, with cracks radiating outward like a spider's web. The blade seemed to possess boundless power, tearing the earth into countless tiny fragments, while the surrounding air rippled from the tremendous shock, as if even time itself had momentarily come to a standstill. "I am well aware of my own condition, so there is no need for concern." He then inquired why these individuals appeared so jubilant, remarking on their expressions. "Did Akainu not fare well against you?" At this point, their excitement only intensified as they recounted their recent glorious achievements with great enthusiasm. It took Whitebeard a while to comprehend the fervor of their chatter, but eventually, he exclaimed, "Gulalala, splendid work, little devils." However, once Akainu returned to the Navy base, Sengoku and Garp, those old-timers, would undoubtedly not let the matter rest so easily. The sea was destined to remain tumultuous. Yet, despite Whitebeard's words, his expression betrayed no concern, nor did the others. There was an unwavering confidence in their hearts. With Ron among them, who could fear whom? Surely, it was the Navy that should dread their presence. "Old man, let us first deliver this blood to Ron. Indeed, the blood must be fresh, and it will be interesting to see the results of Vice Captain Ron's research. The ice fruit, a power possessed by the admirals of the Navy headquarters. Who would have thought that it could also belong to them? I can hardly wait. I shall go ahead." Seeing the exhilaration of his comrades, Whitebeard's interest was piqued, and he decided to accompany his sons to visit Ron. "Gulalala, what a joyous day. I too shall see Ron." The group quickly arrived at Ron's laboratory, and upon witnessing the bustling activity within, they felt a deep appreciation for their vice captain's tireless efforts. While they indulged in revelry outside, Ron labored day in and day out in the lab. This realization tugged at their hearts. Vice Captain is truly selfless. To work tirelessly for our strength is profoundly moving. How can we ever repay Ron's kindness? The group stood at the entrance, emotionally overwhelmed, pounding their chests and embracing one another in consolation, repeatedly murmuring Ron's name as if mourning a loss. Hey, what are you doing crying at my doorstep? It feels as though you are mourning for me. Ron emerged from the laboratory clad in a pristine white coat, his face adorned with a mixture of confusion and surprise, his gaze reflecting the bewilderment of having just experienced something extraordinary. Ha, Ron. Upon catching sight of Ron, Ace's eyes sparkled with excitement, as though he had encountered a long-lost friend. He rushed forward and enveloped Ron in a massive bear hug. However, due to Ace's overwhelming enthusiasm, the force of the embrace exceeded Ron's expectations. Coughing, Ron was taken aback by the sudden surge of enthusiasm, feeling almost breathless. He struggled to push Ace away, but the latter seemed entirely oblivious to his excessive fervor. All right, I haven't even notified you yet. Why are you all here so early? Ron finally seized the opportunity to speak, his tone tinged with both exasperation and jest. Have you all consumed the foresight fruit? Do you know my experiment is about to succeed? Upon hearing that Ron's experiment was nearing completion, the group was utterly astonished. Vice Captain, did you say what I think you said? The experiment is nearing completion? That means I will soon become a dual fruit user. One individual could hardly contain his excitement, nearly beside himself with glee. Lord Ron, you are truly magnificent. Ron rolled his eyes, yet he found some solace in their professional flattery, albeit he was well aware of its nature. All right, what brings you here today? Speak quickly. With Ron's urging, they dared not delay, promptly producing small vials filled with varying amounts of blood. Blood? Ron was taken aback that they had gone to such lengths for this trivial matter, just a bit of blood, which could have simply been delivered by a subordinate. He glanced up at Whitebeard, who was smiling at him. Ron, let me be straightforward. The blood they hold is that of Admiral Akiji, and it's still fresh. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Ron gasped, feigning surprise as he exclaimed, What? You mean this blood belongs to Akiji? Then, he displayed a genuinely joyful expression. Wonderful. With this blood, we can have a user of the ice fruit. Although much of Ron's astonishment was feigned, he was genuinely puzzled as to how they had acquired Akiji's blood. Had they exposed themselves? It was highly probable. Chapter 18, 30 Enchanted Devil Fruits. Subsequently, Ace excitedly detailed the origins of the blood to Ron, particularly highlighting the technique he had developed, one that allowed him to trade blows with Akiji, even managing to wound the Admiral, which filled Ace with immense pride and exhilaration. Each time he recalled that battle, a glimmer sparkled in Ace's eyes, as if the victory from that moment was still vividly etched in his memory. Whitebeard, listening to the exchange between his sons, wore a smile of contentment. For him, witnessing his sons joyfully converse and banter was one of his greatest desires. Since the establishment of this family, Whitebeard had longed to provide warmth and affection to each member, allowing them to truly grasp the essence of home. At that moment, seeing Ace so animatedly share his experiences, he knew that dream was gradually becoming a reality. For Whitebeard, nothing was more significant than having a united and harmonious family. Just then, a sudden loud bang resonated, as if the very earth were trembling. In an instant, countless beams of dazzling golden light erupted into the sky like bolts of lightning, illuminating the heavens. These columns of light were densely packed, reminiscent of a magnificent fireworks display, with a rough count revealing dozens of them, each radiating a breathtaking brilliance. The sudden spectacle left everyone in awe, their gazes lifted skyward, captivated by this extraordinary phenomenon. A mysterious yet solemn ambience enveloped the air, as if the entire world was shaken by this force. The members of the Whitebeard pirates, upon witnessing this sight, immediately grasped the significance of the moment. Excitement and astonishment painted their faces as they pointed at the golden light, their bodies trembling with anticipation. The golden glow was indeed a testament to the success of First Mate Ron's experiment. They couldn't be more fortunate. I can hardly wait to become a dual Devil Fruit user. Long live First Mate Ron. As Ron beheld the radiant golden light, an overwhelming realization washed over him. The experiment had succeeded, yet he could hardly fathom that this moment would arrive so abruptly. It seemed that everyone had arrived just in time. "Come, let us witness the fruits of our labor," Ron declared, excitement barely contained on his face. "Garara, my little ones, do thank Ron," boomed Whitebeard's robust voice as he strode confidently behind Ron, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. As the leader of the crew, he felt immense gratification at the success of this experiment, his heart brimming with boundless aspirations for the future. Upon hearing his words, the crew erupted with enthusiasm, each one rushing to express their gratitude to Ron, their voices sincere and fervent. They closely followed Ron, anxious not to miss a single detail, fearful that the devil fruits might slip from their grasp. The air was thick with a palpable tension, infused with hope, as everyone held their breath in anticipation of the impending surprise. Upon entering the laboratory, they beheld 30 pure, white devil fruits displayed upon the experiment table. These fruits emitted a soft glow, as if harboring boundless power within. It had truly succeeded. Marco wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye, nearly overwhelmed with emotion. His voice trembled with excitement and disbelief, for this signified that their efforts had not been in vain, finally heralding the dawn of hope. "Captain, there are 30 devil fruits here," Ron continued. "Based on previous enchanting experiences, these can be allocated as shares for 10 individuals." As this was conveyed, the crew nodded in agreement, their ears perked up in keen attention to Ron's subsequent words. They understood that this moment was pivotal for the entire team, and any decision made could profoundly influence their future. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, Ron slowly began. "Initially, we planned to prepare 7 shares of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit and 3 shares of the mythical phoenix form. However, the circumstances have changed, and we must reassess our strategy." As soon as these words were spoken, an atmosphere thick with tension and anticipation enveloped the air. Everyone understood that this was not merely a matter of choosing strength, but a significant decision regarding the future direction of their development. Whitebeard nodded slowly, signifying his agreement. "You are indeed correct. Akainu's abilities should not be underestimated. His devil fruit power is of utmost importance to us." After a moment of contemplation, he finally made his decision. "Let us allocate 3 shares of the ice-size fruit, 2 shares of the mythical Zoan phoenix form, and the remainder shall consist entirely of the shock fruit." As Whitebeard concluded his statement, the others present nodded in unanimous agreement, with no one daring to voice dissent, for Whitebeard's status and prestige within the team were indisputable. They all recognized that this distribution plan was the most rational and would maximize the utilization of their resources. Upon witnessing this, Marco's face broke into a satisfied smile. He stepped forward and remarked, "Currently, the individuals possessing the phoenix form include myself, Ace, and our father, totaling 3. With the addition of 2 more who are about to acquire this ability, we will have 5 individuals wielding this formidable power. Consequently, regardless of the circumstances we encounter on the battlefield, we will be able to respond swiftly and provide the necessary support. Anyone who sustains injuries can be promptly treated or protected, undoubtedly enhancing our combat effectiveness." Upon hearing this, the surrounding comrades displayed expressions of excitement. They understood that with such powerful devil fruit abilities at their disposal, they would navigate future battles with greater ease. Indeed, previously, with only Marco's phoenix form, we were somewhat constrained, but now this abundance is more than sufficient. One exclaimed, "Yes, we must bolster our combat strength. Father's shock fruit boasts unparalleled attack power. Even Kaido would be stunned by a single punch. 2 punches would leave him dazed." Laughter erupted, but Ron playfully chided, "Stop your banter and let's commence the enchantments." Other captains, ready to begin the enchantments, gathered around. "Let us start with the ice fruit," Ron declared, his voice tinged with excitement and anticipation. 3 portions of the white enchanted devil fruit were produced, a total of 9 fruits laid out before everyone, emitting a soft glow as if infused with mysterious power. The group breathed rapidly, their excitement palpable at the thought of soon becoming ice fruit users, their eyes fixated on the fruits, brimming with expectation and desire. "Who will be the first?" Ron surveyed the crowd, a mix of nervousness and eagerness palpable among them. his voice resonating through the air. The individuals exchanged glances, hesitant. They all recognized that should the first volunteer fail, it would be quite embarrassing. Each person silently hoped that someone else would step forward first, allowing them to observe from behind. Time seemed to stretch in that moment, an oppressive and tense atmosphere enveloping the air. Just then, a clear voice shattered the silence. "I will." All eyes instantaneously shifted towards the source of the sound. The speaker was a woman, none other than the sole female captain of the Whitebeard pirates, the Ice Witch, Wide-Eyed. Ron was well aware of her identity. He was all too familiar with this captain. Wide-Eyed possessed long, flowing hair reminiscent of a cascading waterfall, dark and lustrous, akin to the stars in the night sky. Her lips were full and alluring, with the corners of her mouth slightly curved upwards, radiating confidence and determination. She donned a stylish striped short shirt adorned with exquisite floral buttons, exuding both fashion and individuality, while a lace scarf around her neck added a playful touch. "Can we begin now, Vice Captain Ron?" Wide-Eyed gazed at Ron with sultry eyes, her adoration nearly spilling over. Handsome and formidable, he was undoubtedly her type. Ron was taken aback by her boldness. Indeed, in the world of pirates, over 90% of women were remarkably extroverted, particularly when it came to expressing their affection, being refreshingly forthright. Yes, he stammered, carefully retrieving a small glass vial containing Akiji's blood from his pocket. His movements were measured, wary of the slightest mistake. As the crowd held their breath in anticipation, Ron slowly dripped the Akiji blood onto 3 white enchanted devil fruits. Miraculously, as the blood met the surface of the pristine white fruits, a wondrous transformation began. The originally unblemished surface of the fruits rapidly changed, as if activated by some mysterious force, shifting to a profound and captivating blue. Furthermore, the blue patterns grew increasingly intricate and exquisite, resembling ancient runes, imbued with unknown power and allure. Although the entire process was brief, it was utterly astonishing, leaving everyone profoundly shocked. Despite having witnessed numerous strange phenomena, the sheer incredibility of this transformation left them in awe, with the air thick with an indescribable ambience of excitement and reverence. How marvelous! Every time I witness this scene, I feel an overwhelming urge to worship Vice Captain Ron. I feel the same. I envy you. When will it be our turn? The 3 ice blue frozen fruits lay quietly on the experimental table, and Wide-Eyed hoped her luck would not be unfavorable. With that, she stepped forward and carefully picked up one of the frozen fruits, gently biting into it. Her expression instantly soured. The taste of the devil fruit was indeed as repugnant as rumored. Wide-Eyed fought to swallow it down, meticulously experiencing the changes in her body under the expectant gazes of the crowd. However, after various transformations, her body showed no reaction. "Normal. Let's try another," Ron remarked, recognizing the failure as he casually handed her another fruit. Wide-Eyed had not anticipated her first attempt would fail, her heart filled with confusion and dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, she did not waver, resolutely consuming a second devil fruit. Little did she know, as soon as she swallowed it, her body would undergo a remarkable transformation. A mist of icy blue gradually emanated from her, as if a mysterious force surged forth from within her very being. This mist swiftly spread, enveloping all in its path. Flowers, grass, tables, and chairs alike were transformed into exquisite ice sculptures. A biting chill permeated the air, causing an involuntary shiver to run through those present. "This is bad. Retreat quickly," someone shouted in terror. Everyone hastily stepped back, just managing to steady themselves when, in an instant, the mist vanished as if it had never existed. Wide-Eyed stood there, somewhat embarrassed, a look of apology gracing her features. "I'm sorry, everyone. I got a bit too excited after my success and lost control," she explained, her voice tinged with guilt. The onlookers gazed in astonishment and curiosity at the scene before them, marveling at the sheer potency of the fruit's abilities. As the frost mist dissipated, Wide-Eye's exhilarated figure emerged. Without a second thought, she rushed forward and enveloped Ron in a hearty embrace, nearly suffocating him with her robust form. "Ahem, congratulations. What luck to succeed on the second try, she exclaimed. Ron struggled to extricate himself. After all, with so many witnesses, he felt rather shy about lingering in her embrace. Wadadibe stifled a giggle, finding Ron's bashfulness endearing. She leaned close to his ear and softly said, "Vice Captain, I shall come to express my gratitude tonight." Ron replied, "I consider you a brother, and yet you wish to seduce me. Ahem, who is next? I shall. Soon." As the devil fruits were consumed, the trio of ice fruits was swiftly completed. The outcome surprised Ron somewhat. Out of 9 enchanted devil fruits, they successfully created 6. Now, the Whitebeard pirates boasted 6 wielders of the ice devil fruit. It was unfathomable to consider the impact such power could have if it were spread across the seas. Next came the enchantment of the mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, the Phoenix. The process proceeded smoothly, yielding satisfactory results, though not as spectacular as the ice fruits. 3 individuals emerged as Phoenix fruit users. Following, that was the Tremor-Tremor Fruit, belonging to their captain. "I shall go first," Jozu exclaimed eagerly, springing forth from the crowd. He had long intended to enchant Whitebeard's Tremor Fruit, and now his wish was finally within reach. "Captain, I appreciate your cooperation." "Ah ha ha ha, such a trivial matter. Merely a drop of blood," Whitebeard responded as he stepped forward, extending his right index finger. He gently pierced his skin, allowing blood to seep from the wound, dripping onto each devil fruit. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the white devil fruits began to undergo rapid transformation. Strange patterns, as if alive, intertwined and twisted upon the surface of the fruits, sketching out mesmerizing wave-like designs. These patterns seemed imbued with some arcane power, instilling a sense of reverence within all who beheld them. Chapter 20. Jozu. The diamond tremor is the strongest and hardest. Even more astonishingly, the color of the devil fruit's exterior began to change. The once pristine white fruit gradually transformed into a hue reminiscent of earthy yellow stones, as if it were undergoing a metamorphosis, becoming increasingly powerful and enigmatic. This was Ron's first glimpse of the true appearance of the tremor fruit. He had never imagined that this fruit, which possessed the capability to obliterate worlds, could appear so ordinary. Yet, it was precisely within this simplicity that the devastating power of the devil fruit resided, rendering it the coveted treasure of pirates. "Ha ha! Then I, Jaws, shall indulge without restraint." With that, he seized the first tremor fruit from the table and, without a moment's hesitation, swallowed it whole without chewing. Jaws was undeniably audacious. To consume it raw. Could this perhaps spare him from the fruit's repugnant flavor? It was uncertain, but judging by Jaws' exhilarated expression, it seemed likely. "I shall eat it this way from now on. So shall I." The other captains and the onlooking pirates were utterly astonished, keenly awaiting Jaws' transformation. It seemed there was no change at all. Jaws sheepishly scratched his head, feeling a sense of embarrassment for having let everyone down. "It's normal. Who succeeds on their first attempt? Let us try again," Ace reassured him. "All right, this time I shall succeed." With renewed determination, Jaws picked up the second tremor fruit and, in full view of the crowd, meticulously chewed it bite by bite, ultimately consuming it expressionlessly. Ron felt a shiver run down his spine, questioning whether this devil fruit was perhaps a counterfeit. Was there truly someone who could consume a devil fruit without a single change in expression? Moreover, he chewed it slowly and swallowed it piece by piece. This was beyond audacity. Not only Ron, but the other members of the pirate crew were equally taken aback by Jaws' consumption, their jaws agape, as if they might drop to the ground. I would proclaim Jaws as the strongest. So would I. By the way, does Jaws lack taste buds? How could he possibly have no reaction at all? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Jaws was filled with anxiety, nearly on the verge of tears. He attentively sensed every change within his body, but felt nothing at all. This was impossible. How could his luck be so poor? No reaction whatsoever. Could it be that this was a false tremor fruit? He refused to believe it. Before anyone could dissuade him, he boldly seized the final tremor fruit and thrust it into his mouth, biting down fiercely twice, disregarding whether it was chewed or not, and swallowed whole. In mere moments, a look of elation suddenly brightened Jaws' face, and he became overwhelmingly ecstatic. I did it. I can feel it. I have succeeded. Slowly, he extended his right hand, palm facing upwards. As he moved, a transparent, spherical force field gradually coalesced in his hand, emanating a soft and mysterious glow, as if it contained boundless energy. Then, with a sudden grip of his right hand, a chilling cacophony echoed through the air, a series of crackling sounds that were as sharp and piercing as glass being scraped by a hard object, sending a shiver down the spine of all who heard it. As the grip of jaws tightened with increasing speed, the cracking sounds grew denser and louder, almost merging into a singular resonance. Simultaneously, a multitude of fine yet distinctly visible fissures began to radiate outward from the epicenter of the transparent force field, expanding at an astonishing pace. Wherever they spread, the air seemed to be torn apart, distorting the entire space and evoking a sensation of imminent shattering. A sly smile crept across Jaw's lips, his eyes glinting with confidence and defiance. Before he could finish his thought, he swung his right arm with great force, unleashing the tremendous power he had gathered in a singular punch. This strike not only bore immense impact, but also possessed a force capable of shaking the very heavens and earth. In an instant, the surrounding space quivered as the air erupted into a cacophony of intensified cracking sounds, an audible manifestation of the atmosphere's inability to withstand such overwhelming pressure. In that fleeting moment, a nearby tranquil hill suddenly faced an unprecedented assault, swaying violently as if struck by a cataclysm. Then came an earth-shattering boom, as the entire hill burst apart, countless stones scattering in a breathtaking and awe-inspiring display. At that instant, onlookers were left in utter astonishment, unable to fathom that Jaws harbored such cataclysmic power. Witnessing the scene, a flicker of surprise and exhilaration danced in Jaws' eyes. He had not anticipated that a mere punch could incite such devastation. The air still seemed to resonate with the aftermath of his strike, creating an atmosphere of oppressive tension. Once more, Jaws bellowed, his voice imbued with a challenge. With his hands, he reached into the void as if grasping an intangible force, causing the air to contort. He then yanked downward with ferocity, as though attempting to rip the very sky from its place. Following his motion, cracks appeared in the air, swiftly extending outward until they converged upon the distant hill. In that moment, it appeared as though an invisible hand clenched the hill tightly and forcefully pressed it into the ground. With a thunderous roar, the entire peak collapsed, dust billowing and debris flying, transforming the once lush hill into a desolate ruin. The scene fell into a profound silence, all present rendered speechless by the spectacle, as the only sound breaking the stillness was the collective intake of breath. This is utterly terrifying. One punch to flatten a mountain. The Tremor-Tremor Fruit truly deserved its reputation as the mightiest of all devil fruits. Indeed, let's not forget that in his youth, Ja's father was hailed as a man with the power to annihilate worlds. His father's abilities, without a doubt, were the strongest. Yet, one must also acknowledge that the Tremor-Tremor Fruit imposes considerable strain on Ja's body. Whitebeard spoke in his deep, resonant voice, patting Jozu on the shoulder as he continued to elucidate. Whenever you harness the powers of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit, despite its capacity for immense destruction, your body simultaneously endures an equivalent reaction force. This force operates in both directions. It not only releases energy outward, but also impacts the user internally. My own frail state is a testament to the accumulated injuries from years of combat. Those seemingly insignificant wounds, over time, coalesce into substantial, inescapable issues. Chapter 21. The Replication Technique of Devil Fruits. Martial Arts Rewards. At this juncture, Whitebeard paused, seemingly reminiscing about his past battles. He then turned his gaze back to Jozu, his tone resolute. However, you have nothing to worry about. The Glint fruit endows you with unparalleled physical resilience, rivaling the hardness of diamond. In this context, the reaction forces from the Tremor-Tremor Fruit are virtually negligible. Your constitution is sufficiently robust to adeptly confront all challenges. Upon hearing his father's commendation, Jozu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Ha ha! Thank you, old man. Beside them, The swordsman Vista, captivated by the Tremor-Tremor Fruit's destructive prowess, exclaimed, "It's my turn, it's my turn." The atmosphere was electric, yet there was no sense of competition. The reason was simple. Everyone had their share. Next came the singular enchantment process. After a prolonged wait, all the enchanted devil fruits were successfully completed, culminating in 8 individuals acquiring the powers of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit. This outcome was neither exceptional nor dismal. However, it exceeded the anticipated 7 shares by 1, thus proving to be quite favorable. Each individual contained their excitement. They could not afford to indulge in frivolity, for with their current abilities, Ron's experimental base would be obliterated in no time. Gather round, little ones, find a quiet place to acclimate to your powers, so Ron can rest properly, Whitebeard instructed. The group once again expressed their gratitude to Ron, some kneeling in sincere appreciation. Without Ron's intervention, they might have languished as mere foot soldiers, never attaining a devil fruit, let alone a top-tier one like Whitebeard's. Thus, Ron's contribution was akin to a rebirth for them, and this act of kneeling was entirely warranted. Marco approached playfully, draping an arm around Ace's shoulder. Raising his right hand, he lightly clenched his fist, a circular force field enveloping it as he suggested, "Ace, why not give it a try?" "Oomph." Marco, while the old man's Tremor-Tremor Fruit boasts formidable offensive capabilities. "My Flame Fruit is no slouch either. Are you certain you wish to compete with me?" Ace replied, slightly defiant, glancing at Marco. During the enchantment ceremony, Whitebeard had proposed that Ace experiment with the powers of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit, but Ace had promptly declined. For him, the rationale behind such a decision was both simple and profound. The Flame Fruit was not merely an ordinary devil fruit. It was a steadfast companion that had endured countless trials and tribulations alongside him. Since embarking on the maritime journey, whether confronting formidable foes or navigating perilous situations, it has been through the power of flames that he has transformed adversity into triumph. In moments of crisis, the searing and fervent blaze has repeatedly aided him in breaking through encirclements and vanquishing opponents. It is fair to say that without the extraordinary abilities bestowed by the Flame Fruit, the individual standing here today would not exist. Thus, in Ace's heart, this sentiment has transcended mere reliance, evolving into an inseparable bond of the soul. Moreover, as a fighter renowned for his offensive prowess, Ace is acutely aware that his combat style is nearly entirely predicated on his mastery of flame manipulation. To recklessly substitute this with another type of devil fruit ability would not only necessitate a complete adaptation to a new mode of combat, but could also result in the loss of the advantages he currently wields with ease. With this in mind, Ace's resolve to retain the Flame Fruit has only strengthened. For these reasons, while others actively engaged in the enchantment activities of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit, he chose to stand aside, his heart unwavering. "Rest assured, you have my phoenix form. You certainly won't perish at my hands," Marco jested. Ace, feeling challenged, swatted away Marco's hand resting on his shoulder. "Let us compete. My Flame Fruit will make you suffer." "Ha! I await your challenge." As soon as it appeared that the two were about to clash, others became intrigued and gathered to witness, perhaps hoping to glean a technique or two from the spectacle. Once everyone had departed, Ron returned inside, quietly taking a seat in a recliner. He closed his eyes, and a system panel materialized in his mind. "Congratulations, host, mission completed. Rewards as follows. 1 new technology unlocked, Devil Fruit Replication Technology. 2 martial technique, sky-slicing swordsmanship. 3 armament hockey automatic cultivation." This time, the system surely incurred a substantial cost. Ron's eyes sparkled with barely contained excitement as he beheld these rewards. Warm currents surged through his body, gradually flowing through his limbs and bones, filling him with an invigorating sense of power, as if martial skills and hockey were at his fingertips. However, he restrained his exhilaration, deciding to study the rewards first. Moments later, Ron opened his eyes, astonished, and exhaled deeply, exclaiming, "This new technology is incredible. The Devil Fruit Replication Technology can perfectly duplicate the abilities of the original user. And that supposed flaw is hardly a flaw at all. Replacing one's original capabilities, how can that be deemed a drawback?" If the original fruit is subpar, replicating it would be a meteoric rise. Ron's gaze shifted once more to the sky-slicing swordsmanship, the newly acquired martial technique, and he noted its description was rather succinct. Can slice the heavens, shatter galaxies. Based on his experience, the most formidable martial techniques often possess the simplest descriptions. Slowly, Ron raised his right hand, fingers together, and with a delicate motion, traced an invisible trajectory in the air. At that very moment, an indescribable force began to surge within him. As he concentrated his thoughts, this power gradually coalesced into form, ultimately manifesting as a phantom yet remarkably sharp blade of energy. Although this sword-like aura appeared transparent, it emanated a fierce presence that involuntarily sent a chill down one's spine. It not only harbored formidable offensive capabilities, but also bore a chilling intent to kill. As if with a mere flick, it could sever all obstacles in its path. As time passed, this sword composed purely of energy became increasingly distinct, evolving from its initial vague state into a clearly defined silhouette, resembling a true sword suspended in the air. Concurrently, its potency intensified, with each breath amplifying the power contained within. However, such strength came at a cost. Sustaining a sword of such highly concentrated energy demanded a considerable expenditure of physical and mental stamina. As the sword's presence lingered, Ron could distinctly feel the energy within him rapidly depleting, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. He understood that if he could not swiftly deal with the enemy before him, he would soon face an unprecedented state of weakness. Thus, it was essential to exercise utmost caution when employing this technique, ensuring he could maximize its effectiveness to vanquish his opponent while safeguarding his own safety. Another life-preserving card had been added to his hand. Chapter 22. The Dead Are Paramount. Ron grinned, feeling a sense of reassurance within. After all, in the predatory world of pirates, the more means of survival one possessed, the better. He then turned his attention to the new task. Completing the replication of the Devil Fruit 100 times would unlock the next technology. Ron pondered this task carefully and concluded that it posed little difficulty, for replicating the Devil Fruit was not as arduous as enchanting. The success rate was 100%, merely replacing the original ability. Thus, with sufficient funds and resources, he could swiftly complete the task and subsequently unlock the next technology, with the Whitebeard pirate strength significantly bolstered. Acquiring some funds should pose no challenge. Meanwhile, Blackbeard stood on the shore of a secluded island near Gaia Island, his brow furrowed, his gaze firmly fixed on the distant direction of Gaia Island, remaining silent. His heart brimmed with confusion and unease, as if an invisible pressure were gradually encroaching upon him. "What on earth are those fellows up to?" he muttered, his voice tinged with a mixture of anger and bewilderment. Since a few days prior, he had noticed strange golden lights appearing one after another on Gaia Island. These beams fluctuated in intensity, seemingly concealing some unspeakable secret. Initially, driven by curiosity, he intended to seek an opportunity to infiltrate Gaia Island and uncover the truth of what was transpiring there. However, the situation today left him even more astonished. From the direction of Gaia Island, dozens of golden lights ascended into the sky, dazzling and resplendent like a meteor shower against the night. These golden beams were not only numerous, but also astonishingly powerful, nearly painting the entire sky in a golden hue. The breathtaking spectacle compelled Blackbeard to draw in a sharp breath. What troubled him further was the incessant sound of tremors and rending noises emanating from the direction of Gaia Island. This sound was all too familiar to him, reminiscent of the noise produced when Whitebeard unleashed his formidable powers. Each time Whitebeard exerted himself to the fullest, it was accompanied by that deafening roar. Now, however, this sound was continuously resonating from Gaia Island, as if Whitebeard were engaged in a fierce battle with someone. What could be happening? The questions swirling in Teach's mind grew heavier. He could not fathom why there were so many bizarre golden lights on Gaia Island, nor why such intense vibrations were occurring. Was Whitebeard facing a formidable adversary, or had some unknown calamity befallen Gaia Island? Regardless, all of this was beyond Teach's expectations. He realized that he must ascertain the truth of the matter swiftly, ensuring he did not plunge himself in a greater peril. This predicament forced him to shelve his original covert plan, opting instead for a more measured approach. After all, nothing was more precious than his own life. As dusk settled, the moon hung high and the stars were few, with only the occasional sound of waves and distant ship lights breaking the silence of the sea. After a long day, Ron intended to wash up and retire for the night. He had reaped significant rewards that day, and it was time for a restful slumber. As he removed his heavy coat and changed into comfortable sleepwear, he was suddenly startled by the sound of the door being gently pushed open. Wide-eyed, dressed in her night attire, appeared silently at the doorway, catching Ron off guard. Wide-eyed, Ron stared at her in astonishment, an inexplicable feeling surging within him. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that what she had said during the day was indeed true? Had she come to express her gratitude late at night? Captain, I am unable to repay the favor of the fruit you bestowed. I can only offer myself in return. Wide-Eye's voice was tender, yet resolute, her eyes brimming with gratitude and affection. She slowly approached Ron, each step imbued with an irresistible allure. Ron felt his heart race, yet he attempted to maintain his composure. That's not necessary. Your sentiment is enough. But before he could finish his words, darkness enveloped him as a fragrant breeze swept him into her embrace. Wide-Eye held him tightly, as if wishing to convey all her warmth to him. If the first mate refuses, it may anger her. Wide-Eye lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, her tone laced with a hint of grievance and playfulness. Her cheek rested against Ron's chest, attuned to the rhythm of his heartbeat, as if the entire world had paused in that moment. Taking a deep breath, Ron felt the softness and warmth of the woman in his arms, and the defenses around his heart began to wane. He understood that this night was destined to be extraordinary. Ron thought to himself, with my current strength, I am no match for someone of the captain's caliber. Thus, since I cannot resist, I must silently endure. The night passed in silence. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the windows of the quarters, illuminating the spacious area within. All members of the Whitebeard pirates gathered together, each face adorned with expressions of confidence and joy. After an entire night of rigorous practice, they had not only become more adept at harnessing their devil fruit abilities, but had also mastered several new techniques. Particularly, the power of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit had been thoroughly dissected by a few captains. This formidable force, already awe-inspiring, became even more versatile and unpredictable in the hands of these seasoned warriors. Whenever someone unleashed the Tremor-Tremor Fruit, the entire venue would tremble, as if the very air itself were being torn asunder. The reason for their rapid mastery of these skills was quite simple. They spent every day in close proximity to their father, Whitebeard. Even those who initially appeared somewhat slow-witted or dull could gradually learn in such an environment. Moreover, the captains were far from foolish. Father, there are still many brothers who have yet to be enchanted. Shouldn't we seize this opportunity to amass some wealth? One suggested, let us take down that Kaido fellow first. I've been itching to confront him for ages. What else with his claim of being the strongest creature in the world? Nonsense. If it weren't for Father's previous health issues, he would have already been sent to his demise. And that Odin character, what a fool. It's utterly ridiculous how strong he was yet met such a pitiful end. The group continued to vent their frustrations, particularly lamenting Odin's tragic fate, which was infuriating given his immense strength. However, they refrained from excessive criticism out of respect, for Odin had once been one of their own, a brother of the crew. Previously, they had held their tongues due to Whitebeard's health concerns, but now things were different. Father had risen. He was restored, back at the pinnacle. It was high time to settle some old scores. As Ron listened silently, he couldn't help but agree with their sentiments. Even they recognized Odin's lamentable fate, a stark contrast to the rugged demeanor expected of the Whitebeard pirates. Chapter 23. The celestial dragons are the wealthiest. We must act against them. With such thoughts swirling, Whitebeard, seated above, gradually spoke. His voice resonated like the deep rumble of thunder, echoing throughout the room, compelling all to hold their breath. Listen, lads, Whitebeard declared, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. I have not forgotten these matters, especially concerning Odin and Kaido. We must bring this to a conclusion. His words struck the air with palpable weight, each syllable akin to a heavy stone crashing to the ground, instilling a sense of irresistible power. His gaze was cold and resolute, as if he had pierced through the veil of reality, grasping the intricacies of life, death, and the outcomes of future battles. But not now, Whitebeard continued, his tone softening slightly, yet still brimming with strength and determination. Kaido has established himself in Wano for many years, commanding the Beast Pirates, enjoying a period of unmatched glory. Although our strength has surged, we still appear to be at a disadvantage overall. At this juncture, Whitebeard paused momentarily, his gaze sweeping over each individual present, seemingly in search of the determination and courage reflected in their eyes. A faint smile graced his lips, embodying both resignation to the current state of affairs and an unwavering confidence in the future. "But do not fret," he reiterated, his voice imbued with comfort and encouragement. "As long as we have the funds and Ron by our side, we shall swiftly grow stronger. When we confront Kaido, we must utterly crush the Beast Pirates. Only then can we ensure that Kaido's remnants do not rise again." His words flowed like a warm current, instantly warming the hearts of all present. Each person felt the trust and support emanating from their father figure, further solidifying their resolve that no matter the obstacles ahead, following their father, they could surmount any challenge. And now, with Ron among them, the Whitebeard pirates were destined for invincibility. Whitebeard slowly articulated his innermost thoughts, his profound gaze inadvertently resting upon Ron, indicating he had something to convey. "Ron, the strength of our crew has surged, and it is all entrusted to you. Would you care to say a few words?" Although Whitebeard's voice was deep, it brimmed with anticipation and faith. Ace immediately chimed in, "Yes, yes. Brother Ron, please share your thoughts." His tone was filled with fervent support, his eyes revealing admiration for Ron. Apart from their father, only Ron could earn such heartfelt devotion from him. Marco also applauded in welcome, smiling warmly, "Vice Captain Ron, do come forth." His smile was both genuine and inviting. Jozu, with a hearty slap on his chest, pledged, "Vice Captain, whatever you ask of me, I shall do." His rugged demeanor exuded a sense of reliability that inspired confidence. Meanwhile, Waydibe gazed at Ron tenderly, her beautiful eyes brimming with admiration, as if to proclaim, "This is my man, the mightiest in the world." Her gaze was filled with love and pride, seemingly declaring to all that Ron was the most formidable presence in her heart. "Since that is the case, I shall share a few words," Ron said, unable to decline the warm invitation, and stood up. His gaze traversed the room slowly, as if ensuring that each person was attentively listening. After taking a deep breath, he began, "What we lack most at present is funding, and in this world, who possesses the greatest wealth?" Before anyone could respond, Ron provided the answer himself. "It is the celestial dragons." At this point, Ron's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of barely concealed coldness flickering within them. He continued, "The celestial dragons, those who arrogantly deem themselves gods, control nearly all the wealth in this world. They live lives of unimaginable luxury, yet have never shown an ounce of compassion for the common people. Seizing from them is far more expedient than attempting to rob Kaido, and considerably easier as well." Ron's voice resonated with unwavering resolve, particularly regarding the celestial gold. Those allied nations were obligated to pay tribute to the celestial dragons each year. This wealth was, in essence, ill-gotten gains extorted from the citizens of various nations, now squandered by the celestial dragons in their extravagant lifestyles. If we could seize this ill-gotten wealth, not only would we rid the world of menace, but we would also perfectly fill the void in our finances. Ron paused momentarily, surveying the faces of everyone present. Upon finishing his statement, an ephemeral silence enveloped the room, the air thick with a palpable tension interwoven with hope, as though a tempest were on the horizon. All the captains of the various teams gazed at Ron in bewilderment. Could this truly be their vice captain? He bore the appearance of a pretty boy, yet he spoke of confronting the most formidable individuals in the world. Indeed, he is worthy of the title of vice captain, daring to challenge the celestial dragons. One captain murmured, a flicker of admiration and incredulity crossing his eyes. "Huh, What the celestial dragons, but a bunch of pampered swine. Let us take them down. Another captain roared in laughter, his tone brimming with disdain and provocation. Is there money to be made from slaughtering pigs? We must act. Not only must we act, but we must aim for something monumental. Precisely. I shall dispatch someone to gather intelligence on the celestial dragons, and any news will be relayed immediately. Ron nodded slightly, mentally commending the individual for his perceptiveness. Should the opportunity arise, he might reward him with a devil fruit. Marco also turned to Ron, chuckling lightly. We shall receive news shortly. The celestial dragons, those arrogant fools, never conceal their whereabouts, always making a grand spectacle wherever they go. His tone dripped with sarcasm, as if he had long grown accustomed to the celestial dragon's haughty demeanor. I encountered those individuals on the seas once before. Ace seemed to reminisce, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Wearing glass domes in broad daylight, it was as if they sought to isolate themselves from the world. His words were laden with contempt for the celestial dragon's lofty attitude. Jozu clenched his fists tightly, cursing, "They are nothing but refuse. My homeland was destroyed by their hands. One day, I shall eradicate them." His voice was low and seething with anger, each word emerging from between clenched teeth, revealing his profound hatred for the celestial dragons. Gulalala, young ones, opportunities will arise. I believe that day is not far off. Whitebeard spoke solemnly. Ron echoed him. Indeed, I have another piece of good news to announce. Upon hearing this, the group widened their eyes in astonishment, expressions filled with delight. The vice captain's announcements were always extraordinary, potentially a monumental surprise. Ace, Marco, Jozu, and the other captains sprang to their feet, excitement radiating from them, their eyes as wide as saucers. Ron, what is this surprise this time? Chapter 24. Has the vice captain developed new techniques? Gulalala. Ron, have you perhaps discovered a devil fruit with a 100% success rate? Whitebeard jested, though even he found the notion implausible. If such a fruit truly existed, he would turn around and confront Kaido. The Azure Dragon fruit was no trifling matter. His sons deserved to possess it. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, the others' eyes gleamed with fervor, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves fixated on Ron, their thirsting gazes seemingly pleading. Ron, please say it's true. Ron, please say it's true. Ha 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 ha. Ron was amused by the expressions of the group, and without further ado, he directly stated, "It's almost there. The new technology is called Devil Fruit Replication, and indeed, the success rate is 100%. His gentle words floated in the air, yet they struck the minds of the listeners like thunderclaps. Each word and syllable resonated like a heavy hammer against their hearts, plunging them into a state of shock and disbelief, each staring at Ron as if they had seen a ghost, their eyes filled with incredulity and fear. Momentarily forgetting to breathe, nearly suffocating, an indescribable sense of oppression hung in the air, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Whitebeard was equally taken aback. His once keen, hawk-like eyes widened in astonishment, nearly popping from their sockets. The liquor he had just consumed choked him, causing him to splutter half of it out, and he coughed violently, almost reverting to his pre-enchantment state. His cheeks flushed a deep crimson from the coughing fit, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead, rendering him a picture of disarray. "Ron, are you truly speaking the truth?" Whitebeard inquired, and upon Ron's confirming nod, his heart finally settled. "Glory be. You are indeed the lucky star of the Whitebeard pirates. This era is destined to be ours. No, more accurately, it is Ron's era." The others, witnessing this, were completely convinced. The magnitude of the news was overwhelming, and after a moment of stunned silence, they erupted into joyous exclamations. Heavens! If the success rate is indeed 100%, then enchanting a single devil fruit would only require 100,000 berries. Hey, brother, that's not enchanting. It's the Devil Fruit Replication Technique. The name suggests a distinction between the two. Regardless of the technique, it is indeed astonishing. Ron, first mate, I volunteer to be your first test subject. Please experiment on me vigorously. Get lost. I can hear your scheming from across the red line. Ha ha. Now we can all wield Father's abilities. This is incredible. The group was so exhilarated they seemed ready to leap with joy, their spirits ignited like fireworks, soaring to their zenith. However, just as this fervor threatened to spiral out of control, Ron gently raised his hand, as if possessing magical powers, swiftly restoring tranquility to the space. His simple, yet powerful gesture commanded the attention of everyone present, compelling them to focus intently on his every word. The Devil Fruit Replication technique is fundamentally distinct from enchanting. The success rate is known, and the differences are clear. Enchanting can bestow additional abilities upon a user, whereas the Devil Fruit Replication technique duplicates the powers of the user and bestows them upon others. Those who consume the replicated Devil Fruit will lose their original abilities, replaced by those of the replicated fruit. Ron scratched his head, realizing his explanation was somewhat convoluted. In simpler terms, consuming the replicated Devil Fruit will result in your original abilities being supplanted by those of the fruit itself. He then added, of course, if you possess no abilities to begin with, you will gain the powers of the replicated Devil Fruit. Ace listened with a slight furrow of his brow, unable to suppress his curiosity. Brother Ron, what about the abilities gained from the Devil Fruits? Will they also be replaced? No, Ron assured him. The replication of a Devil Fruit will only supplant the abilities of the user themselves. Take your Flame Fruit in its mythical phoenix form as an example. If you were to consume the captain's Tremor-Tremor Fruit, your Flame Fruit would be replaced, ultimately transforming into the Tremor-Tremor Fruit in its mythical phoenix form. Ace nodded in understanding, his doubts dissipating. Marco gently approached, amiably patting Ace on the shoulder. With a light-hearted tone, he encouraged Ace, stop hesitating. You should quickly replace that Flame Fruit. Just think, if you were to acquire a fruit whose abilities better suit you, perhaps next time you would emerge victorious. Upon hearing this, a stubborn expression crossed Ace's face as he huffed, "Humph. I merely lost one match yesterday. Due to my carelessness, I won't lose again." His tone brimmed with defiance, clearly still brooding over his previous defeat. All right, we will find another time," Marco replied, sensing Ace's resolve and opting not to press further. He understood Ace's character. Once he made a decision, it was difficult to sway him. Observing Ace's unwavering determination, Marco internally sighed. After all, the Flame Fruit had been Ace's companion for a long time, and the thought of replacing it was indeed a bittersweet one. Such emotional reliance and habituation are not easily severed. However, recalling the events of the previous battle ignited a thrill within Marco. The capabilities of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit were astonishing, shattering Ace's fire punches into fragments, dissipating in the air before they could even approach the opponent. The sheer disparity in strength left Marco in awe. Ron, observing the two, was aware of the conversation that transpired between them. The outcome of the previous day's battle was clear. Ace had undoubtedly lost. What concerned Ron was whether Ace could truly replace the Flame Fruit with the Tremor-Tremor Fruit or another. Nonetheless, the immediate priority was to amass wealth. With Ace acquiring the Phoenix form, survival would not be an issue, and any further changes could be addressed later. Well, I have nothing more to say. I wish everyone continued growth and strength. Ha ha! Thank you, Vice Captain Ron. Long live Ron. Long live the Vice Captain. Finally, 2.5 days later, a piece of news reverberated across Gaia Island like thunder. There is news from the heavens. This unexpected information sent a wave of excitement and tension throughout the island. Father, this time I absolutely must take the lead, Jozu declared emphatically, his voice filled with determination and yearning. Previously, I was always the shield, devoid of any sense of involvement. This time, I shall make the celestial dragons taste their own medicine. His tone was laced with anger and dissatisfaction, clearly reflecting his discontent with past experiences. Above, Whitebeard, seated on his throne, was amused by Jaw's words, chuckling heartily. Do as you wish, but remember to be swift in your actions. His voice was deep and powerful, exuding an undeniable authority. Should the celestial dragons encounter any unforeseen circumstances, the Marines would promptly dispatch an admiral for support. Although we are not intimidated by their threats, our base cannot withstand bombardment. Whitebeard continued, a hint of concern lacing his tone, particularly regarding Ron's experimental base, one of the island's most precious resources. Any damage inflicted during the battle would be an unacceptable loss for the entire team. If you dare to let him suffer even the slightest harm, I will not spare you, Whitebeard warned, his gaze piercing as it swept over each individual present, ensuring that the gravity of his words was understood. Jaw's lips twitched slightly as he patted his chest with determination, as if to solidify his vow. Rest assured, old man, he asserted, his tone resolute and confident. Even if I were to be blasted, I would never allow Ron's base to come under threat. Ron, standing nearby, observed the scene with a sense of incredulity. While he held no doubts about Jaw's capabilities, being referred to as brother felt somewhat awkward, especially since Jaws appeared to be slightly older than him. Thus, he attempted to correct him, saying, Jaws, just call me Ron. However, Jaws shook his head, a serious expression adorning his face. No, he replied. Previously, I lost a bet, and having received so much help and support from you, you deserve this title. Seeing that Ron seemed poised to argue further, Jaws interrupted him, his tone resolute. Let us not discuss this anymore. I have made my decision. After a moment of silence, Ron finally nodded. All right, he conceded, since you've decided. So be it. Marco then stood up, his demeanor relaxed. If there is nothing else, let us set off. His voice carried a subtle hint of anticipation, clearly brimming with confidence regarding the impending mission. Wait. Ron quickly grabbed his small bag, determination etched across his face. I'm going too. Although his voice was soft, it was imbued with unwavering resolve, indicating he was thoroughly prepared. Marco looked at Ron, surprised, clearly not expecting such a request. The others exchanged concerned glances, some unable to restrain themselves. Is Ron going too? That's far too dangerous. They were all aware of the risks involved in this operation, worried for Ron's safety. Ron, you lack combat skills. What are you thinking? If something goes wrong. Another interjected, his tone heavy with worry. After all, they viewed Ron as someone not particularly adept in battle, and facing the unknown dangers inevitably sparked concern. However, Ron waved his hand with a confident smile, assuring everyone, rest assured, with all of you here, what misfortune could befall me? He added, and I am not without strength. As he spoke these words, a resolute glimmer shone in his eyes, as if proclaiming to all that he was no longer the frail being of the past. Indeed, in recent days, Ron had undergone a remarkable transformation. Through rigorous self-training, his physique had been significantly enhanced, surpassing that of the average pirate. More importantly, his mastery of the sword technique, the sky-splitting sword art, had also intensified in power alongside his physical enhancements. Now, when confronted by ordinary pirates, he was fully capable of self-defense. Even when facing opponents of admiral caliber, the support of his comrades bolstered his confidence. I primarily wish to behold the sights beyond these confines, Ron continued. Having been cooped up here for months, I feel as if I might suffocate. His words conveyed a yearning for freedom, allowing those present to sense his deep longing for the outside world. Upon hearing this, everyone finally grasped Ron's intentions. Despite lingering concerns, they were moved by his determination. Ultimately, they nodded in agreement, consenting to allow Ron to accompany them. Fear not, I shall be by Ron's side to ensure his protection. A fragrant breeze wafted through the air as Wide-Eye appeared, having silently positioned herself beside Ron. Her unexpected arrival astonished everyone and instilled a quiet awe, suggesting that her prowess had reached new heights. In light of this development, although others harbored doubts, they refrained from voicing them. After all, during such a pivotal moment, any unnecessary debate could jeopardize the morale and efficiency of the team. Thus, they turned their gazes toward Whitebeard, hoping that their father would render the final decision. Marco, Ace. Josu, Whitebeard's voice resonated, deep and powerful. You three are responsible for safeguarding young Ron. Should any misfortune befall him, do not expect to return. Yes, father. The three responded in unison, their tones brimming with determination and resolve. Rest assured, father, we will do everything in our power to ensure his safety, Ace added. Even if I were to face calamity, I will not allow Ron to come to harm, Josu declared, underscoring his regard for Ron. Upon hearing their assurances, Ron smiled faintly, attempting to lighten the tense atmosphere with a casual tone. Come now, it's not as if misfortune is easily encountered. We should make quick work of this. Very well. Let's embark. On a distant island, this once prosperous little nation, blessed with exceptional environmental conditions and fertile soil, thrived with advanced agriculture and livestock farming. Vast fields teemed with herds of cattle and sheep, while various edible livestock roamed freely. However, now all of this beauty lay ravaged by the onslaught of cannon fire. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, and the previously tranquil countryside had been reduced to a desolate wasteland. Wounded souls wandered amidst the ruins, their cries echoing in despair, as the walls crumbled under the relentless bombardment, and charred remnants of buildings bore witness to the endless suffering wrought by war. Chapter 26. Is this the Whitebeard Pirates? We are truly out of money. We are utterly destitute. A ragged elder knelt upon the ground, trembling hands cradling an empty purse, his voice steeped in despair and helplessness. His gaze was hollow and lost, as if all hope for life had been extinguished. All the wealth and stored provisions of this land have been taken from us. Another villager shouted in fury, his voice laden with profound resentment and bitterness. The hard-earned riches they had painstakingly accumulated had been ruthlessly plundered, leaving only endless poverty and hunger in their wake. Please, spare my daughter, I implore you. I will bow before you. A mother knelt, tears blurring her vision, tightly clutching her daughter, fearful of losing her at any moment. Her voice quivered with desperation and maternal love, each word imbued with a sense of profound helplessness. Bang! Bang! I beseech you, I beg you. Before she could utter another word, the deafening sound of a gunshot rang out, like thunder on a clear day. Immediately following was a sharp, scornful voice filled with anger and disdain. You wretched peasants dare to defy the celestial dragons. You all deserve to die. A corpulent celestial dragon, adorned with a glass helmet, sneered as he drew a golden pistol from his waist. The weapon was encrusted with an array of gemstones, shimmering with opulence, a testament to his wealth and status. His eyes radiated an unfathomable arrogance and cruelty, as if the kneeling populace before him were naught but insignificant insects. The faces of the citizens were etched with fear, their eyes brimming with despair and helplessness. Some clutched their children tightly, attempting to shield them from the impending peril. Others clasped their hands in prayer, softly beseeching for a miracle. Yet, in the eyes of the celestial dragon, such expressions were merely a source of twisted delight. With a chilling laugh, he raised his pistol, aiming it at the crowd before him. The air was thick with tension, every breath held in anticipation of fate's decree. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The world was reduced to the cold muzzle of the gun and the lives poised to be snuffed out. Lord Gus, shall I dispose of them all? A subordinate clad in a white suit respectfully inquired. His voice bore no hint of emotional fluctuation, clearly desensitized to the scene before him. Not yet, Gus replied slowly, his tone imbued with a disquieting calm and cruelty. I wish to savor these people's fear and despair. Such exquisite emotions would be too precious to waste on mere execution. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately settling upon a mother weeping as she held her child. The helplessness reflected in her eyes seemed to pierce his heart, yet this pain exhilarated him like never before. Degusant toyed with a golden pistol in his hand, the dark muzzle occasionally aimed at the terrified women and then shifting towards the innocent children. Each time the barrel pointed in a direction, piercing screams echoed through the air, a symphony of terror that delighted him. He reveled in the sensation of absolute power, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. However, after a bout of maniacal laughter, Degusant soon found himself growing weary. How dull! Let us just eliminate this rabble, he coldly declared, regarding the lives before him as insignificant as mere ants. Yes, esteemed Lord Degusant, his subordinate promptly replied, turning to issue commands to his men. A heavy stench of blood filled the air, transforming the scene into one of brutal carnage. Yet for Degusant, this was simply another monotonous day in his existence. The man in the white suit advanced step by step, his gait steady and merciless, each stride seemingly crushing the hearts of the terrified populace beneath him. His followers trailed closely behind, their faces adorned with cruel grins, their eyes brimming with a thirst for the impending slaughter. An oppressive tension enveloped the atmosphere, as everyone understood that relentless death awaited them. Ignorant insects, the man in the white suit scoffed. To perish at the hands of the illustrious celestial dragons is the greatest honor of your lives. His words dripped with arrogance and disdain, as if the lives of these commoners held no value in his eyes. Having uttered this proclamation, he prepared to pull the trigger and bring an end to it all. At that critical moment, suddenly, gunfire erupted. A barrage of brilliant flames descended from the heavens, striking with meteor-like precision at the weapons held by those poised to fire. With a series of crisp metallic clatters, firearms clattered to the ground, resonating heavily. This unforeseen twist not only stunned everyone present, but also inadvertently saved many innocent lives. Who? The man in the white suit swiftly turned, his gaze fixating on the enormous pirate ship looming behind him, adorned with a familiar pirate flag, a skull and crossbones, and the distinctive emblem of Whitebeard. The Whitebeard pirates? His eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized the formidable figures among them. Marco, Ace, Jozu, and the Ice Witch, Whitey Bay, all key members of the Whitebeard pirates. Oddly enough, Whitebeard himself was absent, yet the young man standing among them, whom he did not recognize, was undoubtedly a significant figure within the crew. Stop dawdling. Kill these vermin at once. I find them insufferable. Deguzen urged, brow furrowed. He noted the increasing disobedience among his men and resolved to discipline them thoroughly upon his return. The esteemed Saint Didigu, they are members of the Whitebeard pirates. You should leave at once. Preserving your life is paramount. The man in the white suit also wished to avoid a confrontation with these pirates, as their current presence in the first half of the Grand Line lacked the military might to warrant an admiral's protection. Thus, engaging in battle now would certainly lead to the demise or injury of the defenseless celestial dragon, both of which were intolerable outcomes for them. Chapter 27. Where there is a celestial dragon, an admiral must surely follow. Upon hearing the suggestion to flee, Didigu's head nearly exploded with fury. You scoundrels! I am a great creator god. Why do these ants not bow before me? They all deserve to die. I command you to kill them all, at once. At these words, the man in the white suit paled, but refrained from reacting angrily. Instead, he turned his head to signal another companion, who immediately grasped the captain's intent and activated an emergency transponder snail. This device would emit a distress signal to all nearby Navy forces along with their location, compelling any Navy personnel who receive the message to cease their current tasks and come to their aid. In this fleeting moment of tension, a sharp scream pierced the air. Unbeknownst to anyone, Ron had appeared before the celestial dragon, viciously trampling his face underfoot. Damn you, celestial dragon! I've loathed you since watching the anime. How dare you defile such a fine lady as Stella? I will not rest until I have crushed you. Ron relentlessly kicked the wretched creature's face, leaving the man in the white suit and all present utterly stunned, their minds rendered blank. With a resounding crack, the glass dome that separated the celestial dragon from the air shattered beneath Ron's foot. Help! Help me! Seeing his foe still capable of pleading for mercy fueled Ron's determination. I'll make sure to finish you off. After delivering a flurry of kicks, the astonished man in the white suit and his companions finally reacted, shouting stop, and turning to kill Ron. Oh, you wish to harm our vice captain? You'd best inquire whether my fists consent to such a notion. Jaws stepped forward, positioning himself resolutely in front of the man in the white suit, his gaze radiating an unwavering conviction. His right hand clenched slightly, enveloped by a transparent shockwave, as if an invisible barrier formed around him. Then, with a sudden and powerful punch, he struck. With a deep, resonant roar, an immense force erupted from his fist, surging towards the man in the white suit. This power not only shook the air, but also instilled an overwhelming sense of oppression. What? The man in the white suit had not anticipated such an assault. Caught off guard, he was struck in the chest, his body propelled like a severed kite through the air. After tumbling several times, he barely regained his balance, his face betraying disbelief. Isn't that Diamond Jaws? Renowned for his invincible defense, what just transpired? How could he be sent flying with a single blow? The sensation of the air shattering felt eerily reminiscent of Whitebeard's Tremor Fruit. These questions reverberated in his mind, making it difficult for him to accept the reality before him. Jaws stood rooted to the spot, coldly regarding the man in the white suit, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Chaos. Utter chaos. The man in the white suit struggled to rise, only to see Jaws playfully adjusting his wrist while grinning at him. What's this? You claim that punch embodied decades of skill? Then, the man in the white suit was horrified to discover that his comrades had been intercepted one by members of the Whitebeard pirates, unable to come to his aid. Meanwhile, the seemingly ordinary young man continued to unleash violence upon Lord Deagle. Judging by his actions, if not stopped immediately, Lord Deagle would likely succumb to his injuries. Should Lord Deagle fall, their group would undoubtedly face catastrophic doom. Damn it, what was that just now? Oh, are you referring to this? Jaws clenched his fist once more, and the tremor field materialized. Indeed, this is it. How do you possess Whitebeard's powers? The man in the white suit confirmed once again that this was indeed Whitebeard's Tremor Fruit. Ha! I owe this to our Vice Captain Rojo. Jaws beamed at the tremor field in his hand, dismissing it as a scientific matter beyond the man's comprehension. Don't waste time. That last punch was merely a casual strike. This time, I will be serious. Jaws' gaze sharpened, fixated on his opponent, his voice laced with unwavering determination. He slowly extended his right hand, as if searching for something in the air. Then suddenly, his arm shot forward, as if tearing through the atmosphere with an invisible force, producing a sharp, crackling sound. A cold smile curled at Jaws' lips. He then yanked his hand back forcefully, akin to drawing a bowstring. The sound of tearing air intensified. Enormous fissures spread from his palm, as though all the air before him had been compressed into his punch. Perish! With that furious roar, Jaws released his grip, the air reverberating incessantly, akin to energy waves released after being compressed to the extreme. With a thunderous boom, the man in the white suit had no time to react before an unseen, formidable force hurled him away. His body traced a perfect parabolic arc through the air, blood gushing forth as if it were free, his clothes torn to shreds. Ultimately, he crashed heavily against several trees that were as wide as three men embracing each other, before slumping over, unconscious, his fate uncertain. Brother Jaws, you've mastered Father S abilities even more proficiently, Ace remarked, having dealt with his own opponent and coming to congratulate Jaws. Ha ha, it's just average, merely inheriting a third of Father S prowess, Jaws replied modestly. At that moment, a more piercing scream erupted, followed by Lord Deagle, who had been relentlessly pummeled by Ron, collapsing into unconsciousness. This won't do. Ron felt a sense of exasperation. He had not yet had his fill of battle. This creature was far too fragile. It would be better to eliminate it outright. Patience, he advised. Experience tells us that where a celestial dragon appears, a marine admiral is sure to follow. Let's wait a while longer. There may yet be unexpected gains. Had they heard such words from others in the past, they would have fled without hesitation. The prospect of contending with an admiral was daunting, and the Whitebeard pirates generally sought to avoid such encounters. However, the current situation was markedly different. They yearned for daily skirmishes with admirals, seizing the opportunity to collect blood samples to enhance their strength. Ron, you aren't speaking in jest, are you? Jaws' expression was peculiar. Last time you mentioned that Teach would arrive at Gaia Island, we waited for nearly 2 months without a single sighting. Chapter 28. The Admiral truly has arrived. Ron shared Jaws' bewilderment, yet upon reflecting on Teach's character, he felt a sense of understanding. Teach was inherently suspicious and would never willingly place himself in jeopardy. He might very well have already arrived at Gaia Island, clandestinely observing from a hidden location. Ace nodded thoughtfully, his expression grave, as if recalling something significant. Brother Ron is correct. Even before Sachi came into being, I had taken note of Teach. That man certainly knows how to safeguard his own safety and always considers an escape route in whatever he does. Very well. I trust you, Ron. No sooner had the words left his lips than the entire space seemed to freeze for a fleeting moment. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light streaked across the sky like a meteor, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Countless glowing golden orbs of soft light converged from all directions, swirling and merging in the air until a distinctly human silhouette gradually took shape. The figure of light became increasingly defined, until it was unmistakably revealed to be Admiral Kizaru. He hovered silently in mid-air, exuding the oppressive aura of an admiral, as if the entire world had quieted in that instant. The Whitebeard pirates? Kizaru? Jaws gasped in awe. Ron is truly remarkable. An admiral has indeed arrived. At that moment, Kizaru's gaze fell upon the pig lying on the ground, his brow furrowing slightly as he rubbed his temples in frustration. Pirates are truly barbaric to have reduced Lord Saint Deagle to such a state. How terrifying. His attention then shifted to Ron, standing beside Lord Deagle, and his pupils dilated as he noticed the bloodstains on Ron's fists, instantly grasping the situation. You are the one who struck Lord Deagle? Indeed, merely a pig, Ron replied. Kizaru's expression darkened considerably. He felt an unprecedented challenge to his dignity. To publicly humiliate a celestial dragon in front of so many was a blatant affront to the authority of the Navy. He inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tempest of anger within, yet his eyes still shimmered with displeasure. The youth is indeed formidable, still unaware of your name. The voice of Kizaru carried a hint of both probing and warning, as he sought to reclaim some semblance of control over the situation. Ron slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing and intense, locking onto Kizaru's eyes as if attempting to penetrate the very essence of his soul. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. All surrounding sounds faded away, leaving only the silent contest between the two. I am Ron, Vice Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Ron articulated his identity with unwavering clarity, each syllable imbued with strength and resolve, as though he were proclaiming his return to the world. His voice reverberated throughout the space, enveloping all present in an undeniable aura of power. Upon hearing this, Kizaru momentarily faltered, clearly taken aback by the revelation. As one of the Navy admirals, he was well-versed in the affairs of the major factions at sea, yet he had never heard of a vice captain within the Whitebeard Pirates. This unexpected information compelled him to reassess the young man before him, while also contemplating the potential secrets that lay beneath the surface. A brief silence enveloped the scene, only interrupted by the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. However, Marco's subsequent affirmation solidified Kizaru's belief in Ron's claim. Marco stepped forward, subtly positioning himself as a shield between Ron and Kizaru, forming an invisible barrier. From this vantage point, should Kizaru choose to attack Ron, Marco was confident he could swiftly react and thwart the assault. This not only showcased his protective instinct for Ron, but also highlighted his formidable strength and sense of responsibility as a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Indeed, Marco's voice was resolute. Ron is our newly appointed vice captain. Upon hearing this, Kizaru mentally noted Ron's name. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Reflecting on the recent series of events, particularly the extraordinary golden light emanating from Gaia Island and the severe injuries inflicted upon Akiji, a bold hypothesis began to crystallize in his mind. Thus, he decided to tentatively inquire, Vice Captain Ron, may I ask if the recent changes within the Whitebeard Pirates are attributed to you? Whether it pertained to Ace obtaining the dual fruit abilities or the phenomena of the soaring golden light at Gaia Island, Kizaru scrutinized Ron's eyes and facial expressions, seeking any hint of revealing information. To his astonishment, Ron displayed neither panic nor pretense in the face of such a direct and incisive inquiry. Instead, he boldly embraced the challenge, casting aside any guise of concealment. Enough of the charade. I'm laying my cards on the table. Yes, it is I. What will you do about it? Kizaru retorted. Since we have laid everything bare, there is no need for further probing. Is this how the youth of today behave? Have you ever been struck by light? Immediately, the yellow ape lifted his right foot, and blinding golden light swiftly coalesced, growing ever brighter, akin to a sun gradually ascending. The dazzling radiance seemed poised to pierce through the very fabric of space, rendering it impossible to gaze directly at. In an instant, his form vanished from its original position. Hurtling towards Ron, You wish to strike our vice captain? You must first pass through me, Jaws. Jaws' voice echoed through the air, as he had unexpectedly materialized before Ron, his right arm transforming into a multitude of diamonds that shimmered with a cold gleam. His presence stood as an unyielding barrier between the yellow ape and Ron. Bang! The blow was wholly absorbed by Jaws, landing squarely against his diamond-coated right arm. The tremendous impact instantly stirred up clouds of dust, which radiated outward in a circular wave from the two figures, forming a colossal haze of debris. The onlookers held their breath, anxiously observing the unfolding scene. As the dust settled, it became evident that Jaws had not budged an inch. He remained steadfast, his diamond arm still glistening, as if the previous strike were merely a trivial breeze to him. Chapter 29. The Encirclement of a Yellow Ape. The yellow ape returned to his original position, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Clearly, he had not anticipated that Jaws could so effortlessly withstand his assault. This spectacle left the onlookers in a state of astonishment. Jaws' strength had escalated to such heights. Not only was his defense formidable, but he also exhibited remarkable swiftness in reaction. What? The yellow ape gasped inwardly, a multitude of thoughts racing through his mind. When had he become so feeble? Even if he had not harmed his opponent, could he not at least concede a few steps? Ha ha, yellow ape, you shall also feel the force of my fist. Jaws took a decisive step forward, twisting his waist in a swift 270 degrees. His movements as rapid and precise as lightning. The power that had just been deflected now seemed to be reclaimed in that very moment. A powerful wave of energy radiated from him, and the tremor field was instantly activated. With a deep, resonant roar, Jaws was enveloped in a layer of translucent white tremor field, a manifestation of awe-inspiring might. This force was not only immensely powerful, but also bore an ineffable sense of authority that made the surrounding air tremble in response. Witnessing this, the yellow ape's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of astonishment. What? He nearly gasped aloud, for he clearly observed the white, translucent glow emanating from Jaws' hands. That was the power of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit. This ability, once belonging solely to the legendary figure Whitebeard, had now manifested in Jaws. A terrifying thought flickered through the yellow ape's mind. Have you also become a dual fruit user? Yet, at that moment, there was no time to await a response. The unique shockwave of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit surged forth like an irresistible torrent, instantly tearing his body into countless fragments. With a resounding crack, the body of the yellow ape transformed into countless shimmering golden lights, scattering through the air. These golden specks gradually reassembled in the distance, forming his original form once more. He stared at Jaws with astonishment, his face a canvas of disbelief. Initially, when Akiji had mentioned the notion of dual devil fruit users, he had scoffed at it, dismissing it as merely an excuse concocted by Akiji to mask his own failure. However, the scene before him utterly shattered his understanding. It was not merely Jaws who possessed the power of dual fruits. It was highly likely that everyone present held such capabilities. The very possibility instilled within him an unparalleled sense of dread and unease. If this were indeed the case, then the adversaries they faced were far more formidable and perilous than he had ever imagined. Haha, old man yellow, what do you like my punch? Using force against force is the essence of the Gura no Mi. The expression on Yellow Ape's face darkened as he realized that saving Saint Degu today would not come easily. Nonetheless, even if he failed to rescue him, the guilt was minimal. After all, he was merely a marginalized noble among the celestial dragons. Otherwise, how could he have fallen to the point of personally collecting gold from the heavens? Moreover, his mission was nearly complete. He had discerned that the Whitebeard pirate's most significant shift was due to this young man named Ron, who allegedly possessed a method to transform individuals into dual fruit users. Wait, could he potentially seize this young man? If he could indeed capture him and extract the secret to becoming a dual fruit user, he would certainly be able to retire by tomorrow, thus indulging in the pleasures of a leisurely life thereafter. Yellow Ape, do not presume I am unaware of your thoughts. Ron interjected, shattering Yellow Ape's reverie. You wish to save this pig? Impossible. As he spoke, Ron's fingers came together like a sword, and a faint yet razor-sharp sword energy quietly formed between them. Although this blade of energy appeared minuscule, It emanated an unsettling aura, as if it could slice through anything that obstructed its path. A mere glance had caused one's eyes to sting, as though even one's gaze could be severed by this invisible force. Ron's voice was cold and resolute as he swiftly slashed at Saint Degue's neck. The motion was as quick as lightning, nearly imperceptible to the eye. However, as the sword energy grazed Saint Degue's throat, no blood was seen to spill forth. Almost immediately, to the astonishment of all present, Saint Degue's body suddenly stiffened before slowly collapsing. He had drawn his last breath, and his life had come to an end. The entire sequence unfolded so swiftly that those around him hardly had time to react. Everything had concluded. Saint Degue was dead. Yellow Ape fell silent, his expression turning grim, his tightly knit brows unable to comprehend the nature of Ron's power. "Are you also a Devil Fruit user?" Before Ron could respond, Jaws erupted into laughter, mocking, "Our vice captain is no Devil Fruit user. On the contrary, he is merely an ordinary man. So what do you think, Yellow Ape? Surprised? Astonished? With a celestial dragon dead, why do you not make your exit?" The Yellow Ape gazed at the group of individuals, his eyes flickering as he contemplated a strategy to confront them. He weighed the decision of whether to forcibly take Ron away or eliminate the adversary right there. At that moment, Jaws quietly signaled to Ron, indicating that their preparations were complete. Ron nodded in understanding and suddenly let out a cry, turning to flee. "No more fighting. The general is terrifying. I'm done." His unexpected escape abruptly interrupted the Yellow Ape's train of thought, compelling him to respond immediately. "Could you escape? Can you outrun light?" In an instant, the Yellow Ape transformed into a radiant beam, prepared to vanish. At that critical moment, 5 members of the Whitebeard pirates, along with Marco and Jaws, emerged from their ranks, encircling the Yellow Ape from various angles. "Unleash your ultimate abilities. Tremor, 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 Tremor." The 7 individuals activated their respective Tremor Fruit powers simultaneously, launching a ferocious assault toward the center point. The air reverberated with tremors, as if the very fabric of space quivered under the weight of their formidable force. The surrounding void appeared to tear apart, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds that echoed incessantly. The area encircled by the crowd was riddled with fissures, the echoes of air violently compressed, creating a chilling resonance. Cough, cough. The Yellow Ape's form was forcibly expelled by the overwhelming impact, reverting him from his elemental state to his physical form. His eyes widened in shock and confusion as he took in his surroundings, a torrent of bewilderment and fear flooding his mind. "So many wielders of the Tremor Fruit," the Yellow Ape murmured, his voice trembling slightly. Chapter 30. The Yellow Ape. It's over. In quick succession, he spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. The previous attack had nearly inflicted severe injuries upon him. His body oscillated between his elemental state and physical form, desperately seeking a means to mitigate the damage. Yet this frequent transformation inevitably led him to endure multiple assaults. Each shift was accompanied by excruciating pain, overwhelming him with unprecedented pressure, ultimately forcing him to expel several more mouthfuls of blood. Yada no Kagami. The Yellow Ape slowly spread his right hand, as countless golden particles began to coalesce within his palm. These luminous specks, akin to summoned spirits, swiftly gathered, forming a dazzling radiance. This light, smooth and brilliant like a mirror, reflected the surrounding scenery. As time progressed, the brilliance gradually amassed into a formidable energy, reminiscent of a sun on the verge of eruption. Suddenly, a powerful beam shot forth from his palm, targeting the nearby objects. This beam not only possessed tremendous penetrating power, but also exhibited refraction and rebound effects upon contact. Ingeniously harnessing this characteristic, he redirected the beam in various directions, crafting a complex trajectory of light. This luminous pathway resembled a meandering river, weaving through the battlefield, connecting critical points and providing the Yellow Ape with an exceptional route for movement. With the aid of this track, the figure of Kizaru instantaneously vanished from his original position, leaving only a faint afterimage in his wake. Through his ability to move at the speed of light, Kizaru could traverse vast distances in mere moments, materializing in any location of his choosing. The swiftness of his movement was astonishing, as if he had transcended the confines of time and space. Seizing this opportunity, Kizaru's body refracted rapidly, attempting to evade the blockade formed by his adversaries. Suddenly, an icy chill descended without warning, causing him to shiver involuntarily, as if his very soul were being assailed by this frigid presence. In the next instant, 3 shadowy figures darted forward with blinding speed, forming a flawless, triangular formation that completely sealed off all avenues of retreat. Ice Age! Ice Age! Ice Age! With 3 thunderous cries, the trio of formidable foes, each possessing the power of the ice fruit, unleashed their ultimate abilities almost simultaneously. A wave of intense and pure cold erupted around them, the frigid air spreading like a living entity, freezing everything within a radius of several dozen meters into impenetrable ice sculptures in the blink of an eye. The atmosphere was thick with a chilling aura, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Was this the power of Aokiji? Kizaru was left utterly astonished by the scene before him, filled with disbelief and shock. Just as he was lost in his amazement, the surroundings underwent a dramatic transformation. The entire space was enveloped in a thick layer of ice and snow, forming a gigantic, crystalline ice block. Within this prison of absolute zero, any attempt to escape would prove exceedingly arduous. Encased in ice, Kizaru resembled a transparent sculpture, frozen solid, save for his languid eyes, which retained the ability to pivot, revealing his inner turmoil and indignation. For a moment, he seemed unable to break free from the oppressive, icy shackles. The onlookers exhaled in relief at this sight, yet their respite was fleeting. Their focus remained steadfastly fixed on Kizaru, wary of any potential resurgence. Who would have thought we could capture a Marine Admiral? Jozu chuckled foolishly, clearly reveling in the pride of their achievement, his laughter echoing through the air, tinged with a sense of triumph and exhilaration. However, Marco maintained a heightened state of vigilance, acutely aware that the time for relaxation had not yet arrived. Jozu, stay alert. Kizaru could break free from the ice at any moment, Marco cautioned, his tone imbued with seriousness and caution. He understood that, even encased in ice, Kizaru's formidable strength could not be underestimated. Should he find an opportunity, a counterattack could occur in an instant. We're just indulging in some idle chatter, Jozu remarked. Though his gaze had grown decidedly more resolute, Jaz acknowledged that capturing Kizaru would not be an easy feat. The battle ahead was far from over. They needed to remain ever vigilant, prepared for any sudden movements from him. Resolutely, he approached the colossal block of ice, observing Kizaru's grin from within. Since it was only a matter of time before he would break free, why not assist him in his escape? With a mischievous glint, Jaz summoned a transparent white force field between his hands, as if the very molecules in the air were manipulated by this power. He lunged forward, his grasp distorting the surrounding space, and a fissure materialized in the void, resembling the fabric of reality being torn apart. Seize the opportunity, Jaz bellowed, his voice brimming with fervor. The other Tremor Fruit users immediately grasped his intent. They would deliver a fatal blow, while Kizaru was temporarily incapacitated. Captain Jaz, I'm on my way, a team member exclaimed, excitement glimmering in his eyes. I'm coming too. Another member followed closely, clearly eager to join the fray. It's exhilarating to strike a general. I've been itching to do this, someone shouted, their tone revealing a fervent anticipation for the impending clash. I'm putting every ounce of strength into this punch. Another joked, yet their demeanor conveyed an earnest commitment. All the Tremor Fruit users gathered around, their faces radiating enthusiasm. They clenched their fists, the power within them rapidly coalescing. With Jaz's command, attack. The 7 of them unleashed their most potent techniques almost simultaneously. Tremor Wave. Mountain Shattering Strike. Here I come. Super Tremor Fist. Each individual named their attack uniquely, their voices hoarse from the effort as they shouted in unison. The spectacle was awe-inspiring, as if even the air grew tense at that moment. In that frigid instant, Kizaru felt as though an invisible hand had gripped his heart, lifting it to his throat. His form was entirely encased within the massive ice block, rendering him immobile, and even his formidable abilities were temporarily nullified. A single Tremor Fruit strike had already pushed him to his limits, and now a multitude of adversaries launched a ferocious assault upon him, the pressure nearly suffocating. It's over. Suddenly, a deafening crash shattered the silence. Crack! Boom! With this surge of power, the once impenetrable ice shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. The air was thick with a heart-pounding energy, a force capable of tearing asunder and shaking the soul. Just as this power was about to reach Kazuru, his heart constricted sharply, as if foreseeing the impending calamity. Then came a muffled thud, and Kazu's figure plummeted heavily from the air, accompanied by a spray of blood that stained the surrounding atmosphere. When he finally regained his footing, he appeared utterly exhausted and disheveled, with bloodstains still fresh at the corners of his mouth and his chest heaving violently. Each breath seemed to be a desperate struggle. It was evident that the yellow ape found himself in an exceedingly precarious situation, yet his eyes sparkled with the brilliance of rapid thought. What a formidable foe he was! Suddenly, the yellow ape underwent a remarkable transformation, his body radiating a dazzling light akin to a star on the brink of explosion, emitting boundless energy. As the brilliance intensified, he vanished from sight, leaving only a lightning-like silhouette slicing through the air. His speed was such that it eluded the naked eye. Just when everyone believed he had dissolved into the atmosphere, the yellow ape reappeared in midair, palms facing downward. Within his hands swirled countless orbs of light, each pulsating with intense energy, as if on the verge of detonation. The sheer quantity of these orbs was astonishing. They densely populated the sky, forming an immense array of luminous spheres. Each orb harbored tremendous power, capable of unleashing a devastating explosion upon impact, leaving nothing but ruin in its wake. Yet, the yellow ape did not cease his assault. He continued to condense more orbs of light, preparing for an even fiercer onslaught. The 8 Shaku Kyuguyu. The yellow ape was truly enraged this time, as Ron could clearly discern that the light spheres formed by this invocation were far more ferocious than those he had witnessed during the Marineford War. Countless orbs cascaded from the sky like a torrential downpour, indiscriminately wreaking havoc in all directions. Not only were there innumerable orbs, but each contained extraordinarily potent energy, tracing brilliant arcs through the air, as if intent on tearing the very fabric of space asunder. Both the ground and structures appeared woefully fragile in the face of such overwhelming force. The atmosphere around them twisted and contorted due to the rapid movement of the orbs, creating massive craters in the ground, with dust billowing up to obscure the sky. Each explosion of the orbs resonated like thunder, making the earth tremble beneath their might. Ron felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. This was the power of an admiral. At last, can we finally make our move? We've waited so long. The flowers have withered. The old man's light drizzle barely tickles us. An admiral is not so formidable. At that moment, 3 figures leisurely emerged from the crowd, their gait relaxed and carefree, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding chaos and tension, gazing with ease at the impending deluge of light spheres above. The form of the mythical beast, the immortal phoenix. The form of the mythical beast, the immortal phoenix. 3 colossal phoenixes ascended from the heavens, their magnificent forms awe-inspiring, ablaze with flames of various hues. These were no ordinary flames. They seemed to possess a healing power, imbuing the immortal birds with an extraordinary majesty as they soared through the sky. Their wings intertwined, forming a distinctive triangular structure, with fires swirling around them, creating a scene of astonishing grandeur. Even more remarkable was the fact that these 3 phoenixes' wings not only connected, but also formed a vast protective barrier, shielding all beneath them. This magnificent shield, composed of the immortal birds, was not only visually spectacular, but also possessed formidable capabilities, capable of withstanding various external assaults. At that moment, a sphere of light descended from the sky, indiscriminately crashing into the wings of the phoenixes. Each impact was accompanied by a thunderous explosion and blinding radiance, seemingly illuminating the entire world. However, despite the immense power of the light spheres, the wings of the phoenixes displayed an astonishing capacity for recovery. Whenever a hole appeared from an impact, the damaged areas swiftly mended, continuing to counter the assaults of the light spheres. The battle raged on for an extended period. The phoenixes growing ever stronger, showing no signs of fatigue. The expression on the face of the yellow ape grew increasingly grim. As he could hardly believe the audacity of these creatures, his attacks inflicted no damage whatsoever. "You are cheating," he shouted in anger. "Ha ha, yellow ape. You shall not escape today," George taunted from below, his tone brimming with pride and provocation. Yet, the yellow ape remained unfazed, exhibiting an unusual calmness. He paid little heed to George's taunts, merely responding in a measured tone, "George, your provocation holds no sway over me." Despite the yellow ape's outward composure, a significant portion of his focus was covertly directed towards Ron. He stealthily directed a substantial number of light spheres towards Ron's position, launching a fierce assault. Even though some light spheres were neutralized, those that followed capitalized on the moments of recovery of the phoenix's wings, slipping through the gaps and advancing towards Ron. The yellow ape was acutely aware that his true target had always been Ron. Danger! George's furious roar reverberated through the air as he rushed towards Ron, his body transforming into an impenetrable diamond form. Yet it was already too late. Ron was startled by the sudden turn of events, his body instantly covered in goosebumps. A profound sense of life and death urgency swelling within him. However, there was no time for contemplation. Almost instinctively, he summoned forth the martial technique he had honed for so long. Skyward Sword Technique. He formed his fingers into the shape of a sword, and in that very moment, 7 or 8 fierce sword energies manifested around him, striking like lightning towards the incoming light spheres. The spheres were instantly cleaved in two, veering off to either side, and upon their contact with the ground, erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, the deafening sound echoing all around. However, the sheer number of luminous orbs was overwhelming. Despite Ron's relentless efforts to strike them down, sporadic flashes still managed to make contact with his body, triggering a series of explosions. With a thunderous roar, a cloud of dust surged from the ground, obscuring his vision and rendering his fate uncertain. The battlefield fell into a profound silence. "Ron, Vice Captain." At that moment, George arrived, unleashing powerful punches against the celestial orbs raining down from above. The user of the undying bird fruit, witnessing their vice captain's injury, was immediately filled with rage. They had not anticipated that the formidable Admiral Kizaru could be so treacherous. With no time for curses, they folded their wings protectively above Ron. Kizaru let out a soft sigh, his gaze betraying a hint of surprise. He observed the invisible yet razor-sharp sword energy surrounding Ron and felt a sense of astonishment. Such a young swordsman? Yet, something seemed amiss. The Ron before him appeared frail and weak, lacking the imposing presence and physique typical of a powerful swordsman. This stark contrast between his appearance and the potent sword energy emanating from him made it hard to believe there was any connection. Nevertheless, Kizaru understood that even a true swordsman of great renown would be gravely injured if struck by his formidable technique. "Cough, cough, I'm fine." As the dust settled, Ron emerged from the wreckage of the explosion, his clothes covered in dirt and debris, yet he appeared to have sustained no serious injuries. He immediately signaled to George with a look of urgency. George, initially puzzled, scrutinized Ron more closely, internally debating whether the vice captain had genuinely been harmed or was merely putting on an impressive act. However, it seemed he was indeed unharmed. Would the plan continue? Just as George pondered this, Kizaru abruptly interrupted them. "Ron," he elongated the name, fixing his gaze intently on Ron as if memorizing his visage. "I remember you." After uttering these words, his form instantaneously transformed into countless luminous particles, shimmering like starlight, before vanishing into the air. The others, witnessing this, let out a collective sigh of regret. Is it really so challenging to capture an admiral? We followed the plan meticulously and exerted tremendous effort, but still failed. Not necessarily. It's just that Kizaru's fruit power is extraordinarily formidable. He is the fastest among the 3 admirals. The Pika Pika no Mi, haha. Soon, We too shall wield the powers of the Pika Pika. Indeed, indeed. All thanks to the Vice Captain's brilliant strategy. Vice Captain Ron is truly remarkable. Enough flattery. Let us hurry and collect Kizaru's blood. Ron chuckled as he playfully scolded the delightful sycophants around him. Prior to this moment, he had engaged in a discussion regarding the likelihood of encountering Kizaru, knowing full well that upon Shinji's return to Marine headquarters, Sengoku's temperament would undoubtedly lead him to dispatch another admiral to ascertain the situation. With Akainu out of the picture, Kizaru was the only feasible option. Ron had long coveted Kizaru's Pika Pika no Mi. Not only was it incredibly swift, but its laser beams also boasted an extensive damage radius, precise and highly effective. Subsequently, a plan was devised to encircle and confront Kizaru. Yet, to their dismay, he managed to escape. However, this was of little consequence, as they had successfully obtained his blood. Coughing violently, Ron felt a dull ache in his chest. The residual shock wave from the recent explosion had inflicted considerable harm, leaving his internal organs trembling as if in distress. Thankfully, his physique had considerably strengthened. Had this occurred during his initial arrival, he would have surely succumbed to the aftershocks. Observing his condition, Huadibe rushed forth with concern, inquiring, "Ron, are you all right?" As she spoke, she gently looped her arm through his, resting it against her fair neck. This gesture was both tender and considerate, enveloping Ron in warmth. He mustered a faint smile and replied, "I'm fine, just a bit shaken by the blast's aftermath. I'll recover soon." Yet, Huadibe was unconvinced. Pouting as she retorted, "Humph, I know you're deceiving me. There's no way you're truly unscathed." She insisted, "Let me assist you for the remainder of the journey." Without waiting for his consent, she scooped him into her embrace, her ample form pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. Nonetheless, Ron felt a surge of warmth from Huadibe's concern and care, igniting a sense of gratitude within him. He vowed to reward her generously that night. After a fruitful endeavor, they made their way home. On Gaia Island, which the Whitebeard pirates cherished as a second home, news of their success in reclaiming the sky gold, alongside the surprising acquisition of Kizaru's blood, spread elation and excitement throughout the base. To commemorate this hard-won victory and to welcome a brighter future, a grand feast was organized that very evening. Flames illuminated the joyful faces of everyone present, while the air was filled with laughter and the delectable aroma of sumptuous food. In this jubilant atmosphere, Ron, as a pivotal member of the team, naturally became a focal point for toasts. Though he was not particularly adept at drinking, the enthusiastic invitations from his comrades on such a special occasion were difficult to decline. One glass followed another, and before he realized it, Ron had indulged rather excessively. When he finally recognized that he had overindulged, it was too late to halt the revelry, and the world around him began to blur. The following afternoon, as sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, Ron slowly awoke from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he momentarily thought he was dreaming. He found himself sprawled on the grand bed in his own room. Glancing around, he discovered a lavish breakfast laid out on the table, accompanied by a small note adorned with warm and affectionate words. "It appears that a great deal transpired last night," Ron mused to himself. He picked up the note left by Weighty Bay and read it carefully. It was filled with words of concern. "Remember to eat well." The simplicity yet warmth of the message warmed his heart. So this is what it feels like to be cared for. Quite delightful indeed. A smile involuntarily graced his lips. Reflecting on the fact that he had never experienced such warmth before his journey through worlds, he now felt a sense of home in this foreign realm. A surprising and moving discovery. Setting the note aside, Ron decided to relish the meticulously prepared breakfast before him. He understood that regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, as long as he had a supportive group of friends by his side, nothing would be insurmountable. Today, he would begin by savoring this rare moment of tranquility. After finishing his meal, Ron commenced his experiment to replicate the Devil Fruit. Only upon achieving 100 perfect substitutions could he unlock the next level of technology. Although the heavenly gold they had seized was valued at 100 billion, it was still insufficient for his grand plans. However, it would sustain him for a few days. Furthermore, their actions had caught the attention of the world government, and this incident would undoubtedly not conclude easily. Chapter 33. A bounty of 2 billion for Ron. 2 days later, a bounty notice sent shockwaves across the seas. Ron, the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates, was offered a staggering bounty of 2 billion. Following this announcement, a list of his alleged crimes was detailed: injuring Admiral Akiji, slaying celestial dragon Don Quixote, and stealing heavenly gold worth 100 billion. The charges were numerous and diverse, filling an entire page of the newspaper. Ha 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 ha! Our vice captain's bounty is actually 2 billion, Jozu exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with undeniable excitement, as if that bounty belonged to him. He waved the newspaper exuberantly, his voice brimming with incredulity and pride. This is 2 billion. Who would have thought our vice captain was worth so much? Hey Ace, the vice captain's bounty surpasses yours by 4 or 5 times. Marco teased as he leaned closer to Ace, his eyes gleaming with playful mischief as he sought to lighten the tense atmosphere. Mine is also considerable. I only have 13,730,000,000 berries, Ace replied, intentionally elongating his words with a hint of exaggeration and self-deprecation, causing Ace, who was initially elated by the vice captain's impressive bounty, to grow somewhat irritated. In response to Marco's jest, Ace did not react immediately. Instead, he frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the comparison. Oof. Marco, do not revel too much. My bounty is certainly not limited to this figure, Ace stated earnestly, attempting to assert that his worth extended beyond mere numbers. During Akiji's injury, I played a crucial role. Surely, that guy Akiji did not disclose the full truth to the Navy. Besides, with their current focus on Big Brother Ron, it explains the present bounty. Upon hearing this, Marco displayed a look of astonishment, for he had not anticipated that Ace could deduce the underlying reasons so swiftly. Well done, Ace, Marco exclaimed, in just 2 days. You have remarkably grown in intelligence. Ace's face flushed crimson as he swatted away Marco's hand, which had reached out to gauge his forehead, exclaiming, "Get lost." Hilarity ensued among all present, amused by the light-hearted yet competitive banter between the brothers, before they turned to congratulate their vice captain. Within the dilapidated and ancient castle of the Baboon Kingdom, Dracul Mihawk sat alone in a dimly lit room, grasping a goblet of red wine. Yet, his gaze lingered intently upon a wanted poster laid upon the table, seemingly captivated by its content. The room was enveloped in silence, occasionally punctuated by the whisper of the wind that broke the stillness. Vice Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, the great swordsman, Ron, Mihawk muttered softly, his tone tinged with intrigue and astonishment. Could this individual truly be the great swordsman? After reiterating the information to himself, he pondered. For someone of his renown as the world's foremost swordsman, the revelation of such a figure aboard the Whitebeard ship came as a considerable surprise. As time passed, Mihawk's gaze grew more profound. He slowly lifted his right hand, pointing to a distinct depiction of a man in the upper left corner of the bounty notice. Ron stood there, poised in a sword-like stance, surrounded by 8 visible yet intangible sword energies. Strangely, these so-called swords lacked the traditional hilt, existing solely as pure energy manifesting in the form of blades. This is sword energy. Mihawk finally discerned the nature of this extraordinary phenomenon. As a seasoned swordsman, he understood that attaining such a level of mastery was no trivial feat. With this realization, a flicker of curiosity and a desire for challenge ignited within Mihawk, if given the chance. He yearned to personally witness the prowess of this mysterious and formidable opponent. His emerald-like pupils narrowed abruptly, for he recognized those sword energies. Reports indicated that Kizaru himself had extolled them as sword techniques capable of cleaving the heavens. He pondered the 2 possible reasons that could provoke such a volatile reaction from Kizaru. Either Ron possessed genuinely exceptional swordsmanship, or he held significant value to the Navy, with these exaggerated claims merely serving to inflate his bounty. In any case, this youthful great swordsman undeniably warranted his attention. Sword techniques that could even split the heavens? Mihawk mused privately. Such a caliber of swordsmanship was exceedingly rare across the globe. Should Ron indeed possess such capabilities, he would undoubtedly be an admirable adversary. Yet, On the other hand, he realized that deeper secrets might lurk beneath the surface. After all, the Navy would not casually exaggerate an individual's abilities unless that person held particular significance to them. The following day, a piece of news that could shake the very foundations of the ocean erupted like thunder, its impact rivaling the initial uproar caused by the execution of the Pirate King. GOLD, Roger. This revelation was procured by Morgans, the so-called King of News, who risked his life to obtain it from an obscure and clandestine source. Upon its release, it instantly sparked a tempest across the globe. According to this astonishing report, the Whitebeard pirates harbored multiple members possessing the extraordinary ability to wield 2 devil fruits. This discovery not only shattered the conventional understanding that a person could consume only 1 devil fruit, where attempting to ingest a second would lead to certain death, but also provided a fresh perspective on the formidable strength of the Whitebeard pirates. Among the names prominently featured in the newspaper were Jozu, Marco, and Ace, all identified as possessing the rare capability of dual devil fruits. The sheer prominence of these names seemed to resonate with an aura of profound and enigmatic power. Interspersed among them were the names of those with single devil fruit abilities. Though less sensational, their powers were equally bizarre and astonishing upon closer inspection. However, the true catalyst for the pandemonium that ensued was a conjecture penned by Morgans towards the conclusion of the article. He solemnly posited, if the crew comprises double devil fruit users, what of their captain, the man endowed with the power to devastate the world, the Yonko Whitebeard? Could it be that he is, in fact, a wielder of 3 devil fruits? This news detonated like a bombshell, inciting a flurry of speculation and imagination among countless individuals. Some began to ponder the possibility of Whitebeard truly possessing 3 devil fruit powers. If that were the case, what unfathomable level of strength would he attain? For others, the mere thought of Whitebeard potentially becoming a 3 devil fruit user was enough to induce a sense of dread, for it would render him the undisputed sovereign of the pirate realm, unmatched by any adversary. Alas, the incredulity was palpable. Could Whitebeard genuinely be a 3 devil fruit wielder? Such a revelation would be earth-shattering. The very notion sent tremors through the Navy, leaving them quaking in fear. What was happening? Wasn't the ice fruit the domain of Admiral Akiji? How could it also belong to the Whitebeard pirates? And what of Marco's phoenix form? Indeed, the phoenix is a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, a rarity even beyond that of the Logia class. According to the list, the Whitebeard pirates now boasted at least 5 or 6 users of the phoenix fruit. As the gravity of this information settled in, one individual gasped, momentarily stupefied by the revelations, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "The tides of the sea are about to change. I had thought the Whitebeard pirates were on the decline, yet it appears they have been concealing a formidable strategy. Indeed, everything must be reshuffled." On a secluded isle near Jaya Island, Blackbeard stood alone on a desolate shore, clutching a newspaper in his hand, his eyes brimming with shock and fury. The publication bore several astonishing headlines. Marco, the wielder of the double fruit. Ace, a bearer of dual abilities. Even the fool Jaws had turned out to be a dual fruit user. These revelations struck him like a hammer upon his heart, instilling an unprecedented sense of defeat and helplessness within him. Since departing from the Whitebeard pirates, it seemed that everything had changed. He had believed that seizing the power of the dark fruit would render him invincible. Yet he now found himself ensnared in an unparalleled predicament. Not only was he hunted as an enemy by former comrades, but the adverse effects of the dark fruit began to manifest. Even the slightest injury inflicted upon him brought excruciating, double the agony, as if the entire world conspired against him. What deepened Blackbeard's despair was his insatiable longing for the Tremor-Tremor Fruit possessed by Whitebeard. Convinced that acquiring such power would elevate him to the status of a true maritime overlord. However, now, as members of the Whitebeard pirates awakened their own dual fruit abilities, that ambition appeared increasingly elusive. Though he considered himself reasonably adept in physical combat, this advantage dwindled to insignificance when faced with formidable foes wielding dual devil fruit powers. At this moment, standing on the silent isle, gazing at the tumultuous sea, Blackbeard was enveloped in confusion and resentment. He realized that to survive and fulfill his ambitions, he must forge a new path. Yet he was acutely aware that this journey would be fraught with difficulty and uncertainty. Damn it, how could this be? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, his fury igniting like a blazing fire within him. Were these scoundrels toying with me all along? His fists clenched tightly, the knuckles whitening from the strain. After a moment of silence, his expression darkened, as though all hope had abandoned him. He lowered his gaze, a flicker of despair surfacing in his eyes. No wonder Jaya Island had been shaking with earthquakes daily, with flames and ice erupting everywhere. It was evident that their second fruit abilities were undoubtedly the Tremor-Tremor Fruit. He murmured, his voice heavy with frustration and resignation. Damn it, that is my power. Blackbeard's frantic roar echoed in the empty room as he violently tore the newspaper into shreds, venting his dissatisfaction and anger. Each fragment seemed to bear his disappointment and anguish. After a time of release, his emotions gradually settled, plunging him once more into profound contemplation. I cannot simply sit idly by and await my demise. Absolutely not, he declared resolutely, a flicker of determination rekindling in his gaze. There must be a reason I was previously unaware of. Suddenly, a thought illuminated his mind. The golden light. Yes, the mysterious golden light. In a moment of clarity, Teach felt as if he had grasped the last straw of his existence. Understanding the nature and origin of the golden light would allow him to master the abilities of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit. A faint smile graced his lips, a long-forgotten expression. He quickly composed himself, blending into the island's surroundings. In Wano, on Onigashima, Kaido was delightfully indulging in drink, his face flushed from the effects of alcohol, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. Enveloped in his presence were his loyal subordinates, including the likes of the Calamity, Ash, and Queen, who eagerly toasted to their victories and the enhancement of their might. The Flying Six were also present at the revelry, their faces beaming with pride, as if they could already envision their illustrious futures. Numerous underlings danced and sang, infusing the entire island with a festive atmosphere. Ha ha ha, Ash! The success rate of this artificial devil fruit is quite impressive. Our beast pirates have significantly strengthened. Kaido's voice resonated like thunder across Onigashima as he raised his massive chalice and drank deeply, for there was nothing more joyous to him than the augmentation of power. Ash's expression soured, instinctively reaching for the newspaper concealed at his waist. Clearly, this was not the appropriate occasion to divulge the news he had just acquired. Reluctantly, he managed to respond, yes. However, Kaido, with his keen perception, immediately discerned Ash's unease. Ash, if you have something to say, speak plainly, Kaido asserted, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. I know your temperament well. Keeping secrets from me serves no purpose. Upon hearing this, Queen set down the microphone, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He was eager for any opportunity to embarrass Ash. Thus, he leaned closer and proclaimed loudly, "Oh dear, Ash, you are hiding something from Lord Kaido." Queen's exclamation drew the attention of those nearby. Curious glances exchanged among the crowd. With growing arrogance, he continued to provoke. Come and see. Ash has something to conceal from us. Whispers erupted among the onlookers, the atmosphere growing tense. Seemingly unsatisfied with the commotion, Queen escalated the taunt. What is it? Are you planning to betray Lord Kaido? Faced with the scrutiny of the crowd and Queen's provocations, Ash felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. He understood that if he did not navigate this situation carefully, it could not only embarrass him, but also jeopardize the trust within the entire pirate crew. The Flying Six exchanged worried glances. Queen's jest had crossed a line. They silently communicated, yet refrained from intervening, knowing that if Ash faltered, one among them might seize the opportunity to become the new focal point of attention. This spectacle was too enticing to miss. Ash, if there is something you wish to share, please do so, Fuzzfuru said impatiently. Indeed, judging by your countenance, it must be dire news? Saburo chimed in supportively. Do not fear, who are we? We are the Beast Pirates. Ha ha, we are indeed the harbingers of misfortune for others. Jean gazed at those arrogant individuals, a wave of helplessness washing over him. These people were accustomed to being domineering, yet the current circumstances were no jest. He inhaled deeply, steeling himself to meet the gaze of Kaido, seated at the pinnacle of the gathering. Lord Kaido, Jean spoke with a hint of caution. Must we truly discuss this dire news at this moment? An immediate hush enveloped the room. All conversations ceased, and every pair of eyes turned in unison towards Kaido. The atmosphere was laden with tension, as if even the sound of breathing could be distinctly heard. Kaido nodded slightly, prompting Jean to continue. Lord Kaido, the Whitebeard pirates have reportedly introduced a dual Devil Fruit user. This proclamation ignited a tremendous uproar. What? Jean, what did you just say? Quinn's shrill voice pierced the air, akin to a duck's squawk when stepped on. A dual Devil Fruit user? Are you suggesting that one individual can possess the abilities of two fruits? You must be jesting. This is preposterous. I refuse to believe such a person exists. Jean, you are a prominent figure. You cannot utter such baseless claims. You must understand that your words could destabilize the entire Beast Pirates. Fuzzfu admonished, his tone condescending as he raised his gaze, eyes brimming with disdain. To speak such lies is merely to invite ridicule. Dual Devil Fruit user. Nonsense. The derision from the crowd caused Kaido to furrow his brow, the effects of intoxication momentarily dissipating. Jean, surely you are not inebriated. I am well aware of the situation with the Whitebeard pirates. There are only a handful of individuals aboard their ship. How could there possibly be a dual Devil Fruit user? Have you made an error? Jean furrowed his brow in response, fully aware that no one would accept this revelation. Initially, he too had doubted it, yet the newspapers had reported it with unmistakable clarity. Compelling belief. Moreover, this was a report delivered by the renowned Morgans. Known for his accuracy, he would never jeopardize his reputation with falsehoods. Coupled with the jest from Kizaru and the substantial bounty on that young man, Ron, all signs pointed to the veracity of this claim. Jean took a deep breath, striving for composure. He understood that sometimes the truth is far more incredulous than a lie, yet the reality remained. It was an undeniable fact that a person possessing two Devil Fruit abilities existed within the Whitebeard pirates. Despite the implausibility of this news, all evidence corroborated it. He reiterated to those present, I recognize that this fact may be difficult for you to accept, but please trust me, this is not a fabricated tale. Morgans has always been meticulous in his reporting. He would not conjure falsehoods. Furthermore, the demeanor of Admiral Kizaru speaks volumes. More significantly, the bounty on the young man, Ron, has reached an unprecedented height, attesting to his formidable prowess. With that, Jean produced the newspaper and laid it before Kaido. Lord Kaido, I assure you that what I speak is the truth. Do take a look for yourself. Others gathered around, clearly intrigued and perplexed. They exchanged skeptical glances, pondering the implications of the news regarding Morgans, the news king, who has always scorned the dissemination of falsehoods, unafraid of the Navy or the Celestial Dragons, nor swayed by the fabricated reports from certain pirate factions. Thus, the claims regarding the Whitebeard pirates possessing dual Devil Fruit users are likely true. After articulating his hypothesis in one breath, Jin exhaled deeply, as though releasing the weight that burdened his heart. To be candid, even he felt a sense of powerlessness upon reading the news, as if enveloped by an invisible pressure that rendered him breathless. When Kaido encountered the announcement, his previously jovial demeanor transitioned to one of grave seriousness. His brow furrowed, and his gaze revealed profound concern. Eventually, his expression became exceedingly somber, as if contemplating a matter of great significance. The others, too, recognized the gravity of the situation. They ceased their activities and turned their attention to Kaido, awaiting his next directive. If this news proved accurate, the implications would be dire. Who could withstand the might of a three-fruit user like Whitebeard? The balance among the emperors would undoubtedly be disrupted. This revelation detonated in their minds like a colossal bomb. Ha ha ha! A three-fruit user, Whitebeard? Splendid! Kaido bellowed with laughter, lifting a large goblet of wine before him, and without hesitation, downing its contents in one swift motion. The liquid flowed down his throat, igniting the fervor within him. It has been ages since I've savored such exhilarating drink. Kaido exclaimed, his tone brimming with nostalgia and delight. With a thunderous crash, he hurled the goblet to the ground, shattering it into countless fragments. As the shards scattered, an atmosphere of impending battle permeated the air. Kaido slowly rose to his feet, his towering figure illuminated by the light, radiating an imposing presence. A formidable battle intent erupted from him, a force palpable enough to rend the air, suffocating those nearby. His gaze sharpened, akin to two keen blades, directed resolutely ahead. After years of tedium, at last, a worthy opponent has arrived, Kaido remarked coldly, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. We're 3 fruit and dual fruit users. Only those who can defeat me are true warriors. Upon hearing this, the others erupted in raucous laughter. The beast pirates had never feared anyone. Not in the past, not in the present, nor in the future. Meanwhile, in Whole Cake Island, Parasparrow burst into the great hall in a flurry, his tongue lolling as he wore an expression of distress. His voice echoed painfully within the vast chamber. Mama, Mama, something big has happened. He nearly exhausted himself in shouting this, as though only such urgency could convey his panic to those present. The previously lively atmosphere in the hall instantly froze, all eyes converging upon him. A seismic shift has occurred within the Whitebeard pirates, with the vice captain bewildered by the emergence of a newcomer who has been awarded a staggering bounty of 2 billion. This revelation detonated like a bombshell within the Grand Hall, leaving everyone in shock as they gazed at Parasparrow, struggling to believe their own ears. A bounty of 2 billion berries is unprecedented, signifying the formidable prowess of this newcomer. Moreover, their crew members have inexplicably become dual Devil Fruit users, while Whitebeard himself is rumored to be a triple Devil Fruit user. Parasparrow, in a state of panic, sprinted while shouting, clearly shaken by the news. His voice trembled, eyes filled with dread and unease. The existence of dual Devil Fruit users is already astonishing, but the possibility of Whitebeard being a triple user shatters all previous understanding. Silence enveloped the hall, as the weight of this news rendered everyone speechless. An oppressive atmosphere hung in the air, making even breathing feel laborious. Parasparrow, panting heavily, finally reached Big Mom, collapsing before her, sweat glistening on his forehead. Big Mom, seated regally on her sumptuous throne and poised to indulge in a delectable cake, furrowed her brow upon hearing Parasparrow's cries, momentarily losing interest in her treat. She detests being interrupted while savoring sweet delicacies, even by her own offspring. Parasparrow, what is all this commotion? Can't you see I am enjoying my cake? Big Mom's expression darkened with irritation, her voice tinged with impatience. She had intended to relish her dessert, only to be disrupted by this sudden uproar. Clearly, she had not grasped the gravity of Parasparrow's earlier words. Parasparrow, sensing her displeasure, hastily attempted to clarify. Please let me explain. He frantically shook his head, indicating the importance of what he had to convey. Speak quickly, Big Mom retorted coldly, though she refrained from immediate punishment. Her gaze remained fixated on the tantalizing cake, seemingly prepared to resume her indulgence at any moment. Realizing that Big Mom had not yet unleashed her wrath, Parasparrow swiftly produced the newspaper he clutched, hoping to capture her attention through its contents. Mother, we are in grave trouble. The newspaper states that a significant portion of the Whitebeard Pirates crew are dual Devil Fruit users. Moreover, that old man, who is half a step in a grave, is suspected of being a triple Devil Fruit user. What? Big Mom gasped, startled by Parasparrow's proclamation. She hastily set down her fork, snatching the newspaper from his hands to peruse it. With each word, her shock deepened, her pupils dilated, her face a canvas of disbelief and astonishment. How can Whitebeard possibly be doing this? How dare he? What on earth is happening? ISNT, he's supposed to be embracing the old era demise. So why engage in such matters? Big Mom's voice brimmed with confusion and incredulity. She could not fathom the situation unfolding before her. Whitebeard had always been a formidable rival in her mind, yet this news brought an unprecedented weight of pressure upon her. Witnessing his mother's emotions spiraling out of control, Perospero felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. However, he understood that some matters must be set aside for the time being. Mama, considering the significant increase in strength of the Whitebeard pirates and the ambiguity of their intentions, should we contemplate halting our plans concerning Fishman Island? He cautiously inquired. Big Mom furrowed her brow. She had not invested much thought into the affairs of Fishman Island. For her, the outcome was inconsequential. She merely wished to use Fishman Island as a means to gauge the stance of the Whitebeard pirates. Through this method, she could indirectly ascertain whether Whitebeard still possessed the strength to contend with the four emperors. However, based on the current situation, if the reports were accurate, Whitebeard appeared to wield at least 2, if not 3, Devil Fruit abilities. Let us not rush to conclusions, Big Mom mused after a moment's contemplation. Although Morgans typically does not disseminate false information, it is prudent for us to verify with our own eyes. Upon hearing this, Perospero nodded in agreement. Indeed, on Gaia Island, there stood an unassuming tavern, its exterior so ordinary that it could easily be overlooked. Yet, this establishment had long been assimilated into the ranks of the Whitebeard pirates, becoming one of their affiliated strongholds. Since that fateful day, everything on Gaia Island, from the lush trees to the meandering paths, seemed to bear the indelible mark of the Whitebeard pirates, with an atmosphere imbued with the essence of the four emperor, Whitebeard. However, for some, such transformation was far from welcome. Bellamy was one such individual, harboring deep-seated dissatisfaction with the fate he was compelled to accept. My idol is Don Quixote da Flamingo. This phrase echoed in his mind during the stillness of the night, a haunting reminder of his once fervent dreams and aspirations. Prior to the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates, he had prepared to depart, intending to gather his belongings and embark on a journey to join the Don Quixote family. Yet, plans often falter against the tides of change. Just as he was readying to set forth, the Whitebeard pirates descended upon the island, as if from the heavens, swiftly commandeering the entire territory and imposing a state of martial law. In the face of this abrupt upheaval, Bellamy felt a tumult of anger and helplessness. While he outwardly conformed to the current state of affairs, his admiration for Doflamingo remained undiminished. Each night, as the other inhabitants succumbed to slumber, Bellamy would stealthily slip from his room, standing alone by the shore, observing the watchful stance of the Whitebeard pirates. After several days, he finally discerned the rotation of the guards. Tonight, he resolved to make his escape. This moment coincided perfectly with the changing of the watch. There would be no one around. With a fierce determination, Bellamy approached the small canoe he had previously hidden and paddled furiously away. Meanwhile, within the well-guarded estate behind the encampment, Ron stood quietly by a large window, his gaze piercing through the inky darkness, watching the figure gradually recede into the distance. As the silhouette in the darkness finally vanished from sight, Ron's lips subtly curved upward, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Once he confirmed that the individual had completely departed, he turned and walked toward the small table nearby, where a delicate telephone bug lay. "Go on duty. That fellow has left," he said, placing down the telephone bug. Ron then returned to the window, though this time his gaze had taken on a deeper intensity. His eyes narrowed, as if he were contemplating something of great significance. "That could be a major benefactor," he murmured to himself, a blend of anticipation and caution lacing his tone. "I hope you play your part, Bellamy." Chapter 37. The Demon Slaying Order. In the conference hall of Marineford, the atmosphere was profoundly heavy. The sky outside was overcast, as if it were about to pour, subtly mirroring the oppressive emotions within the room. A majority of the naval commanders had gathered, each face etched with worry and unease, their eyes flickering with apprehension for the uncertain future ahead. They were acutely aware that an unprecedented storm was brewing, threatening to plunge the entire world into chaos and turmoil. The three admirals, Akainu, Akiji, and Kazuru, sat at the forefront, embodying the Navy's supreme combat strength, their expressions equally grave and tense. Akainu Sakazuki clenched his fists, his gaze fixed resolutely ahead. Akiji Kazan maintained his characteristic calm demeanor, yet a hint of anxiety lingered in his eyes, Kizaru Borsellino, while still sporting his signature smile, could not conceal the profound concern lurking beneath. At that moment, Admiral Tsuru furrowed her brow in deep contemplation of strategies, while Garp, even in such dire circumstances, remained optimistic. Munching on senbei, the other vice admirals were arranged along the sides, when suddenly, the voice of Fleet Admiral Sengoku resonated throughout the conference room, shattering the oppressive silence. He took a deep breath, attempting to quell the turmoil within, and then slowly began to speak. I believe you have all surmised the subject of today's meeting. After a brief pause, he continued, that scoundrel Morgans has somehow acquired the secret regarding the Whitebeard pirates possessing multiple Devil Fruit users, and he has disseminated this information widely. Now the entire world is aware of this secret. Moreover, a celestial dragon has been killed, and the higher-up stance on this matter is unmistakable. At this revelation, a collective gasp echoed in the room. Should this information become public, it would not only significantly undermine the Navy's control over the New World, but would also incite those coveting this power to stir restlessly. Some factions had already begun scheming on how to exploit this intelligence for their own gain, potentially igniting an unprecedented large-scale conflict. For the Navy, tasked with maintaining global order, this undoubtedly posed a monumental challenge and crisis. In that instant, the conference room was enveloped in a brief silence. This stillness felt as though the very air had solidified, with each person's breath seemingly magnified, becoming the sole sound in that tranquil space. The sunlight outside remains resplendent, yet the atmosphere within the room is laden with an unusual heaviness, as if an invisible pressure envelopes the hearts of all present. "Speak, what are your thoughts?" inquired the Grand Admiral of the Warring States, his voice calm, yet undeniably authoritative. His gaze swept from left to right, searching for someone among the assembled officers who could shatter the impasse and provide a definitive course of action. However, faced with such an abrupt turn of events, most felt caught off guard, their thoughts seemingly frozen in that moment. The officers exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a tapestry of complex emotions, confusion, anxiety, and a flicker of hope. They appear to be waiting for someone to step forward and offer a clear direction or suggestion to alleviate the prevailing tension. Yet, the stark reality was that, in the absence of further intelligence, any decision could entail unpredictable risks. This uncertainty rendered everyone as if treading on thin ice, hesitant to voice their opinions. Thus, aside from a few seasoned officers, the majority either bowed their heads in contemplation, seeking answers within their minds, or chose to remain silent, awaiting the Grand Admiral's next instructions. In such a moment, adherence to orders is deemed more crucial than rash action. After all, a wrong decision could yield catastrophic consequences. Time seemed to stretch interminably. Each person silently awaited, hoping for someone to break the silence and find a way through the current predicament. The Grand Admiral sat quietly, his gaze penetrating as he contemplated some significant matter. The atmosphere was almost suffocating, the air seemingly solidified. Ultimately, it was Akainu who shattered this oppressive ambience, his voice imbued with an undeniable firmness. Yet he refrained from mentioning the celestial dragons, as if the demise of one held little significance for them. "Admiral Sengoku, we have yet to reach a conclusion regarding Whitebeard's 3 fruits, but we cannot overlook that they have acquired the blood of Kizaru. Thus, even if those rumors were initially unfounded, they now possess a measure of credibility." After uttering these words, Akainu inhaled deeply, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. "True strength is not measured by the number of abilities one possesses," he continued. "Take Whitebeard, for instance. Though he once stood as one of the mightiest on the seas, he is now aged, his vitality and vigor waning. Should he dare to challenge our Marine headquarters at Marineford, this place shall become his grave." Upon hearing this, Kizaru could not help but shake his head. Had such words been spoken before their departure, he might have agreed to some extent. However, after this experience, he felt a disquieting uncertainty about the outcome. Meanwhile, Akiji remained silent, his hands clasped behind his head, reclining lazily in his chair. And no one knew what thoughts occupied his mind at that moment. The room once again fell into a profound silence. punctuated only by the occasional sound of waves from outside, a reminder of the impending battle. Very well, Sengoku, let us proceed according to our previous plan. All changes concerning Whitebeard have been instigated by that young man named Ron. Admiral Tsuru's voice shattered the silence of the conference room, bringing an end to the anxious anticipation. She rose slowly, her gaze sweeping across Fleet Admiral Sengoku before settling on all present, her tone resolute as she declared, "We must swiftly apprehend Ron and uncover the secret behind Whitebeard's crew becoming dual fruit users. Only in doing so can we significantly enhance the Navy's strength, thus truly bringing an end to this so-called era of great pirates." Haha, indeed. Admiral Tsuru's thoughts aligned perfectly with mine. Karp chuckled heartily, seemingly oblivious to Tsuru's slightly sullen demeanor. Sengoku, I strongly endorse this perspective as well. Tsuru's words echoed through the conference room, igniting a murmur of discussion among the attendees. Everyone recognized the gravity and urgency of the situation. Whitebeard transformation was not merely an enhancement of personal power. It posed a challenge to the entire Navy structure. Failure to take timely action could yield catastrophic consequences. After a moment of contemplation, Fleet Admiral Sengoku nodded in agreement. He understood that Admiral Tsuru's suggestion was indeed prudent. Although capturing Ron and unveiling the secrets of Whitebeard's crew would not be a simple task, it was the sole means to reverse the tide. Drawing a deep breath, he rose to address those assembled, proclaiming, "First, I hereby issue the Demon Slayer order. We shall obliterate Gaia Island, at the very least to demonstrate our resolve. Second, from this moment forth, we will devote all efforts to pursuing Ron and investigating the truth behind Whitebeard's crew. All departments must collaborate closely to ensure the successful completion of this mission. This is not only for the honor of the Navy, but for the peace and stability of the entire world. Third, notify all naval divisions that should any sighting of Ron occur, or any information regarding him arise, it must be reported to Navy headquarters without delay." Understood. Acknowledged. Chapter 38. The Wrath of the Five Elders. Bellamy meets his idol after the meeting. Sengoku sat alone in his office, engulfed in profound contemplation. He recognized that this incident would have a monumental impact on the world government, not only tarnishing its public image, but potentially triggering a cascade of repercussions. After much reflection, he deemed it necessary to report directly to his superiors and seek further instructions. He picked up the phone and dialed the private line to Saint Satan. The call was quickly connected, but the voice on the other end brimmed with fury and discontent. "Sengoku, do you have any idea what the death of a celestial dragon signifies? It has brought us immense disgrace before the world. As Fleet Admiral, you must take responsibility for this." Though the speaker's tone endeavored to remain composed, the seething anger beneath was unmistakable. In the face of such severe criticism, Sengoku remained composed and replied with a calm demeanor, "Master Satan, allow me to elucidate. Regarding this incident, we have implemented urgent measures, issuing a demon extermination order against Ron and his accomplices, and dispatched our strongest forces to execute the mission. I am confident that through our efforts, we can mitigate some of the losses." A disdainful scoff resounded from the other end of the line. "Do you believe this will resolve the issue? Do not forget the existence of the Whitebeard pirates. They are one of the 4 emperors. If handled improperly, the consequences could be dire. Moreover, now is not the time for declarations of war, you understand." "Indeed, as you have said," Sengoku conceded, "therefore we are actively seeking a balance, ensuring that justice is served while also avoiding a larger scale of conflict. After all, maintaining peace upon the seas is our foremost duty." However, his words seemed to have little impact on his interlocutor. Consideration is irrelevant. Satan suddenly erupted with a curse, clearly dissatisfied with Sengoku's response. He then added, "Others can be temporarily set aside, but we must exert all efforts to capture Ron and unveil the secrets of his multiple devil fruit abilities. Additionally, we must swiftly collect blood samples from members of the Whitebeard pirates for Dr. Vegapunk's research and analysis." Upon hearing this, Sengoku realized the gravity of the situation, leaving no room for negotiation. He promptly affirmed, "Understood. I will act according to your directives." On that day in Dressrosa, The tranquility of the island was shattered. A disheveled, sunburnt, and cracked-skinned vagabond appeared, seemingly adrift at sea for an extended period, tattered clothing adorning his weary frame. "I must find Doflamingo. I have urgent matters to report," he weakly shouted, desperation lacing his voice. No sooner had he spoken than he suddenly lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground with a thud, as if bereft of the strength to remain upright. When this wanderer regained consciousness, he found himself lying in a modest yet clean room. The surroundings were silent, interrupted only by the occasional chirping of birds outside. As he attempted to rise, a figure clad in a white cloak, wielding a golden scepter, entered the room. The individual bore a smile, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of cunning and curiosity. "Pray tell, who might you be? What business do you have with Doflamingo?" Torbol inquired with a distinctive nasal voice, laced with mockery. Bellamy, startled by the sudden voice, involuntarily trembled. However, he quickly regained his composure, scrutinizing the visitor, who was none other than Torbol, a prominent member of the Don Quixote family and one of Doflamingo's most capable aides. Realizing the stature of the individual before him, Bellamy felt an amalgamation of astonishment and trepidation. After all, for anyone navigating the treacherous seas, encountering such a high-ranking figure was indeed a rare occurrence. "Why, you are Torbol!" Bellamy's voice trembled, nearly faltering to the point of incoherence. His heart raced, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and his eyes were filled with terror and disbelief. "Hee. Do you recognize me? If I hadn't happened to return, those toys might have killed you," Torbol remarked half-jokingly, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Despite his casual tone, a chilling glint flickered in his smiling eyes, a ruthless light that betrayed his intentions. For someone like Bellamy, whose origins were shrouded in mystery, Torbol had already made up his mind. It would be best to eliminate him. After all, in this perilous world, no potential threat could be overlooked. Bellamy instinctively shrank back, feeling a wave of coldness creep up his spine. He could distinctly sense the murderous intent emanating from Torbol, causing his heart to pound as if a heavy stone had settled upon his chest. Why were these people so quick to resort to violence? Could they not engage in a civil conversation? He silently prayed for a safe passage through this ordeal. "Wait, I am Bellamy, having escaped from Gaia Island." He quickly clarified his origins, noting the lack of change in Torpol's expression before continuing. "I am also a devoted admirer of Don Quixote. I dream of joining the Don Quixote family and becoming part of it." The more he spoke, the more fervent his expression became, even causing his body to tremble with excitement. "I know that the Don Quixote family consists of 19 members, including the Captain Don Quixote Doflamingo, you, Torbol, Senor Pink Diamante." After listing all the members in one breath, Bellamy paused to catch his breath. Despite being weary from 7 days and nights at sea, the mere mention of his idol invigorated him with uncontainable enthusiasm. "Stop! Stop!" Torbol finally reacted, his expression one of astonishment as he asked, "You said you came from Gaia Island?" "Yes, what's the matter?" "Lord Torbol, please let me continue. I have admired Doflamingo's bravery since I was a child." "Wait." Bellamy was interrupted as he noticed Torbol's intense gaze upon him, his expression somewhat unsettling, particularly with the large droplet of mucus hanging precariously. "I mean, you must know about the Whitebeard pirates, right?" "Yes, I know a little," Bellamy replied, shrinking back slightly. "Are you interested in Ace?" "Ace?" Torbol exclaimed, surprised. "You don't know? I will take you to see Doflamingo." In the palace's rear garden in Dressrosa, sunlight filtered through the lush foliage, casting dappled shadows on the ground, while a faint floral fragrance permeated the air. Doflamingo sat in an exquisite wicker chair, a playful expression on his face as he regarded the Bellamy standing before him. His eyes reflected a mix of disdain and curiosity, and beside him lay the latest newspaper, prominently featuring news about the Whitebeard pirates. "Is everything you said true?" Doflamingo's voice was deep and magnetic, yet it carried an unsettling undertone. "Indeed, absolutely true." Bellamy nodded fervently, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Nothing could be more exhilarating than encountering the individual he idolized most. His hands were tightly clasped together, as if he were striving to rein in his emotions to avoid losing composure due to overwhelming excitement. Upon hearing the news, Doflamingo's expression darkened instantaneously, his red glasses shrouded in a veil of gloom. Chapter 39. There are stronger fruits. Standing nearby, Torpal's countenance also soured, evidently displeased with the tidings Bellamy had brought forth. Doflamingo, I must say, Torpal interjected, his tone laced with palpable sarcasm. It's truly astonishing to think that the Whitebeard pirates are concealing research personnel. Oof. Doflamingo scoffed, a flicker of anger and resentment flashing in his eyes. Who they are concealing is irrelevant, but the fact that they have successfully developed a devil fruit devoid of side effects is intolerable. His words were imbued with shock and envy regarding this revelation. This news was undoubtedly a significant blow to him, signifying a tremendous enhancement in the strength of the Whitebeard pirates, a prospect that spelled misfortune for their family. The garden plunged into a profound silence, broken only by the occasional chirping of birds, which pierced the oppressive atmosphere. Witnessing the gravity of the situation, Bellamy refrained from uttering another word. Subsequently, Doflamingo slowly rose from his chair, tightly gripping the newspaper, his gaze flitting over each word and headline, desperately seeking any semblance of a clue. Ice fruit, quake fruit, mythical zoan, phoenix form, he murmured, his voice heavy with an ineffable weight. The powers of these devil fruits were each capable of shaking the world, and the prospect of their mass production posed an immense challenge to his existing authority, rendering the fruits he possessed virtually worthless. Most alarmingly, the ability to become a dual fruit user. Doflamingo's tone was heavy with disbelief. For if this technology were to be widely adopted, it would irrevocably alter the global landscape. Torpal observed Doflamingo's shifting expressions in silence, acutely aware of the tense atmosphere permeating the air. If their devil fruits achieve mass production, what use will our business with Kaido be? Doflamingo suddenly raised his voice, tinged with both anger and resignation. He understood all too well that failure to devise a countermeasure would obliterate everything they had painstakingly built over the years. His brow furrowed deeply, wrinkles etched like a river, betraying his inner turmoil and unease. A solution must be found immediately, otherwise, all would be irretrievably lost. At that moment, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the fervently enthusiastic Bellamy, whose eyes shimmered with an insatiable thirst for power and boundless admiration for Doflamingo. In an instant, a brilliant idea surged within Doflamingo's mind. Bellamy, would you be willing to work for me? His voice was deep and magnetic, imbued with an irresistible allure. He understood that Bellamy was a person willing to sacrifice everything for his ideals and ambitions, which was precisely what he needed at this moment. Gaio Island, once a tranquil and serene locale, had become fraught with tension due to the manhunt for Ron. Ever since Ron had been pursued by the Navy, the Whitebeard pirates had not strayed from this land. Their singular task each day was to patrol the island, ensuring Ron's safety remained uncompromised. Within the base, the atmosphere was notably heavy. Whitebeard sat elevated, his gaze shimmering with determination and wisdom. The others dispersed, taking their seats, engaged in heated debates on how to navigate the current predicament, their opinions diverging widely, leading to a scene of considerable chaos. Listen up, you scallywags. Whitebeard's voice boomed like thunder, resonating throughout the room. That yellow ape and his Pika Pika no Mi are indeed remarkable, especially its speed, which is unparalleled. If we could harness that to escape, I dare say no one in this world could catch us. He paused momentarily, as if contemplating something significant. I have long harbored an idea. If I could imbue myself with the yellow ape's abilities, combined with the might of my Gura no Mi, we could forge an even more formidable force. Imagine the astonishing effect of light-speed movement colliding with seismic impact. Such an assault would be nearly unassailable. Upon hearing this, all present fell into a thoughtful silence, awestruck by the old man's proposition. Although it sounded somewhat audacious, considering that he was one of the formidable emperors of the sea, coupled with his profound understanding of combat, none dared to dismiss the proposal lightly. Old man, while the Pika Pika no Mi is indeed impressive, It only proves useful in flight. Marco interjected, his brow furrowed in analysis. A hint of concern and discontent flickered in his eyes, clearly skeptical about the ability's worth. A fruit that serves solely for escape is hardly a worthy investment. Ace nodded in agreement, his tone resolute. In his phoenix form, he brimmed with confidence, believing that even in the face of formidable foes, his defenses could withstand most assaults, thus regarding a reliance on mere speed for evasion with disdain. Whitebeard remained silent for a moment, his expression revealing a tangle of complexities. In this world, nothing was utterly flawless. The Pika Pika no Mi was undeniably alluring. It not only allowed instantaneous movement to any location, but also significantly enhanced the user's chances of survival. However, as Marco and Ace had pointed out, such an ability seemed more suited for evasion than for direct confrontation. At that moment, Jozu and Ron appeared at the entrance. "The Vice Captain, Ron, has arrived," Jozu announced loudly. With his words, the previously clamorous group gradually fell silent, turning their attention towards Ron. Ron had already heard of the events that transpired on the way here, so he wasted no time in inquiring about the situation. Instead, he approached Whitebeard directly and said, "Captain, while the Pika Pika no Mi is indeed quite alluring, it holds little utility for you. It merely offers a slight increase in speed." Upon hearing this, Whitebeard nodded in agreement, preparing to respond, but was interrupted by Ron. "I am aware of a far more potent fruit," Ron continued. "One that can not only grant you unparalleled speed, but also enhance the attack power of its wielder." "What?" Whitebeard was clearly taken aback by this revelation. After a moment of stunned silence, he inquired, "Such a fruit exists?" The others appeared equally bewildered, their curiosity piqued by the prospect of a fruit that could simultaneously augment both speed and attack power. Noticing their perplexed expressions, Ron offered a slight smile and pointed to the sky. "It is the Raijin no Mi Chapter 40, Preparations for Migration," upon hearing the name of this fruit. Some gasped in astonishment. "Raijin no Mi? Does it grant the power to command lightning?" "Indeed, it is the Raijin no Mi," someone explained. "This is an exceedingly rare and formidable Logia-type devil fruit, enabling its consumer to wield the power of lightning. It is said that this ability not only unleashes devastating electric attacks, but also allows the user to move with the swiftness of lightning, rendering them elusive. A Logia type. Yet, Logia fruits are scarce. Encountering one is purely a matter of fortune," another crew member lamented. "In this world, the number of Logia-type devil fruits is limited, and each is exceedingly precious. Those fortunate enough to obtain one are undoubtedly the luckiest among us." "Fool! Since Vice Captain Ron has mentioned it, he must know its whereabouts," exclaimed a seasoned sailor. "Vice Captain Ron is the most intelligent among us. He wouldn't casually speak of something without certainty. If he has brought up the Raijin no Mi, it is likely he has some leads or information regarding it." "Indeed. Oh, how did I not think of that?" Another crew member slapped his forehead in frustration. "Yes, we should trust Vice Captain Ron's judgment. Since he mentioned the Raijin no Mi, there must be a reason behind it. Perhaps we are closer to finding this fruit than we realize." The crew nodded in agreement, their hearts brimming with anticipation and excitement. After all, a Logia-type devil fruit like the Raijin no Mi is a coveted treasure for any pirate. Securing it would undoubtedly enhance their strength and combat prowess significantly. Marco's eyes sparkled at the mention of the Raijin no Mi. If they could indeed locate such a powerful fruit, it would be an immense boon for their crew, especially for their father, Whitebeard. This was undoubtedly the most ideal choice at present. "Brother Ron, I knew you would always find a way." Ace gazed at Ron with admiration. Since their acquaintance, as time progressed, Ron's stature in Ace's eyes had grown ever taller, as if there were no problem he could not solve. Meanwhile, Whitebeard was also captivated by the topic. Although he was deeply intrigued by the thunder fruit, he had never heard any information regarding it. "Ron, do you know where the thunder fruit is?" Whitebeard inquired with curiosity. Ron smiled subtly, a mysterious curve gracing his lips. "Of course. And you have been to that place before." "I have." Whitebeard was initially taken aback. Then he strained to recall, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not remember visiting such a place. Observing this, Ron sighed gently and slowly spoke. "That place is Sky Island." "Sky Island?" Whitebeard echoed the name. his brow furrowing slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he gazed upward, as if the words had sparked a memory within him. Indeed, I visited there once long ago. He then turned back to Ron, shaking his head in negation. However, I found nothing called the Thunder Fruit there, nor did I encounter anyone possessing such abilities. In response to Whitebeard's inquiry, Ron did not reply immediately, but maintained his enigmatic smile, further arousing the curiosity of everyone present. Internally, Ron mused. You truly missed meeting Enel back then. He arrived at Sky Island later and has remained there ever since. Thus, it is only natural that you did not encounter him. The wielder of the Thunder Fruit came to Sky Island afterward, so you naturally had no chance to meet him, Ron elucidated. Subsequently, Ron began to recount the age-old tale of the Golden City on Gaia Island. He stated, the wielder of the Thunder Fruit is named Enel, who has proclaimed himself a god and currently reigns over the entire Sky Island. Ron then mentioned the recent incident of the theft of the heavenly gold and the repercussions following the revelation of the Devil Fruit wielder. As this news spreads, we have become the target of scrutiny. While this is not particularly daunting for us, it would indeed be burdensome if all factions united against us. Thus, Ron proposed a bold idea. I have a suggestion. We could relocate our entire base to Sky Island. Its geographical position is exceptionally advantageous, almost unparalleled. Even the Navy would require considerable time and effort to reach there, granting us ample opportunity to develop and amass wealth. Once we secure sufficient funding, every member of the Whitebeard Pirates could become a wielder of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit. We might even cultivate more individuals with dual or even triple abilities. Ron's words surged like tumultuous waves, resonating passionately in the air, his voice rising and falling with unwavering determination. He firmly asserted that this seemingly impossible plan was, in fact, feasible and held a strong potential for success. After hearing Ron's passionate words, everyone was undeniably inspired, raising both hands and feet in enthusiastic support of his ideas. This atmosphere of unity was incredibly uplifting. Jaws was the first to step forward, proclaiming his support with a hearty laugh. How dare a rookie, lacking even the slightest aura of dominance, call himself a god? Allow me, Jaws, to teach him a lesson. With that, Jaws began to showcase his punches before the gathered crowd. Each strike produced a sonic boom. The shockwaves artfully contained around his fists, yet the power of his attacks doubled. This clearly demonstrated the considerable effort Jaws had invested in this area. Whitebeard observed Jaws' performance with a satisfied nod, exclaiming, Gururara, Jaws, your progress is remarkable. The potential of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit is limitless, and developing moves that suit oneself is the hallmark of true strength. Following this, Whitebeard turned to Ron with a smile, affirming, Young Ron, let us proceed to Sky Island, as you suggested. Upon hearing Whitebeard's approval of their plan, the crew erupted in cheers. They had grown somewhat weary of their current location, and the prospect of venturing to the legendary Sky Island was undeniably thrilling. Fantastic! I've heard that Sky Island is rich with gold. I might finally become a power wielder, exclaimed one. Indeed, Lord Ron mentioned it is the city of gold. It will surely elevate us to power. Another added, there are also many beautiful women there. I shall capture them all and present them to Vice Captain Ron. Absolutely, absolutely. We can only repay Lord Ron's kindness with beautiful women. Ron was momentarily speechless. Did he have such a fondness for beautiful women? Nevertheless, these sentiments were inconsequential. What mattered most was the crew's enthusiasm. He looked at his dear shipmates, casting them an encouraging glance and nodding vigorously in acknowledgement, which only heightened their excitement. This was a promise from Vice Captain Ron to them. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere among the others, the captains appeared rather idle. Ace lounged in a chair, leisurely swinging his legs, while Marco stood nearby, gazing at him with gentle eyes. Ace, how is your mastery of hockey coming along? Marco inquired, his tone laced with concern and anticipation. Ace proudly lifted his chin, confidence glimmering in his eyes. It's coming along decently. I haven't yet achieved externalization with armament hockey, but it's sufficient for now. Hearing this, Marco frowned slightly, urging, that one do, Ace. You are a division captain. Not being able to externalize armament hockey is rather disappointing. Ace, feeling somewhat defiant, stepped forward and draped an arm around Ron's shoulder, jokingly stating, "But Brother Ron is still the vice captain. He is just an ordinary person who can't even use hockey." Marco shook his head, about to respond, when he was suddenly taken aback by the sight before him. Ron's right hand slowly lifted, a flowing red-gold energy gradually enveloping half of his forearm. This spectacle left Marco wide-eyed, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor as he incredulously asked, "Vice Captain Ron, when did you learn to use armament hockey?" "Oh, is it merely armament hockey?" Ron smiled slyly, seemingly unperturbed by Marco's astonishment. Subsequently, the armament color, enveloping his right forearm, began to flow as if it possessed a life of its own. Without hesitation, Ron unleashed a powerful punch towards a nearby decorative stone. Boom! A dull thud echoed as the stone trembled slightly, appearing unchanged on the surface. Yet an invisible force permeated the air, felt by all present. Could it be? Ace approached incredulously, following Ron's gesture, and gently touched the stone with his right hand. In an instant, the entire decorative stone shattered, revealing the interior to the astonished onlookers. Within, the stone fragments were splintered, some reduced to dust. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. Witnessing this, they finally comprehended that Ron had just demonstrated the externalization of his armament color. This ability is typically mastered only through prolonged training, and those capable of such externalization are exceedingly rare. However, was Ron, the vice captain, not an ordinary individual? How could he suddenly wield the armament color? Even more astonishing was that the punch he had thrown was indeed an externalization. Most present had yet to learn this skill, while Ron effortlessly achieved it, leaving them in disbelief. Ron himself was taken aback by the punch's formidable strength. He had merely intended to break the stone barehanded, never anticipating the externalization of his power. The force erupted from his fist as if tearing through the very air, instantly obliterating the massive stone. Oh dear, this would be difficult to explain. Ron lamented inwardly, having merely sought to showcase his abilities slightly, only to incite such a tremendous commotion. Before he could utter a word, the crew erupted into thunderous cheers, their fervent expressions suggesting that they had shattered the stone themselves. Vice Captain Ron has always been considerate of our pride, feigning ordinariness all along, exclaimed one crew member, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Ron is too kind, taking such care of our feelings. I shall cast aside this ridiculous pride today. Another crew member knelt, offering a deep bow in reverence to Ron. Sigh. I had thought Ron was merely a scientist. I had even contemplated teaching him a move or two for self-defense, only to realize the fool was I, a former crew member who once deemed himself adept in martial arts, expressed with a visage of shame. The crowd was utterly disarmed, wailing in despair as if they had suffered a grievous blow. The entire scene became chaotic. All were awestruck by Ron's prowess, while simultaneously feeling profound regret for their ignorance. For days later, upon the shimmering surface of the sea, the Moby Dick sailed like a colossal sea beast, moving steadily. The navigators were diligently engaged, keenly observing and measuring changes in wind direction and humidity to ensure the vessel's safe voyage. Whitebeard stood on the deck, his gaze piercing through the boundless ocean, scanning the gently rippling surface in the distance, his brow furrowed in contemplation. "Ron, is there truly a whirlpool here that will elevate us to the Sky Island?" he inquired, turning to face Ron with eyes ablaze. Ron nodded affirmatively, a resolute expression gracing his face. "Rest assured, Captain, this is the right place," he assured, his profound knowledge of the sea instilling confidence in all present. Ace, seeking to lighten the tense atmosphere, remarked casually, "Old man, worry not. Even if we miss the whirlpool, we can still reach the summit of the west sky." He cast his eyes towards the clear sky, devoid of any island's trace. Yet, he unconditionally trusted Ron's words. Subsequently, Ace looked back at Whitebeard, admiration shimmering in his eyes. "Father, once you successfully enchant the power of the Thunder Fruit, you will become the first in the sea to wield 3 Devil Fruit abilities. The tremor of the Tremor Fruit, in its phoenix form, combined with the Thunder Fruit, will yield an overwhelming force capable of effortlessly crushing the other emperors. Marco chimed in with excitement. Indeed, Father, 3 fruits are more than sufficient to surpass the other emperors. And your haki is equally formidable, undoubtedly a superpower. Listening to his son's animated conversations, Whitebeard's smile broadened, reminiscent of his youth. Jozu, grinning foolishly, felt a surge of hope witnessing his father's newfound strength, envisioning his own future as a powerful figure. His eyes sparkled with exhilaration, as if he could already see himself becoming a formidable warrior. Ron, compared to the Thunder Fruit, I still yearn to enchant the Yellow Monkey-s Light Fruit, Jozu expressed with fervor. Ron paused momentarily, then turned his attention to Jozu, who continued with enthusiasm. My original form is the shining fruit, capable of transforming into diamond. Diamonds possess multiple reflective surfaces. Combined with the abilities of the light fruit, my power would increase exponentially. Ron nodded in understanding, recognizing Jozu's aspirations for greater strength. Knowing he would seize this opportunity, as Jozu spoke with increasing fervor, his eyes radiated excitement. Ron, evidently influenced by his words, wore a contemplative expression. Just imagine, when I attack, I could refract and reflect light through my diamond surfaces, making my light-based assaults elusive, Jozu elaborated confidently, pausing as if anticipating Ron's reaction. Indeed, Ron nodded, signifying his comprehension. Moreover, I can scatter, focus, and diffuse light, thereby amplifying my attack power. Jozu added eagerly, envisioning himself as an invincible figure in battle. This is incredible. I feel as though the light fruit is tailor-made for me, he exclaimed, his desire for the fruit palpable. However, he swiftly shifted the conversation to another possibility. But if I were to switch to the Thunder Fruit, the effects wouldn't be the same. This is precisely why I wish to enchant the light fruit. After listening to Ja's explanation, Ron was so astonished that he could scarcely articulate his thoughts. His gaze flitted back and forth across Jaws, as if he were truly encountering this individual for the first time. The spectators around them were equally taken aback, their expressions brimming with disbelief and reverence. The refraction and reflection of light, Ron murmured, when combined with the principles of convex and concave lenses. The resultant phenomenon is far more complex than simply 1 + 1 = 2. Although his voice was soft, it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. So Jaws is actually a physics savant. This outlandish notion is utterly extraordinary. Ron could hardly contain his admiration. What rendered the situation even more astonishing was that Jaws' innate ability, akin to a natural magnifying glass, could instantaneously transform ordinary attacks into devastatingly powerful moves. Moreover, by skillfully harnessing this ability, Jaws could concentrate dispersed attack energies onto a singular point, exponentially amplifying their destructive power. Imagine the sheer terror of countless minute yet concentrated energy beams overlapping to form a singular, formidable force. If a few more beams were to converge, the power could rival that of ancient weaponry. Brother Jaws, your idea is entirely feasible and brimming with creative potential, Ron asserted, his tone infused with admiration and support for Jaws' proposal. He then turned to the white-bearded captain, continuing, Captain, let us reserve 1 slot from that 5 billion fund for Brother Jaws. Upon hearing this, the captain erupted into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, Gurara, Ron Jaws. You two decide amongst yourselves. His eyes conveyed trust and anticipation toward Ron, as if to say, you are the vice captain now. You must shoulder your responsibilities and refrain from troubling this old man with every little matter. Ron, momentarily taken aback by the captain's words, nodded in understanding, accepting this mantle of responsibility. Very well, Captain, I shall do my utmost, he replied. At that moment, Jaws, brimming with excitement, stood up to express his gratitude to Ron and the captain. Thank you, old man. Thank you, Brother Ron. I will certainly cherish this opportunity and not let anyone down. Jaws' spirited demeanor caused envy among the onlookers, with captains like Marco and Ace offering warm congratulations. Compared to the glimmering fruit, he still preferred Akainu's magma fruit, renowned for its destructive force and explosive potential. Just as they were engaged in light-hearted banter, The previously tranquil sea suddenly transformed. A colossal whirlpool materialized without warning, its formidable gravitational pull instantaneously altering the course of the massive Moby Dick. This unforeseen occurrence left everyone in a state of shock. The whirlpool, not only immense in scale, but also astonishingly powerful, boasted a diameter spanning several nautical miles. Resembling a monstrous beast of the ocean, ready to devour any object that dared to venture too close. As the vessel gradually became ensnared, the surrounding waters began to churn violently, giving rise to towering waves that soared several meters high, crashing against the hull with a deafening roar. Faced with such a magnificent yet perilous spectacle, the occupants of a ship held their breath in awe, their hearts brimming with both reverence and trepidation. My heavens! Such a colossal whirlpool. No wonder it could hurl one into the sky. It is unfathomably deep. As you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. The surface of a sea. Look at the surface. It has already descended 5 centimeters at such a rapid pace, and it continues to drop. It is difficult to fathom how spectacular the eruption will be. Hold onto the handrails tightly. Do not let go. Ron quipped. The others hurriedly grasped the handrails, railings, and anything they could cling to, gripping with all their might, fearful of being flung into the tumultuous sea by this sudden, overwhelming force. Some attempted to speak, striving to comfort one another or express their fears, but before they could finish, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very fabric of the world. Bang! A massive column of water, several nautical miles in diameter, erupted violently from the center of the whirlpool, shooting up into the heavens. This scene was awe-inspiring and utterly breathtaking. Those sharks that could not escape, along with enormous marine creatures, were all drawn into this immense vortex, soaring skyward alongside the water column, as if a natural disaster film were unfolding before their eyes. Many fish, succumbing to the powerful centrifugal force, were flung out of the whirlpool, crashing down from the sky onto the sea's surface, shattering upon impact, meeting their demise in an instant. The ship swayed violently under this force, threatening to capsize at any moment. The passengers were filled with terror. Some, paralyzed by fear, fainted, but fortunate were those whose companions pulled them back in time. Otherwise, they would have surely plunged into the raging sea, confronting an uncertain fate. Chapter 43. Arrival at Sky Island. Jester Tiki. Soon, the Moby Dick steadied itself under the meticulous guidance of seasoned sailors. They deftly directed the crew to manage the course with unwavering precision, each movement exuding professionalism and accuracy. As the ship's speed gradually reached its zenith, augmented by the thrust of the soaring water column, the vessel surged forward at an astonishing pace. At this moment, the surrounding waves erupted into towering sprays, resembling a razor-sharp sword piercing the vast, boundless sky, presenting an unprecedented spectacle. Ace Woohoo, facing the fierce winds, waved his arms, his face radiant with uncontainable joy. Ron, we have succeeded. His voice rang out, exhilarated amidst the howling winds. Marco, too, felt this elation as he gazed at the approaching clouds, his eyes aglow with anticipation. It had been so long since anything had been this exhilarating. Sky Island truly filled one with expectation, he murmured to himself, as if he could already envision the fabled mysterious land. Ron stood silently on the deck, his gaze penetrating as he watched the ever-shrinking Gaia Island. From henceforth, the Sky Island would be my stronghold, and I shall transform it into an ideal realm. Such an extensive cloud cover is indeed a rarity. Fool, this is the White Sea, as the first mate mentioned yesterday. It is clear he was not paying attention. The White Sea lies 7,000 meters above the ground. Meanwhile, the Sky Island is situated above the White Sea, an altitude of 10,000 meters. A group of individuals excitedly engaged in discussions, and after traversing the White Sea for a considerable duration, they finally arrived at the White Sea. Everything here seems to be enveloped in a layer of enigmatic white, and as far as the eye can see, there exists a pristine and dazzling expanse of white. The sunlight poured over this ocean of whiteness, reflecting a blinding radiance that nearly rendered one unable to open their eyes. The air was imbued with a fresh and slightly cool essence, making each breath feel exceptionally invigorating. The Moby Dick glided smoothly across this realm of white, the vessel gently rising and falling with the waves. Crew members stood upon the deck, brimming with excitement as they eagerly scanned their surroundings, striving to capture every novel sight. Someone pointed into the distance, exclaiming, "Look over there! It seems something extraordinary awaits us." Following the direction of the finger, they indeed discerned the outline of the sky island emerging ahead. It was a small island suspended in the air, akin to a miraculous apparition descending from the heavens. Quietly floating above this world of white, the island was lush and verdant, a vibrant contrast to the surrounding pure white environment, enhancing its sense of life and mystery. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone was filled with exhilaration. The Sky Island. "Look, we have finally arrived at the Sky Island. I come for the Tremor-Tremor Fruit," shouted the newcomer Enel. "Let's draw some blood. Just a few pounds for now, then we can keep it for later use." "Ha ha, you rascal." Amidst their banter, the Moby Dick gradually approached the shore, and a throng began to disembark onto the island. Meanwhile, on Gaia Island, Teach raged furiously, his expression one of utter confusion as he watched the Moby Dick ascend into the skies. But predominantly, he felt wrath. Those damned fools have taken his Tremor-Tremor Fruit. Cursed be it, I was a step too late. In a fit of rage, Teach slammed his fist against the rocky shore, producing a thunderous sound as the rock shattered into countless pieces, debris scattering in all directions. His eyes burned with unquenchable fury and resentment. "The Sky Island, humph." Teach gritted his teeth, his voice laced with coldness and murderous intent. "Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I, Teach, shall capture you." His gaze was resolute and piercing, as if it could penetrate any obstacle, reaching straight to those who had stolen his precious fruit. The ability of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit represented not merely a symbol of power for him, but also an essential tool for realizing his ambitions. Losing it signified a severe blow to his plans. After uttering a couple more vehement threats, Teach turned and vanished into the jungle, his figure swiftly blending into the dense foliage. He intended to investigate the stronghold left by the Whitebeard pirates, hoping to uncover some clues. He understood that time was of the essence. Every moment was crucial. After Teach's departure, Bellamy cautiously emerged from the crevice in the rocks, his heart still racing as if he had just survived a life-and-death struggle. He gazed in the direction where Teach had vanished, filled with a mixture of terror and relief. Gently patting his chest, he sought to quell the fear within him, taking a deep breath and releasing it slowly, as though expelling the tension that had just enveloped him. How perilous that was! That fellow was named Teach? Why have I never heard of such a name? Bellamy furrowed his brow, muttering to himself. He recalled Teach's malevolent gaze and chilling smile, an involuntary shiver coursing through him. Indeed, he bore an undeniably sinister appearance, not resembling a person of virtue at all. Narrowing his eyes, Bellamy fell into contemplation, attempting to piece together the events that had transpired, searching for clues. This man seemed to harbor a grudge against the Whitebeard pirates. It was evident he had been observing this place covertly. There must be some conspiracy at play. Bellamy mused inwardly. Suddenly, a sly smile crept onto his lips. "Ah, at last. I have come across some valuable intelligence. As long as it is connected to the Whitebeard pirates, it holds significance." Bellamy recognized the importance of this information. It could very well become the key to fulfilling his mission. Just then, he glanced up at the sky and noticed that the towering column of water had vanished without a trace. He couldn't help but sigh, filled with an overwhelming sense of helplessness and disappointment. "I hadn't anticipated arriving late myself. Originally, I intended to endure humiliation and persevere to accomplish my idol's task. But it seems I have come away with nothing." Shaking his head, he felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Tomorrow, Doflamingo would arrive, and he needed to devise a plausible explanation to face the impending situation. "Alas, it seems I must carefully concoct a story," Bellamy silently pondered, beginning to strategize his next move. That evening, a multitude of pirate ships suddenly appeared near Jaya Island, their flags boldly displaying the skull emblem. These pirates flaunted their strength and ambitions with audacity. "Ha ha! I am the first to strike a deal with Whitebeard, the Grim Reaper axe, Hodges," bellowed a towering pirate, wielding a massive axe, his eyes gleaming with unwavering confidence. "To hell with you, trash. None can withstand even a single blow from me. The title of first belongs to me." Another pirate retorted disdainfully, his lithe form brandishing a sword that shimmered with menace. "Chickadee, chickadee, chick. Here comes the Kuin pirates. Those who do not flee shall taste my Iron Mountain slam." A peculiar group emerged from the pirate ship, brandishing weapons and charging ferociously toward the shore. Chapter 44. Doflamingo. Have I become a substitute? An ever-increasing number of pirate vessels vied to dock, each laden with meticulously prepared gifts intended for trading devil fruits. These offerings were not only priceless, but also represented the immense sacrifices made in their quest for formidable power. As the vessels gradually approached the island, the pirates leapt from the deck, hastily rushing towards the shore, fearful of missing the opportunity to exchange the devil fruit with the formidable Whitebeard. However, amidst this fierce competition, not all participants would achieve their desires. Those pirate crews who lagged behind felt a surge of resentment and fury upon realizing their disadvantage. Thus, they unhesitatingly opted for the most direct course of action, to engage in battle. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of cannon fire echoed, flames erupting in every direction, as if the entire island had been ignited. Accompanying the explosions were anguished cries, with groups of individuals being hurled through the air, the scene a dreadful spectacle. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, rendering it nearly impossible to breathe. "Damn it, you scoundrel, attacking without honor," roared an injured captain, his voice brimming with hatred for the enemy and an insatiable thirst for victory. "Men, strike back," he commanded, brandishing his weapon and rallying his crew to retaliate. On the other side, another captain bellowed, "Hit them hard, make them regret crossing the Kunkin pirates." His gaze was resolute and cold, clearly prepared to exert every ounce of their strength. "Fight! Attack with all your might!" Orders reverberated from every direction, each word infused with power and determination. In an instant, the entire island transformed into a colossal battlefield, engulfed in flames and the clash of blades, with scarcely a patch of unscathed ground in sight. This scene was a testament to the immense allure that the devil fruit held for these pirates. The following day, as the first rays of sunlight pierced the clouds and illuminated the harbor of Gaia Island, a group of pirates arrived, their hearts aflame with anger and disappointment. They had anticipated discovering the legendary Whitebeard pirates here, hoping to acquire immense wealth or intelligence. However, reality dealt them a heavy blow. The island was eerily tranquil, showing no signs of recent large-scale pirate activity. Nevertheless, this unwillingness to concede led them to resolve to remain, continuing their search in hopes of uncovering hidden secrets or remnants of treasure on this seemingly ordinary isle. Just as these pirates dispersed, meticulously exploring every corner of the island, a magnificent ship, adorned with unique designs, slowly approached the dock. The vessel bore no iconic pirate flag, but instead displayed large, golden letters, Don Quixote. It was none other than Don Quixote Doflamingo. As the ship docked, Doflamingo descended from the deck, holding a transponder snail to his ear, his expression grave. He listened intently before abruptly hanging up, pointing to the southeast and commanding, "Go there." His tone revealed a hint of urgency and discontent, as though the information he had just received displeased him greatly. This sudden order startled the other officers, simultaneously igniting their curiosity about the impending events. 10 minutes later, Bellamy stood trembling before his idol, Doflamingo, his expression betraying profound anxiety. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to speak the truth. After all, lying before someone of Doflamingo's caliber would be akin to digging his own grave. However, once he relayed the entire account, Doflamingo remained unresponsive, his face cold and silent. The oppressive silence instilled in Bellamy an unprecedented terror, nearly paralyzing him with fear. "Bellamy, there's no need for such tension." Unexpectedly, Doflamingo spoke, his tone laced with a barely perceptible gentleness. "This matter is not your fault." His demeanor, once harsh, seemed to soften at that moment. He then lifted his gaze to the sky, curiosity and contemplation flickering in his eyes, as he considered the fact that the Whitebeard pirates were, astonishingly, in search of the elusive Sky Island. Doflamingo then surveyed his surroundings, noticing an increasing number of individuals flocking to Gaia Island. Their intentions were unmistakably clear. They sought to locate the Whitebeard pirates and acquire the legendary power of the second Devil Fruit. A horde of vermin from the sea, believing they can attain dual Devil Fruit powers without first reflecting on their worth. Doflamingo remarked coldly, his voice suffused with disdain and contempt. The other family members echoed his sentiments with scoffs, their gazes rife with scorn for the weak. In this merciless ocean, only the strong could thrive, while the weak were left trampled beneath foot, serving as stepping stones for others' advancement. Observing the situation, Diamante hastily approached with a suggestion. Doflamingo, this place has lost all significance. I am certain the Whitebeard pirates will resurface, and when they do, we shall be the first to arrive, securing the dual Devil Fruit powers we desire. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo pondered for a moment before rising slowly, his gaze fixed resolutely ahead, as if he could pierce through the dense fog and glimpse the future. However, just as he was about to turn away, a frown creased his brow and a flicker of uncertainty crossed his eyes. "What is that?" he murmured, his voice tinged with doubt. Following his gaze, the others beheld numerous warships emerging from the sea, densely encircling Gaia Island, drawing ominously closer. The flags on these vessels glinted ominously in the sunlight, foreshadowing ill tidings. "The Navy!" Doflamingo exclaimed, astonished and furious. The unexpected encirclement by the Navy caught him off guard. Their planned operation had not accounted for a direct confrontation with the Navy, and now the situation had clearly spiraled beyond their expectations. "This is bad. I have become a pawn." The other family members quickly realized that the Navy's appearance could likely be a consequence of the Whitebeard pirates' previous actions. Although they had not participated, it was evident that on Gaia Island, the Navy had also marked them as a target. The feeling of being innocently embroiled in this situation left Doflamingo profoundly displeased. Chapter 45. We shall not bear the burden for Whitebeard. Damn that Whitebeard pirates. They've ensnared us yet again. The Navy is drawing nearer. A decision must be made swiftly, for time is of the essence. Doflamingo, we must make our escape. Confronting the Navy at this juncture is not a prudent choice. Doflamingo remained silent for a moment, his expression darkening. He understood that encountering the Navy this time, inexplicably taking the fall for Whitebeard, was a rather humiliating experience. The Navy seemed resolute, as the sheer number of warships indicated a scale akin to a demon extermination order. After surveying the surroundings, Doflamingo's conviction grew stronger. The Navy had dispatched a formidable force, evidently intent on eradicating the pirate presence in this region. We shall not bear the burden for Whitebeard. Retreat. Break through from the rear. Ultimately, Doflamingo resolved that engaging in a confrontation with the Navy would be futile. The only viable option was to identify an escape route and withdraw swiftly. Barely had Doflamingo departed when the thunderous sound of cannon fire erupted. Dark cannonballs rained down from the sky, trailing long black tails like furious dragons plunging into the jungles of Gaia Island. Boom! 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 The deafening explosions shattered the previously tranquil atmosphere of the island. The pirates, scouring the forest for clues, were utterly unprepared for this sudden onslaught. Many were struck directly by cannonballs, perishing instantly, blood mingling with soil to create a harrowing sight. The surviving pirates were engulfed in terror. They had never witnessed such a fierce and precise assault, plunging them into a state of utter panic. Some even lost their sense of direction in their frantic attempts to flee, darting aimlessly. Others sought refuge to evade the impending barrage. As they finally regained their wits and began to escape, they were met with the sight of warships lined along the coastline and armed Navy soldiers standing at the ready. Faced with such a formidable naval presence, even the most ferocious pirates felt an unprecedented weight of despair pressing upon them. At that moment, for these individuals accustomed to tyranny, the only remaining course of action appeared to be a desperate flight from this hellish locale. Where did all these Navy forces come from? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 70. There are too many to count. This is a demon extermination order. The Navy has issued a decree to annihilate Gaia Island. Everyone flee. The cataclysmic order of destruction. Chaos engulfed the pirates as they rushed towards the coast, each striving to board the anchored pirate ships in hopes of breaking free from the encirclement. However, amidst their frantic dash, a series of ear-splitting explosions erupted from above. It became evident that these cannonballs were specifically targeting their vessels. Amidst a cacophony of thunderous roars, pirate ships were shattered into countless fragments by the tremendous impact, their debris scattering chaotically, painting a scene of utter devastation. Witnessing this harrowing spectacle, some pirates, unwilling to succumb to their fate, swiftly altered their course, retreating into the depths of the forest in search of a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, others, gripped by despair, rushed frantically towards the remaining vessels, undeterred by the destruction of their own ships, in a desperate bid to seize an opportunity for survival. In an instant, the entire area transformed into a hellish tableau. Individuals slaughtered one another over the scarce resources, while others recklessly attempted to flee the scene, unfolding a series of tragic events amidst an atmosphere thick with fear and hopelessness. On board the naval warship, Rear Admiral Squirrel stood resolutely at the command platform, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the horizon. The flames on Gaia Island blazed fiercely. Even from such a distance, the oppressive heat seemed to permeate the air, enveloping all in a stifling wave. Prepare the second barrage. The Admiral's voice resounded with unwavering authority throughout the bridge. Target the pirate vessels along the shore. Strike them with ferocity. We must make these pirates acutely aware of the consequences of daring to challenge our naval might. Upon the issuance of his command, the soldiers sprang into action, adjusting the cannon angles and loading ammunition with remarkable precision. Soon, a deafening explosion shattered the calm of the sea, followed by a succession of violent detonations as cannonballs accurately struck their designated targets. The tremendous force not only obliterated several ships anchored at the shoreline, but also sent towering columns of water skyward, glistening brilliantly under the sun. Yet, Rear Admiral Squirrel showed no inclination to relent. Prepare the third barrage, he commanded, continuing to issue orders for a comprehensive assault, intent on delivering a cataclysmic blow. Do not permit the enemy a single moment to breathe. This time, an even greater array of artillery joined the fray. The entire island seemed to be engulfed in a conflagration of flames and smoke. Each cannonball that fell left behind a gaping crater or reduced structures to mere rubble. The air thick with the acrid scent of charred remnants, while the sky was stained a deep crimson hue. At that moment, a hesitant Navy major beside him ventured to speak, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Rear Admiral, should we consider evacuating the civilians on the island? Oomph. Rear Admiral Squirrel interjected with a scornful snort, interrupting his words. His gaze revealed a chilling resolve. Months prior, the island had been seized and purged by the Whitebeard pirates, leaving no civilians behind. Thus, there is no need to concern ourselves with anything else. Strike with ferocity, especially those pirates. Let not a single one escape. Yes. The officer responded immediately. Not even a mosquito shall evade capture. Indeed, the other soldiers echoed, their spirits soaring. With unwavering determination, they unleashed a relentless barrage, as if seeking to unleash all their fury and hatred upon their adversaries. At this moment, the Navy is finally poised to declare war on the four emperors. This news fills everyone with unparalleled excitement and fervor. They are acutely aware that the presence of an admiral aboard their warships signifies the highest level of support for their actions. Let the pirates perish. Chapter 46. The Erasure of Gaia Island. Meanwhile, Don Quixote da Flamingo stands in a concealed corner, his gaze piercing as he watches his pirate ship tremble under the assault of naval cannon fire. The deck and stern have been ravaged by explosions, although the two cannonballs have not inflicted fatal damage, allowing the ship to remain afloat. Such provocation undeniably crosses his threshold of tolerance. Damn you, Navy, he roars, his fury nearly spilling over. What does it matter? Since you're here, Let us sink 2 of your warships before we leave." Upon hearing this, Treble nearly loses his footing, hastily interjecting, "I implore you, Doflamingo, now is not the time for rash decisions." His voice resonates with urgency and concern. Diamante furrows his brow, attempting to reason with Doflamingo using a more rational approach. The Navy has issued a demon extermination order, and the likelihood they are unaware of the Whitebeard pirates' presence here is minuscule. This indicates that an admiral is undoubtedly stationed aboard one of those ships. Should we engage in direct confrontation, a safe retreat would become exceedingly difficult. Faced with the counsel of his 2 subordinates, Doflamingo inhales deeply, forcefully suppressing the raging tempest within. He understands that maintaining composure in this critical moment is paramount. Ultimately, after a moment of silence, he grits his teeth and utters a single word: "Withdraw." With the command given, everyone swiftly rushes toward the pirate ship. Bellamy follows closely behind, remaining entirely silent. He understands that in such circumstances, silence is the wisest choice. Otherwise, provoking anyone inadvertently could yield dire consequences. The air is thick with tension and oppression as each individual moves cautiously, wary of inciting unnecessary trouble. Deep within their original stronghold, Blackbeard stands alone in the desolate laboratory. Silence envelopes the space, occasionally punctuated by the distant sounds of cannon fire that disrupt the stillness. He surveys the surroundings, noting the chaotic strewn papers littering the floor. Aside from that, nothing of value remains. The battle outside intensifies, the cannon fire growing louder, clearly indicating that the Navy is intent on sinking Gaia Island. Upon receiving this news, Blackbeard's mood grows increasingly somber, particularly when he learns of the Navy's decree to exterminate the entire island. His anger is ignited in an instant. Cursed Whitebeard, and those damn Navy soldiers. He snarls, his eyes brimming with hatred and defiance. His fury erupts like a volcano, causing his breaths to quicken and his face to flush with agitation. Ultimately, the overwhelming force of his emotions proves too much to bear, and a stream of blood erupts from the corner of his mouth, splattering onto the cold ground. "As long as I, Blackbeard, draw breath, I shall ensure that you will not find peace," he shouted loudly, his voice infused with boundless determination and fury. Confronted with the impending peril, he realized that remaining here would only render him a target for his foes. Thus, in that final moment, he chose to flee from this place laden with memories. After all, in such dire circumstances, there was no option left but to surrender. "You bunch of scoundrels, even after abandoning me, you still wish to drag me down," he bellowed at the desolate room before swiftly vanishing into the darkness. On the shore, the majority of the pirates had utterly resigned themselves. They despaired, discovering that no matter where they fled, they would be mercilessly pursued. The cannons seemed to possess a mind of their own, accurately bombarding them. At this juncture, their vessels lay in tatters, while the entire island was engulfed in relentless fire, leaving no avenue for escape. "Damn it, let us fight these Navy bastards," one pirate roared, his eyes brimming with defiance and wrath. "No one can judge me. I am a pirate king." A chorus of disdain erupted from the crowd, denouncing the so-called justice of those who supported the celestial dragons, urging them to open their eyes and witness who truly infest the seas. The Kuan pirate crew joined in the tirade, their words sharp and piercing, targeting the corruption and hypocrisy behind the Navy. However, despite the pirates' fervor, their resistance appeared futile against the overwhelming firepower of the Navy. The barrage fell like rain, and the silhouettes of the pirates gradually faded amidst the smoke and flames. Meanwhile, Gaia Island was completely obliterated in this fierce battle, vanishing without a trace from the map. Once a thriving isle, it was now reduced to ruins and debris, a casualty of this war. On the outskirts of the Sky Island lay Angel Island. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle sea breeze caressed the shores, where a throng of people advanced toward the island. Their sheer numbers rendered it nearly impossible to remain inconspicuous. Clearly, they were oblivious to the fierce conflict unfolding below, especially Ace, who was currently enraptured by a newly discovered treasure. a seemingly ordinary shell imbued with incredible power. Ron, look at this shell. It's simply marvelous, Ace exclaimed, holding the small shell, which could absorb his attacks and even reflect them back. He pressed the shell against his chest, eager to test its effects once more. However, at that very moment, an unexpected event transpired. With a thunderous boom, Ace's chest was suddenly struck by a formidable force, piercing his body. Yet astonishingly, no blood flowed from the wound. Instead, a vibrant flame, as red as blood, ignited, a hallmark of the Phoenix's unique abilities. As the flames flickered, Ace's body began to heal rapidly, his grievous injury remarkably alleviated, even entirely restored. Haha, this is simply incredible. Ace was overjoyed, as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure, carefully cradling the wondrous impact shell in his embrace. This unexpected find filled him with immense satisfaction and excitement. He then turned to Ron and inquired, "Brother Ron, where is that repulsion shell you mentioned, which is said to be 10 times more powerful than the impact shell? I have searched for quite a while, and yet found nothing." His eyes sparkled with anticipation and a hint of impatience. Ron looked up with a smile. As the silhouette of Angel Island gradually emerged before them, the sea breeze caressed his cheeks, bringing a refreshing coolness. He gazed at Ace and replied, "These special shells are not easily found. Those functional shells have long been scavenged by the local inhabitants," he said slowly, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Finding even one impact shell is already quite fortunate." Upon hearing this, Ace's face fell, disappointment evident. He had originally hoped to discover the repulsion shell, but was met with such obstacles instead. However, Ron pointed ahead and said, "Just ahead lies Angel Island. You can simply purchase whatever you desire there. It will certainly be easier than searching for it." Ace followed Ron's gesture and beheld the distant Angel Island, illuminated beautifully by the sun. The architecture upon the island was arranged in an appealing manner, with bustling streets teeming with people. "Have we arrived so soon?" Ace exclaimed, gazing ahead as the grand avenue of Angel Island unfolded before them. The attire of the islanders bore no significant difference from those below, the only distinction being the delicate white wings adorning their backs. "Are these people truly angels?" Jaws scratched his head, perplexed. Marco stepped forward, adding, "These natives could prove to be a nuisance." Ron replied, "Do not concern yourself with them for now. There will be times when we require their assistance. Let us first seek out that fellow named Enel." A sly grin crept across Jaws' face, as if he could foresee the forthcoming events. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he swaggered confidently into the center of the road and then halted. The surrounding natives took notice of the group of outsiders, scrutinizing them with curious gazes, murmuring to one another about the Qinghai people. Although intrigued, they were equally vigilant. In that moment, all attention converged upon Jaws. He took a deep breath, seemingly gathering strength for the impending action. Then, with a booming voice, he shouted, "Trash Enel, come forth and greet your grandpa Jaws." He repeated the call several times, and soon, all the natives were struck with terror, hastily retreating into their homes. They quickly shut their doors and windows, securing every possible gap, fearing that even the slightest opening might allow the dangers of the outside world to seep in. Notwithstanding, they had left only a narrow slit through which their eyes could peer, surreptitiously observing the commotion outside. Each pair of eyes was filled with an unmistakable sense of dread and unease. They could scarcely fathom the audacity of these individuals from Qinghai to directly provoke the divine Aini Road. In their minds, Aini Road was not merely a being of supreme power, but also an inviolable and unquestionable authority. Any attempt to challenge him was viewed by the locals as a fool's errand, with no possibility of survival. Thus, as they witnessed this scene, the indigenous people were both astounded and terrified, praying that the actions of these outsiders would not implicate them. Simultaneously, they harbored a silent hope that they would not become innocent victims entangled in this affair. Indeed, it was not long before the previously clear and sunny sky suddenly darkened. Ominous clouds swiftly gathered, as if an invisible force were orchestrating their formation. Following this, a deafening clap of thunder reverberated through the heavens, akin to the wrath of a thunder deity, intent on obliterating all forms of disrespect. In that fleeting moment, everyone held their breath, their gazes fixated on the sky that was about to be rent asunder by lightning. A brilliant blue bolt descended like a sword from the heavens, striking with unerring precision towards the direction of Xiaozi. This lightning was not only vividly colored, but also possessed an immense power, seemingly tearing the very air apart with a hissing sound. The hearts of all the indigenous people quaked involuntarily. They were so frightened by this spectacle that they shut their eyes, unwilling to confront the horror before them. Visions of Xiaozi, charred and unrecognizable from a strike, loomed in their minds, for they had witnessed such scenes far too often, whether from verbal discontent or deep-seated resentment. Any offense against the divine Aini Road was met with the inevitable and overwhelming retribution of thunder. Each time they saw someone subjected to such cruel treatment for offending the deity, their hearts filled with terror and despair. However, Xiaozi's subsequent actions left them wide-eyed with disbelief. They were astonished to see the provocateur's right hand suddenly enveloped by a dark substance, as if a mysterious power had awakened instantaneously. This darkness not only shrouded his arm, but also emitted a disconcerting aura. Then, with his fist enwrapped in black mist, Xiaozi swung it to strike the descending lightning. With a resounding crack, the once formidable bolt of lightning fizzled out, rendered as weak as a mere mosquito. Had it not been for the residual electricity and slight tremors in the air, they might have doubted that a lightning bolt had ever struck here. Is this all? With hands on his hips and a smirk of disdain playing upon his lips, Xiaozi looked up at Aini Road in the sky and mockingly declared, "Tickling Grandpa Xiaozi would hardly suffice." Ron observed the unmistakable impatience radiating from Jaws, clearly indicating that this formidable figure was eagerly awaiting the opportunity to confront Enel, ready to commence the experiment with the enchanted Mera Mera no Mi at a mere command from him. The air was thick with tension and anticipation, as if time itself had slowed to a standstill in that moment. Meanwhile, Whitebeard stood quietly to the side, allowing his sons to frolic nearby. Yet, his gaze drifted into the distance, seemingly reaching into the depths of his soul, touched by a fleeting tenderness and nostalgia, as if stirred by a distant memory. It prompted speculation about the emotions and experiences concealed within that story. Marco astutely sensed the subtle shift in their father's mood. As one of the crew members most attuned to Whitebeard, he understood that this was not a manifestation of physical discomfort, but rather a reflection of an emotional resonance deep within. Once reassured that their father was merely lost in reminiscence of cherished times past, Marco's anxiety began to dissipate. Nevertheless, he resolved to remain vigilant, ensuring he was prepared for any unforeseen circumstances in this unpredictable world. After all, maintaining a watchful eye was always prudent. At that moment, the sky erupted once more, the thunder reverberating as though the heavens themselves were on the verge of collapse. A second bolt of lightning descended, its magnitude surpassing the first. Is this it? How utterly mundane. Chapter 48. Beasts and Phantoms. All can be cleaved with one sword. Jaws stood steadfast, gazing directly at the rapidly descending lightning. The skin on his head and shoulders transformed into a diamond-like hardness in an instant. Boom! The lightning struck his diamond-like skin. The powerful surge of electricity coursing through Jaws' body, crackling like firecrackers. Jaws let out a chuckle, intending to downplay the event, but was abruptly met with a grimace of pain. Hot, 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 hot. The searing heat carried by the lightning felt as if he had walked barefoot through a pit of fire, unbearable in its intensity. Although his skin had become as hard as diamond, the extreme temperature remained intolerable. With a sudden motion, Jaws swung his arm, sending a mild tremor rippling throughout his body. This force was both potent and precise, swiftly expelling all the electricity clinging to his surface away from his form. The air still hummed with residual electricity. It posed no further threat to Jaws. Ron, you truly put me in a bind by not informing me of the scorching nature of lightning, Jaws lamented, casting a reproachful glance at Ron, his tone tinged with exasperation. He rubbed his arm, still feeling the lingering sensation of the shock, though the pain had significantly subsided. Well, you brought this upon yourself by rushing out, Whitey interjected, adopting a protective stance and pointing an accusatory finger at Jaws. Jaws shook his head in resignation, inwardly sighing. He recognized that arguing with the opponent was futile, and a true gentleman does not engage in conflict with women. Thus, he lifted his gaze once more towards the heavens, directing all his pent-up fury towards the elusive Enelu. Enelu, show yourself at once. Your esteemed Jaws has matters to attend to and cannot waste time with your frivolities. The atmosphere around him seemed to thicken with tension, as everyone held their breath, awaiting the unfolding events. Jaws stood resolutely, his eyes fixed upon the sky, anticipating the moment to impart a lesson to Enelu. As his words echoed, silence enveloped the scene. The indigenous people, already in a state of bewilderment, stood frozen in shock, their eyes wide with fear as they beheld the outsiders, or the Qinghai people. Ron, too, was taken aback. Given Enelu's temperament, he would typically have emerged by now. Just as anticipation hung thick in the air, a series of thunderous explosions erupted from the heavens, resembling a mysterious drumbeat that shattered the prevailing calm. In swift succession, four agile figures descended like divine warriors, their imposing presence heralded by a battalion of over 100 airborne guards, creating a magnificent spectacle. Outsiders, halt your advance and depart immediately, or face the wrath of the divine. These guards were mounted on peculiar modes of transportation, powered by unique shell-based mechanisms exclusive to the Sky Islands. These contrivances were no ordinary objects. They were meticulously crafted from various shells imbued with extraordinary powers, each shell containing the mysteries and forces of nature, enabling these vehicles to soar freely across the vast expanse of the sky. Ace's gaze was immediately captivated by this astonishing sight, his eyes gleaming with curiosity and excitement, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. Ron, look, is that what you mentioned before? The Yunbei, the Fengbei, and those aerial vehicles crafted from shells that create shockwaves? Ace inquired eagerly. Ron, initially taken aback by Ace's sudden curiosity and keen observation, nodded in acknowledgement, pondering how he had never noticed Ace as profound interest in such matters before. Incredible. I want one too, Ace exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with determination. Turning to Ron, he sought clarification. Brother Ron, who are these people? Are they foes? Can we fight them? Yes, they're the four divine priests under Enelu, and the ones behind them manage the daily affairs here. Ron began, but before he could finish, a burst of flames surged forth, as Ace had already made his move. If we can fight, then let us do it, Ace declared, crimson wings igniting from his back. His right fist enveloped in blazing flames, the intense heat radiating outward. Fire fist. The priests, unaccustomed to such displays, were left dumbfounded, realizing that these individuals possessed abilities akin to those of the divine Enelu. That is the power of a god. Boom! A group of individuals had just made their entrance when Ace descended from the heavens, striking them down with force. He eagerly seized the specially designed weapon they had been standing upon, engrossed in his examination. Marco shook his head, unfazed by the scene. It was merely a one-sided display of dominance, and he thought it best to let them indulge and unwind. At that moment, a door belonging to the indigenous people was suddenly forced open with a resounding crash. A figure broke free from the crowd's grasp, stumbling towards them, and fortuitously fell at Ron's feet. Please, noble ones, save Sky Island, cried the golden-haired, blue-eyed woman, her delicate wings fluttering adorably behind her. Before she could finish, a brilliant flash illuminated the sky, followed by a deafening crack of thunder that seemed poised to rend the earth asunder. Was that bolt aimed at me? Ron raised his gaze slightly, his eyes sharp and resolute. He lifted his right hand, forming his fingers into a sword as a formidable blade of energy coalesced at his fingertips, exuding a disquieting aura. Without a hint of hesitation or fear, he swung his sword towards the impending lightning. As everyone held their breath in anticipation, a soft chime echoed through the air, and the once menacing lightning was cleaved in two by Ron's unleashed sword energy, flowing harmlessly around him before dissipating into the void. After this feat, Ron remained poised and unruffled, as if the entire occurrence had been nothing more than a trivial interlude. He understood that this was not mere luck. He had long recognized that the sword energy generated by his technique could sever anything, Whether it be a natural element or a mythical beast, if he willed it, even the fiercest of monsters could be defeated with a single stroke. The atmosphere fell into silence, particularly among the Whitebeard pirates, who gazed at Ron as if he were a specter. What on earth did I just witness? Lord Ron cleaved the lightning. How powerful is our vice captain? He can cleave even a natural element. Hey kid, as long as one masters hockey, they can do the same. You look like you've never seen the world. Don't go out claiming to be from the Whitebeard pirates. Do you take me for a fool? I observed the vice captain's sword energy closely. It bore no traces of hockey. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. It was their first encounter with sword energy that could sever natural elements without the aid of hockey. The scene was utterly unprecedented for them, as if the very fabric of their reality had been altered by that singular strike. The last time they had participated in the pursuit of Kizaru, only a select few had witnessed Ron's true prowess. Now, as they beheld this spectacle, they were utterly awestruck. Is this the legendary great swordsman? Truly formidable. Even the typically composed Whitebeard could not help but cast his gaze towards Ron, a flicker of astonishment and curiosity dancing in his eyes. He scrutinized Ron with renewed interest, seemingly reassessing the young man's potential. While he had encountered formidable swordsmen capable of cleaving through nature's might without relying on sheer dominance, he had never before seen someone as youthful as Ron. He murmured softly, in a voice only he could hear, "Ron Roger." No one could discern his thoughts, for all eyes were fixed upon Ron. Then, a voice laced with a tinge of regret and concern broke the silence. "Thank you for saving me." The tremor in her tone was barely perceptible, as if she were striving to suppress an inner turmoil of fear and unease. Ron's gaze shifted downward, and upon seeing the woman's visage, his expression took on a peculiar quality. The lady named Cornus was not only strikingly beautiful, but also radiated an ineffable resilience and courage in her eyes. "Greetings, my lord. I am Cornus." She introduced herself, her voice trembling distinctly, not solely due to the harrowing ordeal she had just endured, but also from an overwhelming awe towards the assembly before her. After all, she had just witnessed their effortless deflection of Enel's divine retribution, a display of power that transcended comprehension. Yet, despite the fear coursing through her, she summoned her courage to plead, "I beseech you, my lord, save Sky Island." Her tone was imbued with desperation and helplessness, evoking a genuine sense of sympathy. In response to such a request, Ron did not immediately acquiesce. He was neither a Navi altruist nor a fool easily swayed by beauty. He understood that in this world, no help comes without a price, and there are no free lunches. Thus, he queried with calm resolve, "There is no such thing as a free meal. What do you offer in return?" The onlookers observed this exchange in hushed anticipation, convinced that whatever decision the first mate made would be the right one. Hearing his question, Cornus appeared increasingly anxious. She recognized the urgency of providing a satisfactory answer to this formidable figure, lest her hopes be dashed. Consequently, she began to enumerate her various skills. "I can cook, play the piano, flute, sing." With each skill she mentioned, her gaze grew more resolute, as if she were exhausting every ounce of her being to demonstrate her worth. Ultimately, after a flurry of rapid and somewhat chaotic self-promotion, Cornus clutched Ron's pant leg tightly, almost kneeling as she beseeched, "I can do anything. If you are willing to lend your aid to drive away Enel and restore peace and tranquility here, I am willing to do whatever you ask." Her voice brimmed with a glimmer of hope amidst despair, as though she had entrusted all her faith to the man before her. Ron smiled in response, for this aligned with their own objectives. "Rise," he stated. "As it happens, I am in need of a maidservant, and you shall be it." He needed to rely on Cornus's assistance to locate Enel. Otherwise, revealing any information directly would appear too contrived. To avert unnecessary complications, he opted for Cornus. Yet, he found himself puzzled as to why Enel had not made an appearance. Could it be that he was intimidated? Strangely enough, that seemed plausible. It was likely that he had gleaned some information through the mind network. "Thank you, my lord," Cornus said nervously as she stood up. "Do you know where Enel is?" Ron tentatively inquired. Cornus nodded gently, about to respond, when suddenly a deafening thunderclap reverberated through the air, as if the heavens were roaring in fury. In an instant, a blinding lightning bolt cleaved the sky, illuminating the entire night. The electric light, as if guided by an unseen hand, crackled in the air, sketching the outline of a human figure. As the lightning dissipated, a silhouette gradually emerged, none other than Enel, whose ears resembled sausages. However, the Enel before them was markedly different from the one they had known. His expression was dark, almost dripping with foreboding, and his eyes sparkled with wariness and unease, devoid of his usual composure. In truth, this transformation concealed a heightened awareness of the current situation and an indescribable tension within him. Since these individuals had set foot on his territory, Enel had observed their every move. Through his unique abilities, he could distinctly sense the formidable aura emanating from them, compelling even the ever-confident Enel to reassess the situation at hand. His initial plan had been to reveal himself only after they departed to handle subsequent matters, but he had not anticipated that they would directly seek him out, with a traitor aiding them in the endeavor. This realization made Enel understand that remaining hidden was futile. Discovery was inevitable. Thus, he resolved to take the initiative and face the challenge head-on. After a brief moment of contemplation, Enel chose to reveal himself. Upon witnessing Enel's emergence, a faint smile curled at the corners of Ron's mouth, his eyes glinting with satisfaction. He inwardly rejoiced, for he knew that once Enel showed himself, there would be no retreat. After all, for someone like Enel, who placed immense importance on face, once he committed to battle, he would not back down. "Hey, you've been dragging your feet, and now you finally show up. I, Lord Jaws, have waited long enough." Jaws, already in a foul mood, erupted into a tirade as he saw Enel appear, pointing an accusatory finger at him, his face a mask of agitation. His pent-up fury had found its target at last. Chapter 50. The Arrow That Splits the Sky, piercing Enel. Enel's expression darkened. He had endured Jaws' provocations for long enough, and now, having stumbled into the line of fire, he resolved to make him the first casualty. Ignorant insect, the majesty of the divine is not to be challenged. Gripping the golden staff tightly in his right hand, he struck forcefully against the taiko drum on his shoulder, instantly summoning bolts of lightning. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. From the depths of the taiko drum erupted a radiant burst of light, which swiftly coalesced into the formidable and majestic form of a thunderbird, entirely composed of lightning. This magnificent creature possessed a piercing cry and iridescent feathers, its wings stretching to an impressive height of 7 men. Without a moment's hesitation, the thunderbird, meticulously crafted by Enel, charged towards Jaws with astonishing speed, its singular aim to obliterate any obstacles in its path. Intrigued by the challenge, Jaws' eyes gleamed with excitement. He promptly summoned his haki, enveloping his right fist in a powerful aura that appeared as if cloaked in an invisible armor. As the Thunderbird hurtled towards him at breakneck speed, Jaws thrust his right hand forward, deftly seizing its neck with precision. The captured Thunderbird emitted a chilling shriek, its body thrashing violently in a desperate attempt to escape the grip that held it captive. Yet, no matter how fiercely it struggled, it could not break free from Jaws' ironclad grasp. At that moment, Jaws unleashed a thunderous cry, shockwave. With this exclamation, a translucent white force erupted from his fist, manifesting the formidable power of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit in all its glory. Subsequently, Jaws exerted every ounce of strength, crushing the Thunderbird with a fierce grip, unleashing a powerful shockwave that shattered the once mighty creature into countless brilliant arcs of electricity, which scattered and ultimately dissipated into the air as if it had never existed. The entire spectacle unfolded with such rapidity that the onlookers barely had time to react before the battle concluded. The indigenous people stood in stunned silence, their hearts filled with awe and disbelief, while the hidden members of the Sandia tribe, observing from the shadows, were utterly astonished. They knew that lightning was one of nature's most enigmatic forces. The notion that a single individual could capture and annihilate such a formidable foe was an affront to all reason, rendering its reality almost unbelievable. For the members of the Whitebeard pirates, witnessing the clash of haki against a natural type ability was a commonplace occurrence, merely part of their daily lives. To them, This manner of combat was as ordinary as a home-cooked meal. This also reflected a profound disconnect between this place and the outside world, to the extent that even such a shocking event had not reached them in a timely manner. Initially, Enel was rendered speechless by the spectacle before him, but his expression swiftly morphed into one of incredulity and terror. How could this be possible? The lightning I control has been captured by bare hands. This must be a lie. Enel's gaze grew increasingly frenzied. 30 million volts of Thunder Beast. 60 million volts of Thunder Dragon. Boom! Boom! Enel forcefully struck the taiko on his left shoulder, and in an instant, countless bolts of lightning erupted from the drum, as if summoned forth. These bolts rapidly coalesced in the air, transforming into a wolf-like creature of thunder, the Thunder Wolf. Its eyes shimmered with blue electricity, exuding an aura of ferocity and majesty. Without delay, Enel swiftly turned to the drums on both shoulders and struck again with formidable force. This time, an even more intense surge of electric energy exploded forth, akin to an unstoppable force. With each strike, the lightning reformed, this time morphing into a colossal thunder dragon. The dragon, adorned with dazzling arcs of electricity, opened its cavernous maw and unleashed a deafening roar, as if it sought to consume the entire world. These two lightning-formed entities, the Thunder Wolf and Thunder Dragon, both radiated electric energy as they surged toward Jaws. Their singular aim was to utterly devour their adversary. Jaws chuckled menacingly, though his smile appeared grotesque to Enel's eyes. His hands manifested a tremor field, as if two invisible energies coalesced within his grasp. He assumed a bow-drawing stance, one hand gripping the bow, the other pulling the string. The entire motion fluid and powerful. As Jaws moved, the air before him was instantaneously rent asunder, fissures spreading like a spider's web in every direction. These cracks seemed to harbor boundless power, invoking a sense of dread and reverence. Arrow of rending void, Jaws bellowed, releasing the tremor arrow toward Enel. Whoosh! As Jaws' fingers gently released the string, an almost invisible arrow shot forth with a velocity that was bewildering. Where the arrow passed, the air appeared to be torn, creating a distinct trajectory. The surrounding void quaked violently, reminiscent of a stone cast into a serene lake, sending ripples cascading outward. The once formidable Thunder Dragon and Thunder Wolf, formed from lightning, now seemed feeble and powerless against this overwhelming force. They barely had time to approach their target before being obliterated by the invisible energy, disintegrating into countless tiny motes of light that dissipated into the air. This spectacle left all witnesses in a state of profound shock. Yet, the arrow of rending void maintained its astonishing speed and potency, unyieldingly racing toward Enel. Faced with such an unforeseen assault, even the formidable Enel displayed an expression of disbelief. He attempted with all his might to resist or evade, but it was far too late. The invisible arrow struck true, piercing his chest and leaving a deep wound in its wake. Crack! His body was instantly pierced. Enel gazed incredulously at his chest, astounded that he had been so swiftly vanquished in this battle. His eyes were filled with shock and incredulity, for he had never imagined that he would falter in such a confrontation, let alone that his opponent possessed such immense power. Immediately, his complexion turned exceedingly grim as an intense, tearing force emanated from the point of penetration, as if countless invisible hands were rending his body apart. With a resounding bang, his entire form shattered, scattered into fragments upon the ground. Chapter 51. The search begins. Gold for qualification. In that moment, Enel completely lost control over his own body, engulfed by an unprecedented sense of despair. This is impossible, he murmured, his voice trembling slightly. Even now, he could not accept this harsh reality. As a wielder of a natural type fruit, he had always believed himself to possess divine power, yet he now discovered how utterly fragile he truly was. However, despite sustaining such grievous injuries, Enel did not perish immediately. The abilities of his natural type fruit allowed his body to revert to its original state. Yet he had lost all will and confidence to fight. He understood that this battle had come to an end. Jaws, with a swift stride, advanced. his right hand instantly clad in a layer of formidable black substance resembling steel. His movements were rapid and forceful, devoid of hesitation, as he seized Enel by the throat, gripping it tightly as one would chick. A slight exertion of force unleashed a powerful shockwave from his palm, directly penetrating Enel's body. Enel let out a piercing scream. The impact nearly shattered his internal organs. Nonetheless, he coughed up a copious amount of blood, splattering it across the ground. A sight that was particularly jarring. "Hey kid, weren't you quite the hotshot just now? Trying to act all mysterious, huh? Now just stay put," Jaws mocked. Releasing his grip, his eyes filled with disdain and derision. Subsequently, a group of subordinates approached, fastening sea-prism stone handcuffs around Enel's wrists. These special cuffs severely restricted the abilities of any fruit user, rendering Enel utterly incapable of resistance. However, Enel was perplexed by the fact that they collected every drop of his spilled blood without leaving a trace. What were they planning? His heart was filled with confusion and dread. Who are you?" Enel asked laboriously, his voice quaking. Jaws smiled slightly, his gaze icy as he responded, "Don't rush, you'll find out soon enough." He then turned to Ron, grinning. "Ron, I have not disappointed you. The little Enel is captured." At this moment, Enel felt an overwhelming desire to die. "Jaws, what was that move just now? Quite impressive," Marco exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement, eager for new techniques, especially those that were flamboyant. That was just a new technique I developed, with a little hint from Ron," Jaws boasted nonchalantly. Ron paid no heed to Jaws' bragging and walked directly toward the utterly limp Enel, who had drooping eyelids and a buzzing head. He couldn't comprehend how he had been so bewilderingly captured. Truly, one is seated in the heavens, yet calamity arises from the ground. Moreover, how formidable these outsiders are. With merely a single glance, he was vanquished. What is most absurd is that the opponent can effortlessly manipulate the lightning he once held in such high regard, treating it as a mere toy. His worldview has utterly collapsed. For the first time, he perceives the irony of the title god. Ron gazed into Enel's eyes, which were a blend of 3 parts resentment and 7 parts desolation, and smiled. "Enel, in just a few days, you will come to realize how fortunate it is to be captured by us." Noticing Enel's silence, Ron refrained from further words, allowing him a moment to process the situation. Although this fellow was arrogant, he was not a fool. Ron was confident that within a few days, Enel would be begging to join their ranks. The reason Ron chose to spare Enel was due to the incredible strength of his heart network. It was akin to having an all-seeing camera installed on oneself. No matter where one was or what one was doing, everything would be crystal clear. Given this capability, Ron found it invaluable, though the Sky Island area was currently limited. Once he acquired the blood of the Golden Lion and mastered its abilities, he would expand the territory of the Sky Island indefinitely. As the area expanded, there would inevitably be places that went unattended, and with his current strength not being particularly formidable, despite possessing the sword technique of Heaven Slash, which was contingent upon his physique, and his current state being akin to that of an ordinary pirate, slightly stronger than the average citizen in the world of pirates. Enel's abilities would prove to be exceedingly useful at that time. "Lord Ron, can we begin scavenging here now?" "Indeed. This is the land of gold. It shall surely grant me the powers of an ability user." "What about the natives? They appear quite affluent." A commotion arose among the crowd, as many were eager to scour for gold. For Lord Ron had proclaimed that a mere 10 billion berries would grant one the status of an ability user. "Benefactor," Conies exclaimed, her beautiful eyes filled with trepidation as she gazed anxiously at Ron, unable to fathom his intent to seize this place. Ron noticed the fear in Conies' eyes and gently tousled her golden hair. "Conies, I have dealt with Enel, and you must fulfill your promise to me." Conies nodded vigorously, indicating her commitment. "Furthermore, there is no such thing as a free lunch. You must summon everyone from Angel Island to exchange their gold and treasures for the right to remain here." "Huh? The right to remain here?" Conies clearly struggled to comprehend. Yet she understood gold, questioning why these people would desire those beautiful but useless items. Ron replied, "From this moment forth, this shall be the stronghold of the Whitebeard pirates. All who remain here must possess value. Those without value will be sent to the depths of the blue sea. For I am not a bloodthirsty individual who revels in indiscriminate slaughter. A flicker of gloom crossed Coney's gaze, as she felt a disquieting sense of having just escaped the jaws of a tiger only to fall into the den of a wolf. However, reflecting on Ron's earlier words and his impending actions, an instinct deep within her reassured her that he would not impose a cruel and absolute dominion over them as Enel had. Very well, Lord Ron. Cornus respectfully bowed to Ron before swiftly turning to dash towards the path known as Angel Avenue. Hey, everyone come out, she called out loudly, attempting to rally more individuals to join their ranks. We are saved. Ron felt a profound sense of satisfaction witnessing Cornus's thoughtfulness and promptness. He turned to address the entire crew of pirates, speaking with unwavering resolve. Ladies and gentlemen, exert yourselves fully to scour this road for every treasure, including those from the sacred island of Appiato and beyond. Should you encounter the local natives, clearly convey our intentions to them. Those who choose to comply may remain. For the others who resist, their fate will be decided after everything concludes. As Ron's command resonated, the entire pirate crew erupted in fervor, each individual brimming with enthusiasm and anticipation, hastening to search for gold and other precious artifacts. As for the exact amount of treasure to be collected, Ron refrained from providing specific instructions. In truth, he was indifferent to the quantity of wealth. More crucial was the opportunity to gauge the natives' attitudes. Those who demonstrated compliance would be permitted to stay, while those exhibiting resistance would find their destinies dictated by whichever crew member they encountered, life or death. Enel's gaze was cold as he observed the frenzy of the scavengers. They resembled a swarm of greedy locusts, stripping the island of its treasures and resources, leaving no adornments on walls or carvings on doors and windows unscathed. It seemed to him that the island had been reduced to mere value in their eyes. Witnessing this scene, Enel felt an unbearable ache. It was not solely the loss of precious wealth that pained him, but rather the revelation of humanity's most grotesque facets, insatiable desire and selfishness. How could these individuals be deemed strong? Enel mocked inwardly, for true strength should be accompanied by resolute beliefs and noble qualities, not the loss of self over trivial gains. As this thought intensified, his contempt for the group reached its zenith. In his eyes, no matter how formidable one might be, if their heart was steeped in greed and depravity, they could never truly be considered a strong individual. No one cared for Enel's musings. As long as he lived and was capable of shedding blood, that sufficed. The tasks over the next few days became relatively straightforward, with the crew members each fulfilling their roles, some scavenging, others collecting wealth. Ace and Marco accompanied Ron to establish a research base, which was set in Enel's south hiding place on the sacred island of Appiato. This location was, in fact, part of Gaia Island, which had been displaced by the surging currents to its current position, becoming the legendary land of gold. Reflecting on Gaia Island, Ron couldn't help but feel a swell of emotion. It had been nearly half a month since they departed, and he wondered how things were faring there now. Upon hearing these words, Ace, who was diligently sweeping the floor, paused and raised his head to inquire, "Ron, when shall we return to check on things?" It was evident that he held a profound concern for that place. "Indeed, it is exceedingly dull to remain here," Marco echoed from the side. In recent days, he had gleaned a wealth of knowledge through his interactions with Jaws, and was eager to find an opportunity to put his newfound skills into practice. In response to the inquiries of his companions, Ron smiled softly, mentally contemplating the list of formidable challengers they might soon encounter. The likes of Gold Lion, Barrett, Tesoro, Kaido, and Big Mom, each a formidable name upon the seas, not to be underestimated. "Fear not, there will be ample opportunities for you to engage," he assured them. Soon, the arrangements for the experimental base were completed seamlessly. Ron refrained from unnecessary chatter, turning immediately to immerse himself in the rigorous yet orderly experimentation. His gaze was filled with focus and determination, as if the entire world beyond him had faded away. Jaws was tasked with vigilance, ensuring Ron's safety. Despite Ron's persistent insistence that such protection was unnecessary, Jaws stubbornly adhered to his duty. Unable to sway Ja's resolute nature, Ron acquiesced, harboring a quiet gratitude for his loyal friend. Meanwhile, Cornus was taken away by Whitbeard, who claimed she would teach her how to serve Ron and mentioned the need for someone to tidy up his quarters. Although Cornus was somewhat reluctant, she understood it was for Ron's benefit. Thus, she followed Whitbeard without protest. Elsewhere, Whitebeard casually strolled alongside Marco, their figures soon disappearing into the dense jungle, leaving behind an air of silence and mystery. Ace, on the other hand, had joined the air defense unit, his attention wholly captivated by the myriad of fascinating shells. Some shells could spray water, others could capture images, some even breathe fire, and a few could expel clouds as solid as iron. Ace observed these wondrous shells with excitement, his heart brimming with curiosity and a desire for exploration. The Shandians retreated deeper into the foliage, engaging in guerrilla tactics against the marauding pirates. Whenever pirates approached, they would veer away, striving to avoid direct confrontation. This behavior stemmed from their vivid memories of Enel's defeat, having witnessed this powerful deity fall in a fierce battle. And the chilling screams emanating from his place of confinement only deepened their reluctance to engage with these outsiders. However, mere evasion would not address the underlying issues. In pursuit of a sustainable coexistence, the Shandian chief resolved to take action. After careful deliberation, he reached out to Jaws, hoping to negotiate some form of agreement that would secure their right to remain on this land. Ultimately, both parties arrived at an accord. The Shandians would pay a certain amount of gold as a condition for the opportunity to continue residing there. For the Sandians, although precious items such as gold hold little practical value beyond their aesthetic appeal, the investment in exchanging them for living space is deemed worthwhile. Thus, upon learning that they could trade something they do not cherish for invaluable security, the entire clan felt no hesitation or sorrow. Naturally, if possible, the Sandians would also desire some soil, as it is one of the most treasured commodities for them. However, considering that even seemingly useless gold has attracted outsiders, it is evident that the rare and precious soil samples would not be easily exchanged. Nevertheless, this negotiation temporarily alleviated their immediate crisis, allowing the Sandian tribe to continue their existence on this land. Ultimately, the indigenous people, like the Sandians, also chose to pay to remain. This decision is rooted in complex and profound reasons. Firstly, they have lived on this land for an extended period, becoming deeply entrenched in it. The ways of life and environment beyond their borders feel alien and even evoke a sense of unfamiliar fear. Departing from here means confronting an entirely new world, one they know almost nothing about. This uncertainty breeds discomfort, leading them to prefer the familiarity of their surroundings. Chapter 53, Whitebeard's Enchanted Thunder Fruit. Meanwhile, under the influence of the Whitebeard pirates, there have been no evident conflicts between the Sandians and the indigenous people. On the surface, it appears that both parties can coexist peacefully, yet this is merely a facade. As time progresses, the underlying resentment between them deepens, akin to a bomb poised to detonate, merely awaiting the opportune moment. 3 days later, as the first gentle rays of morning sunlight permeated the laboratory's windows, illuminating the intricate instruments and cluttered workstations, the entire space seemed enveloped in a soft golden glow. Suddenly, 10 blinding beams of golden light surged forth from the workbench as if summoned by a mysterious force. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 devil fruits have been completed. Good heavens, Lord Ron is truly remarkable. Long live the first mate. Truly, Lord Ron is unparalleled. This time, I must become a devil fruit user. You dream. How much have you saved? Just 30 million, almost there. A group of individuals, brimming with excitement, hurriedly rushed towards Ron at Appiato. Their footsteps echoed on the ground, as if the air itself were infused with their exhilaration. Upon arriving at their destination, the sight before them left them even more astounded. Whitebeard, Ace, Marco, Jozu, and other division commanders have been waiting there for quite some time, each face illuminated with eager smiles, their gazes filled with anticipation for the imminent moment. On the table lay 10 devil fruits, neatly arranged, with 6 of them set apart. Drawing particular attention, Captain, These 6 fruits are all enchanted devil fruits. Immediately, Ron gently clapped his hands, signaling for everyone to quiet down. As his gesture fell, 2 subordinates emerged from the adjacent holding cell, dragging the still, slumbering Enel into view. This man, who once proclaimed himself a deity, appeared far from fully awake and expressed considerable displeasure at the sudden disturbance. What is the meaning of this? How dare you interrupt my slumber? He struggled to resist, but upon catching sight of those surrounding him, he instantly transformed into a docile figure, much like a mouse confronted by a cat. Ceasing his protests and merely surveying the room with wary eyes. Let us commence the bloodletting. Jaws stepped forward, a simple smile gracing his face, as he gently yet decisively grasped one of Enel's fingers, making a delicate incision at its tip. Instantly, crimson blood flowed from the wound. To ensure that this precious resource was not wasted, he meticulously let each droplet fall upon the 3 pristine, white, enchanted devil fruits. The entire process unfolded with remarkable smoothness. What are you planning to do? Enel's eyes darted nervously, betraying his heightened anxiety. He keenly sensed that these individuals seemed to harbor a keen interest in his blood. Hey! Jaws suddenly rapped his knuckles against Enel's head, causing him to grimace in pain, nearly losing his balance. Quiet down and watch something entertaining, Jaws chided with a chuckle. Enel dared not respond, muttering inwardly about the brutality of these individuals who resorted to striking heads without hesitation, labeling them as a savage bunch. Yet he understood that resisting at this juncture would only exacerbate his predicament, leading him to obediently close his mouth. However, when Enel's gaze fell upon the white fruits, his eyes widened in astonishment. He beheld the fruits transforming into a vibrant azure at a visible pace, their surfaces adorned with intricate, lightning-like patterns, densely intertwining in a manner that appeared both mysterious and eerie. This spectacle evoked memories of the wretched fruit he had once consumed, flooding him with an indescribable sense of shock. What is this? Enel was rendered speechless by the sight before him, enveloped in a state of disbelief. His mind raced with countless thoughts, desperately attempting to comprehend the unfolding events, yet he could find no reasonable explanation. Jaws turned his head and chuckled. How does it feel? Does it look familiar? He laughed heartily, adding, Let me enlighten you. The 3 devil fruits before you are all variations of the thunder fruit you once devoured. Consuming them will grant you the same power over lightning, transforming you into the so-called deity you once claimed to be. Jaws patted his shoulder, looking at him with a mixture of pity and amusement. So, do you still consider yourself formidable? At that moment, Enel's heart endured a 1,000-fold blow. He found it hard to believe Jaws' words, yet the 3 devil fruits lay vividly before him, compelling him to accept the truth. How is it that no one pays attention to Enel's despondency? They had anticipated this scene long ago. Gulalala, Ron, your presence is indeed a stroke of fortune for our Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard expressed earnestly. He then stepped forward to grasp a thunderfruit. Captain, there's no need for gratitude. Encountering the Whitebeard pirates is equally my fortune, Ron replied. With a smile, Whitebeard consumed the enchanted devil fruit in one swift motion. He closed his eyes, silently attuning himself to the changes within his body. However, after a brief moment, there was no sign of any abnormality or transformation, causing everyone present to hold their breath, anxiously observing the legendary warrior. After a short while, Whitebeard seized another thunderfruit and consumed it without hesitation. This time, the hearts of the crowd rose to their throats as they focused intently, awaiting a miracle. Yet, as seconds ticked by, no change materialized. An indescribable sense of oppression enveloped the air as if it had solidified. Don't worry, old man. The 3rd enchanted devil fruit is bound to succeed. Ace attempted to break the silence with words of reassurance, his voice imbued with determination and hope. Indeed, 3 times is the charm. That's what brother taught me. Joseph chimed in, trying to lighten the atmosphere. Whitebeard smiled faintly, shaking his head. Enough, you youngsters. I am not so fragile. With that, he unhesitatingly swallowed the 3rd thunderfruit before the watchful eyes of all. The gaze of every individual was fixed upon him, eagerly anticipating a different outcome this time. However, the wait felt interminably prolonged. As the final moment arrived, still no change occurred. Whitebeard furrowed his brow and slowly opened his eyes, filled with confusion and disbelief. He turned to Ron, his tone laced with perplexity. Ron, what is happening? How could all three enchanted devil fruits have failed? Chapter 54. The Tremor of the Immortal Bird Thunder. Success. The people around exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for answers. The room fell into a profound silence, broken only by the weighty tone of Whitebeard. Ron, too, was bewildered. The situation was rather unexpected. Could it be that the success rate diminishes with each successful enchantment? He quickly accessed the communication system. Tonsico, why did the three enchanted devil fruits fail? The probability of success decreases with the number of previous successes by the same individual, just as he had surmised. Now, he found himself in a predicament. He had prepared only 6 enchanted devil fruits, 3 for Whitebeard and 3 for Jozu, while the remaining 4 had all been transformed into replicated devil fruits. He had not anticipated such a turn of events and looked toward Whitebeard, explaining the reasons behind the lack of success to the assembled group. After a moment of brief silence, the crowd expressed their understanding. After all, the mere ability to gain an additional power was nothing short of extraordinary, and such a probability was quite normal. Ah, so that's how it is, young Ron. I thought I had developed an immunity to the devil fruits, Whitebeard quipped, a rare jest escaping his lips. Jozu quickly interjected. What are we waiting for, Dad? You must try these 3 immediately. We can't afford to let time slip away and lose their efficacy. Without hesitation, Jozu grasped Enel's wrist firmly, causing the scabbed wound to rupture once again, blood gushing forth instantly. Ouch, that hurts terribly. Enel cried out in sheer agony, yet not a single gaze was cast in his direction. All eyes were fixated on Whitebeard, anticipating his successful consumption of the 3 white devil fruits, transforming them into the enchanted thunder fruit. The air was thick with tension and hope, as if time itself had slowed to a crawl in that moment. Boys, this time I will surely succeed, Whitebeard declared resolutely, grasping one of the devil fruits and placing it into his mouth. Despite the unbearable taste of the fruit, no one cared about such trivialities at this moment. All thoughts were concentrated on whether Whitebeard could successfully absorb this newfound power. As the first devil fruit was swallowed, nothing transpired. The second followed suit, yielding no reaction still. When it came to the final fruit, the atmosphere in the room grew even more grave. Should this attempt end in failure, the cost of acquiring the 3rd special ability would be unbearably steep. At this moment, the silence was so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be discerned. Everyone held their breath, their full attention fixed on Whitebeard's actions, fearful that any movement might disrupt his focus. The air was laden with an oppressive sense of anticipation, as all silently prayed for a miracle. Without hesitation, Whitebeard raised his hand and placed the last devil fruit into his mouth. The repugnant taste had long since numbed him. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely succumbed to vomiting, rendered weak and feeble. However, just as the fruit was swallowed, he suddenly felt currents of electricity surge throughout his body. I feel it, Whitebeard exclaimed in exhilaration. A success. This is the power of lightning. His voice resonated with excitement and joy. Boys, I have done it. As he spoke, mighty blue bolts of lightning erupted from his form, crackling loudly, causing the onlookers to instinctively retreat a few steps, fearful of being struck by the formidable energy. They beheld the spectacle before them with both awe and reverence. Now, this is speed, Whitebeard marveled. No sooner had the words left his lips than his form vanished from sight. Almost simultaneously, a multitude of minute arcs of electricity materialized 100 meters away, swiftly coalescing into a humanoid silhouette. As these arcs converged, Whitebeard's figure emerged alongside them. A distance of 100 meters in less than a second. Enough. Quite enough. Whitebeard laughed heartily, continuously feeling the unbridled power of thunder coursing through his veins. This unprecedented strength filled him with exhilaration and satisfaction, as if the entire world lay within his grasp. Congratulations, old man. You've truly succeeded. The old man's speed surpassed that of the phoenix, entirely on a different level. He is now the sole wielder of 3 devil fruits upon the seas: the Tremor Fruit, the Phoenix Form, and the Thunder Fruit, a perfect amalgamation of offense, recovery, and speed. I can scarcely imagine how formidable the old man has become. Marco was utterly astonished, his voice trembling as he spoke. His eyes widened in disbelief, as if he could hardly fathom the spectacle before him. The other captains of the divisions also gazed with wide-eyed wonder, their hearts swelling with excitement that words could hardly encapsulate. This day had been awaited for far too long. Since joining the Whitebeard pirates, they had yearned to witness their father reach such a pinnacle of power. However, as time passed, they gradually came to realize that this might be an unattainable dream. After all, their father was aging, and his physical condition was deteriorating. They had envisioned spending the last years of his life aboard the ship, allowing him to enjoy a peaceful retirement, free from the turmoil of the seas. Yet, destiny is always rife with unpredictability. Just when they believed that tranquility would prevail, Ron appeared. He not only became their vice captain, but also brought with him powerful technology and a plethora of unforeseen changes. With Ron's assistance, their father began to gradually regain his former grandeur, even evolving into something more formidable. Witnessing their father's journey to this moment filled their hearts with a complex array of emotions. No one could truly comprehend the depth of their feelings. A multitude of words converged into a single expression. "Thank you, Ron. Thank you, Vice Captain." It was through Ron's support and aid that their father could be revitalized and transformed into the invincible entity he is today. For them, to witness such a phenomenon was undoubtedly a tremendous honor and joy. Meanwhile, Ron felt a sense of relief, grateful that the last devil fruit had succeeded. Otherwise, the probability of failure would have been overwhelming. Out of 6 enchanted devil fruits, only 1 succeeded. That meant 60 billion berries were required to harness a third ability. Truly an extravagant expenditure. Chapter 55. Perfect Replica. The cheers of the crowd surged and ebbed like a roaring tide, enveloping the entire space in an atmosphere of fervor and excitement. Yet amidst this cacophony, one figure stood out conspicuously. Enel, standing there with a vacant gaze and a dazed expression, as if the entire world had come to a standstill at that moment. He had once believed he had seen through it all, thinking that those before him were merely floundering in vain, attempting to shatter what appeared to be an impregnable barrier. Yet, when Whitebeard successfully unleashed that familiar and awe-inspiring blue lightning, all confidence and pride crumbled in an instant, replaced by an unprecedented sense of confusion and shock. How could this be possible? Enel silently exclaimed within himself. What on earth has transpired in this world? Why does such formidable power exist? Were all previous beliefs erroneous? He relentlessly questioned his own judgment, even beginning to doubt the correctness of the convictions he had steadfastly upheld. This abrupt shift left him in a state of profound unease, akin to suddenly losing one's sense of direction, unsure of where to turn next. Everything around him seemed to lose its reality, with only an indescribable fear and bewilderment intensifying within the depths of his heart. The concept of divinity was unraveling before him. After the cheers subsided, the crowd's gaze turned towards the remaining 4 devil fruits. These fruits emanated a mysterious and alluring glow, as if narrating the hidden powers and secrets they possessed. "Brother Ron, how shall we distribute these 4 replicated devil fruits?" Ace inquired excitedly, his eyes shimmering with anticipation as he looked at Ron. The others also turned their attention toward Ron, awaiting his decision. Their expressions were filled with trust and expectation, as if they had already regarded Ron as the soul of the team. Even Whitebeard was no exception, his eyes fixed on Ron, a trust that needed no words to convey. The 4 replicated devil fruits, as previously stated by the captain, will be prioritized for the captains, with abilities selectable from the existing bloodlines. Ron's gaze slowly swept over each member present, his voice deep and resonant, as though every word carried an irresistible allure. "Esteemed members," he began, his tone imbued with a hint of mystery and temptation. "Aside from our beloved captain, there are also those loyal captains of subordinate pirate crews who have fought alongside us. As long as your hearts remain with the Whitebeard pirates, You shall have the opportunity to harness the power of the devil fruits. Upon hearing this, a murmur of excitement rippled through the crowd, each individual's eyes sparkling with eagerness and anticipation. Observing their reaction, Ron smiled slightly and carefully retrieved a delicate vial from his pocket. The vial, crafted from transparent crystal, was filled with a vibrant red liquid, the blood of Admiral Kizaru. Behold, Ron raised the vial, ensuring everyone could clearly see its contents. This is the precious blood of Admiral Kizaru. For those yearning to possess lightning-like speed and reflexes, this is undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As he spoke, he directed his gaze toward the forefront of the crowd. Captains wishing to replicate Kizaru's abilities, please step forward. As his words echoed, several eager, yet slightly hesitant figures gradually took a small step forward. He then pointed to Enel, who was waiting to donate blood. Of course, Ron continued, besides Kizaru's abilities, there are also the Rumble Fruit and the Ice Fruit. However, it is important to note that the quantity of the Ice Fruit is currently very limited. It will be distributed on a first-come, first-served basis. Finally, Ron emphasized with a heavier tone, one crucial point remains. The powers acquired through this method of obtaining Devil Fruit abilities can flawlessly replicate all the skills of the original user. This implies that regardless of the fruit chosen, one will possess an immense power that perfectly corresponds with it. The crowd erupted in unparalleled excitement. What did this signify? It felt as though a miraculous dream had descended upon them. By merely consuming this replicated devil fruit, they could master all the skills of Kizaru. Moreover, they could freely select from elemental fruits such as the ice fruit and the thunder fruit. Could it be true? The absurdity of it was almost beyond belief. This news struck like a lightning bolt, shattering the calm atmosphere and leaving everyone in shock and disbelief. Lord Ron, I still cannot fathom that by consuming the replicated devil fruit, one could truly become another Kizaru. Someone could not help but inquire. Yes and no. Ron contemplated for a moment before patiently addressing the crowd. You must understand that while the devil fruit can bestow formidable powers, it is not omnipotent. It merely allows one to master the skills of the original user. The reason Kizaru ascended to the rank of Admiral is deeply intertwined with his physical prowess and haki. Furthermore, innate factors such as physical condition and reflexes play an essential role. Do not be so arrogant as to believe that consuming a single fruit will transform you into another Kizaru. He continued, Kizaru's strength lies not solely in his Pika Pika no Mi ability, but in the consummate application of that ability combined with his innate strength. Mastery of physical combat and haki requires prolonged dedication and training. It cannot be accomplished overnight. Additionally, each individual's constitution, talent, and experiences differ, all of which directly influence the ultimate demonstration of strength. Therefore, even if you acquire similar abilities, tremendous effort will be required to adapt and enhance them. Ron paused momentarily, his gaze sweeping over each individual present, his tone turning serious. Remember, power itself is not inherently fearsome. What is truly terrifying is the inability to wield it correctly. If you rely solely on the fruit's abilities while neglecting your own training, you will ultimately become mediocre. I hope you grasp this concept and strive for higher realms in the days to come. Upon hearing Ron's words, the crowd nodded in understanding. They recognized that true strength lies not merely in possessing formidable abilities, but in the art of maximizing these capabilities and integrating their own advantages to elevate their overall prowess. Oh, thank you, Vice Captain. One individual sheepishly scratched his head, a hint of an awkward smile gracing his face, indicating that he had comprehended the message. After a while, the atmosphere grew quiet, as if everyone were awaiting something. As time passed, more and more people gathered, the air thick with anticipation and tension. Chapter 56. Have they all truly become users? Ron surveyed the surroundings, noticing the densely packed crowd behind him, feeling a sense of trepidation within. After all, there are only 4 devil fruits, yet a multitude of individuals yearn to acquire this formidable power. It seems that everyone is quite intrigued by the abilities of Kizaru. Ron cleared his throat, attempting to shatter the silence. However, regrettably, we can only distribute 4 fruits. Thus, We must select 4 fortunate souls from among you. No sooner had he finished speaking than a commotion erupted within the crowd, each person hoping to be chosen. Ra meticulously observed the throng around him and ultimately made his decision. Delaxi, he proclaimed loudly. The first name called sent the individual into a near ecstatic leap, joy illuminating their face as they stepped forward. One by one, the second, third, and finally the last name, Isan, echoed through the venue, prompting a fresh wave of excitement among the gathered assembly. The 4 selected individuals appeared exceptionally elated, for they understood that acquiring powers through the replication of the Devil Fruit was nearly guaranteed to succeed, with no possibility of failure. For them, this was an invaluable opportunity and a pivotal step towards altering their destinies. None of you possess the powers of a Devil Fruit. Have you never encountered one? Ron inquired, curiosity piquing as he awaited their responses. No, Devil Fruits are exceedingly rare, one person lamented, shaking his head with a hint of regret. In this world, rife with uncertainty and peril, possessing a potent Devil Fruit was undoubtedly a dream cherished by many. Yet, the chances of securing such an opportunity were scant. I do. Another individual suddenly interjected, pride tinging their voice, but my Zoan-type ability is that of a swift stallion, which is hardly advantageous. He chuckled wryly, patting his head, clearly dissatisfied with his power. Although the ability to transform into a robust and swift horse may sound appealing, it often proved impractical in combat, especially against foes endowed with more formidable or specialized abilities. Indeed, I too possess a Zoan type, though is quite lackluster, a third person chimed in. Nothing compares to the brilliance of the Pika Pika no Mi. At the mention of the Pika Pika no Mi, a shimmer of envy flickered in his eyes. As a type of Logia, the Pika Pika no Mi allows its user to become light itself, rendering them nearly immune to all physical attacks while enabling fluid movement, a veritable invincible entity upon the battlefield. I choose the Goro Goro no Mi, Isan finally declared after deliberation. The Goro Goro no Mi not only grants its wielder the ability to manipulate thunder and lightning, but, more importantly, it belongs to the Logia category, with awakened powers potent enough to alter the climate of an entire region. This signifies immense potential and vast developmental scope. For those yearning for strength and desperately seeking to carve out a place in this chaotic world, it is undoubtedly one of the finest choices available. Ron nodded slowly, acknowledging that the majority opted for Logia types. He then turned to approach the Devil Fruit, a pure white orb radiating an enigmatic and alluring aura. He meticulously extracted a single drop of vivid blood from the vial, the droplet glimmering in the air as if infused with boundless power. Gently, he allowed this crimson essence to fall upon the Devil Fruit, and in an instant, the surface of the fruit rippled with an extraordinary wave. Immediately thereafter, Eneru was forcefully drawn to stand before the Devil Fruit, his visage a canvas of unwillingness and trepidation. Yet, under the collective gaze of onlookers, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, Eneru managed to extract a drop of blood as well. This droplet, too, shimmered with brilliance, but unlike Ron's, it bore a distinctive electric potency. Upon its contact with the Devil Fruit, a cataclysmic transformation ensued. The once pristine white fruit began to shift in hue, ultimately culminating in a dazzling azure, adorned with intricate and mysterious patterns. These designs appeared to be a tapestry of ancient runes, emanating a formidable wave of power. Even more astonishing, arcs of electricity danced around the fruit, as if the very space was saturated with thunderous energy. "This is the Thunder Fruit," someone exclaimed, as the metamorphosis reached completion. The atmosphere within the room crackled with exhilaration and anticipation. Ra meticulously examined the newly birthed Devil Fruit, and upon confirming its integrity, he nodded with satisfaction, signaling the others to proceed. "Haha, I shall be the first. I am a pioneer. Damn, this fellow plays no fair. He has already devoured it." Ignoring the nauseating taste of the Devil Fruit, the others lunged at it like ravenous wolves, voraciously taking large bites. One captain, overwhelmed with concern for the success rate, boldly consumed the entire fruit in one go. This scene was utterly absurd. Ron watched in astonishment, unable to restrain his admiration, silently praising. These captains are indeed a fierce lot. All eyes were riveted on the four audacious captains, eagerly anticipating the miraculous outcome. Even their breath slowed, as if time itself had become languid and heavy in that moment. The air was thick with a blend of tension and hope, each individual holding their breath, awaiting the revelation of the final result. In the next moment, the expressions of several individuals transformed into sheer elation, their joy spilling over as if they had just discovered a new world. "I can feel it. This is light, the power of light," one shouted, his voice brimming with awe and astonishment, his gaze fixated on his own hands, as if to affirm the reality of this phenomenon. "Ha ha ha, laser cannon," another chimed in, bursting into laughter laced with triumph. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than a blinding beam of light shot forth from his fingertips, slicing through the sky like a bolt of lightning, aimed at the distant clouds. With a deafening roar, the beam collided with the dense cloud mass, triggering a spectacular explosion. A massive cluster of clouds was suddenly torn apart, scattering in all directions before vanishing without a trace, leaving behind a clear blue sky. "Such devastating power," gasped a member of the crowd, their voice laden with admiration and awe. They all gazed upward, witnessing this miraculous spectacle, their hearts profoundly shaken. Indeed, they have all become endowed with extraordinary abilities. Chapter 57:3 Extra. The crumbling blood bag, ha ha, behold my thunder fruit, Isan joyfully proclaimed, his voice brimming with unprecedented confidence. The once reclusive and taciturn individual seemed to transform entirely in that moment, radiating a newfound exuberance, his eyes sparkling with an extraordinary brilliance. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. As these powerful words left his lips, a dazzling aura of lightning enveloped his form, the electric arcs dancing like living creatures, crackling audibly. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he slowly extended one arm, a smooth, jade-like limb, defined and robust, adorned with a vividly lifelike tattoo of a thunderbird on his bicep. As his powers activated, countless minuscule yet immensely potent currents converged from all directions, instantly surging into the thunderbird tattoo. Almost simultaneously, the entire tattoo seemed to come alive, radiating a brilliant light, accompanied by a melodious call, as a colossal virtual thunderbird soared forth from the ink, spreading its wings and ascending towards the heavens. Yet this was not the conclusion. Before the crowd could fully recover from their astonishment, Isan revealed his other arm, equally flawless, with striking muscular definition that left onlookers in awe. Even more astonishing were the diverse tattoos of thunder beasts adorning this arm: Thunder Leopard, Thunder Tiger, and the most magnificent of all, the Thunder Dragon. Each creature appeared so lifelike, as if ready to leap from his skin at any moment. With a mere thought from Isan, these thunderous beasts roared and ascended into the sky, soaring freely, chasing and frolicking amidst the clouds, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Their passage left behind vibrant, dazzling trails that illuminated the night sky. Witnessing such a wondrous and formidable sight, the surrounding onlookers felt a mix of envy and admiration, with some even salivating from sheer excitement. After all, to inadvertently touch these powerful beings composed entirely of pure electricity, even just a fraction, could likely result in instant charred remains. How astonishing! I must save up. I have changed my mind. The thunder fruit suits me far better than any glittering fruit. Me too. The crowd sighed in unison, repeatedly marveling at the unfolding events. They were utterly taken aback by this sudden transformation, lost in their own thoughts, oblivious to the figure of Enelu slumped in the corner. At that moment, he appeared utterly dazed, leaning helplessly against the wall, exuding an aura of profound despondency. In that moment, his inner world appeared to shatter completely, the anguish and despair within him defying description. Who exactly were these individuals? He silently questioned himself, his voice imbued with bewilderment and confusion. That was his power. How could it be that others could possess it in the blink of an eye? What astounded him even further was that not only had they commandeered his abilities, but they could even replicate his techniques flawlessly. The blow dealt to him was unprecedented, rendering him momentarily incapable of acceptance. The phrase "there is no greater sorrow than a dead heart" aptly encapsulated the state of the once self-assured High Enilu at this moment. The confidence he once radiated had crumbled, leaving him fragile and seemingly bereft of all hope and motivation. Everything around him seemed irrelevant, overshadowed by a profound sense of confusion and self-doubt. Gradually, he felt himself unraveling. No one cared for him, and his current role seemed limited to merely bleeding out. "Come on, little ones. Who wants to spar with old man?" Whitebeard boisterously laughed, observing these youngsters grow increasingly formidable, his hands itching for action. "I'll go." Marco was the first to step forward, his gaze resolute, eager to showcase his prowess. "I'm in too." "Be careful, old man," Ace chimed in, his face alight with confidence. He had mastered his flame fruit abilities to perfection and was eagerly anticipating the duel. "Count me in." Another voice joined. "My ice fruit has reached its essence." Waydive grinned, his eyes glinting with icy determination as he envisioned the scene of encasing the old man in frost. "How could I be left out? My glittering fruit may be new, but I should be able to escape from the old man's grasp," a captain remarked casually, though a hint of seriousness flickered in his eyes, clearly eager to hone his newly acquired powers. With the old man's guidance, such an opportunity was a rare treasure. Izong contemplated for a moment before nodding, his tone imbued with humility and respect. He understood that learning from such a formidable figure was an invaluable chance, and even a simple sparring session could impart immeasurable wisdom. Each one of them brimmed with fighting spirit, their gazes aflame, and they didn't even require a warm-up. Exchanging determined smiles, they turned in unison towards Whitebeard, awaiting instructions from this legendary figure. The air was thick with a mixture of tension and excitement, as everyone readied themselves for the impending challenge. Ron was quite pleased to witness the impending clash. It would not only validate the outcomes of his Devil Fruit experiments, but also allow him to learn from their techniques and gain experience in adapting to unforeseen circumstances. "My lord, would you care for a glass of juice?" "It's a new invention from the Sky Island specialty," Cornice chirped, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "It's delicious. You're sure to enjoy it." Ron accepted the juice, settling into a comfortable spot, delighting in the view of the battlefield. Cornice obediently stood beside him, fully embracing her role as a maid, ever ready for his bidding. Her eyes brimmed with awe and gratitude for the formidable vice-captain, and she harbored an immense respect for him. Moreover, she discovered that these individuals were quite amiable, aside from their desire for a modest amount of gold, which they deemed insignificant. They imposed no harsh dominion over her and did not interfere in her life. This tolerance and understanding enveloped Cornice in an unparalleled warmth and reassurance. It was truly remarkable. From the depths of her heart, Cornice expressed her gratitude to Ron and to everyone involved. She recognized that it was their protection and support that allowed her to lead such a tranquil life. Hence, she devoted herself to serving Ron with utmost dedication, hoping to bring him more joy and comfort. Previously, her world had been fraught with war and chaos. Now, Cornice experienced a rare sense of peace and happiness. She vowed to cherish this hard-won tranquility and to reciprocate Ron's kindness through her actions. Chapter 58. The Great White Team Battle and Ron's Special Reward. "Come forth, little rascals." Whitebeard's booming laughter resonated through the air. In an instant, his body seemed to transform into a dazzling arc of lightning, vanishing from sight. The next moment, Whitebeard's figure materialized before Marco, wielding the Tontata blade with a sweeping motion that unleashed an unstoppable force crashing down. The strike was merciless, its speed and power catching Marco completely off guard. In a frantic effort, he raised his arm to shield himself from the lethal blow. However, Whitebeard's voice rang out coldly. Too slow. The razor-sharp Tontata blade had somehow appeared at Marco's waist, a glint of cold light flashing by, accompanied by a crisp snap. Marco's body was cleaved in two. With a sigh, Marco was filled with a sense of helplessness and astonishment. He had never anticipated being defeated in a mere encounter. Fortunately, he was facing his father, who had refrained from using haki. Otherwise, that blow would have cost him his life. Initially, after acquiring the powers of 2 devil fruits, he had basked in self-satisfaction, believing his strength had doubled and that he was nearly invincible. Yet, it was evident that before his father, he would forever remain that immature little rascal. Nevertheless, Marco did not succumb to discouragement or despair. On the contrary, once his body had healed, he smiled and stepped aside to observe the battle. He understood that this brief experience had profoundly illuminated his shortcomings. Only through relentless learning and growth could he truly become powerful. With Marco's experience serving as a cautionary tale, the others heightened their vigilance, their hairs bristling as they anxiously scanned their surroundings. The air was thick with tension and unease, as if even breathing had become laborious. Right on. A loud shout shattered the momentary stillness. The Tontata blade, imbued with the power of thunder, surged forth with a speed that defied comprehension. Akin to a lightning bolt slicing through the sky, racing toward its target. In that moment, Whitebeard suddenly materialized before Ace, his massive form resembling an insurmountable mountain, wielding his colossal blade with the might of a fierce strike. To put it simply, he swung it with great force, aiming directly at Ace's head. This blow was not only astonishing in its power, but also exuded an overwhelming aura that made it nearly impossible to gaze upon its brilliance. Yet, in the face of such formidable aggression, Ace displayed no inclination to retreat. "Old man, I've been prepared for you," he proclaimed with a confident smile, as flames erupted fiercely from his right fist, igniting his phoenix form in that very instant. The vibrant red flames swiftly transformed into a dark, ominous hue, reminiscent of hellish fire, instilling fear in all who beheld it. With the change in flame color, the temperature surged dramatically. The scorching heat distorted the surrounding air, creating a bizarre yet magnificent spectacle. "Phoenix fire," Ace shouted, then met Whitebeard's descending blade with a powerful punch. The clash of two distinctly opposing forces created a tremendous shockwave. With a thunderous roar, the entire battlefield seemed to tremble. The mighty slash merely paused for a fleeting moment before continuing its relentless advance, cleaving down directly toward Ace's fist. Ace's right arm was severed. Yet, even though his arm was lost, the severed stump blazed with crimson flames, swiftly regenerating to its former state. Despite Ace's defeat, all present witnessed his valiant effort in blocking the old man's strike, if only for an instant. "Gurura, you've improved, Ace." Whitebeard's voice resonated with a hint of admiration and surprise, clearly pleased with Ace's performance. Following this, Whitebeard transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged toward the others. "Come at me, you little brats," Whitebeard exclaimed joyfully, relishing the long-awaited thrill of battle, reminiscent of his last exhilarating encounter with Roger. "Old man, I'm coming. Behold my laser cannon. Ha ha! Since you have the Phoenix ability too and can't die, I'll unleash my full strength. Don't boast. Does it really make a difference whether you hold back or not?" "Thunderous might. Thor S form. Wow, that's incredible. What are you doing, Izu? Watch it, you're shocking me." The group engaged in a spirited brawl, leaping and bounding about, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Each one delivered with full intensity, yet none employed hockey. After all, they were either Logia users or in their Phoenix forms, so they fought with abandon. Ron couldn't help but laugh heartily at these lively characters, each behaving like a jester. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization brightened his eyes, filled with delight. He hastily delved into his mind, reaching out to the system, discovering a reward. First Logia fruit user completed, special reward achieved, martial skill. Size and proportion. Size and proportion. Consumes corresponding stamina, applicable to the host, affecting all observable entities, including but not limited to body, attacks, soul, etc. This is intriguing, Ron mused, as he immersed himself in the system's explanation, reading it thoroughly multiple times, a surge of euphoric excitement swelling within him. The skill awarded by Brother Tongzi this time is remarkably useful, exceeding his expectations. The principle behind this skill is exceedingly straightforward. By consuming stamina, it allows the user to alter their physical size at will. Whether enlarging or shrinking, it can be accomplished with but a simple thought. Even more exhilarating is the fact that this skill is not confined solely to the user. It can be applied to all observable entities. In other words, anything that Ron can perceive can be magnified or minimized using this skill. For someone who has mastered the celestial/sword technique, what does this imply? It signifies that the sword energy generated during Ron's attacks can also be observed and magnified infinitely as needed. The sword energy sweeps across 30,000 miles. Its light chilling 19 continents. Such momentum is enough to astound anyone. However, one caveat remains. The actual attack power will not be amplified. Only the appearance will undergo transformation. Yet, that is sufficient. Imagine, in the midst of battle, the overwhelming shock and fear an enemy would experience upon witnessing an immense sword energy, seemingly capable of rending the sky, charging towards them. Although the attack power does not increase, the mere alteration in appearance is enough to intimidate foes. Pondering this, Ron felt an unprecedented surge of excitement. He realized how delightful it would be to use this skill unexpectedly against enemies at critical moments in the future. Can the Buddha's warring states become larger? Apologies, but I can too. Can Luffy's rubber expand? Excuse me, but I can as well. Can Mihawk's sword energy grow? Sorry, but I can do that too. What you can do, I can do. What you cannot do, I can also accomplish. Ron's exhilaration was beyond verbal expression, signifying that this acquisition was greater than any before. Chapter 59:5 Additional Update. Brother, do you think I still have a chance? A group of people were engaged in a lively brawl. The atmosphere was extraordinarily vibrant. Some had broken arms, others had relocated their heads, while some ran around with their opponent's head in tow, refusing to let them recover. The essence of this sparring session was shifting towards an irreversible direction. They realized they could not defeat the old man, so they opted to ambush their teammates instead. What began as a serious spar had devolved into playful antics among the captains. At some point, Whitebeard had exited the battlefield, chuckling as he observed his sons and their mischief, as if time had slowed down. Just as Ron regained his focus, Jozu, with a sigh, appeared beside him, lamenting, alas. I never anticipated that the third ability enchantment would be so arduous. Brother, do you think I still have a chance? Huh? The sudden remark jolted Ron back to reality. And upon seeing Jozu's despondent expression, reminiscent of someone who had suffered a great defeat, he felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Mom and Dad, do you think I still have a chance? Ron knew that Jaws had been fixated on the idea of enchanting the glimmering fruit. Before he could offer any words of comfort, Jaws continued, Ron, is there a quick way to make money? I feel as though the glimmering fruit is calling to me. He was indeed obsessed, constantly contemplating the techniques he might wield once he possessed the power of the glimmering fruit. Ideas such as shockwave of radiance and brilliant radiant egg danced in his mind. Other techniques came to mind as well, involving the convergence of light beams, compression, and focus. This yearning permeated his thoughts, rendering him unable to concentrate on anything else. In the stillness of the night, he would lie in bed tossing and turning, visions of employing the glimmering fruit swirling in his mind. These thoughts ignited a mix of excitement and anxiety within him. He understood that to acquire such power, he first needed sufficient funds to enchant the fruit. Ron furrowed his brow. Here they were, in Skypiea, the land of gold. How could they possibly lack money? It should be overflowing with gold. Yet Jaw's expression suggested he and team managed to scrape together even a cent. Upon addressing this, Ron noticed Jaws stammering, his face flushing slightly, before he finally admitted, I assumed the locals had little wealth, so I sent my subordinates to acquire some. Understanding dawned on Ron. He nearly laughed, but upon seeing Jaw's expression, which resembled a grimace more than a smile, he restrained himself. So that is how it is, Ron teased, elongating his tone with a hint of mockery. Jaws, while there is plenty of gold, I can't very well go back on my word as captain and ask my subordinates for money. That would be quite embarrassing. As he spoke, Jaw's voice dwindled to almost a whisper, his head bowed, unable to meet Ron's gaze, revealing his discomfort and helplessness. Observing Jaw's demeanor, Ron couldn't help but chuckle internally. He recognized Jaws as a man of considerable pride, often exuding an air of authority within the crew. Yet here he was, caught in a rather compromising position. Nevertheless, Ron empathized with Jaws' predicament. After all, in a place brimming with gold, who wouldn't he desire to reap a bit more benefit? Well, there are numerous ways to make money, Ron remarked nonchalantly, as if discussing the most mundane of topics. Really? Jaws' eyes instantly transformed into sparkling diamonds, fixating intently on Ron, as if he wished to embed him within his very gaze. His face radiated disbelief and excitement, as if he had just received the most astonishing news in the world. Indeed, when have I ever deceived you? Ron gently nudged the exuberant Jaws, stepping back to create a bit of distance. The enthusiastic fellow had nearly pressed his face against Ron's, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Let me think, Ron said, while Jaws awaited in quiet anticipation, filled with hope. Ron is truly the most resourceful. Jaws mused silently, filled with admiration for Ron. After a moment of contemplation, Ron remarked, Indeed, there are numerous avenues to acquire wealth, such as the glacial treasure of the 8 treasure water army, the pure gold nestled within the belly of a great fish, and the opulent entertainment venue owned by the Golden Emperor, Tezelo. He enumerated several enticing locations, each more alluring than the last. Upon hearing Ron casually mention such a plethora of treasures, Jaws' eyes widened in astonishment, nearly popping from their sockets. What does it mean to be a big brother? This is what it means. He silently admired Ron, his reverence carving itself into his very bones. Brother, you are my true brother. Let us hasten to amass our fortune. Jaws exclaimed, fervently clasping Ron's hand, his expression one of utmost sincerity, akin to that of the most devoted of disciples. His voice brimmed with urgency and longing, as though he could already envision glimmering gold coins dancing before his eyes. Hold on, I have yet to finish my thoughts, Ron replied with a gentle smile. Shaking his head, he recognized that Jaws was impulsive, yet sometimes it was imperative to remain calm and absorb the entirety of the plan. After all, while wealth is desirable, safety is paramount. Ron brushed away Jaws' restless hand and furrowed his brow slightly, stating, there are indeed opportunities to acquire wealth, but locating them can be somewhat challenging. Compared to the pure gold in that great fish's belly or the glacial treasure of the 8 treasure water army, the Golden Emperor's entertainment venue is relatively easier to find upon these seas. Not easy to find. A flicker of disappointment crossed Jaws' eyes, yet he remained silent, knowing that once Ron spoke, there would surely be a solution. However, there's a quicker method to acquire wealth, Ron said mysteriously to Jaws. Jaws looked at him, puzzled. What method? Ron smiled slightly, as if confident in his plan, and replied, wait for the money to come knocking at our door. Come knocking at our door? Jaws was momentarily taken aback, his simple mind struggling to comprehend, staring at Ron in confusion. Could it be that Bailey had also consumed a devil fruit, capable of finding the sky island on his own? Ron regarded Jaws with mild exasperation. Normally quite astute, Jaws could sometimes be rather dim-witted. He sighed and patiently explained, that is not what I meant. I'm suggesting that we can discover a more effortless means of earning money, rather than toiling as we are currently. Jaws still wore a bewildered expression, clearly not comprehending Ron's intent in its entirety. Ron patted his shoulder reassuringly, saying, do not fret. I will devise a way to resolve our financial concerns. Upon hearing this, Jaws' doubts eased somewhat. He recognized Ron's reliability. If he claimed there was a solution, there surely was. Thus, he nodded, choosing to temporarily set aside his anxieties. With that thought in mind, Ron lowered his gaze slightly, his eyes seemingly piercing through the endless sea of clouds. Surely, Bellamy's covert operation must have succeeded, and if all went as anticipated, Doflamingo would soon be seeking an audience with him. Chapter 60. 1. Enel, the loser becomes your son. Jaws observed Ron, who exuded an air of confidence and mastery over the situation, and his previously restless heart began to settle. Unbeknownst to anyone, Enel, lurking in the corner, had maintained his dazed demeanor for an hour. An intense internal struggle seemed to unfold within his mind. If such strength can be deemed divine, how then should one refer to the individuals fiercely battling before him? He was utterly convinced there are always greater powers beyond, and this world is far grander than he ever imagined. A fervent desire welled up within him to explore this vast realm and experience the myriad of unknowns it harbors. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that surrendering outright would be utterly humiliating. After all, he had once been a god upon the Sky Island. He needed to find a way to save face. At that moment, Enel's gaze inadvertently swept across the battlefield, landing upon Whitebeard, who was lost in merriment. An idea struck him like a bolt of lightning. Yes, Whitebeard. He suddenly sprang to his feet, akin to a long-caged beast finally discovering an outlet for its fury, and roared, "Huh, what is happening? What with the barking? Who knows? He just went berserk all of a sudden." Thud! Jozu furiously strode forward, raising his hand to deliver a resounding blow that resonated through the air. His eyes widened with rage as he barked, "What with the barking? You startle me." Enel was momentarily dazed by this unexpected strike, yet he did not falter. He glared fiercely at Jozu, his eyes brimming with disdain and anger. Nevertheless, he disregarded Jozu's provocation and fixed his gaze upon the approaching Whitebeard. "Whitebeard!" Enel's voice reverberated across the open expanse, imbued with an undeniable resolve. "I challenge you." Whitebeard paused, momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a direct challenge from this young man. Then he erupted into laughter, his bellowing voice echoing like thunder throughout the space. "Gururara, you little imp, you can't even defeat my son, and you wish to challenge me?" Enel's face flushed with a mixture of indignation and frustration. He recognized the truth in Whitebeard's words. Each of those individuals appeared as formidable as monsters, and his current strength was indeed insufficient to contend with any of them. Yet his heart brimmed with defiance and stubbornness, unwilling to relinquish his aspirations so easily. "Whitebeard, do you dare accept my challenge?" Enel gritted his teeth, enunciating each word. "The loser shall be the other's son." Huh! Ron stood frozen at these words. Yet, he quickly snapped back to reality, involuntarily gasping in disbelief. Was this still the Enel he knew? Good heavens, what an audacious proclamation. It could be heard even across the Red Earth continent. Simultaneously, Jozu appeared exceedingly agitated. Witnessing Enel daring to shout at his father, he was instantly consumed with fury. He lunged forward, seizing Enel by the ear and demanding sternly, "How dare you speak to my father like that? Do you even know who you are addressing?" Despite the painful grip, Enel bore the agony in silence, his gaze unwavering and calm, as if he were already prepared for what was to come. Whitebeard stood quietly beside him, his penetrating gaze fixed upon Enel's eyes. After a moment of careful scrutiny, he suddenly reached for the nearby sword, Song Yunsi. With a resounding crash, the sharp blade was forcefully thrust into the ground, producing a sound that sent shivers down the spine. "Very well," Whitebeard said in a deep voice. "I accept your challenge." This declaration struck the hearts of all present like a heavy hammer, filling the air with a palpable tension and excitement. Old man Jozu wished to interject, but was interrupted by Marco. Jozu, heed the old man's words. Reluctantly, Jozu unlocked the sea stone handcuffs from Enel. The moment the cuffs fell away, Enel felt an invigorating surge of power returning to his body, a strength that filled him with an overwhelming sense of confidence. However, remembering the monstrous beings before him, he quickly regained his composure. "Do not underestimate the former god of Skypiea." The words emerged from Enel's lips, laced with a hint of provocation and defiance. As he spoke, brilliant arcs of lightning began to emanate from his form, crackling and flickering like a tempest, shaking the very space around him. In the voice of the Thunder God, Enel's tone resonated with assurance, yet just as he was about to fully articulate Thunder God, his vision blurred, and the world around him became a hazy enigma. Suddenly, a tremendous pressure enveloped him, rendering him nearly breathless, as too enormous. Powerful hands tightened around his throat. Overwhelmed by a suffocating fear, Enel looked up to find the familiar and awe-inspiring visage of Whitebeard mere inches away. Those profound eyes gazed coldly at him, as if they could unravel all of his secrets. "Stop dawdling. Remember to call me old man from now on." Whitebeard's deep and commanding voice echoed, leaving no room for negotiation. With that, there was a thunderous crash as Enel was violently hurled to the ground. Although Whitebeard ultimately showed restraint, the force of the impact was still enough to jolt Enel's very insides painfully. Cough, cough, cough. The harsh sound of his labored breaths reverberated in the air, each inhalation a struggle that drained him of strength. In that moment, Enel profoundly grasped the unfathomable power of Whitebeard and recognized how insignificantly small he was in comparison. With this realization, he finally lowered his proud head and managed to utter, "I concede, old man." Jozu exclaimed. "Is that it? Too hasty, isn't it? Old man, this guy is clearly trying to join our pirate crew. His intentions are too obvious. Could there be a hidden agenda?" Whitebeard, although aware of Enel's ulterior motives for joining, deemed them inconsequential. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and plots are but trifles. Chapter 61-2. The eruption of conflict upon witnessing Eneru's resolute desire to join, Marco stepped forward with a frown and declared, "Regardless of your motivations, Eneru, should you dare to act against the will of our pirate crew, I shall personally ensure your demise." Ace, recalling Sachi, felt his expression grow colder, his tone turning decidedly unfriendly. "Eneru, I hope you do not come to regret your decision today." Observing the heightened emotions among the crew, Ron contemplated for a moment before stepping forth. His gaze swept across the assembly before finally settling on Eneru. Taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly. "Eneru, while your wish to join the Whitebeard pirates is noted, it is evident that many captains harbor reservations about you." Eneru, perplexed, wondered why this group had attacked him so fiercely. Was it not permissible for one to join under the philosophy of if you cannot defeat them, join them? His mind swirled with confusion and questions. Ron's voice continued, "Since the captain has consented to your membership, it is prudent to consider a probationary period within the crew for 2.5 years before you can officially be recognized." 2.5 years? Recognition? Eneru silently calculated the implications. Although he felt some dissatisfaction regarding this arrangement, he understood that now was not the time for criticism. He simply yearned to be part of such a formidable team. "Very well, I agree." Without a moment's hesitation, he assented. Whether as an intern or a full-fledged crew member, he was simply eager to join, trusting that everything would unfold in due time. He merely wished to accompany these extraordinary individuals and witness the world beyond. A week later, as the gold of Skypea was gradually harvested, an increasing number of crew members approached Ron, hoping to replicate or enchant their abilities. Among them were both successes and failures, particularly those aspiring to acquire a second ability, whose attempts mostly ended in disappointment. During this period, the overall strength of the Whitebeard pirates was swiftly ascending. Influenced by their father, Edward Newgate, most crew members chose to replicate the powers of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit. Despite the replication success rate reaching 100%, there was one notable drawback. Their father's fruit did not possess particularly specific skills to impart to others. For Whitebeard, his ordinary attacks were already immensely powerful, nearly equivalent to the ultimate moves of other characters, a veritable ultimate in its own right. Thus, he had no need for additional special skills to augment his strength. This also meant that those who successfully replicated the Tremor-Tremor abilities would need to rely on their own exploration and learning to master this newfound power. Of course, they could seek guidance and advice from Captain Jaws, whose residence soon became extraordinarily bustling. As one of the few individuals within the crew who grasped the essence of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit, he was more than willing to assist the newly initiated Tremor users in adapting to and mastering their powers. From dawn until dusk, one could always find throngs of eager crew members gathered around him, yearning to strengthen themselves and draw closer to the level of their father. Listening intently to shared experiences on how to wield the Tremor-Tremor Fruit more effectively. "Brother, what kind of technique are you employing? Why do your fingers tremble incessantly?" "Hee. I call it the vibrating little demon. Your father's abilities have been put to such use. I shall allow you to run 39 meters first." Joe, no, please." Meanwhile, Ron's task completion rate steadily increased, yet he remained far from achieving the coveted 100 replications. In the laboratory, Ron gazed at the numbers displayed on the system task panel and sighed, shaking his head slightly. 39,100, it's still rather slow. It appears the time has come to venture out and acquire some funds. Suddenly, the door burst open with a resounding bang, shattering the tranquility of the room. Cornus rushed in, her face etched with anxiety and fear, her eyes flickering with barely perceptible panic. "Master Ron, something terrible has happened." Her voice trembled, clearly shaken by the gravity of the situation. Ron rose from his chair, his brow furrowed, and fixed a sharp gaze upon Cornus. Have outsiders breached our defenses? Though his tone remained calm, a hint of wariness glimmered in his eyes. No, no. Cornus hastily shook her head, her voice growing more urgent. The Sandia tribe is approaching. It seems a confrontation is imminent. The Sandia tribe? Ron repeated the name, instantly comprehending the severity of the situation. He had always been aware of the irreconcilable conflict between the indigenous inhabitants of Sky Island and the Sandia people. It was only a matter of time before hostilities erupted. However, he had not anticipated it would occur so soon. It appeared that both parties had been subtly vying against each other in recent days, and today, they could no longer restrain themselves. "Let's go outside and see," Ron decisively stated, striding towards the door. As a seasoned insider, he felt compelled to personally address this unexpected conflict. Cornus anxiously followed Ron, and together they exited the room, heading outside. In the plaza, the Sandia people had gathered, their spears firmly grasped, pointed directly at the indigenous inhabitants of Sky Island. Tension crackled in the air as a fierce battle loomed on the horizon. The atmosphere was thick with apprehension, as if the slightest spark could ignite the impending clash. The catalyst for this volatile situation was rather straightforward. During an exploratory venture, the Sandia tribe had initially discovered a location rich in gold. However, their fortune was short-lived, as they were forcefully deprived of these precious resources by the indigenous inhabitants who arrived later. Traditionally, the Sandia people, known for their commitment to peaceful coexistence, would not have resorted to such widespread violence in the face of such injustice. After all, in their eyes, those gleaming yet practically useless metallic blocks were hardly sufficient grounds for conflict. But now, the circumstances had changed. They realized they could exchange gold for the precious soil in the hands of others. This revelation elevated the value of gold for the Sandia people to a level that surpassed even their own lives. Thus, fueled by this newfound obsession, the situation escalated dramatically, culminating in the willingness to wage war. "Master Ron has arrived." A sudden exclamation reverberated through the air, resembling a signal that triggered a palpable disturbance within the crowd. Those on either side appeared profoundly affected, instinctively retreating to create a broad pathway. Ron, unfazed, advanced with steady and resolute strides towards the clearing between the two factions. Chapter 62-3 Additional update: Ganfuer's death as atonement. The entire Sandia tribe surrenders. Following closely behind Ron was the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, his gaze brimming with vigilance and loyalty. They were resolute in ensuring Ron's safety, aware that even the slightest misstep could provoke unforeseen ramifications. The chieftain of the Sandia stood to one side, his eyes sharp and frigid as they fixated on Ganfuer, the leader of the Sky Island. Ganfuer, equally unyielding, returned the stare with an icy glare that seemed to pierce the air, creating a tense atmosphere that could ignite into conflict at any moment. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder, rendering the scene extraordinarily tense. Everyone held their breath in anticipation of what was to unfold. "Enough," Ron declared, his expression steely. He was not there to mediate, but to deliver a decisive verdict. Such was the privilege of the strong. Before the weak, he wielded the authority to issue commands. Disobedience equated to death. Ron understood that it was imperative to resolve the conflict between the two parties thoroughly. Otherwise, future interactions would inevitably lead to complications. His gaze swept over everyone present, his frigid stare seemingly penetrating their very souls. A chill coursed through the crowd, compelling them to bow their heads instinctively. The atmosphere was hushed, even the sound of breathing seemed stifled, for they were acutely aware of Ron's stature. Not only the captain, but the second in command of the entire pirate crew, a figure of immense repute. In the brutal world of piracy, his words held the weight of law. No one dared to question his decisions, nor challenge his authority. Thus, they fixated on Ron, tension palpable as they yearned to hear words favorable to their kin. Ron regarded them coolly and spoke in a tone that betrayed no emotion, neither joy nor sorrow. This conflict ends here. Both sides shall make concessions. Present your terms, and I shall arbitrate. Remember, this opportunity is singular. I am aware of your 4-century-long grievances, and those in power bear the most direct responsibility. At this juncture, Ron paused. The crowd held its collective breath, as if even inhalation had become a cautious act, awaiting the final judgment. The atmosphere was thick with tension and suppression, each heart filled with trepidation and unease. On the side of the Sky Islanders, Ganfuer's eyes reflected a fleeting sense of desolation, a profound helplessness and sorrow. He cast a lingering glance at the residents behind him, his gaze imbued with intricate emotions. Then, with heavy steps that seemed to bear the weight of his entire tribe's fate, he began to emerge from the shadows. He solemnly bowed before Ron, his tone imbued with an ineffable weight. Esteemed Lord Ron, as the leader of the inhabitants of the Sky Island, no one understands the rift between us better than I. This enmity, born of countless years of bloodshed and hatred, cannot be resolved with mere words. He then gradually turned to face the chieftain of the Sandia tribe and the people behind him. His gaze was filled with resoluteness and determination. The grievances forged in blood can only be resolved through blood. I willingly offer my life as atonement, hoping that in my death, our two peoples may cease to harbor animosity and cherish this hard-won peace. What? The Sandia chieftain was taken aback, his face a canvas of shock and disbelief. Did this man truly intend to atone with his life? Such a decision sent a chill through him. The inhabitants of the Sky Island gasped, their expressions a tapestry of complexity, filled with conflict and struggle. Could the discord between the two factions truly reach such a tragic end? Was there truly no alternative to resolve this? Ron regarded Ganfu with surprise, his brow furrowing slightly, yet he refrained from speaking. As Ganfu had articulated, the discord between the two factions was indeed a blood feud, one that could only be settled in blood. This was a cruel and unavoidable reality. Ganfu, if you are genuinely willing to atone with your life, I, as the chieftain of the Sandia tribe, vow that we shall thereafter coexist peacefully with the inhabitants of the Sky Island. The Sandia chieftain declared solemnly, his voice laced with a barely perceptible tremor. He understood the gravity of this decision, yet for the sake of his people's future, he was compelled to make such a sacrifice. While some members of the Sandia tribe were discontented, feeling the conditions were excessively harsh, they recognized this was the best outcome available and could only accept it with reluctance. Very well. I implore you, Lord Ron, to bear witness, lest you deny the agreement after my demise. Ha ha ha, Ganfu jested. His gaze was steadfast and resolute, clearly having made up his mind. Subsequently, he pressed a hand to his heart, and with a surge of power, a violent force shattered his heart. A bloom of crimson erupted in the air, vibrant and tragic, as if narrating the final glory of a warrior. Ganfu's body collapsed weakly to the ground. Yet a smile of happiness graced his lips. For him, the ability to exchange his life for peace between the two tribes was an honorable achievement. All men must meet their end, and he, indeed, died for a worthy cause. Enough, Ron waved his hand, signaling that the matter had concluded. Several individuals from the native inhabitants of the Sky Island rushed forth, carefully retrieving Ganfu's lifeless body. Their movements were gentle and solemn, as if bidding farewell to this brave leader. In this moment, both the Sandia tribe and the Sky Island inhabitants were profoundly moved by Ganfu's sacrifice, their hearts filled with a whirlwind of emotions. Ron then turned to the Sandia tribe, his gaze imbued with inquiry. The inhabitants of the Sky Island have atoned with death. How do you intend to respond? The Sandia chieftain, having lived many years, naturally grasped Ron's implication. Without a trace of hesitation, he stepped forward and bowed deeply, proclaiming, My Lord Ron, the warriors of the Sandia tribe are valiant and fearless. They are willing to serve you and become your most loyal soldiers. Upon hearing these words, Ron's brow arched slightly, clearly taken aback by the unexpected generosity of the tribe's offer. Such determination and audacity are not qualities possessed by all. Chief, this cannot be, a Sandio warrior exclaimed, his voice brimming with disbelief and indignation. Indeed, Chief, I would gladly lay down my life to atone. Wappa stepped forward, his eyes glimmering with resolute fervor. I too am willing to sacrifice for our kin. Raki also emerged, her voice clear yet resolute. However, their fervent declarations were abruptly interrupted by the chief's thunderous rebuke. Silence. His voice resonated like thunder, instilling a sense of awe that quelled any dissent. Subsequently, he bowed his head once more, awaiting Ron's response in quiet anticipation. Though discontent simmered within the ranks of the other Sandio warriors, they dared not defy the chief's command and lowered their heads in silent submission. Chapter 63. For addendum. Is this truly the test for the candidate? The Sandia chief, now utterly composed, remained unperturbed. He understood that this decision would determine the fate of his entire tribe. It was a choice he had contemplated for an extended period before arriving at such a difficult conclusion. Only in this manner could they irrevocably alter their tribe's destiny and return to their sacred land. These outsiders were formidable beings, each possessing astonishing power. Even the once mighty deity Enel had been easily subdued. The mastery of their abilities left him in awe. Flames, light, and frost. All of these wielded powers rivaled Enel's lightning, embodying true divine strength. Confronted by such formidable adversaries, the Sandia chief recognized that his tribe could not withstand the onslaught. Thus, he made the astonishing decision to pledge the entire tribe to Ron. He was uncertain whether this choice was indeed correct, nor could he foresee the challenges and tribulations that lay ahead. However, having reached this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. For the sake of their tribe's future and the hope of returning to that hallowed land, they must bravely take this step. Ron gazed deeply at the humbly postured Sandia chief, a profound sense of satisfaction swelling within him. He understood that in this tumultuous world, encountering someone so astute and discerning was indeed a rarity. A leader of a tribe must not only possess strength, but also the wisdom to gauge circumstances. And this chief undoubtedly exemplified such sagacity. 10 years, merely 10 years of loyalty, and you shall regain your freedom. Ron's words, though softly spoken, struck the hearts of all present like a heavy hammer, particularly resonating within the chief's spirit. Upon hearing these words, the chieftain of the Sandia tribe turned pale, mistakenly believing that Ron was expressing dissatisfaction with them. He hurriedly began to explain, "My lord Ron, please believe that the Sandia tribe sincerely wishes to submit," with no hint of insincerity. However, before he could finish his sentence, Ron gently raised his hand to interrupt him. A flicker of warmth crossed Ron's gaze, yet it was imbued with an undeniable firmness. "It is not that I distrust you. I simply believe that such a lengthy period is unnecessary. Moreover, we cannot remain here indefinitely." Upon hearing this, the chieftain's heart finally settled, and he promptly nodded in understanding. The surrounding warriors' expressions brightened, as though they had caught a glimpse of hope's dawn. If the duration were merely 10 years, it was a condition they could accept. "Chieftain, I am willing." One warrior stepped forward first, his voice brimming with resolve and determination. "I too am willing. If it is just 10 years, what is there to fear?" Another warrior followed suit, his eyes gleaming with an indomitable spirit. Soon, more warriors expressed their willingness to accept the terms, their responses surging like a tidal wave, filling the atmosphere with fervor. Ron observed this scene, nodding slightly, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He understood that these Sandia warriors possessed not only exceptional physical prowess, but also a profound sense of loyalty and honor. Otherwise, they would not have kept the promise made 4 centuries ago etched in their hearts, nor would they have exerted such tremendous effort for it. Such individuals were undoubtedly the strength he needed. "Ron, what do you intend to do with these fellows?" Jaws, having approached at some point, interjected with a hint of confusion and disbelief, clearly surprised by Ron's sudden decision to recruit the Sandia warriors. Ron turned to Jaws, smiling as he patiently explained, "Jaws, we must broaden our horizons. We cannot remain confined to a small island. As time progresses, our territory will expand, and with it, our wealth and gold will also grow. At that point, Managing such an abundance of resources and land will require capable hands. Upon hearing this, Jaws seemed to grasp the concept but still expressed uncertainty. That seems to be the case. He awkwardly scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Ron continued, "Moreover, you are aware that treasures such as gold are inevitably coveted by others. Thus, it becomes paramount to find those who are loyal and indifferent to material wealth. They will not betray us for the allure of riches. Rather, they will serve us wholeheartedly." After hearing these words, Jaws suddenly understood. "I see now. They are precisely what we need." His gaze turned towards the Sandio warriors, and he couldn't help but marvel. These warriors are not only formidable in battle, far surpassing ordinary pirates, but more importantly, they harbor no interest in gold. As long as we grant them a bit of barren land as a reward, they will fight with the fervor of those invigorated by a potent elixir. Truly, they are the perfect fit. Upon contemplating this, Jaws could not help but exclaim, "What a remarkable deal." Truly, Ron is thorough in his considerations. Ron shook his head, clearly unimpressed by Jaws' unoriginal flattery. With a gentle sigh, he turned and departed, leaving Jaws to his soliloquy. Only moments later, when Jaws finally regained his senses, he realized that Ron had vanished, evidently entrusting him with the task of arranging personnel. Acknowledging the weight of his responsibility, Jaws promptly adjusted his mindset, becoming exceptionally serious. He solemnly nodded in the direction Ron had taken, as if assuring both himself and the distant Ron, "Rest assured, I shall devote myself fully to this task." Once the matters concerning the Sandia tribe and the native inhabitants of the Sky Island were resolved, the operations of the Sky Island would finally be on track. The excavation of the golden vein was in full swing, and the process of purifying the gold was surprisingly straightforward, thanks to Eneru's self-nomination. The Rumble fruit not only summoned lightning, but also emitted an intense heat, melting and purifying the gold, alongside the addition of borax and similar substances, proved to be exceedingly simple. Accordingly, with labor distributed fairly, Eneru amassed a considerable amount of gold, yet he remained indifferent to it, generously bestowing it all upon Jaws. Of course, he claimed it was a gift, but he was genuinely intrigued by the dark substance that had enveloped Jaws' fist during their confrontation. "Are you using this to test your subordinates?" Jaws feigned indignation while discreetly accepting the gold. Jaws, dear brother, could you enlighten me about that dark substance?" Eneru was sincerely eager to understand, as losing without clarity was quite disheartening. "Given your earnestness, I shall briefly explain, otherwise it would tarnish the reputation of our Whitebeard pirates." "Excellent." Eneru listened intently. "That is hockey." "Hockey? Ah, how troublesome. I forgot you were a newcomer." "Very well, let me start from the beginning. Hockey is divided into 3 types. Chapter 64, An Unexpected Visitor, Flame Calamity. Ha ha, I did it. I have become the user of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit. I am in the form of a mythical beast, the Phoenix. Brothers, when you are injured, I shall heal you. Is that healing legitimate? It must be the lightning fruit. Henceforth, I shall be a mobile artillery. Thanks to Vice Captain Ron. Long live Lord Ron." Ron gave a slight nod, a subtle smile gracing his face as he watched their figures gradually fade from view. He then gently waved his hand, signaling Conies to begin tidying up. Once the surroundings quieted, Ron turned and walked toward the nearby recliner, slowly sitting down and comfortably leaning against the soft backrest. Closing his eyes, he allowed his consciousness to delve into the depths of his mind, where a virtual system panel awaited him. With a mere thought, the panel activated, vividly materializing before his eyes. 48 times now, Ron mused internally, calculating that he had completed nearly half of the task. Upon contemplating this, a subtle smile of satisfaction graced his lips. The Sky Island had indeed lived up to its illustrious reputation, teeming with myriad adventures, each exploration yielding unforeseen treasures. Notably, the gold veins. However, after diligent efforts over time, it appeared that the resources on the island had been nearly exhausted, and remaining here might no longer yield significant returns. Hence, Ron had begun to formulate preliminary plans for seeking new objectives. Where should his next destination be? A frown creased Ron's brow as he gazed thoughtfully out the window, contemplating his forthcoming course of action. Just as he was lost in contemplation, a sudden cacophony of rapid and chaotic explosions shattered the tranquility of the surroundings. The sound suggested an unexpected incident, leaving Ron perplexed. Lord Ron, a towering Iron Man with wings, has appeared outside, Cornus exclaimed, setting down her communicator, her delicate features etched with urgency as she turned to report this alarming situation to Ron. Upon hearing this news, Ron's frown deepened. Wings? Iron Man? These two keywords instantly conjured a particular figure in his mind. Could be him? Ron speculated silently, quickly making a decision. They must go see for themselves. Indeed. Cornus nodded resolutely, then turned to retrieve two helmets, one for herself and the other for Ron. My lord, this is the latest creation from Captain Ace, the Super Wybra, capable of reaching speeds 10 times that of a normal Wybra, she explained, her tone imbued with pride and anticipation. As they walked towards the door, Ron noticed a brand new Wybra motorcycle parked at the entrance, having appeared there unbeknownst to him. This motorcycle not only boasted a more dazzling appearance, but also purportedly had significantly enhanced performance. The design of this Wybra was truly astonishing, standing in stark contrast to the ordinary vehicles typically seen. It was shaped like a shuttle, measuring 2.8 meters in length and wide enough for one person. With a head as sharp as an arrow and a tail streamlined like a rocket, its overall form perfectly adhering to aerodynamic principles. Such a design was not only aesthetically pleasing, but also greatly improved flying speed and stability. As Ron beheld this marvel, his heart brimmed with curiosity and astonishment, pondering where Ace might have acquired such advanced design and technology. Could it be that the Sky Island had ties to the Moon People? Was there a hidden legacy of blueprints? My lord, you need not worry about safety, Cornus reassured him sweetly, mistakenly believing Ron was apprehensive about riding this new Wybra. Even in the event of an unexpected situation, I will ensure your safety. As she spoke, a confident smile illuminated her face. In truth, her family possessed considerable reserves of gold, which they had recently utilized to purchase a mythical beast fruit in the form of an immortal phoenix from Ron. The realm of magical beasts not only enhances her physical strength and recovery abilities, but also renders her daily tasks considerably more manageable. More importantly, it allows her to be constantly by Ron's side, providing him with meticulous care and attention. Coney feels immensely satisfied with this arrangement. Ahem, off we go. Ron noticed that ever since Coney's became an empowered being, her recovery abilities and stamina have surged dramatically, to the point where he is nearly on the verge of malnutrition. Soon, a vast square appeared before them. According to Coney's description, the entity she referred to as the Iron Man was engaged in a tense standoff with the members of the Whitebeard pirates. The air was thick with an atmosphere of imminent conflict, as both sides seemed ready to erupt at any moment. Upon catching sight of the opposing force, Ron immediately recognized the individual. It's Jin, one of the calamities of the Beast's pirates, the Flame Calamity, Jin. Brother Ron, Ro is here. Vice Captain, watch out. The Vice Captain is coming in hot. The Super Wybra accelerated with breathtaking speed, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving through the sky, drawing closer to the ground in an instant. Just as onlookers braced for an impact, the sleek racing machine seemed to come alive, soaring upwards just before touching down, its body tracing an elegant arc in the air. Following this, it executed a dazzling drift, the thunderous roar gradually fading as the Super Wybra came to a smooth halt. The entire process fluid and seamless, captivating all who witnessed it. Lord Ron, we have arrived, Coney said with a sweet smile. Ron then descended slowly. Having practiced with the Super Wybra for quite some time, he was momentarily taken aback. While Coney's appeared demure, her inner self was quite wild. At the same time, his gaze collided with Jin's, the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Ron. Jin scrutinized Ron, noting that he appeared even younger in person than in the bounty poster. Ron's eyes were sharp as blades, piercing through Jin as if trying to unravel his innermost thoughts. Jin, taken aback, clearly did not anticipate encountering such a youthful vice captain here. What brings you, the flame calamity of the beast pirates, to this Sky Island? Ron inquired coolly, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. He was not inclined to believe that Jin's presence was merely a coincidence. After all, this was their territory, And as a significant member of the Beast Pirates, Jin's sudden appearance must have a purpose. Chapter 65, Part 2, Go back and tell Kaido that there must be a battle between us. Jozu narrowed his eyes, shifting slightly to the left. From this position, he could directly protect Ron should conflict arise. Though his movements were subtle, they were laced with vigilance and wariness, betraying his profound distrust of Jin. Observing the group on high alert, Jin instinctively took a step back. He understood that any rash action could provoke unnecessary conflict. Thus, he spoke slowly. I have come specifically to discuss a collaboration. Nothing could be more enticing than becoming a dual fruit user. As he spoke, Jin slowly surveyed the crowd before declaring, You may voice any requests. As long as the 100 Beasts pirate crew can accommodate them, we shall comply. Alternatively, you may propose a price, and we are open to negotiation. Jin's tone resonated with sincerity and confidence. After all, was it not the pursuit of treasure that lured most into the life of piracy? He found it hard to believe that these individuals would dismiss his proposition. Moreover, he had vaguely overheard their fervent quest for gold, further solidifying his conviction that they would not easily forego this opportunity for exchange. I am aware of your ongoing search for gold, Jin continued. Should you choose to collaborate with us, I can assure you that ample wealth awaits you. Whether it be gold, silver, jewels, or other precious items, whatever you desire, we can fulfill. His gaze was resolute, as if he could already envision the success of this transaction. He understood that if he could touch the hearts of these individuals, the subsequent matters would become significantly simpler. In this perilous ocean, nothing could unite people more than trust and mutual benefit. Is that so? Ron muttered, lowering his head in contemplation. He was not deliberating whether to accept the proposal. Rather, his mind was racing with schemes on how to deceive this armored figure into relinquishing gold, ideally at some cost to him, perhaps even drawing blood. Just as he was lost in his own calculations, a sudden thunderclap erupted above, startling everyone. The unexpected sound sent a shiver through the crowd, and in an instant, countless thunder foxes converged from all directions, swiftly coalescing into a humanoid silhouette in the sky. As dark clouds descended with ferocity, they struck the ground, producing a deafening roar. The earth fractured violently, forming a massive pit, with intricate fissures radiating outward like a spider's web. Then, a towering figure emerged before them, Whitebeard. Standing an imposing height of 6 meters, he was enveloped in a tempestuous aura of lightning, exuding an intimidating presence that was almost blinding. In that moment, the atmosphere thickened with tension and oppression, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Go back and inform Kaido that a battle between us is inevitable. Whitebeard's voice thundered, resounding like a tempest, as he outright rejected Jin's offer of collaboration. In an instant, Jin's expression darkened. He had believed his strength to be formidable. Yet now, confronted by Whitebeard, he felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. As he witnessed Whitebeard not only levitate in midair, but also wield the power of lightning. His pupils constricted in disbelief, and a tumult of shocks surged within him. Whitebeard commands lightning. How is this possible? Jin gasped inwardly, taken aback by the revelation. Could he truly be a 3-fruit user? The thought left him breathless. He was acutely aware that Whitebeard's Tremor-Tremor Fruit possessed immense offensive power, and combined with the formidable regenerative abilities of the mythical Zoan form of the Phoenix, it rendered him nearly invulnerable in battle. Now, having acquired the powers of a Logia lightning, he mused silently. Does such a being truly exist? If he were to seamlessly amalgamate these 3 powers, how monstrous would his true strength be? At this moment, he profoundly understood that the chasm between them and Whitebeard was far more complex than he had initially imagined. Confronted with such an almost invincible entity, he felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness and dread. However, as one of Kaido's most trusted subordinates, he recognized that retreat was not an option. Thus, despite the turmoil brewing within, he endeavored to maintain a fade of composure, bracing himself for whatever might transpire next. May I inquire why you refuse to cooperate? We could offer substantial treasures. Surely a mutually beneficial arrangement would be preferable? Whitebeard scoffed, his gaze icy as he replied. Kazuki Odin is my son. Is that reason not sufficient? A sense of dread washed over him as he realized the gravity of the situation. With this revelation, the possibility of collaboration was utterly extinguished. He understood that, for Whitebeard, family held paramount importance, one that no wealth could substitute. Whitebeard continued, "No matter how unworthy Odin may be, he remains my family. My son shall be guided by me alone. It is not for Kaido to decide his fate." His words cut like a blade, striking at the heart of the matter with unwavering conviction, leaving no room for negotiation. "Leave before I change my mind." Whitebeard's voice grew colder, his patience evidently waning. With a heavy heart filled with resignation and disappointment, he realized that this negotiation had irrevocably failed. The relationship had deteriorated to a point of no return, and retreat was the only option. He turned away, understanding that remaining would only invite humiliation. Ron observed as Jean departed, letting out a soft sigh. He was about to voice his thoughts when he suddenly heard Jozu lamenting nearby. What a pity. If only Dad had arrived a bit later. Jozu's gaze lingered on the retreating figure of Jean, filled with a sense of loss and regret, as if he were watching a trove of glittering gold slip through his fingers. "We will inevitably clash with them. Why not secure a down payment first?" Jozu remarked, his tone tinged with frustration and reluctance. To his words, Ron remained silent, while Marco quickly countered, "Jozu, let us not forget that we are honorable pirates, not deceitful scoundrels." Ace chimed in, "Even if acquired through unscrupulous means, I would refuse such money." After uttering these words, everyone dispersed to attend to their own affairs, leaving Jaws standing alone, appearing somewhat at a loss. However, it wasn't long before a spark of determination ignited within him once more, to amass the target of 6 billion berries. "I must give my all," he declared to himself, his tone imbued with resolve. Chapter 66. Do the three fruits seek to kill me? Await my challenge. 2 days later, Onigashima in Wano welcomed the return of a significant figure, Jin. This fierce warrior, second only to Kaido within the Beast Pirates, had finally returned from his mission abroad. As he stepped into the Grand Hall, he could sense the palpable tension in the air. Within the hall, members of the Flying Six stood lined up on either side, their expressions unusually serious, faces fluctuating between worry and unease. These individuals were the elite of the Beast Pirates, typically exuding confidence, yet they now displayed signs of apprehension. They were astonished by the news Jin had brought back, yet they could not dismiss it, for deceit held no merit in such matters. Black Maria's heart raced violently, nearly leaping from her chest. Her voice trembled slightly as she exclaimed, "Whitebeard has truly become a wielder of the three fruits. Moreover, he is deeply troubled by that individual. This is dire news." Her words detonated like a bombshell within the hall, causing a considerable stir. It was widely understood that if Whitebeard had indeed become a user of the three fruits, his power would ascend to unprecedented heights. This posed an enormous threat to them all. Even more concerning was Whitebeard's apparent fixation on someone, undoubtedly complicating and endangering the situation further. Runty, filled with indignation, tightly embraced Pejuan, her brows furrowed as she declared, "Whoever dares to harm Little Pei shall not escape my wrath." Cough, cough. Pejuan struggled violently, his voice laced with an evident sense of asphyxiation. "Sister, I can hardly breathe." His complexion had turned beet red, and he desperately attempted to free himself from Runty's grasp. "What?" Runty exclaimed in shock, her eyes brimming with fear and concern as she hastily released the now crimson-faced Pejuan. "Little Pei, are you all right? You won't die on me, will you?" Her voice was rife with anxiety, as if she were on the brink of tears. Runty shook Pejuan's head repeatedly, trying to rouse him from his stupor, yet this excessive motion only exacerbated the situation. Onlookers could only watch in disbelief, shaking their heads in dismay. Although Pejuan wished to speak, the dizzying motion rendered his words incoherent, leaving him to emit only a few indistinct sounds. Fusif observed the scene with a detached gaze, scoffing at Runty's flustered demeanor. "Even if he asks fine, you'll shake him to death. Useless woman." "What?" Runty abruptly halted, turning to glare at Fusif, her eyes ablaze with fury, as if ready to strike at any moment. Her body tensed, fists clenched, poised to unleash her wrath. However, Just as she was on the verge of an emotional outburst, Peggy swiftly stepped forward and embraced her tightly, restraining her impulsive actions. "Say it again. If you dare claim that my little Pei will die, utter those words once more." Runty's voice brimmed with fury and menace, her struggles intensifying. Yet, Peggy held her fast, like an unyielding fortress, preventing her from breaking free. "Sister," Peggy implored anxiously, "calm down. I will not perish. Furthermore, Lord Kaido is present. Let's not create such a ruckus." His tone carried a hint of helplessness and embarrassment, clearly exasperated by his sister's behavior. Peggy's discomfort could be likened to a cramped living space, as he found himself utterly at a loss with her. He was aware of her fiery temperament, but he had not anticipated her losing control in such a situation. "Huh?" Runty's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Peggy, her face etched with grievance and confusion. You say I am noisy?" Her voice quivered, evidently stung by his words. "Enough," the others exclaimed in unison. Kaido crushed the gourd in his hand, his gaze sharp as a blade, seeming to pierce the very essence of one's soul. His voice was deep and authoritative, causing the surrounding air to thicken with tension. Miraculously, Runty did not immediately retort or lash out at Kaido. In the past, if anyone had dared to speak to her in such a manner, she would have erupted in fury. But at this moment, she stood quietly, seemingly entranced by Peggy's earlier remark about noise, unable to extricate herself. "Oof," Kaido sneered, his tone dripping with disdain and arrogance. "A decrepit old fool believes that possessing the power of 3 fruits would enable him to defeat me? As his laughter echoed, a wave of overwhelming conqueror's haki erupted from him, radiating outward with ferocity. This power was so suffocating that everyone present felt an unprecedented weight upon them, as if burdened by a colossal mountain, making it difficult to breathe. The Flying Six, witnessing this, broke into a cold sweat, their hearts racing in terror as they regarded Kaido, internally lamenting, "He truly is formidable." Even when faced with an opponent like Whitebeard, he remained fearless, invigorated by the challenge. "Whitebeard!" Kaido suddenly bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder throughout the space. "I await you in Wano. Come and fight." His words exuded arrogance and unshakable confidence, clearly prepared to face any battle that lay ahead. Above the clouds at Angel Island's encampment, a unique atmosphere enveloped the air, a blend of the sea's salty tang and the exhilarating tension that arises during intense sparring among the strong. At this moment, in an expansive training ground, Whitebeard patiently guided Ace in his training. He held great hopes for Ace, aspiring to leverage his own experiences to facilitate Ace's rapid development. "Remember, Ace," Whitebeard intoned earnestly. "True strength emanates from the unwavering will that resides deep within your heart. Though the Devil Fruit bestows upon you extraordinary abilities, it shall forever remain merely an auxiliary tool. The true determinant of victory lies in the strength of the individual." Upon hearing this, Ace nodded in understanding, completely agreeing with his father's perspective. Father, in fact, Brother Ron has previously conveyed similar sentiments to me, asserting that haki can effectively counter those with Logia-type abilities, even forcing adversaries in their elemental forms back to their original state. It seems you have grasped the essence of this matter," Whitebeard remarked with a satisfied smile. Then added, "It is good to know this. Do not squander your time fiddling with those worthless shells. Mastering haki is of utmost importance. Focusing on honing your Busashoku and Kenbunchika haki is paramount." Chapter 67. Teaching Ace the 3 types of haki. After imparting this advice, Whitebeard emphasized his words once more, fearing that Ace might not have fully comprehended them. "Understood, Father." Just as the two were conversing, Whitebeard suddenly extended his right hand and playfully delivered a light smack to Ace's head, strong yet harmless. "Ouch, that hurt." Ace winced, clutching his head, yet he did not forget to continue practicing the skill in his hands, knowing that this was a demonstration of his rigorous self-discipline. Observing this stubborn yet diligent child before him, Whitebeard felt a warm surge of affection. However, he soon regained his serious demeanor and inquired, "By the way, have you encountered any difficulties with your conqueror's haki?" As far as I know, you're still struggling to control it, correct? Faced with this question, Ace lowered his head, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, despite having awakened this rare type of ability, his lack of systematic training and insufficient practical experience left him feeling inept in its application. Yes, Father. I have been attempting to find the right method to master this skill, yet it seems I can never find the correct direction. When he was 10, the three brothers had ventured out and encountered danger. When Luffy was threatened by pirates, Ace unconsciously unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, incapacitating those who sought to harm Luffy. At that time, he was unaware that he had unleashed the Conqueror's Haki. It was later that his father discovered and informed him, yet he had never been able to wield it effectively. Whitebeard gently set down his sword, the heavy blade thudding dully against the stone bench. He turned to Ace, his gaze penetrating as if he could discern the turmoil within his heart. Then, he calmly sat upon the adjacent stone bench, his movements grand yet remarkably steady, causing not a tremor. Observing this, Ace also took a seat, adjusting his posture to attentively absorb his father's teachings. Conqueror's Haki, Whitebeard softly repeated, tinged with a subtle sense of nostalgia. Conqueror's Haki is a unique ability that emanates from the spirit of the powerful. Its strength is directly proportional to one's mental fortitude and willpower. He paused, seemingly lost in the recollection of his youthful experiences. This power cannot be acquired through mere training. However, it can be better controlled through persistent practice. Ace listened intently, his eyes shimmering with a fervent desire to learn. He understood that, in this world, aside from the formidable abilities conferred by the Devil Fruits, Haki is fundamentally what determines the limits of a strong warrior. Thus, how might one effectively harness the Conqueror's Haki? He eagerly inquired. In its nascent stage, Conqueror's Haki is often inadvertently unleashed due to emotional turmoil. Whitebeard patiently elucidated that what you must learn now is how to manage your emotions. When you can maintain composure and rationality in any situation, you will have reached the basic standard. Upon hearing this, Ace nodded in realization. During the past period, he had indeed neglected the development of his other potentials due to an over-reliance on the power of the Devil Fruit. I see, he remarked. It appears that I must not only enhance my strength, but, more importantly, fortify my inner resilience. Precisely, Whitebeard affirmed. Conqueror's Haki is not merely a means of attack. It is also a powerful aura that showcases oneself and influences others. As your experiences broaden and your encounters increase, your spirit will gradually become more steadfast and potent. Remember, true strength is not just about possessing formidable martial prowess, but also unwavering conviction. This statement profoundly inspired Ace, filling him with boundless aspirations for the future. From that moment forth, he resolved to no longer rely solely on external assistance, but to strive to unearth and harness his intrinsic potential. Whitebeard held high the sword Song Yun Xia, its blade roaring as though it had come to life. He fixed his steadfast gaze upon Ace, his voice imbued with authority and anticipation. Now, train your observation Haki. Ace was drenched in sweat, nearly devoid of the strength to move even a finger. Yet his exhaustion was overshadowed by his rumbling stomach. Dad, it's already dark. Shouldn't we eat? His hunger was becoming increasingly insistent, making him almost forget his fatigue. In this moment of weakness, it was indeed an opportune time to train his observation Haki. However, Whitebeard paid no heed to Ace's complaints. Instead, he effortlessly lifted Ace and tossed him into the air. Ace cried out in terror, Dad, I'm not ready yet. Ace, pay attention to this strike. Whitebeard's voice reverberated through the air like thunder. Ace's eyes widened in horror as he beheld a trace of armament Haki enveloping his father's blade, causing his heart to leap into his throat. Dad, you're serious. Ace's voice trembled. He had never seen his father so solemn and earnest. With a piercing gaze, Whitebeard maintained an unwavering strictness in Ace's training, stating, feel with your heart and judge the trajectory of the blade with your mind. Only between life and death can the instinct for survival be ignited. Ace felt a tightening in his chest, fully aware that his father's words were no jest. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself. He understood that this was a rare opportunity, one that others yearned for yet had not been afforded. Ace, You cannot evade this strike. From now on, you shall be known as One-Eared Ace. Whitebeard's words carried a hint of jest, yet they brimmed with expectations and encouragement for Ace. The young man, momentarily taken aback, hastily focused his attention, channeling every ounce of his potential, as if every pore on his body transformed into an eye. He exerted himself to the utmost, seeking to trace and predict the trajectory of his father's blade. Under the immense pressure of impending doom, his consciousness seemed to enter a peculiar state. Time, at that moment, slowed significantly, almost coming to a standstill. He could distinctly hear the chirping of birds in the woods, and even perceive the path of a centipede crawling beneath the leaves. In this extraordinary state, even with his eyes closed, he could vividly visualize his father's assault, predicting the direction of the attack, and deducing the blade's trajectory. I see it. I see it. Ace's heart surged with elation. This unprecedented sensation filled him with both excitement and anxiety. He recognized this as the culmination of his physical and mental limits, a manifestation of the potential that surged forth at the brink of life and death. Chapter 68. An invitation from Fishman Island. He dared not relax for an instant, remaining wholly focused on observing and analyzing every movement of his father, striving to devise the most effective counter-strategy. His father's attacks were as fierce as a tempest, each strike imbued with lethal intent. Yet, beneath this overwhelming pressure, Ace discovered a glimmer of hope. He began to adapt to the rapid pace of the battle, able to anticipate his father's subsequent moves. His heart raced, blood coursing through his veins as if igniting his very being. In that instant, Ace felt a powerful force surging from within, his gaze sharpening, and his body becoming increasingly agile. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, a burst of crimson flame igniting within his pupils. At that moment, Whitebeard's south blade was perilously close to his ear, glinting ominously with an unstoppable momentum. Just as the blade was about to sever his ear, Ace's body shifted slightly to the right, a mere inch. This minute motion, akin to the flutter of a butterfly's wings, precipitated a monumental change. Whitebeard's sword grazed his side, crashing down with tremendous force. The air was rent with a piercing sound of the blade slicing through, yet it did not graze Ace in the slightest. Witnessing this, Whitebeard burst into hearty laughter, filled with admiration and joy for Ace, his laughter resonating through the air as if even the surrounding winds were enchanted, gently swaying the leaves. The battle raged on, and Ace grew increasingly adept, not only evading his father's strikes, but also seizing opportunities for counterattacks. With each clash, he felt his own advancement, the rapidity of his growth astonishing even himself. He understood that this transformation stemmed from the depths of his being, ignited at the edge of mortality. And this newfound power was aiding him in gradually turning the tide of battle. Gulalala. Today's training concludes. Tomorrow we commence the training of armament hockey. Though Ace's lips cried out in agony, his heart brimmed with gratitude towards his father. Previously, due to his father's health issues, he had been unable to provide direct guidance, leaving a lingering sense of guilt. Now, at last, his father could amend this regret by personally overseeing his training. This transformation was entirely attributed to the arrival of Brother Ron. Deep within, Ace silently expressed his appreciation to Ron, nodding earnestly at his father's departing figure, as if to convey, "Do not worry, father. I shall not let you down." He understood that this was his father's expectation of him, as well as his own vow. He would diligently train and continuously enhance his strength until he emerged as a formidable force, akin to his father. The following day, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the mist, gently illuminating every corner of the Sky Island, the entire isle seemed to be imbued with newfound vitality. The golden glow harmonized with the azure sky and white clouds, crafting a scene that was breathtakingly serene. The air was suffused with a refreshing essence, mingled with the fragrances of earth and blooming flora, compelling one to inhale deeply and savor the rare tranquility and beauty. The Sandia people had gathered early, preparing to embark on their quest for gold veins. This endeavor was both a challenge and an opportunity for discovering precious resources would allow them to barter with the elders for supplies, including the very powers of the gods. Such a discovery would not only significantly enhance the living conditions of their kin, but also fortify the strength of their entire tribe. Thus, every individual appeared particularly earnest and exhilarated, setting off with dreams of a brighter future. Simultaneously, the indigenous people of the Sky Island busied themselves, though their primary tasks were more closely aligned with daily necessities. Some were responsible for gathering fresh fruits and vegetables, ensuring a sufficient and healthy food source for all. Others repaired homes and cleaned the streets, maintaining a tidy and aesthetically pleasing living environment, while a portion focused on crafting artisanal goods or educating children in various skills and knowledge. Through their contributions in their respective fields, they collectively upheld and nurtured the culture and social structure of this land. Within the quarters of the Whitebeard pirates, the atmosphere was notably grave, as all the division commanders were urgently summoned. They sat in the spacious room, each displaying a hint of tension and anticipation. At the center, Whitebeard occupied the main seat, his gaze calm and unwavering, as if he held mastery over all that transpired. It was only when Ron, dressed in a pristine white lab coat, entered that Whitebeard slightly lifted his head, regarding the young scientist with a gentle look. What urgent matter had arisen? Ron hastily approached and took a seat beside Whitebeard. At this moment, key commanders such as Marco, Ace, and Jaws stood nearby, particularly puzzled by Ron's sudden summons to such a meeting, for typically, an urgent assembly of all commanders was convened only in the face of significant developments. Young Ron, perhaps this bodes well, one might muse. Observing the youthful expressions of confusion, Whitebeard offered a subtle smile, his voice rich with wisdom as he spoke. He then shifted his gaze to Marco, who nodded in understanding and willingly assumed the role of the spokesperson. "Father, allow me to explain." With those words, the room fell into an even deeper silence, as everyone held their breath, awaiting the revelation to come. Marco cleared his throat and began to speak slowly. "This morning, we received news from Fishman Island. One of the four emperors is set to host a grand banquet there and has specifically invited our Whitebeard pirates to attend as guests." At this announcement, the room was enveloped in astonishment. What a jest! Big Mom had extended an invitation to them? Captain Marco, this must be a jest. Our relationship with Big Mom is far from cordial. Why would she invite us? Indeed, what does that crazy woman intend to do? Is she plotting an ambush? An ambush would be splendid. We could certainly use the funds. Had it not been for Father's poor health, we should have settled the score with her when she had her sights set on Fishman Island. Absolutely, we must go and reclaim our honor. The captains, fueled by righteous indignation, insisted on seeking retribution, and none could dissuade them. Each one was eager, their eyes ablaze with the fire of vengeance, as if ready to charge forth and confront Big Mom's pirate crew in a decisive battle. Chapter 69. Enel. "First mate, please grant me this opportunity." Ron squinted, contemplating Big Mom's intentions, attempting to glean some insight from the chaotic situation. According to the previous storyline, Fishman Island was seized by Big Mom 2 years after the Marineford War, yet its geographical position, situated 10,000 meters beneath the sea, rendered it a natural fortress, nearly impervious to assault. What then could Big Mom possibly want from such a place? The risks outweighed the benefits. Furrowing his brow, Ron replayed various possibilities in his mind, yet he found no reasonable explanation. Just then, he inadvertently glanced at Whitebeard and suddenly had a revelation. If a motive must be identified, it could only be the ancient weapon Poseidon, that is, Shirahoshi, who, although yet to awaken, still possessed considerable allure and destructive potential. Should Big Mom gain control of her, the consequences would be dire. Additionally, Fishman Island harbored significant historical texts, containing records of the world's truth, which held immense value, particularly as they were inextricably linked to the Void Century. With this thought, Ron's conviction in his hypothesis solidified. Big Mom's objective likely revolved around one or both of these treasures. "All right, my young comrades." Whitebeard's voice, deep and commanding, resonated through the air. Instantly, the room fell silent, as if time itself had paused. All the captains turned their gazes toward him, their eyes filled with awe and anticipation. Regardless of the intentions of that madwoman or her schemes concerning Fishman Island, Whitebeard continued with unwavering conviction, asserting that anyone who dares to provoke the Whitebeard pirates must face retribution. This statement resonated like a thunderous hammer upon the hearts of all present, instilling an unprecedented sense of shock. They understood that this was not merely a simple declaration, but a resolute embodiment of the entire Whitebeard pirates' commitment to retaliate mercilessly against any threat. As Whitebeard's words echoed, a cacophony of thunderous cheers erupted in the gathering. "Old man, my laser cannon has long been itching for action. I shall freeze that Big Mom into a popsicle." "What are you doing, turning her into a popsicle?" "Goodness. Brother, such a strong taste. Can we converse for a moment?" Fishman Island is the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Anyone who dares to intrude shall pay the price. The crowd's enthusiasm surged. They had grown weary from idleness, and the prospect of a fight invigorated them like a shot of adrenaline. Especially the captains who had recently acquired Devil Fruit abilities, they were exuberantly in favor. Whitebeard raised his hand to signal for silence, then turned to Ron. "Ron, my boy, I leave the other matters to you. I shall concern myself solely with the fighting." Ron nodded, then addressed the crowd, designating several individuals to guard Sky Island. After all, it could not be left unprotected. Although it was rarely visited, necessary preparations were imperative. Once everyone had departed, Enel lingered, casting a dissatisfied gaze towards Ron, his expression rife with a sense of grievance, reminiscent of a jilted lover unsatisfied with her circumstances. "What is it, Enel? Is there something else?" Ron inquired, perplexed by the fellow's demeanor. "Captain Ron, may I accompany you below?" "I do not wish to remain here," Enel pleaded, his tone laced with desperation. He quickly volunteered. "We will undoubtedly require a ship to traverse the blue sea, and the Moby Dick cannot fly. Even a makeshift shells would prove insufficient." Ron furrowed his brow, contemplating Enel's words. He recognized the validity in Enel's reasoning. Indeed, they needed a vessel to navigate across the vast lake. However, he was also wary of Enel's ulterior motives. Moreover, with so many of us, it is impractical to fit everyone onto a small boat, Enel continued, seemingly having devised a solution. "I propose we utilize my former arc maxim." It dawned on Ron what Enel's true intentions were. He was evidently eager for an adventure. Enel articulated his points with clarity and logical coherence, rendering Ron momentarily speechless. Nevertheless, Ron resolved to temper Enel's exuberance and ensure he remained grounded. "Very well, your proposal is commendable," Ron replied slowly. "I had nearly forgotten about the arc maxim. Let Izu operate it. He is also a Thunder Fruit user and should be capable of handling the task." Upon hearing this, Enel was instantly agitated. "What nonsense! After all this build-up, you want someone else to pilot the ship?" His voice brimmed with anxiety and discontent, nearly on the verge of an outburst. "First mate, I can pilot it. I can do it." He was so anxious that his words nearly faltered. "The art proverbs is my creation. No one understands it better than I do." To prove his capabilities, Enel continued, "I assure you I can exceed expectations in this task. Please trust me, first mate." As he spoke, he grasped Ron's hand, pleading earnestly, "First mate, I implore you to grant me this opportunity." Ron observed the urgency in Enel's eyes and pondered thoughtfully. He was aware of Enel's profound attachment to the art proverbs, as it was a vessel he had crafted with his own hands. Furthermore, as a user of the Rumble fruit, Enel possessed unique prowess in the manipulation of electricity. Witnessing the brink of tears in Enel's expression, Ron recognized the moment had arrived to yield. Perhaps granting him a chance was indeed justifiable. He patted Enel's shoulder, speaking gravely. "Enel, the position of helmsman is not to be taken lightly. It bears significant responsibility. Rest assured, first mate Ron, I am an adept navigator. The art proverbs is destined for the vast seas beyond. The mere East Blue is certainly no challenge," Enel declared, thumping his chest with confidence, a radiant smile illuminating his face. He was acutely aware of the weight of responsibility he bore and understood the significance of this opportunity. "Very well, given your unwavering determination, I entrust you with the role of helmsman." "Seize this chance," Ron nodded, a glimmer of commendation flashing in his eyes. "Thank you, First mate Ron, I vow to fulfill my duties. Enel's gaze was resolute, though he secretly wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow. Despite his outward composure, a flutter of nerves and apprehension stirred within him. After all, he had nearly lost the position he coveted. However, the thought of finally departing from this place to explore a broader world filled him with anticipation and excitement. Chapter 70, Whitebeard. We need more dragons on board meanwhile. Upon returning to the Appiato laboratory, Ron was greeted by Whitebeard waiting at the entrance, prompting a surge of confusion within him as he wondered why the captain would appear at this moment. Captain? Ron inquired, his tone laced with curiosity. Whitebeard, upon seeing Ron, broke into a broad smile and stepped closer, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Hey Ron, would you be interested in Kaido's blood? At this revelation, Ron's pupils dilated, and a vague realization dawned upon him. He inhaled deeply and tentatively asked, Kaido? Captain, are you actually seeking Kaido? Gah! Whitebeard laughed heartily, his eyes sparkling with confidence. At least you understand me, Ron. Though I do not hold Kaido in high regard, his Devil Fruit ability is undeniably practical. Ron nodded in agreement. This was an undeniable truth. The Azure Dragon form not only commanded wind, fire, lightning, and thunder, but could also traverse the skies. Most importantly, its regenerative capabilities were astonishingly formidable. Such powers were immensely alluring to any pirate. Continuing, Whitebeard elaborated, currently, we are in Skypiea, and moving up and down poses considerable challenges. If we could possess a few dragons as means of transportation, it would perfectly resolve our predicament. Ron nodded in agreement, affirming, Captain, your idea is indeed feasible. However, we must meticulously examine the specifics of the plan. We cannot squander this rare opportunity. After all, Kaido, as one of the legendary four emperors, has undoubtedly amassed a considerable fortune. Oh, Whitebeard's interest was piqued. Although he held little fascination for money itself, he recognized that the present moment demanded financial resources. Ron, do you have a concrete plan? He inquired with curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, Ron revealed that he had been formulating a strategy to confront Kaido for quite some time, though he had not anticipated executing it so soon. As their pirate crew's strength continued to burgeon, previous concerns gradually ceased to be obstacles. Here is the plan, Captain. Ron spoke slowly. You can engage Kaido on Onigashima. And as for the three calamities, we can restrain as many as possible. Even if we cannot completely contain them, it matters not. We can have Enel, Izo, and Dyson, those possessing the powers of the Rumble Fruit, act together. Their speed is remarkable, enabling them to seize vast amounts of gold and jewels in a short time, while remaining elusive. With each passing moment, Whitebeard's eyes sparkled brighter as he absorbed Ron's proposal, his face radiating uncontainable joy, until he could no longer restrain his laughter. Gururara. Ron, what a splendid idea. Let us proceed thus. The prospect of witnessing Kaido's downfall filled Whitebeard with unparalleled delight. He envisioned the expression on Kaido's face upon discovering that his years of accumulated gold and jewels had vanished. What a spectacle that would be. This thought further elevated Whitebeard's spirits. Meanwhile, Ron summoned a few individuals using a transponder snail. In a short span, the sky crackled with lightning and dazzling beams of light. Captains and leaders of allied pirate crews arrived, their faces alight with anticipation and eagerness for battle. First mate, Dad, are we truly going to confront Kaido this time? One captain eagerly inquired. Fantastic. I've been itching for action. Another captain chimed in with excitement. The atmosphere was charged with tension and exhilaration. As everyone prepared for the impending clash, they knew this would be an extraordinary battle. Unbeknownst to them, their return to Wano was so swift, and Izo pondered their well-being with a tinge of melancholy. The last time he had departed Wano, it had been alongside Odin. The memories of that time lingered vividly. Yet now he returned alone. Brother Odin, I shall avenge you, he declared, his fists clenched, knuckles whitening, the cracking sound echoing like thunder across the silent deck. His eyes glimmered with unwavering resolve, a testament to his profound nostalgia for friendship and his determination for the battles that lay ahead. All right, the mission ahead is of great significance, Ron said as he placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. He understood Aizo's tumultuous emotions at that moment. Yet, as the first mate, he bore the responsibility to ensure that everyone remained composed and recognized the importance of their orders. With a complex expression, Aizang gazed at Ron, intending to speak, but finding himself at a loss for words. The sea breeze caressed gently, whisking away some of the weighty emotions while ushering in fresh hope. Taking a deep breath to steady his feelings, Aizang resolutely nodded, affirming, "Yes, first mate, I shall obey your orders." "I know what you are thinking," Ron interrupted Aizang. He then turned to the others, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the room, continuing, "Your mission this time is to seize all the treasures of the beast pirates while Old Dad is entangled with Kaido." As his words echoed, the atmosphere in the room instantly shifted to one of tension. Everyone understood the enormity and peril of the task ahead, yet it brimmed with temptation. After all, they were about to rob one of the four emperors, robbing Kaido, no less. Ron then focused his attention back on Aizang, his tone softening slightly, yet still serious. "Aizang, your target is Kurizumi Orochi. Though he plays the role of a puppet general, he has amassed quite a fortune over the years." Pausing for a moment, Ron assigned his special task. "Once you arrive, you may do as you wish, but remember that plundering treasure is our primary objective, and do not get captured." Upon hearing this, Aizang's eyes widened in excitement as he looked at Ron. This was his privilege, allowing him not only to complete the mission, but also to seek some interest for Yasu's sake. A warm tide surged within him at the thought, and he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, First Mate Ron." He bowed deeply, his voice imbued with appreciation. He understood that this trust and opportunity were hard-won and must be cherished. "Now, let us aim to clear out Kaido's treasure, leaving him not a single belly." Ron jested. "I guarantee the mission will be accomplished." Aizang reassured. "Rest assured, First Mate, even if I don't seize the treasure, I will ensure they are thrown into chaos." "Ha ha! Indeed, indeed. My laser cannon may not be precise." A surge of exhilaration swept through the group as they could hardly contain their excitement. This was their inaugural battle as Devil Fruit users. They had to perform splendidly. They had to win. "Ready, you little rascals? Let us set sail." Chapter 71:1 The Arrival of Whitebeard in Wano. The Impact of Haki. As soon as the words left his lips, Whitebeard's form transformed into countless dazzling bolts of lightning, racing towards the heavens like a flash, vanishing from sight in an instant. "Old Dad, wait for me." One captain, not willing to be left behind, swiftly elementalized, turning into countless twinkling points of light, following the direction where Whitebeard had disappeared, moving with such swiftness that it seemed he had summoned every ounce of strength to pursue. Observing the spectacle, others quickly followed suit, elementalizing themselves as well. In an instant, a wondrous sight unfolded above the divine island of Appiato. Countless bolts of lightning intertwined with a multitude of light points, forming a resplendent, dazzling ribbon akin to the Milky Way. This lightning galaxy, composed of electrifying energy and luminous specks, traced a long arc across the night sky, ultimately fading into the distant horizon. This magnificent spectacle not only astonished all the witnesses present, but also left the residents of the entire island in awe. They had never encountered such a wondrous and beautiful sight, and each paused to observe, their hearts brimming with reverence and curiosity. In a secluded corner of the forest, Ace was diligently training his observation haki. He had just closed his eyes when he deftly evaded the pounce of a fierce tiger behind him. However, at that moment, he abruptly opened his eyes wide and gazed up at the sky. What was this fellow up to now? A speed competition, perhaps? Oomph. A spark of defiance flickered in his eyes. Despite their shared status as users of natural type devil fruits, the opponent's speed was undeniably superior, leaving Ace feeling somewhat disgruntled. What is there to be smug about? My Mara, no me is no slouch, he muttered to himself. No sooner had he uttered these words than another tiger lunged at him. Ace reacted swiftly, delivering a powerful punch that felled the beast. Subsequently, he ignited a bonfire and began preparing to roast meat. It was time to train his armament haki, Ace remarked to himself. He understood that only through relentless self-improvement could he gain the upper hand in future battles. Haki was the passport to becoming a formidable warrior. Thus, He immersed himself in rigorous training. On Onigashima in Wano country, Kaido lay sprawled on a large, comfortable chair, sound asleep, surrounded by countless empty barrels of alcohol, the air thick with the heady scent of liquor. The underlings stood by, gazing at the haphazardly strewn barrels with a mix of curiosity and trepidation, desiring to tidy up yet hesitant to act. "Let's hold off on cleaning for now. We can wait until Lord Kaido awakens," one of the subordinates whispered, his eyes reflecting a fear of the unknown consequences. Indeed, I wish to live for another 2 years," another echoed, his voice quaking slightly. The two exchanged glances, as if reaching a silent agreement, and turned to depart from this perilous locale. However, just as they took their first steps, the ground suddenly trembled violently, accompanied by a resounding roar that sent a wave of panic coursing through them. "Oh no, what is happening?" One shouted in terror. "I don't know. It seems like an earthquake." The other responded, equally flustered, scanning the surroundings. Just as the two stood frozen in disarray, a massive stone dislodged from the roof due to the violent shaking, losing its support and plummeting toward the slumbering Kaido's head. With a thunderous crash, the stone struck him squarely on the skull. This scene left all present utterly stunned. No one had anticipated such an unexpected occurrence. As the dust gradually settled, Kaido remained unscathed, lying there as if not even a crease had formed on his brow, save for a faint mark on his head. The air around them froze instantly, with everyone holding their breath, awaiting whatever might unfold next. "Huh?" Kaido groggily opened his eyes, hazily discerning two trembling subordinates before him. "What are you doing? Don't disturb my rest. Get lost." Subsequently, drowsiness ensued, accompanied by the sound of snoring. Yes, we shall depart at once." Hurry." The two minions were clearly startled, hastily turning to flee, eager to vacate the premises. At the very moment Kaido opened his eyes, he even glimpsed his great-grandmother. Outside Onigashima, alarms blared into the heavens. Whitebeard, with one hand gripping the Tsongyunkai, hovered in midair, faint arcs of electricity occasionally crackling beneath him, his gaze cold and resolute. He slowly retracted his right hand, and with a single punch, a mountain peak was obliterated, debris scattering and dust swirling. This punch was indeed unleashed by Whitebeard. His intent was simple, to announce his arrival to Kaido. However, judging by the current circumstances, it appeared that he had not achieved the desired effect. After all, Onigashima was Kaido's stronghold, and those who could traverse this domain were invariably formidable beings or foes, with nary a civilian in sight. Thus, Whitebeard felt no obligation to show mercy. The atmosphere was thick with tension, as Whitebeard's aura surged forth like a tempest. Surrounding pirates ceased their activities, their gazes riveted upon him. They understood that once this legendary man took action, the entire Onigashima would tremble. Kaido would undoubtedly not remain passive. A cataclysmic clash was about to unfold. If one punch was insufficient, then let him create further commotion. Whitebeard's voice reverberated through the air like thunder, radiating an unprecedented might. This power was so formidable that it seemed to rend the very air, producing a piercing shriek. With his roar, a torrent of black and crimson conqueror's haki exploded from him, spreading like a tidal wave in every direction. This conqueror's haki not only enveloped the entirety of Onigashima, but began to extend outward, seeking to engulf all that obstructed its advance. In the blink of an eye, the entire island was shrouded in this overwhelming force, the sky darkening as though night had abruptly fallen. The relentless waves of Conqueror's haki crashed against everything on the island, each impact akin to tumultuous waves battering the shore. Whether sturdy structures or solid rocks, all seemed feeble in the face of such potent energy. The very ground of Onigashima trembled, as if on the brink of utter annihilation. At the eye of the storm, Whitebeard stood as an invincible figure in the eyes of all, resembling a deity. Chapter 72, 2. Kaido's Exuberance. A single slash dismissing the flame calamity. The patrolling henchmen, caught unawares, suddenly felt an overwhelming force surge upon them, their eyes rolling back as they lost consciousness in an instant. The captains and lieutenants experienced the same fate. merely groaning momentarily before collapsing, unable to rise again. The members of the Flying Six were also struck by this sudden wave of haki, their heads pounding, yet they endured the agony, their minds swirling with confusion. They could not comprehend why Lord Kaido would unleash such a fierce assault so suddenly. Was there an urgent situation at hand? However, news swiftly arrived, revealing that this overwhelming haki surge did not originate from Kaido. Upon hearing this, a wave of panic swept over everyone. Oh no, Whitebeard has arrived. Everyone get up. As the vigilant eyes of Onigashima, the royalists promptly spotted Whitebeard and informed the others in a unique manner. Kaido, who had been lost in the intoxicating haze of alcohol, was jolted back to reality by the soul-stirring presence of Whitebeard's conqueror's haki, akin to a lightning bolt slicing through the night sky. He abruptly opened his eyes, which now gleamed with a mixture of anger and astonishment. Which fool dares to wreak havoc on my territory? Kaido roared, rising to his feet, his body trembling slightly with fury. He swiftly grabbed the nearby Kanabo, ready to confront the imminent foe. Yet, at that moment, a familiar and formidable aura halted his movements. Wait, this haki belongs to none other than Whitebeard. A flicker of unexpected delight crossed Kaido's face, as his previously hostile gaze transformed into one of exhilaration. His heart raced, enveloped by an invisible force, a yearning for strength and challenge. Ha ha, Whitebeard, I knew you would come. Kaido bellowed with laughter, his voice brimming with anticipation and excitement. As his words faded, an astonishing transformation began to unfold. His muscles swelled rapidly, blue dragon scales gradually emerged beneath his skin, enveloping his entire form. Next, his head contorted, and a pair of immense dragon horns sprouted from his forehead, sharp claws replacing his hands, culminating in a long dragon tail that appeared behind him. With a thunderous roar, the room reverberated with this newfound power. The ceiling was utterly obliterated, tiles scattering in all directions. Kaido transformed into a magnificent blue dragon, soaring into the sky. Whitebeard, you have finally arrived, he proclaimed from midair, his voice echoing across the island, heralding the onset of an epic confrontation. Outside, an atmosphere of tension and oppression hung heavily in the air. Suddenly, a furious roar shattered the silence, resonating like thunder and stirring the very soul. This sound was imbued with boundless rage and defiance, as if it sought to rend the world asunder. Upon hearing this unexpected outburst, Whitebeard paused momentarily, ceasing his conqueror's haki release. His gaze shifted towards the colossal creature ascending from the ground, a smirk involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. That smile bore both disdain for his adversary and confidence in the impending success of his plans. Subsequently, Whitebeard subtly nodded towards the hidden individuals lurking in the shadows below, poised to strike at any moment. This simple gesture served as a silent command, instantly conveying to all those waiting what needed to be done next. They sprang into action, silently executing their respective tasks in accordance with a meticulously devised plan. If someone were able to observe this area from a high vantage point at that moment, they would witness a peculiar spectacle. Countless tiny yet brilliant lights, beams woven from arcs of electricity and flowing luminescence, darting swiftly between the concealed structures, ultimately vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, one of the three calamities, Jin, emerged like a bolt of black lightning onto the battlefield, being already present on Ghost Island and possessing a physique superior to others. He was minimally affected by Whitebeard's conqueror's haki. Thus, as the haki dissipated, he was the first to charge forward. Whitebeard, you truly have come. Jin, aware of Whitebeard's formidable lightning prowess, recognized him as a genuine user of 3 devil fruits. Rumors suggested that Whitebeard's physical condition had severely deteriorated, ravaged by illness, reliant on medication for survival. However, at this moment, he appeared to be in even better shape than the last time Jin had encountered him. Such robust vitality led Jin to surmise that Whitebeard likely possessed a Zoan-type ability, possibly even Marco's phoenix form. Yet, Jin had never witnessed Whitebeard in combat, and with Kaido looming in the background, he felt compelled to gauge Whitebeard's strength before Kaido intervened to avert unnecessary losses. After all, They were up against a legendary man, and any rash move could lead to irretrievable consequences. Flame Calamity, Jin, Whitebeard intoned softly. He had not originally intended to engage Jin, as he deemed such an opponent unworthy of his full strength. However, the words of that young lad, Ron, along with the current mission, compelled him to reconsider. He understood that if he could hold the adversary at bay for even a minute, it would afford his sons an additional minute to search and prepare. Engaging in a drawn-out struggle was less efficient than delivering a swift, fatal blow. Whitebeard resolved to waste no further time and act decisively. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, his body transformed into a lightning-like presence, the hundreds of meters between them seeming non-existent. As he closed the distance in the blink of an eye, what? Jin's complexion turned pale in an instant. He had not anticipated Whitebeard would launch a sudden attack, let alone one executed with such incredible speed. While he was still reeling from the astonishment, he saw Whitebeard raise the colossal blade that Songyun cut above his head. "This strike shall spare you. Consider it your fortune." Whitebeard's voice was cold and resolute, devoid of any hesitation. As the words left his mouth, the thunder-enshrouded blade descended with overwhelming might. The air itself seemed to tear apart in response, emitting a piercing shriek. In that moment, the entire world appeared to freeze. Thunder cut, dignity of the Weasel Emperor. In a frantic effort, Jin swiftly grasped the corners of his head, yanking it back forcefully, simultaneously enveloping his body in armament hockey. He then released his grip, propelling his head forward like a slingshot, aiming to collide with Whitebeard's Songyun cut. Chapter 73, Bonus, Whitebeard. You had better be able to kill me. Bang! At the moment of their collision, Jin's body was sent flying without a hint of hesitation from a single strike. The force was so immense that he could not possibly withstand it. Like a cannonball exiting its barrel, Jin's body shot straight towards the ground, his speed astonishingly breathtaking. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the ground instantly caved in, creating a massive crater, fracturing as if the very earth trembled. Cracks swiftly spread towards the distant buildings. The sound of collapse echoing continuously, countless structures crumbling in that moment, dust rising to obscure the sky. After sending Jin flying with a single blow, Whitebeard did not glance back at the fallen figure. For him, delivering such a strike was already a significant gesture of respect, for in this world, few could compel him to act personally. The air was thick with a tense and oppressive atmosphere. TSK, TSK, TSK. Just as everyone believed this battle was nearing its end, an untimely voice of mockery suddenly pierced the surrounding silence. It appears the position of the big billboard still belongs to me, Fuzzfu. As the words fell, a man clad in brilliant red garments, his face concealed by an ornate mask, slowly stepped into the center of the battlefield. Fuzzfu. His eyes burned a vivid red, resembling two lanterns of flame with fury, making it impossible for anyone to meet his gaze. The moment Fuzzfu lifted his eyes to Whitebeard, his body underwent a transformation. A powerful force surged within him, as if something was awakening. Following this, his form began to twist and contort, muscles rapidly expanding, bones cracking audibly, and stripes and spots reminiscent of a saber-toothed tiger emerged upon his skin. He had long coveted the position of the big billboard, and he never anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly, causing him to become somewhat intoxicated with pride. Whitebeard, you tread the path of heaven without heed, yet you intrude upon the gates of hell. Let your head serve as the foundation for my big billboard. A sinister smile crept across his lips, his voice brimming with provocation. With that cold laughter, his body vanished from sight in an instant, his speed so great that the naked eye could not capture his trajectory. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Whitebeard, fingers claw-like, cloaked in a layer of pitch-black arm hockey. With a grotesque grin, he lunged directly towards Whitebeard's heart. Witnessing this scene, he was filled with unrestrained joy. It turned out that the legendary Whitebeard was nothing extraordinary. He could not even match his own speed. As this thought crossed his mind, he envisioned himself successfully crushing the heart of this Yonko, his entire body trembling with exhilarating excitement. The next moment, his fingers seemed to penetrate an invisible barrier, directly piercing through Whitebeard's body. However, astonishingly, no blood flowed from the wound, as if it were not a solid form at all, but merely an illusion. More crucially, throughout this encounter, Whitebeard remained utterly motionless, resembling a statue standing silently, as though anticipating something. How could this be? Fuzz's mind was inundated with confusion and astonishment. He found himself utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, which exceeded the limits of his comprehension. Just as he sank into profound perplexity, a chilling, emotionless voice suddenly whispered in his ear, akin to a murmur from the depths of hell. Too slow. Is it amusing to shout at my phantoms? What? Upon hearing these words, a cold sweat instantly broke out on Fuzz. An unprecedented chill coursed through him from head to toe, and an overwhelming sense of life and death crisis made the hairs on his body stand on end. Before he could recover from his fear and make any attempt at resistance, Whitebeard's fist, enveloped in a transparent force field, struck his abdomen with tremendous force. This blow was not only astonishingly swift, but also so powerful that it felt as if it could shatter his very organs. Fuzz felt an excruciating pain surge through him, propelled backward by the immense impact, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. In that instant, he finally comprehended the vast chasm that separated him from the legendary powerhouse before him. A mournful lament echoed. Boom! Fuzz was instantly sent flying, and, simultaneously, the sound of splintering bones resonated, with an unknown number of them breaking in an instant. He coughed up another mouthful of blood, losing control of his body and suddenly hurtling out of the battlefield, plunging into the distant woods. The rustling leaves seemed to mark a heavy conclusion to this battle. Fuzz's figure vanished amidst the dense trees, his fate uncertain, leaving behind a profound silence and the acrid scent of blood lingering in the air. Whitebeard! Kaido finally arrived, his enormous dragon head twisted in a menacing snarl, and as he opened his mouth, countless flames gathered. A brilliant fire surged rapidly from his abdomen. Coalescing in his mouth, a scorching breath formed from magma flames. This attack boasted a range of several kilometers and possessed immense power, capable of vaporizing a mountain in an instant. Huh! Whitebeard scoffed, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. In days gone by, he would have effortlessly countered Kaido's assault with a single punch, but now, it was too slow. Kaido, have you truly aged? Whitebeard remarked coldly, his tone laced with mockery. Such a sluggish attack. Do you fear I cannot evade it? No sooner had the words left his lips than lightning crackled around Whitebeard, resembling serpentine bolts dancing in his vicinity. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from sight, reappearing above Kaido's head. Old scores and new debts shall be settled today. Whitebeard's voice thundered like a tempest, deafening in its resonance. Desperately sought, Kaido roared in response, his voice brimming with madness and fury. Whitebeard, you had better kill me. Fulfill this old man's wish. A resounding dragon's roar erupted from Kaido's mouth, shaking the very heavens. He then opened his gaping maw and lunged directly at Whitebeard. Whitebeard seized Songyun Cut and thrust it directly into Kaido's enormous maw. If the latter were to bite down, it would undoubtedly pierce through his mouth. Clang! Sparks flew. Kaido's massive teeth firmly clamped down on the blade of Songyun Cut, rendering Whitebeard unable to withdraw it for the moment. Whitebeard noticed he could not pull Songyun Cut free, his brow furrowing in concentration. At that moment, Kaido began to thrash violently, attempting to shake Whitebeard off with his colossal dragon body. However, Whitebeard held fast to the hilt of Songyun Cut, his feet firmly planted on Kaido's immense jaw, unmoving. Chapter 74, Chaos on Onigashima. Everywhere is Kizaru. The other members of the Flying Six who had arrived were equally stunned by the sight. Whitebeard had truly come, and how audacious of him. Foolishness. Have you forgotten that Whitebeard is no longer the man he once was? The regenerative abilities of Zoan-type Devil Fruit users are well known to us. Any amount of vitality lost can be replenished in an instant. Terrifying. Whitebeard was already formidable, and now he seemed to match Kaido in strength. I sense that Whitebeard is not even exerting himself. Black Maria furrowed her brow in contemplation. Pejuan unconsciously clenched his fists, scoffing, "I believe Kaido is not exerting himself either. Do not underestimate our enemy, nor diminish Kaido's prowess." Upon hearing Pejuan's discontented remarks, Black Maria's brow slightly knitted, although she did not respond immediately. She continued to observe her surroundings, yet an unsettling feeling crept into her mind. This sensation led her to believe that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. Runny was stamping his feet in frustration and dissatisfaction. Bored to death, Whitebeard comes alone, and we are left out of the brawl. His voice was laden with complaints and discontent. This statement suddenly sparked an epiphany in Black Maria. Her eyes brightened as she finally grasped the source of her earlier unease. Indeed, given Whitebeard's character and the style of his crew, it was inconceivable for him to arrive alone. If Whitebeard had truly come, there must be other members covertly supporting or assisting him. Realizing this, Black Maria became alert, scanning her surroundings for any potential hidden foes. "Everyone," she said solemnly, "it seems that things are quite amiss. Whitebeard cannot possibly have come alone." Her voice carried a clear note of concern and warning. There must be others concealed in the shadows. A solitary battle is not in keeping with the style of the Whitebeard pirates. She cautioned, scrutinizing every corner with greater diligence, hoping to uncover any anomalies. Upon hearing her words, the others were jolted into awareness. Pejuan exclaimed, "We've been tricked by the Whitebeard pirates. What's wrong, Pagi? Who deceived you? I'll deal with him." Runty appeared furious, ready to fight at the slightest provocation. At that moment, the calamity known as Jack rushed over. He looked up at the fierce battle still raging between Kaido and Whitebeard, his expression turning ominously dark. His gaze shifted towards the members of the Flying Six beside him, his tone laced with a mixture of anger and confusion. "Flying Six, why are you not aiding Lord Kaido? What are you doing here?" Upon hearing this, Black Maria felt a surge of incredulity within her. She thought to herself, is this fellow's mind filled with nonsense? Has he not noticed that Lord Kaido currently holds the upper hand? Moreover, when has Lord Kaido ever required assistance? To intervene now would be akin to courting death. Nevertheless, in response to Jack's inquiry, she endeavored to maintain her composure and refrain from direct contradiction. "Jack, something seems amiss." Peggy One articulated the speculations that had been circulating among them. Upon hearing this, Jack's expression grew even more grim. Just as he was about to erupt, a voice pierced through the tension. "Everyone, trouble is brewing. There are numerous Kizaru running rampant on Onigashima." "What? Numerous Kizaru?" Peggy One exclaimed, bewildered. "Do you even hear yourself?" "Oh, wait, I misspoke. It's many individuals possessing abilities akin to Kizaru's lurking throughout Onigashima, as if they are searching for something." The voice was sharp and urgent. It belonged to the lookout, who was vigilant on Onigashima, ensuring that no subtle movements escaped his notice. Whenever an unusual situation arose, he was always the first to know and promptly report to his superiors. "As I suspected, Whitebeard would not dare approach alone," Jack seethed. "Where are they? How dare they target the beast pirates? I shall crush them." "Their presence is everywhere," the lookout lamented, shaking his head in despair, his tone rife with anxiety and helplessness. "These individuals move with astonishing speed, akin to teleportation, making it impossible to accurately track their whereabouts. In the warehouse, the prison, the orchards, the kitchen, the streets, and even the bathhouse, traces of their presence are evident." He listed several locations, overwhelmed by the sheer number of those radiant figures scattered across the island. At that moment, an urgent message broke through the tension. "Wait. An intruder with natural lightning abilities has been discovered near General Orochi." This revelation deepened the already tense atmosphere. "That fellow has not left. He has remained with Orochi all along," the lookout added, a flicker of concern flashing in his eyes. Initially irritated by the incessant chatter, Jack felt a surge of rage at the thought of silencing the speaker. Yet upon receiving this concrete information, his pent-up fury finally found an outlet. Relying on that fool Orochi is futile, Jack mused inwardly. In that case, I shall personally apprehend this intruder. He turned to his subordinates, commanding, "You are tasked with capturing the intruders on Onigashima." With his orders given, Jack swiftly departed, leaving behind the disgruntled members of the Flying Six. Peggy 1 scoffed, clearly unimpressed by Jack's command. Humph. Who is he to issue orders? I shall remain here to watch over Lord Kaido. Her tone dripped with disdain and contempt. Peggy 1 soon echoed her dissatisfaction. Since when did it become his place to command? However, after a brief moment of complaint, Peggy 1's gaze shifted to the silent Black Maria standing nearby. Black Maria furrowed her brow, her tone growing serious. However, we must thwart the invaders on Ghost Island. For whatever their intentions may be, they surely pose a threat to us. This statement seemed to underscore the gravity of the current situation for everyone present. Sasaki nodded. Although he too felt discontent with Jack's actions, he understood that the paramount concern was to safeguard the interests of the Beast Pirates. Black Maria softly remarked, "Let that great, foolish elephant have its moment of glory." With that, she took the lead, stepping away. "Come on," Peggy 1 urged the others. "We must hasten to stop those possessing the Gura no Mi. Chapter 75. The warehouses are completely empty. The slaughter of the great serpent." Meanwhile, the commanders of the Whitebeard pirates, endowed with the powers of the Gura no Mi, had transformed into light. They traversed the grounds of Kaido's stronghold, turning everything upside down. No hidden corner or sturdy wall could impede their advance. Their sole objective was the treasure. Some of the division captains, displaying remarkable cunning, seized two tongues and, through coercion and enticement, swiftly located the treasure vault. Having acquired intelligence through their shrewd tactics, they wasted no time in heading towards their goal. At the moment they opened the vault, they were astounded by the sight of gold and jewels strewn across the floor. The scene before them surpassed all imagination. Massive chests piled high, and the sheer volume of jewels nearly filled the entire warehouse. From gold coins to precious stones, each item radiated an alluring glow, captivating their gaze. This spectacle left every individual present in utter shock. "Brothers, we've struck gold. Let's south clear this place out." "Ha! Take as much as you can. Anything we can't carry, let's stash away for later." Indeed, not a single coin shall be left for them. Their pace was swift, darting back and forth, and within mere minutes, they had emptied the place. As for whether they took everything or where they hid it, only they would know. Onward, to the next location. Just as they departed, with a loud crash, the warehouse door was torn open. The members of the Flying Six rushed into the warehouse, expecting to behold a mountain of glittering gold and jewels. However, the sight that greeted them was astonishing. The warehouse, which should have been brimming with treasures, was now utterly desolate. "It's over. The warehouses are completely empty." Peggy 1's voice was filled with despair and disbelief. He could scarcely trust his own eyes. The others stood frozen, equally taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Is Lord Kaido not going to go mad now? Runny trembled as he spoke. "Without this money, what will we eat and drink in the future?" Black Maria stood to the side, her complexion paling. She understood well the significance of this treasure to Kaido. It was said to be the culmination of Kaido's wealth accumulated over many years, now vanished without a trace in a single night. The thought of facing Kaido's wrath sent a chill down her spine. "Stop dawdling here." The enigmatic Black Maria suddenly regained her composure and barked an order, quickly. "Seize those rascals." "Damn them," Runty bellowed, his eyes glinting with a fierce hatred. "If I catch them, I shall tear them to shreds." The entire Ghost Island was in a state of disarray. One or two individuals had ventured towards the prison, seemingly feeling that the chaos was insufficient, and had released all the inmates within. At this moment, Fei Lu Bao remained unaware of this development, but when they eventually learned of it, their fury would undoubtedly erupt. In Wano, the flower capital, the once thriving brothel now lay shrouded in ominous thunderclouds. The entire structure appeared cursed by an enraged deity, marked by charred remnants left in the wake of merciless lightning strikes. The air was thick with acrid smoke, swirling in dense clouds, rendering it nearly impossible to breathe. It was increasingly difficult to find a single intact spot amidst the devastation. Orochi lay curled upon the ground, his eyes filled with terror and helplessness. His voice trembled. "Don't come any closer." As he spoke, his body involuntarily recoiled, attempting to distance itself from the menacing presence before him. His garments were already in tatters, charred and blackened, while his legs occasionally twitched from overwhelming fear, betraying his profound panic. Aizo advanced step by step towards Orochi. Nearby, Shinobu watched in disbelief, her heart seemingly halting in that moment. After several confirmations, she finally recognized that the man before her was indeed Aizo, the swordsman who had once left an indelible impression upon her, now transformed into such a formidable figure that he instilled a tinge of fear within her. However, at this moment, Shinobu dared not reveal her identity. She understood that Orochi was merely a puppet on the surface. The true mastermind was the Emperor Kaido. Unless Kaido's threat was resolved, the fate of Wano would remain unaltered. Thus, she suppressed her inner turmoil and unease, striving to maintain her composure, to conceal her true identity. Shinobu continued to play the role of an ordinary geisha, feigning terror as she trembled and collapsed onto the ground, attempting to appear more fragile and helpless. Orochi's attention was entirely fixated on Aizo, oblivious to Shinobu's peculiar demeanor. His singular focus was on survival. "Someone, please help me," Orochi cried out, his spirit nearly shattered by fear. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. Countless bolts of lightning coalesced into the form of a thunderbird, screeching as it surged toward Orochi, enveloping him in an onslaught of relentless strikes. Help! Save me! Orochi's head tilted, and he collapsed, utterly unable to withstand the terrifying electricity. Worthless, Aizo remarked, stepping forward to check Orochi's breath, discovering he bore no signs of life, dead beyond resurrection. "I shall collect a portion of Odin's debt first. Kaido, one day I will slay you with my own hands." Just as he prepared to turn away from this blood-soaked place, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Shinobu, not far off. In that moment, an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged within him, though he could not discern its origin. This sensation left him profoundly perplexed and stirred a flicker of vigilance. Observing this, Xiao Zi felt a surge of anxiety. She quickly lowered her head, striving to evade Yi Zhang's gaze. She understood that should her identity be unveiled, not only would her safety be jeopardized, but the years of effort she had invested would be rendered futile. With this thought, Xiao Zi became increasingly cautious, fearful of revealing any telltale signs. Having endured in silence for over 2 decades, she knew that as long as Kaido remained, she could not afford a single misstep. Otherwise, all her previous endeavors would be in vain. Silently, she expressed her apologies in her heart. "I am truly sorry, Brother Izong. Please forgive me, for now is not the time for our recognition." Just as Izong was about to utter something, a thunderous roar erupted from outside. "Lightning Kid, come out and face your grandfather, Jack." The voice thundered through the air, reverberating and shaking the very foundations of the town. "Another one?" Izong murmured to himself, diverting his gaze from Xiao Zi to the window. Through the glass, he beheld a colossal mammoth lumbering towards them. The creature was immense, its body cloaked in thick fur, and its long tusks shimmered in the sunlight, emanating an aura of inherent authority. "Jack, the drought calamity of the beast pirates, has long wished to meet you." Yi Zhang's lips curled into a faint smirk, revealing a trace of cold amusement. Chapter 76. Jack, the Lightning and the Body of Quenching. Queen's rabbit hole collapses. "Jack, the drought calamity of the beast pirates, has long wished to meet you." As he spoke, his body transformed into a flash of lightning, instantly appearing on the street outside, moving with such swiftness that one could scarcely perceive his form. Simultaneously, Jack halted, his expression dark as he regarded this individual before him. His gaze was filled with fury and hostility, clearly displeased by Yi Zhang's actions. "You brat, look at the havoc you've wreaked, destroying so much. You'll pay for this with your life," Jack bellowed, his voice brimming with unrestrained rage. In the face of Jack's threat, Yi Zhang displayed no hint of trepidation. On the contrary, excitement glimmered in his eyes, as if he could hardly wait to engage with this drought calamity, and the atmosphere between them became charged with tension. Jack roared, his muscles taut like a furious beast. He swung his massive trunk, the sheer power of his movements creating afterimages in the air, enveloped by a dark, armed haki that resembled a cloak of black flames, exuding a suffocating aura. He lunged at Izong with a sudden ferocity, the speed of his attack nearly imperceptible. It was evident that his opponent was a user of a Logia-type Devil Fruit, immune to all physical assaults. To contend with such foes, one must employ haki, or all efforts would be futile. Jack was acutely aware of this, thus he held nothing back, delivering a full-force strike, attempting to crush his adversary into oblivion. With such speed, you think you can claim my life? How absurd, Izong scoffed, his voice laced with disdain and derision. Before the elephant's trunk could strike, a flash of lightning coursed through his body, causing him to vanish from sight, dissipating like a wisp of smoke. In the next moment, a chilling voice echoed above Jack's head. Divine punishment. 30 million volts. No sooner had the words left the speaker's lips than a massive bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, radiating an aura of annihilation with such speed that Jack was rendered unable to react. Boom! The lightning struck instantaneously, and Jack's formidable frame became little more than a living target, making it nearly impossible to evade the onslaught. He was engulfed by the electric fury, his entire being enveloped in blinding light. The force of this strike was powerful enough to obliterate a small mountain. Although Jack possessed immense strength, he found himself at a loss against such a terrifying assault. His body trembled violently under the impact of the lightning, as if on the verge of collapse. Simultaneously, the area of electricity mercilessly engulfed the minions who had followed Jack. These hapless subordinates could not endure for even 3 seconds before collapsing to the ground, motionless, as though time itself had frozen around them. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh, leaving only Jack to wail in agony. Ah, it hurts. His body was scorched black by the strikes. Even his signature elephantine hair singed considerably, wisps of black smoke rising from him, occasionally accompanied by the scent of roasting flesh. Onlookers watched in disbelief, their throats dry with fear, reluctant to approach the scene. Izong's figure appeared like a specter atop a nearby rooftop, coldly observing the chaos below. Although the power of his fruit was formidable, each use exacted a significant toll on his stamina, especially the more potent techniques, which demanded extraordinary physical endurance. From the onset of his pursuit and confrontation with the great snake, he had already expended considerable energy. Moreover, he faced the daunting task of returning to Sky Island, which meant that any unnecessary depletion of strength or time was intolerable. Additionally, he had a critical objective: to loot the treasures left behind by the great snake. Thus, after unleashing another bolt of lightning, Izong made no further delay and swiftly departed the scene. As Izong vanished, only Jack remained, writhing in torment. The relentless lightning continued to strike him, as if it were a punishment for his prior transgressions. Damn it, this infuriates me, Jack bellowed, attempting to unleash his frustration and discontent through his cries. However, apart from the echoes reverberating through the empty streets, no one answered his furious howls. In truth, the entire area had become a desolate wasteland, with all having fled in terror, fearing being swept into the turmoil. In a dim corner, Sanjuro cautiously placed Little Z in a relatively safe spot before swiftly disappearing into the deeper shadows. He held his breath, his gaze fixed intently on the unfolding situation nearby, his heart tumultuous with inner turmoil. On one hand, there lies the long-standing brotherhood that has been obscured for years. On the other, the weighty mission of being an undercover operative. Should his identity be unveiled, it would not only jeopardize his own life, but could also spell disaster for the entire plan, potentially igniting a full-scale war. In this moment, Sujiro found himself ensnared in an unprecedented struggle and conflict. He comprehended that making any decision at such a pivotal juncture was exceedingly arduous. Yet, what troubled him further was the information he had previously received. The key figure foretold in the prophecy had yet to manifest, and the whereabouts of the young Lord Momonosuke remained shrouded in mystery. Additionally, his crucial allies, Kinemon and Kanjuro, had also vanished from sight, rendering the already intricate situation even more perplexing. Confronted with such adversity, Sojiro recognized that relying solely on his own strength would be insufficient to resolve the issues at hand. Enough, he murmured softly to himself. I cannot afford to expose myself just yet. I must consult with Ashura and the others. Once everyone had departed, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Just then, on the frigid floor, the giant serpent's body suddenly convulsed strangely, as if some force within it was awakening. Its once vacant eyes abruptly gleamed with a fierce light, radiating an aura of ruthlessness and cunning. The corners of its mouth curled slightly upward, forming a sinister smile, as though mocking those who believed they had the upper hand. It whispered to itself, Odin, who would have thought that 20 years later, there would still be such a loyal brother? But what will your expression be when he meets his tragic end before me? The chilling laughter, replete with derision and arrogance, echoed throughout the space, sending shivers down the spine. In the chaos of Yuta prison, Queen was overwhelmed with activity. The laser cannons had blown open the prison doors, momentarily leading him to believe that Admiral Kazuru had arrived, nearly prompting him to flee in fright. However, upon discerning the faces of his intruders, he realized they were not Kizaru at all, but rather a band of Whitebeard pirates. You rascals, return those prisoners to their cells at once. Queen bellowed angrily. If one of them escapes, I shall unleash my wrath. Chapter 77, Whitebeard Kaido. Yet, these ruffians seemed unfazed by Queen's threats. Instead, they grew more brazen in their provocations. They darted through the crowd, deliberately sowing chaos. Queen could barely track their movements, resorting to indiscriminately firing cannonballs in an attempt to disperse them. However, such indiscriminate assaults only exacerbated the pandemonium. Particularly, those miscreants consistently gravitated toward the densest clusters of people, resulting in Queen's cannonballs not obliterating the enemy, but rather claiming the lives of his own subordinates. Witnessing this, Queen felt as though his head might explode with fury. This is infuriating. This is utterly maddening. Queen roared, those Whitebeard pirates, let us see if they dare to face me, Queen, head on. Yet, regardless of Queen's furious shouts, the marauders showed no signs of abating. They continued their rampage within the prison, wreaking havoc upon everything within their reach. Quinn understood that if he could not swiftly regain control of the situation, the entire rabbit hole prison would be engulfed in flames. The plague of Quinn is nothing but this. Let chaos reign. The more tumultuous, the better. Brothers, exert yourselves further and turn this place upside down. It was evident that they had come prepared, specifically tasked with sowing confusion and disruption in the surroundings. Their objective was crystal clear: to employ various means to attract the attention of everyone nearby, drawing all gazes towards themselves. In doing so, others could seize the opportunity to act, focusing on locating the warehouse and the precious gold within. One must admit, this strategy was remarkably astute and effective, particularly in a scenario where no one comprehended their true intentions. Almost no one would remain vigilant regarding the security of the warehouse or take additional protective measures. By the time others realized something was amiss, it would likely be too late, and those invaluable treasures would have been silently relocated. Above Ghost Island, two figures collided with the swiftness of lightning, each encounter accompanied by dazzling sparks, the battle intensifying with fervor. Kaido's colossal dragon form had vanished, replaced by his most formidable state, the Beastman transformation. In this form, Kaido not only retained the speed and restorative powers of the Azure Dragon, but also acquired the agility and nimbleness characteristic of human limbs. This rendered him even more elusive in combat, with an increasingly diverse array of attacks. Whitebeard, could it be that you are truly aging? Is this all the prowess you possess? Kaido laughed boisterously, his tone laced with provocation. However, despite his boastful words, his assault showed no signs of abating. With the release of Conqueror's Haki, an invisible force silently coiled around the kanabo he wielded, seemingly enlarging the weapon and emanating an overpowering aura. Suddenly, Kaido swung his weapon with ferocity, unleashing the Thunderbagwa. The kanabo surged forth with devastating might towards Whitebeard. A deafening roar erupted in the air, as if the very heavens and earth trembled in response. How intriguing, Kaido, you have indeed grown significantly stronger. Whitebeard's voice thundered like a storm, as he gripped the Songyun Xia with a sudden surge of momentum. Just like Kaido, Conqueror's haki wrapped silently around the blade, resembling an invisible dragon coiling through the air. With this strike, I once matched Roger evenly. I wonder if you can withstand it. Whitebeard's gaze burned with intensity as he stared unwaveringly at Kaido. Roger's blade was named Shinsui, thus I shall name mine Shins. Whitebeard remarked with an air of nonchalance, his tone exuding a sense of unflappable poise. In the face of Kaido's Thunderbagwa, he remained utterly composed, his muscular arms bulging as veins erupted with power. The Songyun Xia was lifted high. Before he brought it crashing down, Shins, descend upon the three realms. A sharp, piercing shriek reverberated through the air, causing the very void to tremble at that moment. In the blink of an eye, two formidable forces collided in the sky, unleashing a deafening roar that enveloped the entire battlefield, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that there was no tangible contact between the two combatants. They were capable of attacking the essence of their opponent without direct engagement. This was the unique offensive technique of Conqueror's haki. Each strike was accompanied by powerful waves of energy, which clashed and surged through the air, creating visible shockwaves that rippled outward. As the battle escalated, the intensity of the forces unleashed grew exponentially, shrouding the battlefield in an astonishing aura of might. Waves of potent air surged forth, radiating from the point of impact, causing rocks to shatter as if struck by an invisible hammer. The surrounding trees were not spared either. They were violently uprooted, swaying perilously in the relentless winds, creating a spectacle both magnificent and breathtaking. This smoke-free yet fiercely intense confrontation left all who witnessed it in a state of unprecedented awe. Subsequently, Kaido found himself retreating step by step, each movement laden with weight and sluggishness. His countenance was fearsome, eyes ablaze with a savage, bloodthirsty light, resembling an enraged beast whose breath came in rapid, disordered gasps, each inhalation seemingly intent on devouring the surrounding air. In that very instant, a glint of cold steel flashed, as a sharp blade sliced through the air, aiming directly at Kaido's vital point. A soft thud sounded, followed by a deep, resonant noise, the unmistakable sound of metal cleaving flesh. In an instant, Kaido's body was propelled like a kite severed from its string, tracing a long arc through the air. Rather than fury at being struck, laughter erupted from his lips, mad and unrestrained, reverberating across the battlefield. It had been an age since he had felt such exhilaration. Was this the sensation of being cut away? Ha 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 ha! Kaido's boisterous laughter echoed, seemingly oblivious to the injuries he had sustained. As his laughter faded, he crashed heavily against the hard rock, the tremendous force causing several boulders to shatter and scatter in all directions. Amidst the swirling dust, a human silhouette gradually rose. Moments later, emerging from the haze was Kaido, who had just endured a life-and-death struggle. He forcefully wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes glinting with an even fiercer battle spirit. An invisible force seemed to envelop him, elevating his presence to an unprecedented zenith. Whitebeard, is this truly your strength? Kaido sneered, his grin wide. Yet his trembling arms betrayed the strain he was under. The air was thick with tension, as if an earth-shattering battle was poised to erupt at any moment. Kaido regarded Whitebeard with a cold, indifferent gaze, devoid of any emotion, as though he were staring at a lifeless figure. You have not forgotten Odin's demise, have you? His voice was deep, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth, brimming with boundless rage and sorrow. Ha ha! Are you referring to that fool Odin? Kaido erupted in laughter, a hint of madness entwined within his mirth, as if recalling an exceedingly ludicrous event. Had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten. In all my years at sea, I have never witnessed a fool actually jumping into a boiling pot. He laughed even more uproariously, tears nearly spilling from his eyes, resembling a wild beast in a frenzy. However, in response to Kaido's taunts and provocations, Whitebeard's gaze grew increasingly frigid, as piercing as eternal ice. His murderous intent surged like a tidal wave. threatening to solidify the very air around them. In that moment, the entire battlefield seemed shrouded in an invisible force, rendering it suffocating. "You shall perish," Whitebeard suddenly roared, his voice thunderous, like the crash of lightning. At this instant, everyone could feel the incomparable might of his presence, along with the seething fury that surged from deep within his soul. Slowly, he withdrew the sword Tremor from its sheath. As his arm swung, a powerful shockwave enveloped the blade. This force not only caused subtle ripples in the air, but also appeared to warp the surrounding space itself. Immediately, the power of lightning converged as if summoned, entwining around the blade, intermingling with the conqueror's haki, creating an unprecedented aura of strength. In that moment, anyone who beheld this scene would inevitably feel a profound sense of awe and reverence. God's wrath. With a low yet potent shout, Whitebeard launched himself at Kaido like a fierce tiger, breaking free from its chains, exuding an unrivaled momentum in his assault. His movements, though seemingly straightforward, encompassed intricate techniques and mastery over power, each fraction executed with remarkable precision. With the enhancement of lightning, this strike reached an unprecedented velocity. Even Kaido, possessing the advanced observation haki of an emperor, could only barely perceive a trace of its trajectory. Yet, faced with such a rapid and formidable onslaught, he found it nearly impossible to respond effectively in such a brief span. "Damn it, I cannot evade." He watched helplessly as the lightning-imbued blade cleaved towards him, his heart filled with resentment and fury. When the razor-sharp edge met his flesh, Kaido emitted a pained howl. A deep gash appeared across his chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the immediate area crimson. The excruciating agony nearly robbed him of his sanity, plunging him into a state of near madness. What he found even more difficult to accept was that this very spot was the location of an old wound inflicted upon him by Yutin years ago. Now, as it was painfully reopened, he suffered not only immense physical agony, but also a severe blow to his self-esteem. For someone as proud as Kaido, this humiliation was far more unbearable than death itself. Damn it! He had anticipated that Whitebeard would seize the opportunity to strike, but to his astonishment, when he regained his senses, he found Whitebeard swiftly collecting his blood in a vial. "What are you doing, you old fool?" Kaido's voice echoed in the air, filled with anger and confusion. Whitebeard, unfazed by his words, continued to gather the last drop of blood before returning to his place. It was only then that he turned to Kaido, his gaze icy and laced with derision. "Kaido, tell me, what do you think would happen if your powers were used as a steed?" "What?" Kaido suddenly realized that Whitebeard, being a three-fruit user, intended to utilize his blood for research to create numerous subordinates with dragon-like forms. Even more revolting was the thought that this man wished to use his Devil Fruit ability as a mount. It was a blatant slap in the face. A surge of fierce rage welled up within Kaido, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. He could not endure such an insult, nor accept that his power was so scornfully regarded. "You dare, Gurerarara." "Kaido, rest assured, I shall make good use of your abilities." Whitebeard struck at his heart once more. In his haste to collect the blood, he had endured a fair share of Kaido's punches, leaving him feeling uncomfortable and short of breath. Moreover, he noted that the regenerative abilities of the mythical Zoan were excessively formidable. Combined with Kaido's exceptional physical prowess, the wounds inflicted would heal in no time. Although he could defeat Kaido, killing him would prove quite challenging. Kaido was at the zenith of his strength, and this was his territory. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became for him. If he recklessly eliminated Kaido while in a poor state, the situation could turn dire. Whitebeard swiftly assessed the situation. However, seeing Kaido gasping heavily, desperately suppressing his injuries, Whitebeard felt a sense of satisfaction. Moreover, with the collected blood, this mission could be deemed a success. He wondered whether his sons had completed their tasks, and if he needed to prolong the engagement a bit longer. Although he could not kill Kaido now, inflicting a few more wounds and collecting additional blood was still feasible. Whitebeard discreetly stowed the small vial, weighing it slightly and realizing it was indeed insufficient. He then looked at Kaido, his gaze akin to that of one eyeing a blood bag. "Hey, what else with that look?" Kaido suddenly sensed an unusual intensity in Whitebeard's eyes, as if he were not gazing at a person, but rather at a prey about to be captured. Chapter 79, 2. The Domain of Stormy Clouds and Thunder. Severely injured Kaido. This kind of gaze left Kaido feeling exceedingly displeased. Kaido, I didn't expect your wounds to heal so quickly. Whitebeard's voice was calm and deep, yet it held a hint of barely concealed sarcasm. This sentence struck Kaido's heart like an invisible hammer, instantly darkening his expression. Oomph. The mention of his sore spot elicited a cold snort from him, deepening the gloom on his face. He was aware that his recent injury stemmed from a moment of carelessness, yet this did not equate to an admission of defeat. Merely a fleeting lapse. Let's engage in battle for another 300 rounds. He grit his teeth and declared, his tone brimming with resentment. However, Whitebeard seemed disinclined to grant him that opportunity. Defeat is defeat, no matter how many times one fights again. Whitebeard's words were succinct and powerful, piercing Kaido's heart like a sharp blade. This was not only a denial of his strength, but also a profound affront to his pride. Oomph. How could a momentary victory or defeat hold any weight? A dead man's triumph does not count as a victory. Kaido bellowed, his voice infused with a fear of death and a yearning for triumph. As his words resonated, he swung the Hachisuka, unleashing his conqueror's haki without reservation. The very sky seemed to tremble under the weight of this formidable power, thunder rumbling ominously. Strikes of red and black lightning tore through the clouds, the atmosphere shifting, enveloping the world in an apocalyptic ambience. If you find one wound unsatisfactory, then allow me to add another. No sooner had he spoken than Whitebeard's figure vanished from sight, as if melding into the very air. In quick succession, countless bolts of lightning materialized. These flashes not only contained immense power, but also concealed sharp blades. A murderous intent pervading the atmosphere, sending shivers down one's spine. The unique nature of the Logia allowed each bolt of lightning to embody Whitebeard himself, carrying his will and strength, aimed directly at Kaido. Storm clouds, thunder domain. Whitebeard's voice echoed through the air, as if emanating from all directions, imbued with authority. With his command, thousands of lightning blades seemed to come alive at that moment, hurtling towards Kaido. The intense, murderous intent tightened Kaido's features. He surveyed his surroundings with grave seriousness, gripping the Hachisuka tightly and fully activating his observation haki. His eyes flickered, capturing the surrounding lightning, his vision sharpening, enabling him to accurately predict the trajectory of each bolt. Kill! At Whitebeard's command, countless lightning flashes erupted simultaneously, pouring down like a torrential rain, aimed squarely at Kaido. In that instant, the entire battlefield was enveloped in the radiance of lightning, the air filled with explosive roars, as if the entire world trembled. By merging storm clouds with the lightning, this strike equated to countless Whitebeards delivering a simultaneous blow. However, comparatively, the force was significantly diminished. Although it could not slay Kaido, it would certainly draw enough blood. Haha, now this feels proper, Whitebeard. Kaido laughed maniacally, seemingly forgetting the pain coursing through his body. He suddenly seized the gourd hanging at his waist, taking 2 hearty swigs of strong liquor before carelessly tossing the empty gourd aside. Immediately, he brandished the spiked club in his hand, stirring a tempest as dark purple lightning descended, dancing in tandem with the weapon. With a thunderous roar, Kaido concentrated all his might into this singular strike. The colossal spiked club traced an arc through the air, descending with inexorable force towards the front. The sound of clashing weapons echoed, each collision accompanied by blinding brilliance and deafening noise. The bolts of lightning, instead of dissipating, transformed into myriad tiny, flickering arcs, meandering unpredictably through the air, infusing the battlefield with an aura of peril. At this moment, the clash of conquerors' haki intensified dramatically. The black lightning nearly obscured the sky, intertwining to form a massive vortex structure, perpetually spinning and expanding, seemingly intent on devouring everything. An oppressive pressure suffused the air, instilling an involuntary sense of terror. Boom! The sky darkened with thick clouds, thunder roaring, as if the entire world trembled in anticipation of this battle. Numerous bolts of lightning surged forth like enraged dragons, charging at Kaido with the power to obliterate all. "Whitebeard, you wretched fool," Kaido bellowed, and despite his utmost efforts to withstand the onslaught, he could only deflect half of the attacks. The remaining arcs of lightning struck him mercilessly, each one akin to a razor-sharp blade, leaving deep gashes upon his flesh. Pain. Excruciating pain. This torment nearly robbed Kaido of his breath, yet he understood that he could not afford to relent. A moment's pause would invite an uncountable barrage of lightning strikes. These bolts were akin to bothersome flies, incessantly harassing him from every direction, launching assaults from unforeseen angles, leaving him defenseless. In an instant, he bore numerous wounds, blood gushing forth as if it were of no consequence. Although each small cut bled minimally, the cumulative effect soon painted him in crimson. Nevertheless, Kaido did not yield. Instead, his fighting spirit surged even more ferociously. "You bastard!" Kaido snarled, his eyes gleaming with vengeful fire. He recognized that this was not a moment for lamentation, but rather for a full-throttle counterattack. Ignoring the excruciating pain from his wounds, he swung his weapon once more, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to his adversary. However, this motion reopened the wounds that had nearly begun to heal, blood flowing ceaselessly anew. Yet for Kaido, none of this mattered. At this juncture, his contest with Whitebeard had devolved into a battle of endurance. The one who could withstand until the end would claim victory. Considering that his opponent wielded the powers of 3 devil fruits simultaneously, the toll on his stamina would undoubtedly surpass his own. If Whitebeard could endure, what reason had he not to persist? "Huh, Whitebeard, it seems your endurance is waning." Kaido swung his massive kanabo, extinguishing the bolts of lightning that surged toward him. He surveyed his surroundings, his voice laced with cold menace, uttering, "The moment you cease your struggle will mark your demise." Kaido's tone was imbued with lethal intent. Chapter 83. Additional update. Use your gourd to contain your blood. Kaido felt a twinge of unease. Hidden amidst the storm of lightning, Whitebeard remained unfazed by Kaido's taunts, yet he could distinctly sense his strength dwindling. The surrounding lightning had significantly lessened, and he acknowledged that his stamina could not endure much longer. In the next instant, Whitebeard's figure materialized outside the stormy realm, a hint of a smile gracing his visage as he regarded Kaido, as if everything lay within his grasp. However, Kaido failed to notice that the gourd he had discarded was now in Whitebeard's possession. This detail rendered the entire situation even more intricate. "Whitebeard, you have finally chosen to reveal yourself," Kaido remarked, instantly recognizing Whitebeard's presence. He smashed down to obliterate the lightning before him, bracing for the impending battle. Yet, the anticipated confrontation did not ensue. Instead, he witnessed Whitebeard lifting the gourd, shaking it lightly, as if it contained a substantial amount. Whitebeard nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming, "Kaido, thank you." The sight of bloodstains around the gourd's opening made Kaido's expression darken. He had already surmised what Whitebeard was about to declare. With a grin, Whitebeard quipped, "What better way to contain your blood than in your own gourd? Whitebeard, how can a mighty emperor resort to such underhanded tactics in battle?" Kaido's fury surged, his body trembling with rage. The affront of Whitebeard using his gourd to collect his own blood was a blatant slap in the face. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless. Whitebeard's Tremor-Tremor Fruit granted him speed that was impossible to counter, leaving Kaido with no choice but to endure and match his stamina. However, Whitebeard offered him little respite. He swiftly stowed the gourd away and leaped toward Kaido with ferocity. Seeing this, Kaido instinctively assumed a defensive stance, preparing for the onslaught. The two clashed in midair, trading blows with sparks flying. Each of Whitebeard's strikes was imbued with the power of thunder, leaving Kaido momentarily paralyzed. Any attempt at retaliation on Kaido's part was thwarted by Whitebeard's unparalleled speed. Moreover, it seemed that Whitebeard had no intention of confronting Kaido head-on. He deftly evaded Kaido's assaults while exploiting moments of emotional volatility to deliver powerful punches to Kaido's head. Kaido found himself bewildered, exasperated. Just when he believed he was about to land a blow on Whitebeard, the latter would vanish like a flash of lightning, leaving Kaido swinging at nothing. This style of combat infuriated him. His strength was undoubtedly on par with Whitebeard's, yet he felt utterly toyed with. Whitebeard, with your relentless barrage. Your stamina is nearly depleted. Can you not engage in a fair fight? Instead, you scurry like a rat. Kaido seethed, his furious gaze locked onto Whitebeard. Ah, what of it? Whitebeard spoke candidly, even when his physical strength was waning. Kaido was covered in wounds, blood streaming from his body, despite possessing formidable regenerative abilities. The substantial loss of blood rendered him pale and weak. He realized that in his current state, it was utterly fanciful to think he could detain Whitebeard. Furthermore, Whitebeard's stamina had indeed reached its limit. The remaining strength he possessed barely sufficed to carry him back to the Sky Island, and even executing another strike felt beyond his capability. Nevertheless, what he had recently acquired far exceeded his expectations. The volume of blood was sufficient for him to utilize for some time. Just as Whitebeard was about to speak, a golden-hued piercing arrow, akin to a shooting star cleaving the night sky, tore through the air and detonated high above. This unforeseen turn of events left everyone present momentarily stunned. Had he succeeded? Upon witnessing the agreed signal with his sons, Whitebeard wasted no time, fully aware that this was not the moment for lingering combat. His gaze shifted towards Kaido, and he remarked, "Well then, Kaido, take good care of yourself. I shall return for the blood after some time." With that, his form transformed into a streak of lightning, darting away with such velocity that he vanished in the blink of an eye. He truly left. Kaido's complexion darkened, resembling steel coated in frost. His demeanor so grim, it seemed capable of engulfing the surrounding light. An unprecedented surge of rage and defeat surged within him. Whitebeard was utterly unpredictable, devoid of the noble bearing expected of a strong man. What he found most intolerable was the blinding speed of his adversary, which left him feeling utterly helpless, unable to seize any opportunity to strike. This confrontation was a complete failure for Kaido. A disgrace, a humiliation. These two words echoed relentlessly in his mind, nearly drowning his rationality. He fixated on the direction in which Whitebeard had vanished, his eyes ablaze with furious wrath, as if he could ignite the entire world. "Whitebeard," he growled through clenched teeth, his voice laced with boundless hatred and resentment. "The next time we meet, you shall surely perish." After Whitebeard's departure, the loathsome abilities of the Yellow Monkey also withdrew. However, this did not alleviate the chaotic situation in Onigashima, Flower Capital, or the entirety of Wano Country. On the contrary, the criminals within Udon Prison seized this opportunity to escape, rampaging like wild stallions. Most shockingly, the Kappa, imprisoned for 13 long years, was also set free. As one of the former Red Scabbards, his strength was formidable. Upon regaining his freedom, he immediately caused a considerable uproar. Yet curiously, while others expected him to lead the other inmates in further chaos, he mysteriously vanished, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. Quinn and his subordinates scoured the area, but ultimately found nothing. Quinn was filled with profound anger at this uncontrollable situation. In an effort to swiftly restore order and prevent a recurrence of such events, he resorted to extreme measures. He unleashed a torrent of his masterful creations into the prison, resulting in the demise of nearly half the inmates. Consequently, Quinn successfully instilled fear in the remaining prisoners, momentarily quelling the widespread chaos instigated by the jailbreak. As for the Flying Six, who were tasked with apprehending the Yellow Monkey user, they were utterly ineffectual, achieving not a single capture. Those individuals seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, evading detection and retreating to their next destination at every turn, leaving the Flying Six helplessly in pursuit. Chapter 81. My Lord Kaido. It is not that I do not wish to assist, but the situation in Onigashima post-war is exceedingly chaotic. Kaido, weary from the recent defeat, leaned against his chair, his waist encircled with bandages. He pressed his forehead, his brow furrowed, eyes flickering with barely contained fury, as if on the verge of eruption. This unforeseen defeat struck him profoundly, Since the moment he consumed the Azure Dragon Fruit, he had never suffered such a significant setback. Yet today, in his confrontation with Whitebeard, despite the speed advantage granted by the Rumble Fruit, the final strike from his opponent was so swift that it nearly rendered him unable to react. Were it not for his formidable observation haki and his desperate evasion, he might have truly lost his life. "Damn you, Whitebeard," Kaido growled through clenched teeth, his voice thick with resentment and hatred. With a fierce roar, he struck the adjacent chair with a powerful fist. The entire room trembled slightly, the fury within him proving difficult to quell. At this moment, Kaido felt an urgent need to reclaim his honor. Witnessing Kaido's wrath, everyone present bowed their heads in silence, afraid to even breathe too loudly. The atmosphere was thick with oppression and tension, as if mere inhalation could summon a tempest. This battle had indeed resulted in a comprehensive defeat, striking them hard both strategically and morally. They had never before recognized how formidable a Logia user could be, particularly when such power was wielded for escape, rendering them nearly insurmountable. Quinn stood to the side, his visage etched with fatigue and helplessness. He sighed deeply before speaking. "My Lord Kaido, please understand, it is not from a lack of will to assist, but rather that the situation at Rabbitwell is overwhelmingly chaotic. Those wretched individuals not only thwarted our plans, but also released all the inmates imprisoned within the prison. Faced with such an unexpected crisis, I had no choice but to prioritize addressing the most urgent matters and subduing the unruly prisoners." He paused, seemingly lost in the recollection of the preceding events. "Throughout the ordeal, I scarcely found a moment's respite, not even the opportunity to sip a bowl of red bean soup. It was only just now, after stabilizing the situation and ensuring the safety of crucial areas, that I could finally come to report to you." After listening to Quinn's explanation, Kaido remained silent for a moment, then cast a glance at him and nodded slightly. Although he still harbored dissatisfaction over the recent defeat, he recognized that in such extreme circumstances, Quinn's ability to swiftly take action and effectively quell the turmoil within the prison was commendable in its own right. "Cough, cough," Jean, clutching his chest, looked up at Kaido while violently coughing, each bout spattering blood. From an outward perspective, his injuries appeared to be the most severe. His complexion was as pale as parchment, and his forehead glistened with cold sweat, clearly enduring immense pain. "Jean, you need not speak," Kaido said, his brow furrowing slightly, his voice laced with an imperceptible concern. He understood the gravity of Jin's injuries and knew that no words could alleviate his suffering at that moment. "Focus on your recovery." Though his tone was stern, it was imbued with care and affection for his subordinate. Jean nodded, refraining from further conversation. He grasped Kaido's intent and recognized that his current condition was ill-suited for continued dialogue. Thus he closed his eyes, striving to relax and conserve his strength for a swift recovery. Kaido sighed, his heart brimming with fury. The blow from Whitebeard had nearly led to the annihilation of the Lunarians, and Jin's survival was either a stroke of luck or a blessing from their ancestors. This realization filled him with both relief and anger. Relieved that Jin was still alive, enraged that such calamities should never have transpired. "I will remember this debt." Kaido's voice was deep and powerful, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. Upon hearing this, Jin's body quivered slightly, and his gaze toward Kaido became resolutely determined. At that moment, Jack emerged, his lips twitching, arcs of electricity sparking intermittently from him, causing him to grimace in pain. He laboriously moved forward, each step appearing heavy and painful. Finally, standing before everyone, he exerted all his strength to speak. "Kaido-sama, it's not that I do not wish to assist, but I am completely incapacitated by the electric shock." Jack then recounted his harrowing experience in the Flower Capital and his encounter with that scoundrel, Isan. How detestable! Those cowards never fight face to face, only striking from afar with their lightning, Jack exclaimed, relaying his ordeal. Had it not been for his resilience, he might have perished from the shock. Even so, his body remained numb, his limbs somewhat unresponsive, making movement exceedingly cumbersome. Upon hearing this, Kaido furrowed his brow. Another user of the Thunder Fruit? The mere mention of such abilities caused him considerable distress, especially since he had just experienced the troubles it could cause. However, recognizing that Jack had done his utmost and had indeed sustained significant injuries, Kaido refrained from placing undue blame upon him. Seeing Kaido display no signs of dissatisfaction or anger, Jack felt a wave of relief wash over him, a flicker of joy appearing on his face. He promptly stepped back a few paces, returning to his original position, silently grateful to have navigated this crisis unscathed. At this juncture, only the Flying Six remained silent. The air was thick with an atmosphere of tension and oppression, as if even the act of breathing could be heard. Fuss had been unconscious, continuously spitting blood, leaving uncertainty about his survival. Kaido's tone was laden with regret, yet his gaze shifted to the others, the inquiry in his eyes unmistakable. He regarded each individual with a detached demeanor, his eyes sharp as blades, seemingly piercing into the depths of their souls. Black Maria was the first to step forward, her silhouette appearing particularly imposing under the dim lights. She bowed slightly to Kaido and spoke softly, her voice gentle yet imbued with an undeniable firmness. Master Kaido, at that moment, you were engaged in a fierce battle with Whitebeard, and we arrived on the scene. However, we found ourselves unable to intervene, and simultaneously learned that numerous intruders possessing Kizaru's abilities were wreaking havoc on the island, looting gold and jewels from the warehouses. Hence, we proceeded to capture those intruders. Her words acted like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, generating ripples of agreement among the others, who nodded in affirmation. After delivering her statement, Black Maria turned her gaze towards Jack, adding, "This can be corroborated by Jack, the All-Star." Jack, with an air of urgency, affirmed her assertion, exclaiming, "Yes, it was indeed Jack who directed us to apprehend those intruders." His tone was insistent, almost as if he feared disbelief from his audience. Peggy Wan and others present echoed their concurrence, their eyes reflecting a shared understanding, seemingly validating the truth of Black Maria's account. Kaido's gaze gradually shifted to Jack, a hint of perplexity flickering in his eyes. Jack, with a straightforward nod, conceded, "Indeed, Master Kaido, that is correct." He continued to elucidate at that time. The intruders were all Logia-type Devil Fruit users, and only those adept in hockey could confront them, which is why we dispatched the Flying Six to capture them. His rationale bore a sense of logic and reason, rendering his explanation quite plausible. The atmosphere in the chamber grew increasingly tense as all awaited Kaido's response. However, he did not respond immediately. Instead, he fell into a contemplative silence for a moment, seemingly deliberating. Ultimately, he slowly nodded, appearing to accept Jack's explanation. Kaido, disinterested in further inquiry, then directed his gaze toward the Flying Six, revealing a hint of impatience. "So, were you able to capture those intruders or not?" Black Maria lowered her head, unable to meet Kaido's gaze, her legs trembling slightly. Peggy Wan remained equally silent, merely shaking his head. Runty and Sasaki exchanged glances filled with reluctance. Yet no one dared to voice their thoughts. Drake inhaled deeply, striving to render his tone more composed. "We did not capture them. Those intruders refused to engage us directly. As soon as we arrived, they fled, and the speed of the light fruit rendered us unable to pursue them. Even though we later devised a plan to contain the situation, it proved utterly ineffective." As Drake's words resonated, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. The atmosphere was thick with a stifling tension, making each breath feel as laborious as wading through mire. Kaido's countenance darkened, his brows furrowing deeply, and his eyes ignited with fury. Ultimately, he forced out a few words through clenched teeth. "Where are the gold and treasures?" The voice of Black Maria was nearly inaudible, yet her response struck like a thunderclap, sending chills through everyone present. The atmosphere within the room plummeted to a freezing point, as if the very molecules in the air had crystallized. The silence was so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Each individual could distinctly sense Kaido's barely contained wrath, resembling a beast on the verge of eruption, growling in the shadows. A chilling sensation surged from the soles of their feet to the crown of their heads, involuntarily inducing shivers, an instinctive reaction to the unknown and fear. The treasure amassed over years vanished in an instant, an unbearable reality for anyone to accept. Even more intolerable was the fact that nearly all participants in the operation were injured, while the fortunate few who escaped unscathed became the subjects of mockery, toyed with like pawns, stripped of all dignity. The most heart-wrenching aspect was that despite the heavy toll paid, not a single enemy had been captured. This intertwining of frustration and impotence birthed an unprecedented sense of shame, true disgrace, and utter humiliation. Kaido remained silent, yet his fierce, wrathful expression spoke volumes. The tension in the room escalated, with everyone holding their breath, awaiting any potential developments. The dire circumstances seemed far from over. Jack, determined to press on, inhaled deeply and, opting for a swift strike rather than prolonged suffering, spoke up. "Lord Kaido, there is one more matter." He hesitated, glancing at Kaido, his voice trembling with uncertainty. Upon witnessing Kaido's almost murderous gaze, Jack hastily added, "That fellow, Orochi, is dead. Shall we select a new general to take his place?" Upon hearing this, Kaido's brow furrowed slightly, but soon returned to a semblance of calm. "Oh, if that scoundrel is dead, then so be it. He was of little use anyway." Jack finally exhaled in relief, quickly assuring that he had no further issues to address. He held a profound admiration for Lord Kaido. Who could withstand such a barrage of bad news? Had it been him, he would have likely been driven to the brink of madness. Nevertheless, Jack cautiously inquired, "So, regarding the selection of the new general, you need not concern yourself with that." Kaido interrupted, "I will handle it. Just ensure that the remaining tasks are completed." Jack nodded, feeling a mixture of relief and trepidation. Suddenly, a childlike voice broke through the air, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that spread far and wide. The sound instantly rekindled the anxiety that Jack had just managed to suppress, as if an invisible hand had tightly grasped his heart. "Jack is lying. Jack is lying." The voice rang out, crisp and resolute, directly accusing Jack of his deceit. Kaido's expression darkened immediately, as he forced down the surging anger within him, furrowing his brow as he turned to gaze at the masked figure of the loyalist standing nearby. The loyalist was one of the most enigmatic and trustworthy figures on Ghost Island, serving as Kaido's eyes and ears. He had never engaged in any deceitful behavior, nor would he dare to lie to Kaido. Therefore, when the loyalist spoke, it was evident to everyone that the situation might indeed be serious. "What is it, loyalist? What troubles you?" Kaido's tone was laden with irritation. With so many events unfolding, he was increasingly vexed. "Lord Kaido," the loyalist replied, his voice as calm as still water. Yet the content struck like thunder. "Jack is deceiving us. Kaido the Flamingo is not dead at all, but is currently thriving in the flower capital." At this revelation, the atmosphere in the room became palpable as all eyes turned to Jack, particularly fixating on his astonished, wide-open eyes. Even the normally composed Jack could not mask his disbelief upon hearing such sudden news. He knew the loyalist would never lie, which implied that the death of Kaido he had witnessed was perhaps an elaborate ruse. However, if Kaido truly lived, was the corpse he had encountered in the flower capital merely a fabrication? Damn it, was I hallucinating? Chapter 83:3. If given the chance, I would strike him down into the earth. Kaido the Flamingo was alive, currently in the flower capital, actively capturing rebels. "Did you want me to project this for you?" The loyalist's words were sharp and direct, each syllable piercing through Jack's confusion like a razor. Yet, every statement he made was rooted in truth, devoid of exaggeration or concealment. "That can't be true. I saw Kaido's corpse with my own eyes." Jack's voice trembled, uncertainty creeping into his tone as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Observing Jack's disarray, the loyalist ceased to speak further, instead quietly producing a small, exquisite snail phone. This seemingly ordinary device appeared to possess a peculiar enchantment in the loyalist's hands. He gently tapped the snail's head, and two beams of brilliant light shot forth from its eyes, projecting onto the wall. In an instant, a vivid image materialized before them. Kaido stood in the central square of the flower capital, vociferously reprimanding the townsfolk, demanding that they surrender the so-called intruders. Those who refused or failed to provide information would be punished by labor to rectify the chaos caused. How is this possible? Jack was utterly dumbfounded, engulfed in profound shock. He desperately endeavored to recall the events of that day, seeking any clue from his memories to elucidate the bewildering phenomenon before him. However, no matter how he reminisced, he could not deny the reality of what he had witnessed. The colossal serpent that had collapsed after being electrocuted now stood enscathed in the Plaza of Flowers, vociferously rebuking the innocent civilians. Observing the vibrant and vigorous creature on screen sent an unsettling shiver down his spine. What on earth was happening? It was clear that it had been struck down by that individual named Izong, yet here it was resurrected. Moreover, on the surface, it bore no signs of injury. Rather, it appeared more spirited than before. Could it be that this creature possessed a resilience surpassing my own? This was utterly illogical. Jack stood there, somewhat at a loss, rubbing his eyes in an attempt to dispel the bewildering image he had just witnessed. Perhaps my eyes deceived me? He muttered to himself. Or could it be that this creature was simply blessed with an extraordinary fate? Enough of this matter. Kaido's gaze turned icy. Since the creature had not perished, it would temporarily assume the role of commander. With this, Kaido slowly raised his head, his eyes piercing as they scanned the surroundings. His voice was low and brimming with fury. This comprehensive defeat was an unparalleled disgrace for the Beast Pirates. As these words echoed through the room, an immediate silence enveloped, with everyone sensing the palpable tension in the air. After a few moments of silence, Kaido spoke again, disdainfully scoffing. What value do treasures hold? They can be reclaimed. For us, what we lack is certainly not wealth. Everyone understood the implication of Kaido's words. While they were not short on riches, their dignity had been cast aside to the other side of the red line. Lord Kaido, it seems prudent that when Whitebeard returns, we should confront him collectively. Queen squinted his already small eyes, spitting out the words with venomous anger and bitterness, clearly still aggrieved by this defeat. Upon hearing this, Jack burst into laughter, a hint of triumph laced in his mirth. Ha ha ha, you've read my mind. However, he suddenly paused, a smirk twitching at his lips before he added, Whitebeard may be swift, but in terms of strength, Lord Kaido is in no way inferior. Kaido let out a cold snort, fully aware of this truth. What he sought was not hollow consolation, but rather tangible solutions. A resolution. Without an effective strategy, he would indeed become nothing more than a blood bag, ripe for slaughter. Observing the scene, Queen and Jack quickly stowed their smiles, turning their minds to serious contemplation. They understood that if they could not propose a feasible plan, Lord Kaido would remain unsatisfied. Is there a means to restrict Whitebeard's movements? Otherwise, we remain powerless against that old fool. Kaido lowered his voice, his tone rife with irritation and unease. He scanned the expressions of those present, seeking a glimmer of hope for a resolution. While my observation haki could barely discern his attack trajectories, the issue lay in Whitebeard's astonishing speed, which approached an almost unfathomable level. Even if I could foresee his next move, my body could not keep pace with the necessary response. Kaido continued, his eyes shimmering with a flicker of resentment. As long as I can find a way to restrict Whitebeard's movements, even if it is just a fleeting moment of opportunity, I can bring him to his grave with a single blow. At this point, Kaido clenched his fists, his nails nearly embedding themselves into his palms. For him, the disadvantage in speed had always been an inescapable shadow lurking in his mind. He understood that if this issue remained unresolved, it could become a fatal weakness when confronting Whitebeard. Unless, of course, he possessed the abilities of 2 devil fruits, which was evidently an impossible feat. Whitebeard would never allow him to become a dual fruit wielder, and more importantly, given Whitebeard's cautious nature, he would never permit himself to fall into such a passive situation. Their enmity was profound, with no possibility of reconciliation. A suffocating and tense atmosphere enveloped the room, with everyone aware that they were about to face an unprecedented battle. Jack cautiously glanced at Kaido, his expression a mixture of awe and trepidation. He took a deep breath, summoning his courage to speak. Lord Kaido, might it be possible to find a way to exhaust Whitebeard's stamina? As long as his strength is depleted, he will be at our mercy. Upon hearing this, Kaido furrowed his brows slightly, falling into contemplation. The scene from their last battle resurfaced in his mind. He had also attempted to wear down Whitebeard through prolonged combat. But just as Whitebeard seemed on the brink of exhaustion, he had suddenly chosen to retreat, fleeing the battlefield. This left Kaido feeling quite helpless, as despite his formidable power, he could not catch up to an already fatigued opponent. Consequently, not only did he fail to achieve the desired outcome, but he also received a beating and lost considerable blood, possessing great strength yet nowhere to unleash it. "You speak so lightly," Kaido replied, his tone tinged with displeasure. "Do you think I do not wish to utterly defeat that old man? The reality is, once Whitebeard perceives himself to be at a disadvantage, he will instantly choose to retreat. Tell me, how should we proceed under such circumstances?" Chapter 84, 1. A Plan to Defeat Whitebeard. Seeing Kaido's reaction, Jack hurriedly lowered his head, refraining from saying anything further. He had merely offered a suggestion, not anticipating such a response. "I apologize, Lord Kaido. I was merely interrupted before I could finish my thought." "Never mind." Kaido waved his hand, signaling Jack to cease his explanations. "I understand your intent, but the current situation is rather complex. We need to devise a more effective strategy to deal with Whitebeard, rather than solely relying on exhausting his stamina." "Ah, Lord Kaido, I have an idea." Fuzz stood up, his voice somewhat hoarse yet brimming with confidence, though his body was wrapped in bandages, indicating severe injuries. As a Zoan-type user, his recovery capabilities were remarkably robust. As long as the injuries were not fatal, he could rapidly heal. However, the earlier disdainful laughter had evidently aggravated his wounds, causing a trickle of blood to flow from the corner of his mouth. Coughing, Fuzz could not suppress the discomfort that echoed through each spasm, a painful reminder of his inner turmoil. He hastily gestured that he was fine, attempting to mask his frailty. A true man would not be concerned with such trivial injuries. At least, he was unwilling to exhibit his weakness before others. However, deep within, his animosity towards Whitebeard had reached its zenith. It was this formidable adversary that had ensnared him in such a predicament. Had it not been for this foe, he would likely still be in prime condition. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety for him. Subsequently, Fuzz lifted his gaze and noticed that all eyes were fixed upon him. Wasting no time, he proceeded to unveil his strategy. The Whitebeard pirates never acted alone. Even in the midst of a surprise attack, they brought along a few swift members. This instance served as a clear illustration. Jack, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, those fellows can run remarkably fast." Yet, Fuzz dismissed the fool's comment and continued to address Kaido directly. "All we need to do is capture one or two of their crew members the next time they come." Given Whitebeard's character, he treats each crew member as family. He would never abandon them to flee alone. Thus, we can compel Whitebeard to remain, and all our troubles will be resolved. The crowd, upon hearing this, found their eyes brightening with realization. Indeed, such a simple and effective plan, why had they not thought of it sooner? A confident smile crept onto Fuzz's lips, his gaze turning cold as if he had already foreseen victory. With this approach, exhausting Whitebeard's strength would signal his demise. His chilling and resolute tone sent shivers down spines. "Ha ha ha! Brilliant idea!" Kaido, who had maintained a somber demeanor, suddenly erupted into a fit of mad laughter, brimming with fervor and excitement, as if he had already envisioned Whitebeard's downfall. He had finally discovered a method to confront Whitebeard, invigorating his spirit. Indeed, Whitebeard would never allow his crew to be captured while he escapes. Kaido's eyes sparkled with exhilaration, as though he had completely grasped Whitebeard's vulnerability. Capturing Whitebeard's crew would effectively impede his movements, allowing them to deplete his stamina continually. "As long as Whitebeard does not flee, I can wear him down," Kaido asserted, his gaze sharp and fervent. Whitebeard wielded 3 Devil Fruit powers simultaneously, making his endurance exponentially greater than that of an ordinary person. As long as they relentlessly attacked him, denying him even a moment to catch his breath, the moment his strength faltered would herald his end. Kaido was overjoyed, realizing he had overlooked the strategy of seizing 1 or 2 of Whitebeard's crew members as hostages. Not only could this tactic ensnare Whitebeard, but it would also incessantly sap his strength and resolve. How exquisite! He was convinced that if they executed this plan, they would undoubtedly vanquish Whitebeard. In the midst of his elation, he scanned the surroundings and noticed one person was missing. He meticulously recalled that he had not seen Yamato at any point, which struck him as rather peculiar. Consequently, he raised his voice and inquired, "Where's Yamato?" Upon hearing Kaido's question, Black Maria shook her head, indicating that she had not seen him. She speculated, "I haven't seen him. Young Master Yamato must be off playing somewhere." The royalist beside her nodded in agreement, adding, "We haven't located young Master Yamato. He must be hiding." Kaido frowned, clearly dissatisfied with such responses. However, he chose not to press further, reasoning that it didn't matter for now, since she couldn't escape Onigashima. He then turned his gaze towards the Flying Six and commanded, "Flying Six, when Whitebeard arrives next, your sole task is to capture a crew member. Remember, it must be alive. Regardless of who it is, even if you all catch just one, it is imperative that you succeed." "Yes, Lord Kaido." "Understood." With a solution at hand, Kaido's mood visibly brightened, and a long-lost smile graced his face. He promptly decided to host a grand banquet to celebrate this significant moment. Suddenly, Jack, standing nearby, hesitated and muttered, "While the idea is good, when will Whitebeard arrive?" "Kaido, Fusif, Black Maria." In that instant, the smiles on everyone's faces seemed to freeze like a paused film suspended in the air. This statement echoed in their ears, reverberating. Indeed, when will Whitebeard next appear? Like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, it stirred waves of anxiety. What if it were another 6 months or a year before Whitebeard returned? Would they not have to remain perpetually vigilant, preparing for an entire year? Such thoughts filled everyone's hearts with unease and dread. After all, prolonged tension not only drained physical strength but also tested mental resilience. And they might truly reach a breaking point. Kaido's expression darkened further, his eyes flashing with a hint of anger and helplessness as he shot a fierce glare at Jack. A look that seemed capable of piercing through all barriers and striking at Jack's very core. Faced with such a gaze, Jack immediately recognized his faux pas, instinctively retracting his neck and retreating 2 steps. Nevertheless, Kaido did not speak immediately. Instead, he fell into silence for a moment. He understood that while Jack's words were somewhat abrasive, they were undeniably the truth. He had devised a plan, but what if Whitebeard did not come? "Lord Kaido, I have a solution." Chapter 85, 300 billion. Only seeking defeat. Black Maria confidently looked at Kaido, her eyes brimming with warmth that seemed capable of melting everything. Her voice soft yet resolute, compelling one to listen intently to her forthcoming words. Kaido, nearly drained of patience, spoke in a low, gravelly tone, betraying a hint of irritation. Black Maria carefully organized her thoughts and swiftly began. This time, Whitebeard's raid is clearly not for revenge. Although he claims to seek vengeance for Odin, his actions are actually aiming to restrain you, Lord Kaido. Kaido's brow furrowed slightly as he contemplated Black Maria's words. There indeed seemed to be some truth to her assertions. Throughout his fierce battles against Whitebeard, he had unleashed every ounce of his strength, yet often refrained from pursuing further advantage. Even more absurdly, Whitebeard was fixated on collecting his blood. It was only later that he learned of Whitebeard's intention to utilize his blood to cultivate numerous users of the mythical dragon fruit. This revelation left Kaido both stunned and enraged. "I know why Whitebeard seeks it." Kaido's expression darkened, his voice laced with an icy edge. "That scoundrel desires to harvest my blood to create devil fruit users." Jack gasped. Disbelief etched across his features, his voice echoing in the vast room, as if even the air trembled at his astonishment. If they truly succeed in cultivating them, wouldn't the entire Whitebeard pirates become the domain of Lord Kaido? Jack's words were steeped in dread and disquiet, his voice quivering as he struggled to comprehend such a terrifying possibility. His mind was in turmoil, unable to envision the chaos that would ensue when that day arrived. The others were equally taken aback by the shocking news, their faces a canvas of disbelief and astonishment. For a moment, the room was enveloped in a profound silence. The only sound lingering was Jack's incredulous exclamation. Each person stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, unable to believe their own ears. The news was so overwhelming that they found themselves momentarily paralyzed, their hearts heavy with fear and uncertainty, unsure of how to confront this startling revelation. After a brief spell of shock, Black Maria gradually regained her composure. She took a deep breath, exhaling slowly in an attempt to steady her emotions. When she lifted her gaze to meet Kaido's, her eyes had returned to their usual calm demeanor. "Lord Kaido," she spoke, her voice steady yet tinged with an almost imperceptible tension. "While this news is indeed shocking, what I wish to convey is not merely that." At this, Kaido's brow knitted in skepticism, a flicker of curiosity igniting in his eyes. "Oh, then what do you intend to say?" Black Maria inhaled deeply and continued, aside from Whitebeard. "The other invaders have but a singular objective, all the gold and jewels upon this island." "Gold and jewels?" Kaido repeated incredulously, his tone rife with disbelief. He had presumed these individuals sought his status or strength. Never did he imagine their motives were purely materialistic. This revelation incited a mix of fury and irony within him. As this notion crystallized in his mind, Kaido's rage ignited further. His chest heaved violently, as if on the verge of erupting into a tempest. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, oblivious to the pain. "Outrageous," he bellowed, "to think they would dare to rob one of the 4 emperors. Kaido, I believe that to entice the Whitebeard pirates, an abundance of gold and jewels could serve as an effective lure." Black Maria stood before Kaido, acutely aware of how to exploit material incentives to attract those who yearn for wealth. Kaido, calming his fervent emotions, gazed intently at Black Maria and continued the discourse. Black Maria nodded and elaborated. "We can use a vast amount of gold and jewels as bait to draw them in. Once they step into our trap, we can lay out an intricate net, allowing us to act according to our previously devised plan, whether capturing one or multiple intruders. We shall first exhaust Whitebeard's stamina, then eliminate him." Kaido listened, his eyes gleaming with excitement at the brilliant idea. "Let be so. If their desire is indeed treasure, the task will be effortless. Dispatch orders to amass all wealth. Contact Morgans to announce to the world 300 billion as a declaration of war against Whitebeard, seeking only a defeat." The following day, a piece of news reverberated through the world like thunder. One of the 4 emperors, Kaido, audaciously declared war on another emperor, Whitebeard. This news swiftly spread to every corner of the New World, igniting discussions among countless pirates, the navy, and ordinary citizens alike. It is well acknowledged that the 4 emperors represent the apex of power across the seas, each ruling over a domain in the New World. Although they occasionally clash, such a direct and public confrontation had never occurred before. Thus, when Kaido announced his challenge to Whitebeard, everyone realized that an unprecedented battle was imminent, one that could irrevocably alter the dynamics of the New World. Even more astonishing was the revelation that Kaido had placed a staggering bounty of 300 billion berries as a wager, seeking only a defeat. What has this world come to? Fighting for money. Concurrently, in light of such a significant event, the Navy could not afford to remain passive. As a crucial force in maintaining maritime dominance, how would they respond to this conflict that could potentially disrupt the equilibrium of the New World? Would they choose to intervene to prevent further escalation, or would they seize the opportunity to weaken both formidable powers? The outcome remains uncertain. In any case, as this news spread, the maritime situation appeared to be thrust into a more tense, exhilarating, and chaotic new phase.